Once a profession called Heart of Dominance that the nation spent billions to acquire. Now it's treated like trash gathering dust in a display window. Unwanted even if given away for free. Yet the moment I laid eyes on it, I decided to make it my first contracted profession. My classmates mocked me as an idiot, but I paid no attention, because I knew it was the only infinite-level profession in existence. Host detected with no profession. Heart of Dominance meets activation conditions. Talent 1, Heart of Dominance, gain access to the nest world where Zerg are bred. As long as Zerg exist, you can revive infinitely. Talent 2, Infinite Evolution, you can infinitely evolve one Zerg unit. Talent 3, Infinite Heart, you can possess additional profession templates. Talent 4, Feedback, each Zerg unit increases your attributes by a certain amount. As I read the description before me, my mind was blown. Just the second and third talents alone would drive every professional on Blue Star insane with envy. I took a deep breath to calm myself. This profession was incredibly powerful, but only if I could develop it properly. Just then, my dear sister barged in through the door. Hey, Lin Chen. I went out drinking, what are you gonna do about it? In my past life, she framed me and left me to die in a forbidden zone. All because some guy named Cohen promised to date her. But now, reborn into this life, I couldn't care less about her. I gave her a cold glance and said, from now on, I won't interfere with you. Do whatever you want. Without another word, I focused on sensing my profession's talents and instantly entered the nest world. This is a mist-shrouded floating island, at the center of which stands a stele inscribed with the types of Zerg, Blade Zerg, basic melee unit, Arc Zerg, basic ranged unit, and Caster Zerg, basic spell unit. Without hesitation, I chose to spawn a Blade Zerg. As soon as the words left my mouth, a Blade Zerg wielding two tank-style blades materialized before me, ready to commit suicide at my slightest command. My eyes lit up with excitement. It was time to hunt. My goals were twofold, to earn money and to gather energy points, as spawning Zerg required energy, which could only be obtained by slaying beasts. Half an hour later, I arrived at the border zone and immediately summoned the Blade Zerg to stand guard around me. The next moment, a 2-meter-long Bloodfang spider appeared before me, a level 2 creature notorious as a newbie killer. The Bloodfang spider was terrifying in both strength and speed. My excitement surged. Its fangs were valuable, fetching up to 2,000 credits in the city. With a mere thought, the Blade Zerg dashed forward like a phantom, its blade arms raised, exuding an aura of death. However, the Bloodfang spider was, after all, a level 2 killer. Seeing the Blade Zerg charging, it immediately activated its skill, Charge. Just as the Bloodfang spider was about to impale the Blade Zerg, the latter leaped into the air above the spider and swiftly swung its blade arms, delivering a fatal strike. Experience gained, 10 points. I chuckled and said, truly the natural killing machines of the Zerg. I stepped forward, removed the 2 fangs from the Bloodfang spider, then reached out to reclaim its corpse. Reclaiming the Bloodfang spider corpse yielded 15 energy points. I exclaimed in surprise. Damn, a single Bloodfang spider gives 15 energy points, while hatching a blade drone only costs 10. That means killing 2 Bloodfang spiders can hatch 3 blade drones. No wonder it's an infinite tier profession template. With enough energy points, I immediately spawned a spike drone. In a flash of light, a spike drone appeared before me. As the scent of the Bloodfang spider's blood spread, within a few steps, 3 rust rats surrounded us. My face lit up with excitement. Perfect. Saves me the trouble of hunting them down. With a thought, the blade drones charged forward. The blade drones, facing the agility specialized rust rats, quickly found themselves at a disadvantage. Seeing this, I simply issued another command, fire. Instantly, sharp spikes shot from the spike drone's back, striking the rust rats with precision. With the addition of stingers to the battlefield, the rust rats were completely wiped out within a minute. My level rose to 2, granting me 1 attribute point. I didn't hesitate to allocate the attribute point to Spirit, as commanding the Zerg in battle places high demands on mental strength. At this point, my energy points had also accumulated to 21, so I immediately chose to spawn 2 Zerglings, while stingers deal high damage. They're too fragile to serve as reliable protectors. Now, with 3 Zerglings and 1 stinger under my command, I could roam freely in the outskirts as long as I didn't encounter rare tier beasts. I glanced at the sky. There were still a few hours until dawn, plenty of time left to keep leveling up. Meanwhile, somewhere in the quarantine zone, Lu Yanran, the eldest daughter of the Lu family, remarked, this gold digger rat has way too much health. We've chased it all the way from the chaotic forest to the border zone, and it still has 10% HP left. Uncle Lee chuckled wryly. Young miss, the gold digger rat is, after all, a level 5 elite boss. Just to obtain intel on this boss, the master spent 5 million credits. Please bear with it a little longer. Lu Yanran sighed. Even though it cost 5 million credits, it's worth it. The Gold Digger Rat is a beast that's guaranteed to drop a hidden class template. The awakening ceremony is in a week, and I don't want to end up with just some ordinary class. Uncle Lee smiled. you'll definitely obtain a powerful hidden class. For now, let's focus on finishing off this gold digger rat boss. As Lu Yenran's bodyguard, Uncle Lee was a level 12 warrior. With a fierce shout of triple slash, he unleashed a powerful 3-strike combo. The gold digger rat had no chance to dodge and could only take the hits head-on. Uncle Lee attacked relentlessly, and within half an hour, the boss's health was nearly depleted. Just one final strike would finish it off. But just as he raised his hand to deliver the killing blow, the gold digger rat suddenly radiated a golden light, instantly evolving into a dread rat, now a level 7 monster. An unbelievable shout rang out, "Oh no, it actually evolved!" While there were precedents of beasts evolving into higher levels when cornered, the probability was extremely low. Even in the entire Jiangnan city, there had only been 3 or 4 such cases. Yet, it had to happen to this gold digger rat. Uncle Lee's face turned deathly pale. Although he was a level 12 warrior, his strength and HP were less than half of the terror rat's. Uncle Lee immediately roared, "Miss, run now! I'll hold off the terror rat." Before anyone could react, the terror rat charged forward, activating its skill explosive rush, which instantly emptied Uncle Lee's health bar. Uncle Lee was also shouting desperately, "Run, young mistress!" At this moment, Lu Yenran was completely petrified, frozen in place, utterly at a loss for what to do, and could only watch helplessly as the soul-startled rat approached step by step. At that moment, I emerged from the shadows wearing a black mask, followed by dozens of insectoid troops. A soul-startled rat? Perfect, this hidden profession can help conceal my true identity as the Dominator. With a wave of my hand, the swarm surged forward instantly. After 3 hours of hunting, I now commanded 34 blade bugs and 12 spike bugs, which swiftly overwhelmed the soul-startled rat, while the spike bugs launched wave after wave of attacks from a distance. Under the relentless assault of the swarm, the once ferocious and arrogant soul-startled rat let out one pitiful wail after another. Standing to the side, I watched with satisfaction. Being the insectoid dominator is truly exhilarating. Meanwhile, Lu Yenran and Uncle Lee, witnessing the same scene, were utterly stunned. Was this even a battle? Was this supposed to be a boss fight? This is clearly just shopping around. Lu Yenran looked at Uncle Lee. "Uncle Lee, are you okay?" Uncle Lee nodded. "I'm fine, but this person must be a summoner." Summoners are the most sought after in this world. The hallmark of a summoner is the ability to single-handedly form an army. And every summoner is nurtured by Dragon Country like a precious treasure, making them figures ordinary people rarely get to meet. If our Lu family could befriend such a prominent figure, our status would undoubtedly rise several notches. Killing the soul-startled rat granted 300 experience points, leveling up to 4 and earning 1 attribute point. I smiled faintly. Reaching level 4 in just a few hours was a speed that would surely shock anyone who heard it. After all, it typically takes a month for most people to go from level 1 to 4. As I examined the items dropped by the soul-startled rat, glowing faintly with golden light, I placed my hand over them. A shimmering halo flashed, and I obtained the hidden class Voidwalker, Mythic Tier, a warrior who wields the power of the void. Excelling in teleportation and spatial severance, my eyes lit up. The Voidwalker leans toward defense and survival, and as the Zerg overmind, I've always feared enemy decapitation tactics. This was like being handed a pillow just as I was about to doze off. When I saw Lu Yenran, I couldn't help but freeze. It was actually her, the campus goddess known to everyone at Jiangnan City No. 3 High School. It was also Lin Chen's classmate. In his last life, for this Yenran Lu, Lin Chen had suffered a lot. It wasn't that he was pursuing this goddess, but because of something he said to Yenran Lu one time. It just so happened that this scene was seen by the son of the Jiangnan City family who had been pursuing her, Huang Xian. From then on, Huang Xian harbored a grudge and took the opportunity to teach Lin Chen a lesson whenever he could. Even before the college entrance exam, he beat Lin Chen to the point where he was almost killed. And although Yenran Lu knew about it, she didn't stop Huang Xian. After all, in her opinion, Lin Chen was nothing more than an insignificant little person who didn't deserve to have himself asked about it at all. This senior. Seeing Lin Chen look over, Lu Yanyan's face was delighted and she couldn't help but walk up, smiling curtly. "Thank you for your help. I'm Lu Yanyan, the eldest daughter of the Lu family in Jiangnan City. I don't know the name of senior, so that our Lu family can repay us later." Yenran Lu was excited in her heart. If he could befriend this summoner powerhouse, the Lu family would soar in the future. However, looking at Yenran Lu's colorful and delicate face, Lin Chen only had indifference in his heart. If in his last life, facing Lu Yanyan, the goddess of the third form, came to take the initiative to talk to him, I'm afraid that he would be flattered. After all, what a behemoth the Lu family was to his former self. And how cold and unapproachable Yenran Lu was. However, this life. The district Lu family, the district Lu Yanyan. As the master of the insect race, he was not yet in his sights. No need. Lin Chen faintly returned 3 words. He said, and left without looking back. Looking at Lin Chen's faraway back, Yanran Lu was instantly anxious. Wait, the senior, you. Who knows, just as Lu Yanyan reached out her hand, a knife insect vigilantly blocked her face. The 2 sharp blade arms were as if they were going to tear the delicate body apart. Miss, no. Li Dao hurriedly stepped forward and pulled Yanran Lu back. It was at this point that the blade worm gave up its attack and followed Lin Chen far away. After fixing his mind, Li Dao then smiled bitterly and persuaded, Missy, this kind of strong person is not something that our Lu family can climb up to, you'd better give up. Even if we can't make friends, at least we can't leave a bad impression. It was only at this time that Yanran Lu broke out in a cold sweat. That's right. There were many examples in the world of how tragic the consequences of offending a summoner could be. For example, the Tiandu Wang family, itself a first-class family in Tiandu, had a prestigious family lineage. However, his youngest son accidentally offended a summoner when he traveled outside. The Wang family had angered this summoner by relying on their own family lineage and still trying to back up their young son. At that time, that mysterious summoner, leading 100,000 puppets, wiped out the Wang family, and the huge mansion, all of it, was stepped into ruins. All over the city, not a single strong person dared to stop them, and they could only watch as that summoner drifted away after the massacre. From now on, one more unspoken and ironclad rule in the world, mess with no one, not the summoner. Get it wrong, and it's a disaster of extermination. Alas, it's a pity. The golden soul mouse was snatched away today, and even this great man didn't make friends. What bad luck. Yanran Lu patted her high chest, still a little discouraged. Li Dao comforted, Missy, at least you are still safe and sound, let the master make further arrangements for other things. Lu Yanyan sighed and could only nod reluctantly. Alright, let's go back first. Gangnam City. We. Who? After a night of killing, the harvest is good. Lin Chen patted the backpack behind him and revealed a satisfied smile. This night, his biggest gains were the Voidwalker, profession, and reaching level 4. Of course, the equipment and materials in the backpack behind him were no small gain. Sell these first. With this in mind, Lin Chen lightly walked inside an exquisitely and luxuriously decorated store. Welcome to the Lingxiao Trading House, what can I get you? Just as he walked into one of them, a good-looking waitress came over and smiled sweetly. I sell things. Lin Chen said without moving. What's for sale, please? The waiter said. Lin Chen patted the backpack behind him, some low-grade equipment and materials produced by the ferocious beasts in the fringe area. At those words, the waiter couldn't help but see a flash of disappointment in his eyes. The low-grade equipment and the materials of the fringe zone fierce beasts were not worth much at all. For example, the teeth of the iron-horned ants were only worth a few dozen credits at most. As for normal equipment, it's worth a bit more. But how much low-grade equipment could the man with the black mask in front of him pull out? Even with this thought in his heart, the waiter smiled and said, Yes sir, please take the item out, I'll estimate the value for you. Right here? Lin Chen asked, I have a bit too much stuff, I'm afraid it won't fit here. Can't put it down? The maid felt only a little amused. She didn't think that Lin Chen would be able to take out many materials and equipment. That's fine sir, you can just leave it here. The maid said faintly. Lin Chen nodded, good. With that, the contents of the backpack were dumped right out. At once. Wow. A large pile of materials and equipment poured onto the floor, directly covering the entrance. The passers-by, and the maids, were stunned to see this scene. Holy, so much equipment and materials. Is this emptying the fringe? At least killed a few hundred ferocious beasts, right? Bull. This dude has deep pockets. Most of the equipment on the ground was of ordinary quality. If one were to look closely, one would notice that a few of them shimmered with a greenish glow. Inside a large pile of equipment, there were also excellent quality equipment. The maid covered her small mouth, her face full of shock, and her heart even turned over in shock. Common quality equipment, sparse. Excellent quality equipment, however, can be very rare. Chapter 7, Selling Equipment Requesting Tickets Lords. Ordinary professionals, who had worked hard all their lives, could save up a piece of excellent quality equipment, and it would be amazing. And now, a couple of green suits are right in front of your eyes. Gulp. Swallowing, the waiter's face burst into a bitter smile. She now finally knew why Lin Chen had said that she couldn't put it down here. This. Gentlemen, please come this way. The waiter hurriedly greeted enthusiastically, I'll call the appraiser right away, please wait for a moment. Leading Lin Chen into a small room, he respectfully served tea. Not long after, a middle-aged man walked over. Hello sir, I'm the supervisor here, Zhang Shun, may I ask, what equipment and materials are you selling? Lin Chen nodded casually, that's right, what's the total value? Zhang Shun respectfully said, I just checked and counted, there are a total of 5 green suits excellent quality, 37 white suits, as well as 68 blood-toothed pig tusks, 28 iron-horned ant teeth, and 42. If all of them are sold to our Lingxiao merchant house, they will add up to a total value of 120,000 credits. Sir, this is the biggest purchase price that our Lingxiao trading firm will give you. I dare say that other trading firms, it's absolutely impossible to offer this price. Zhang Shun swore. Upon hearing this number, even Lin Chen, who had relived his life, couldn't help but feel a ripple in his heart. No wonder hunters are so dangerous and still desired by everyone. It's just so lucrative. 120,000 credits. To know. This is the kind of money that an ordinary person would have to struggle hard for a year to earn. And today, one only needs to wrestle for one night to earn it. The difference, literally, is a world of difference. Well, good, that's the price then. Lin Chen wore a mask and spoke indifferently. Yes, sir. Zhang Shun didn't dare to be slow in the slightest and immediately ordered the waiter to go forward to get the money. Then, tentatively, he asked, Sir, I don't know your name, so that I can receive you later and provide you with better service? Lin Chen said indifferently, My name is Juggernaut. Juggernaut? Upon hearing this name, Zhang Shun froze. Apparently, it's a pseudonym. Specifically, Zhang Shun didn't dare to ask any further. To know. Strong people can have strange tempers. At this moment, the waiter walked in, holding a tray with a black card on it. Mr. Juggernaut, here is your credit card with 120,000 credits. Zhang Shun respectfully said. In addition, this credit point card is also the black card of our Lingxiao Merchant Bank. You will come to our merchant bank in the future to buy things, all 10% off. In the future, there will also be special people to serve you and enjoy VIP treatment. It seems that this guy is trying to enlist himself. Lin Chen immediately sensed Zhang Shun's thoughts. There was no way, taking out so many equipment and materials at once, anyone would think that this person was not ordinary. Good. Lin Chen didn't refuse, didn't take it, and faintly instructed, I know, I need to buy something. What do you want to buy? Zhang Shun asked. A. Invisible token, and A. Flowing fire sword. An invisible token? Flowing fire sword? Zhang Shun froze. Both of these are very peculiar pieces of equipment. One of the functions of the invisible token, masking one's true profession, showing to others as a basic profession such as warrior, mage, archer, and so on. Of course, its effect fails against too large a level difference. Such items are somewhat rare, but their usefulness is so minimal that the average person simply won't buy them. After all, in this world, strength is honored. Occupation is like clothes, who would like to hide their brocade clothes and go out in rags and be stared at? However, since Lin Chen wanted to buy it, Zhang Shun was not in a position to ask, and could only carefully persuade, Sir, forget about this invisible token, but the flowing fire sword, the price is very expensive, are you sure? The flowing fire sword, which was nothing more than an excellent quality equipment, and its attributes were not strong, but its price was as high as 100,000 credits. For that price, you can usually buy 3 or 4 of the same green suit. Want this? Lin Chen indifferently said, his tone filled with an inability to refuse. Yes, Zhang Shun could only nod his head and order people to fetch it. Not long after, a brass token and a dark red longsword were taken over. Invisible token, after use, disguise occupation as warrior. Confirmation of use? Brief description. Lin Chen didn't even think about it as he mumbled in his heart, confirmed. At once, the token turned into light and drilled into the body. Check the panel again. One of them, Voidwalker, already carries the suffix has been replaced with warrior. It worked. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Afterwards, he cast his eyes above the flowing fire sword. The dark red blade, floating with veins like blood that lit up and dimmed as if breathing, was beautiful. Name, Flowing Fire Sword. Quality, excellent green. Attributes, +1 strength, +1 speed, +1 spirit. Special effects, none. A simple piece of equipment with attributes that were not outstanding among the green clothes, its value should be a little more expensive than the white clothes. However, its price is a whopping 100,000 credits. The crowd was perplexed. Only Lin Chen knows. This flowing fire sword is, in fact, a key. The sudden abyss in the professional examination 2 months from now will require this flowing fire sword to open. I remember in my last life, a lucky person opened the abyss with the flowing flame sword and ended up obtaining a divine artifact with extremely heaven-defying functions. In this life, the chance is mine. With a slight smile, Lin Chen put the flowing fire sword into his backpack. Afterward, after saying hello, he left the Lingxiao trading house. Walk out of the mercantile. The moment. It was dawn, it was time to go to school and work, and there was a rush of pedestrians on the road. Most of them were students from the 3rd grade. Including Lin Chen. A second life, and continuing to take classes in order to go to college. Lin Chen was dumbfounded in his heart. It wasn't that he didn't want to fight alone, it was just that this world was too dangerous. Even if a bug lord possessed infinite evolutionary potential, he could die if he wasn't careful. At least in the early stages, one still needed to use the resources of the major powers to develop quickly. Just as Lin Chen was pondering, suddenly. "Oh, Lin Chen, you still dare to come to school?" Only a slightly mocking voice could be heard, coming from behind. Immediately afterward, a tall figure stopped in front of Lin Chen. Chapter 8, A Slap in the Face. Looking up, Lin Chen's eyes went cold. This person was none other than Huang Xian. In his last life, in order to pursue Yan Ranlu, he beat himself to death. "Lin Chen, I've said that I'll beat you once I see you in the future, and you're still coming towards my eyes, is your skin itching?" Huang Xian sneered coldly. Lin Chen looked at Huang Xian, his eyes full of indifference. If it was in his previous life, when he was stopped by Huang Xian, Lin Chen panicked to death. But now? Like looking down on a mole cricket. Off. Lin Chen opened his mouth. 2 short words made Huang Xian freeze. Even the surrounding crowd that had come over to see what was going on couldn't help but be shocked. Holy, did I hear that right? What did Lin Chen say? It's over. I go. This time, Huang Xian shall not kill him. Huang Xian, a famous bully in the 3rd form, only because of his extraordinary family history, his parents are said to be ranked professionals. It was because of this that Huang Xian reigned supreme in the school and no one dared to mess with him. And Lin Chen? Just an orphan. Where did you get the nerve to tell Huang Xian to get lost? It's a death wish. Sure enough. What did you say? Huang Xian's eyes went cold. His face was full of anger. He really didn't expect that Lin Chen, who used to be a sufferer and didn't even dare to fight back when he was beaten, would dare to speak like this today. I think you're looking for death. Saying that, Huang Xian slapped him. Huang Xian was tall, a full head taller than Lin Chen, and his body was also very fit. A slap across the face with predictable results. It was bound to end with Lin Chen falling to the ground and fainting. The surrounding people, seeing this scene, also secretly gave Lin Chen a negative sentence. Between the two, the body types were not even in the same league. However, you're the one looking for death. Lin Chen let out a cold laugh. A palm strike. Snap. Huang Xian's tall body, like fragile paper, flew out backwards and fell heavily to the ground. Lin Chen, on the other hand, just stood in place, indifferently watching all of this. It was as if he hadn't been the one to strike just now. The whole room was in shock. Those who saw this scene couldn't help but open their mouths wide in disbelief at what was happening in front of them. This. I'm bleary-eyed? I'm not mistaken, am I? Holy, this is too scary. They are all hard to understand. Lin Chen suddenly became so powerful. Only Lin Chen himself knows. The man he is now is not the man he was a day ago. Nowadays, rank 4 Lin Chen, even though all of his attribute points were added to Spirit due to the Talent 4 feedback effect of the insect juggernaut. Each bug unit would increase Lin Chen's attributes. The current Lin Chen had a strength of 2.5. Slapping Huang Xian away was a breeze. Lin Chen. How did you become so powerful? Huang Xian shivered and looked at Lin Chen with a hint of fear. Lin Chen was too lazy to explain, and after casually looking at Huang Xian, he left straight away to go to school. To him, this kind of small character was just like a mole cricket on the ground. Wouldn't even bother to pay attention to it if it wasn't in their way. And looking at Lin Chen's distant back, touching the fiery pain on his face, Huang Xian revealed a resentful look. Lin Chen. You dare to make me lose face like this? You wait. I'm going to make you die. Class. Soon it will be the transmutation awakening, the most important moment of your lives. Third form, second class. The classroom teacher, balding, rattled on from the podium. Awakening a good profession is equivalent to having a wide, flat avenue. And those who haven't awakened a good profession, or even those who haven't awakened a profession, don't be discouraged, there's plenty of work to be done in our gathering place as well, such as taking out the garbage, sweeping the streets, and whatnot. A group of people listened below with looks of anticipation. Some are more apprehensive. At the Blue Star. A career is what makes a person a person. Occupation directly determines one's talent, growth rate, and the upper limit. For example, if a person's awakening profession was the most basic warrior, it could be concluded that their level, for the rest of their life, was locked at around a dozen levels. Because, there was no power that would spend precious resources to train a warrior to upgrade. What, you mean upgrade alone? Just kidding. The ferocious beasts outside the gathering place were no joke. Relatively speaking, even the most basic of ordinary professionals had a decent life. Those ordinary people who failed to awaken their occupations could only stay at the lowest level of the hierarchy for the rest of their lives, engaging in all kinds of manual labor, day in and day out, with no end in sight. In his last life, before obtaining the Blood Warlock profession, Lin Chen had lived this kind of life. Just as he was thinking, who knew that the homeroom teacher on the podium suddenly sneered. Lin Chen, what are you thinking? You guy, you want to awaken a profession too? Don't dream. Don't even look at yourself. At that moment, the surrounding students, turning their taunting and mocking eyes towards Lin Chen, burst out laughing. Ha, Lin Chen is dawdling again. He has such a weak physique and isn't smart, he definitely doesn't have the potential of a professional. Yeah, I think Huang Xian and Yanran Lu are the most likely to awaken hidden professions. Well, it does. People with the gift of being a professional behave differently from an early age. Like stronger and smarter. Lin Chen, on the other hand, although he did well in his exams, he always looked dull in front of his classmates, so everyone thought he wasn't very smart. As for strong? Much less talk about it. Such an unprofessionally gifted, orphan student, unable to give any gifts, was naturally ostracized by his teachers. It also became the target of bullying by classmates. In the front row, Yanran Lu tilted her lofty head, glanced faintly backward, and quickly lost interest. It was just one Lin Chen, it wasn't worth her trouble at all. What she was thinking about now was the mysterious summoner she had met at night. Ugh, that's a shame, it would have been nice to know his name. Yanran Lu's heart was overwhelmed with regret. On the other hand, Huang Xian glanced back at Lin Chen with incomparable resentment in his eyes. Lin Chen, wait for me. Taunts and taunts fell on deaf ears. Lin Chen's face was as calm as water, not caring in the slightest. Chapter 9, Lin Qingxue, you actually deleted me? Begging for votes. At the same time. Another class. What's going on? It's been a day and Lin Chen hasn't even come to me to apologize? Lin Qingxue looked at her cell phone, her heart unusually irritated. Past experience, if Lin Chen was upset with her, within an hour, he would come over on his ass to apologize and coax her. They even bring flowers and cakes. But until now, Lin Chen had never apologized to her. What the hell is going on? If you don't contact me again, I'll delete you. Just then, Lin Qingxue suddenly remembered that she had no money on her. Last night, she stole Lin Chen's last month's paycheck, called out a group of friends to go drinking, and spent all the money. Today, there is not even money for lunch. Never mind, I'd better offer to give you a leg up. Looking at the address book in her cell phone, Lin Qingxue hesitated and sent a message. I want a cake, buy me one and send it to me. Who knows, a bright red symbol showed up in the dialog box. Sending failed, please add the other party as a friend first. What? Lin Qingxue's eyes widened in disbelief. Lin Chen, you actually deleted me? How can you? You? Lin Qingxue only felt incredible. Ever since she was a child, Lin Chen had always treated her 100%. I can't even say a word out loud, let alone hit or reprimand. And now. He actually deleted himself? Right now, Lin Qingxue couldn't wait to fly directly to Lin Chen's class and ruthlessly question him on what grounds he did so. Lin Chen, you actually did this to me. Fine, you like deleting me, don't you? Don't make me pay attention to you in the future. Lin Qingxue couldn't help but shed 2 lines of tears on her face. Beside her, her best friend Li Qingqing couldn't help but ask suspiciously, "Little Snow, what's wrong with you? Who bullied you?" "It's nothing." Lin Qingxue shook her head. "By the way, do you have an extra room in your house? I want to move over for a while." "Moving over?" Li Qingqing froze for a moment. "What's wrong? Did you have a conflict with Lin Chen?" Li Qingqing was a bit strange in her heart. "Don't mention him to me," Lin Qingxue said coldly and stiffly. In her heart, unless Lin Chen came over and begged him in a low voice. Otherwise, never bother with this guy again. Even, as punishment, Lin Qingxue decided to move out. "Now, let's see if you, Lin Chen, will panic." Li Qingqing sighed and said, "Well, I just happen to have an extra room at home, so it's just as well that we can talk. By the way, the awakening ceremony is in a week. Do you think you'll be able to awaken a profession?" "Me? I don't know myself, but Brother Li Kuan is definitely able to awaken a hidden profession." At the mention of Li Kuan, Lin Qingxue was filled with happiness. Li Kuan, a singing and dancing contestant from the Dragon Kingdom. When he was a trainee, Lin Qingxue was obsessed with the star. The pocket money Lin Chen gave her was spent on charting, buying peripherals, and supporting Li Kuan. Previous. It was also Li Kuan who abetted Lin Qingxue, poisoned Lin Chen and ripped out his heart. Oh, Li Kuan, he is indeed quite handsome, but a hidden profession is not something that can be awakened just by being handsome. Li Qingqing was rather thorough. How treasured are hidden professions? Put it this way. Up and down the country, professionals make up only 20 to 30% of everyone. Hidden professions, on the other hand, accounted for less than even 1% of all professionals. With over 20,000 students in the school, to awaken 10 hidden professions would be burning incense. Where's the easy turn for a singing and dancing contestant? Li Qingqing, don't slander my brother. Lin Qingxue instantly exploded. Brother Li Kuan is the best, he must be a powerful hidden profession. Sure enough, you really can't reason with stargazers. Li Qingqing sighed and directly changed the topic. By the way, do you want to visit the Hunters Association after school? Lin Qingxue asked curiously. Hunters Association? That place is for professionals. What are we doing there? The Hunters Association, a very large organization, had its traces all over the blue planet. And unlike those martial arts schools, clans, families, and other forces, the Hunters Association was a very loose organization that could be joined and withdrawn at any time. The Hunters Association provides tasks such as posting and accepting quests, buying and selling equipment and materials, providing intelligence, and recuperating and replenishing supplies, making it the first choice for many casual professionals to deal with equipment and materials and the like. I heard that there are quite a few occupation templates for sale at the Hunters Association recently. Let's go and try our luck. Li Qingqing said. Career templates? Can we afford it? Lin Qingxue couldn't help but question a bit. To know. Even the most basic career templates cost more than $2 million. Not to mention the hidden professions, which cost several times more. Such expensive things are not for the likes of them to get their hands on. After all, a career template works by directly granting a corresponding career. Who cares? It's good for us to go and take a look. Li Qingqing didn't care that much. Then. Okay. Lin Qingxue nodded and agreed. Hunters Association. Hello, I would like to sign up as a member of the Hunters Association. Lin Chen, who was wearing a black mask, said to the receptionist. Yes, sir. What code name would you like to register? The attendant asked very professionally. Lin Chen didn't hesitate in the slightest. Juggernaut. Alright, Mr. Juggernaut, your registration has been completed, and you are now a first-class member of our association. The attendant's efficiency was very fast, and after saying that, he directly handed over a card. This card was Lin Chen's identity card and bank card within the association. Picking up the card, Lin Chen said thanks and skillfully walked towards the mission hall. In his last life, Lin Chen was a professional hunter and was familiar with doing this. Inside the quest hall, people looked up at the screen in the center, where there were all sorts of quests posted. Pick 2 tiger tail grasses in the wilderness stacks. Reward, 1,000 credits. Accompanying leveling, requesting that I be allowed to rise from level 1 to level 2 in January, requesting that warriors who are strong at preserving their lives, mages not to be disturbed, reward, 10,000 credits. Required equipment, go to the mausoleum area, kill the white beast boss and drop a belt called Turn of Fate to me, reward, 200,000 credits. Looking at these tasks, Lin Chen shook his head. Either there's not enough time, or the rewards are too small to get into my eyes. Chapter 10, The Real Amount. It seems that the only way to level up quickly is to go to the Abyss. Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The Abyss, which can also be called the Secret Realm, is a small, separate world. According to Lin Chen's memories, this thing is also known as a copy. However, compared to the real world, the monsters in the Abyss were even more dangerous. And once you die, you are truly dead and will not be resurrected. But in the Abyss, the output is very rich. The output of equipment, materials, etc., accounts for as much as 99% of the world's equipment. Because of this, entering the Abyss, despite its danger, was a must for every professional. Abyss, which can exist anywhere, are randomly refreshed. And there are abysses that are permanent. For example, the Hunters Association Jiangnan City chapter is holding an abyss, the Scarlet Forest multiplayer copy, LV1 LV10. Anyone who is a member of the association and pays 1,000 credits can enter it. Walking to the entrance of the Abyss, the maid smiled sweetly. Hello sir, would you like to purchase tickets to the Abyss? Lin Chen nodded and handed out his information card, purchase 10 tickets to the Abyss. That's a total of 10,000 credits, please keep it. The maid said very skillfully. A moment later, after purchasing his ticket, Lin Chen walked towards the inside of the Abyssal Hall. Looking upwards, he saw a portal that seemed to be like a mirror, floating in mid-air. And below, people were coming and going, many of them inviting to team up. One more auxiliary is missing, come quickly. Need a couple mages, there's plenty of us, absolutely guaranteed. Missing a warrior or knight, anyone? Invitations to team up are plentiful. The monsters in the Scarlet Forest could reach up to level 10, and for the average professional, brushing alone was no different from sending them to their deaths. The only way to stay safe is to team up. Walking into the hall, a petite girl came up. Hello, want to team up together? We're short a warrior. In the Hunters Guild, everyone displays their profession to ensure that the group is more efficient. That was why she was able to tell Lin Chen's occupation at a glance. Lin Chen shook his head, no. The girl froze, do you have a regular team? No, I'm soloing alone. Lin Chen said indifferently, then walked directly into the teleportation portal, leaving the girl staring at the spot. Single brush? This guy is crazy, right? She was filled with shock and disbelief. To know. The Scarlet Forest, unless one was a level 15 or higher professional, brushing it alone was definitely looking for death. Even when they were in a group, they had to be careful lest there be an accident. And Lin Chen, a mere level 4 warrior, actually dared to single brush the Abyss? He's absolutely crazy. Beside her, a long-haired woman came over and tapped her on the shoulder. Lily, I found a warrior, we can go now. Lily nodded, and suddenly had a thought, let's get out of here and follow that juggernaut guy, we might be able to save his life. Humph, Sister Lily, that guy is so arrogant, why are you still thinking of helping him? A bald man in the group said unhappily. That's right, this guy is too crazy, if I were I'd see how he dies. Lily sighed and couldn't disobey the team, so she just said, fine. The group prepared themselves before entering the Abyss. The Scarlet Forest. Lin Chen looked around. The Scarlet Forest was a boundless forest in which the trees were blood red and huge, emitting a strong aura. The entire forest was wrapped in a blood-colored mist, which looked a bit eerie. You have entered the Scarlet Patch. A prompt came to his ear. At the same time, a roar came from around the forest. Countless ferocious beasts surrounded. Blood-toothed pig, rank 4. Flaming horned bull, rank 5. Six-eared demon rabbit, level 3. In just an instant, 12 ferocious beasts surrounded and attacked. At that moment, a rain of attacks flew towards the side. Fireball, ice pick, punch. Even a 10th level professional would suffer in the face of this intensive attack. However, who was Lin Chen? Void walking. A pop. Lin Chen's figure directly disappeared into the air. In the next second, the figure emerged 10 meters away. The ferocious beast's attack directly fell short. Those ferocious beasts were stunned, and each of them looked into the distance with wide eyes. It was as if he was wondering why a large, living person had disappeared into thin air. Ha, Voidwalker, it's worthy of being a mythic ranked profession, the skill is too good. Lin Chen smiled excitedly. The Voidwalker, a life-saving skill, was too perverse. In the future, even if you're in a crowd, you can just teleport away with a thought. Who can stop it? Oomph, trying to sneak up on me on the basis of sheer numbers? I'm going to show you what real numbers mean. Lin Chen waved his large hand. Come out. The first thing that happened was that a bug surfaced on the field. Knifeworms, stingworms, brainworms. The domineering and death-filled figure of the insect race directly filled up the open space. Today, Lin Chen had 40 blade worms, 15 stinging worms, and 10 brainworms. Totally an army of bugs. Although each of the blade worms, its strength was approximately only that of an ordinary professional of the first level. But know that. Under Lin Chen's command, these insect units, however, were able to utilize the effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2. Go! Lin Chen gave an order. The blade worm waved his blade arm and charged directly towards a blazing horned bull. Whoa! As soon as the blade went down, the clueless blazing horned bull was directly slashed. 14. At the same time, the 10 brainworms spewed out their broken stingers in unison. Phew! 21. 16. 31. Your summon has slain the blazing horned bull, gaining experience x50. It was just a photo op, less than 5 seconds. A rank 5 blazing horned bull was killed by Lin Chen in seconds. Lin Chen's level, on the other hand, was only at level 4. If others saw this scene, their jaws would drop. Because the blazing horned bull, but a typical representative of thick blood and high defense, even a team would need to toss and turn in order to kill it. And for Lin Chen to kill him in seconds while standing still and not even moving was truly shocking. Go on, kill them. Pointing at the remaining ferocious beasts, Lin Chen once again issued a command. Chapter 11, Crazy Leveling. This time, the ferocious beasts began to fight back, attacking towards the blade worms beside them. The knife insects flexibly dodged the attacks of the ferocious beasts, and even had the strength left over to make counterattacks. Combined with the long-range attacks of the stinging worms and brainworms, the remaining 11 ferocious beasts were directly turned into experience. Your summoner has killed the blood-tusk pig, gaining experience x50. Your summoner has killed the 6-eared demon rabbit and gained experience 30. Not bad, experience went up another bar. Lin Chen nodded with great satisfaction. If you team up, the experience has to be split equally between everyone. Soloing is slow and efficient, and there's a risk of death. Only someone like Lin Chen, who was confident in his own strength, would dare to single-brush the abyss. Walking forward, Lin Chen looked at the large amount of equipment on the ground. In the abyss, once a ferocious beast dies, it simply disappears and cannot be converted into energy points. The only things of value are these materials and equipment. Bronze short sword, +1 strength, requirement, level 1. Wind chaser bracelet normal, +1 agility, +1 strength, +1 spirit, requirement, level 3. Phantom ring excellent, +1 agility, +1 spirit, special effect, when dealing damage, increase spirit by 1 point, up to 3, requirements, level 4. Nice ring. Lin Chen nodded and directly equipped the phantom ring. Summoners were law professions, and the most important attribute of law professions was spirit. Spirit not only boosts mana and spell strength, but also increases the chance of spell blasts. For Lin Chen, spirit was able to boost the all-encompassing attributes of a summon's defense, speed, and damage. This phantom ring had contributed quite a bit to Lin Chen's enhancement. A full 4 points of spiritual power could increase the attributes of the current Lin Chen's bug units by at least 50%. After doing this, Lin Chen looked at his panel. Name, Lin Chen. Occupation, Bugmaster Voidwalker. Talent potential, unlimited. Power, 5.4. Speed, 3.4. Spirit, 7.8. Defense, 3.2. Life value, 30. Mana, 55. This panel. For a law profession, it is beyond the same level. Many power professions don't necessarily have such a terrifying power panel. Worthy of being an infinity-level insect lord, the panel alone is domineering. Lin Chen grinned. Then, shaking his head, it's better to practice first. Only strength is fundamental to standing. Lin Chen led the swarm towards the depths of the forest. Even though Lin Chen's level was only 4, under the swarm army, the dense swarm of ferocious beasts around him couldn't even come close to Lin Chen in the slightest. Just as they get close, they will be shot directly, turned into experience and equipment, and fall to the ground. The swarm army, like a bulldozer, wherever it passed by, not an inch of grass grew. And Lin Chen, leisurely tucking in his hand and whistling, pulled out an ice cream and ate it beautifully. In his ears, the beeps kept ringing. Your summoner kills the blood python, gaining experience x30. Acquired equipment, Ryun bracelet. Acquired equipment, diamond ring. Your summoner kills red fire ants, gaining experience x10. Your summoner kills the blood-tusked pig, gaining experience x60. Acquired equipment, brass short staff. There is a saying. Brother doesn't have to move, the ferocious beast is fully automatic. It's now. Lin Chen only needed to walk and leave all the rest to the bug units. That's cool, that's laid back. It was as if he hadn't come to practice, but to stroll through the garden. If this scene was seen by others, they would probably be so angry that they would vomit blood. They entered the Scarlet Forest and needed to form a group, being cautious for fear of being sneak attacked by wild monsters. Fighting monsters is even more tense, fearing that one wrong step will lead to an accident. And you, Lin Chen, are fine, just wander around with your hand in your pocket. There's even ice cream to be had? And practicing at the same speed as riding a helicopter? That's a big difference between people, too. Ding! Your level has risen to 5 and you have gained 1 attribute point, please choose to allocate it. Another upgrade. Lin Chen was delighted in his heart. It seemed that the Scarlet Forest had given itself a lot of experience. At the very least, 1,000 credits a pop for the tickets is worth it. At this rate, it's estimated that I'll be able to ascend to level 6 before nightfall. Lin Chen smacked his lips, somewhat unsatisfied. The speed of leveling, for the average person, is simply divine. But for today's Lin Chen, it was not enough. At the edge of the Scarlet Forest, the monster levels are all below level 5, and the boost is no longer significant. Gotta march deeper into the forest. The depths of the Scarlet Forest were very dangerous. Among the monsters, they were all above level 8. It was said that there were also rare-level ferocious beasts in it. Even a level 10 team of 5 didn't dare to rush into it. Lin Chen, on the other hand, was not under the slightest bit of pressure and walked directly towards the middle of the Scarlet Forest. Because he's the Bugmaster. Even the beasts were nothing more than slightly tougher bones to chew on in front of the massive bug-killing machine. I heard that deep in the Scarlet Forest, there's a second-rank boss, the Blood Knight alien spider, which hasn't been killed yet. In the last life, this boss was killed by a mysterious assassin and exploded a skill book that could be considered divine. In this life, the reward of the Blood Knight alien spider is mine. Lin Chen's eyes flashed with brilliance. In the abyss, the gargoyles can regenerate indefinitely. Bosses, on the other hand, are only one, and when they die, they're gone. It was because of this that Lin Chen made up his mind to head to the depths of the Scarlet Forest. Not only for leveling, but also for grabbing boss kills. To kill the boss, Lin Chen had to be fully prepared. Take all the equipment in your backpack and break it down into energy points. Ding! Decomposed. Remaining energy points, 552. This was another proof that the Bugmaster was powerful. You can take useless equipment and break it all down into energy points. Breed 10 brainworms, 10 stinging worms, and 20 blade worms. Lin Chen gave the order. Ding! Successful conception. At once. A burst of light flashed by. The originally raging tide of insects on the field expanded once again. Like a black ocean of death, it wrapped Lin Chen. Now, Lin Chen's team had once again filled up quite a bit. Has 60 knife worms, 25 stinging worms, and 20 brainworms. It's horrible. This power was enough to sweep through the Scarlet Forest. Chapter 12, Boss, Blood Knight Alien Spider. Not good, Captain, I can't hold it anymore. The bald knight roared, his whole body sweating profusely. In front of him, a giant spider with a blood-red body was frantically attacking. Even though he was a hidden profession shield knight, his blood level at the moment was rapidly dropping to half. It was important to know that a shield knight could have a much higher defense than a normal profession. Facing this spider in front of him, but he didn't even have the strength to fight. Just because. This ferocious beast, its head was clearly topped with the icon of Blood Knight Alien Spider. It was the final boss of the Scarlet Forest. Damn! We just wanted to brush up on the monsters in the fringe area, how did we run into the final boss? Lily's face paled as she gritted her teeth and threw a fireball, but it didn't even come close to the fur of the Blood Knight alien spider. Originally, this team of theirs was just practicing in the fringe area. Unexpectedly, this beast general level boss popped up on the road. I don't know if it's just bad luck or too much luck. Beast, Blood Knight Spider. Rank, 10-second order. Life, 470. Strength, 14.4. Speed, 7.6. Spirit, 9.7. Skills, biting, hatching, netting, spraying. This attribute is a perversion. There was not a single shortcoming in life, speed or strength, or even spirit. Even beast general level bosses have a 100% damage bonus. For professionals below level 5, the Blood Knight alien spider killed them in a single strike. It was not easy for the Bald Knight to resist until now. Captain Lily, we can't hold out much longer, I'm out of arrows. Beside him, a long-haired archer had a very ugly face. They fought for half a day. This Blood Knight alien spider boss, it didn't even rub off its skin. Instead, they are the ones who have exhausted all their resources. Very poor condition. Doomed to a regimented end. Are we really going to die here? Lily's face went white with despair. Just then. Hiss. The Blood Knight alien spider suddenly let out a hiss, only to see its abdomen suddenly shrink, followed by countless small spiders the size of plates, like a tidal wave, being excreted. The small spiders were densely packed and attacked towards the 5 people. Ah! Careful, this stuff is poisonous. Crap! There were a lot of screams. The entire team's blood level dropped by leaps and bounds. Everyone's life hangs in the balance. I said, why does this Lily look so familiar? So it's her. I didn't recognize it just now, but now I remember. Darkness. Looking at the battle on the field, Lin Chen narrowed his eyes and stared dead at the petite, but a rippling woman in a certain area. This man, he knew. This Lily is a hidden profession lucky mage and has great business talent. Later, by virtue of his profession and talent, he became a high-ranking member of the Hunters Association. This man can be befriended. Previous life. The equipment and materials that Lin Chen had fought out were all exchanged for credits for his sister, Lin Qingxue, to enjoy. In this life, no more of this tiredness. He's going to use it all to improve himself. The extra equipment, materials, skill books, etc. would require a stable sales channel. Lily, on the other hand, is a very reliable person. Anyway, my goal is to kill the Blood Knight alien spider. In that case, a little help wouldn't hurt. Lin Chen observed the situation, and his mind moved. Go! With a command, the 60-sword insect split into 4 strands and surrounded towards the Blood Knight alien spider from all sides. 25 stinging worms, 20 brainworms, attacked at the same time. Phew! Phew! Broken spikes and fireballs intertwined and ruthlessly smashed into the body of the Blood Knight alien spider. 10. 9. 1. 3. Dense damage numbers floated out. The Blood Knight alien spider ate the pain and couldn't help but look around in surprise, wondering where on earth these blackened bugs had drilled out from. Equally puzzled was Lily's group. As soon as the army of knifeworms entered the field, they immediately bit the densely packed small spiders into pieces. The small spiders that had decimated their group were so easily neutralized. It amazes them. Who? These bugs, what are they? Could it be a ferocious beast? No, it's a summoner. Lily and the others looked shocked. What shocked them even more was the terrifying power of this swarm of insects. The Blood Knight alien spider was infuriated and frantically attacked the blade insects beside it. Its attacks are effective though, killing 1 or 2 of the blade worms. But in the distance, dense short spikes and fireballs fell like rain. Each hit, though, deals a few points of damage. But you can't help it if there are a lot of bugs. In just a minute, the Blood Knight alien spider's blood level went down by 1/3. The Blood Knight alien spider hissed in anger and pain. Fight? Can't fight it. Run? Knifeworms tore at its knuckles, making it impossible to escape. The scene was a sight to behold for several of Lily's people. The boss that the 5 of them almost got killed by the group. In someone else's hands, actually not even able to fight back? Holy, this is too fierce. Worthy of a summoner, this is too scary. Hiss. Is that the summoner big guy who saved us? Suddenly, a man pointed to a spot at the edge of the forest. The crowd looked in the direction of the finger. Only a man wearing a black mask was seen standing leisurely in place, watching everything as if he was watching a play. Juggernaut? Isn't he the one who was just at the portal entrance? This. The bald few people's faces burned red. Just now, they had taunted Lin Chen that he was looking for death by going solo, telling Lily to stay out of it. Results now. But it was Lin Chen who came to his rescue. Undoubtedly a hard slap in the face. So he's a summoner, no wonder he dares to go solo. Lily couldn't help but let her eyes light up. Just then. Storm blood. Fire in unison. Resonate. Lin Chen's mouth whispered out 3 words. The bug units present bloomed with either a blood-colored or white glow. The aura of his body, too, skyrocketed. Stormy Blood, Bladeworm limited skill, when activated, strength plus 50%, speed plus 50% for 30 seconds, cooldown, 1 hour. Flurry, Stinging Bug limited skill, when activated, the attack becomes a flurry, firing 3 short stings at once and doing plus 30% damage for 30 seconds, cooldown, 1 hour. Resonance, Brainworm limited skill, upon activation, all brainworms in the area will be mentally connected together, superimposed shared mental power, can activate more powerful spell skills, lasts for 20 seconds, cooldown, 8 hours. Chapter 13, God Tier Skill, Greedy Spirit. These were the skills that came with the bug units. Once unleashed, the battle power of the insect race army once again soared wildly. The Bladeworm was covered in a blood-colored light and tore towards the Blood Knight alien spider like crazy. And the Stinging Worm spat out 3 short spikes at once, more than tripling its damage directly. The scariest of all are the brainworms. In its normal state, the small fireballs that are fired do about the same amount of damage compared to the stinging worms. But the little fireballs were fired more frequently, at a slower rate. As a result, in its usual state, the output of the more expensive brainworm is not even close to that of the cheaper stinging worm. However, if resonance was turned on, it would be a different matter. Each of the 2 brainworms, combined into a single whole, is equivalent to an amalgam. Rumble. In the air, a fireball with a diameter of 3 or 4 meters coalesced over the many brain bugs, ruthlessly smashing towards the Blood Knight alien spider. Bang! A blast. 134 vulnerability damage. This large fireball directly smashed a small half of the Blood Knight alien spider's blood level. On the field, the smell of baked protein filled the air. The Blood Knight alien spider was completely flustered. As a boss, he possessed intelligence and wanted to escape when he saw this situation. However, would Lin Chen do as it wished? Attack! The insect race army went crazy and pounced towards the Blood Knight alien spider. The stinger bugs fired a succession of short spikes, and the brain bugs again polymerized a super-sized fireball. The Blood Knight alien spider roared in rage, and in the end, it could only be full of unwillingness and fell under the sharp teeth and claws of the insect race's army. This scene was a sight to behold for Lily's squad. A group of people had their mouths wide open and were filled with shocked looks. They looked at the leisurely Lin Chen for a moment, and then at the struggling Blood Knight alien spider. Is this a ING boss fight? This is clearly a brush with a small monster, isn't it? Nope. They didn't even fight small monsters with such ease. It's clearly shopping. I go, this damage. 1/3 of the Bloodline boss, direct seconds? Hiss. This is too scary, isn't it? Is the gap between people really that big? The group of people swallowed their saliva as they watched Lin Chen walk towards the corpse of the Blood Knight alien spider. There, a bunch of loot had been popped. Ding! Your summoner has slain the Blood Knight face spider and gained experience x 650. Your level has risen to level 6 and you have gained 1 attribute point, please choose to distribute it. Upgrade it again. Lin Chen smiled faintly. However, this time, killing the Blood Knight alien spider resulted in the loss of 12 blade worms. Compared to the harvest, Lin Chen didn't care. Bug units, inexpensive to build, are as good as expendable. 12 blade worms for killing the only boss in the abyss is worth it. In his last life, that mysterious assassin obtained a skill book that could be considered divine from the Blood Knight alien spider boss, and now I wonder if I can obtain it. Lin Chen stretched out his hand, and a beep sounded in his head. Acquired equipment, bronze long sword. Acquired equipment, deerskin boots. Acquired equipment, Fire Essence Ring. Acquired skill book, Fireball. Acquired skill book, Ice Cone Technique. It actually exploded a rare level skill book, Ice Cone Technique? Lin Chen smiled evilly. Skill books are hard to pop out, and their prices are quite a bit higher than normal equipment. Not to mention, this was a rare level skill book that could be sold for at least 200,000 credits. But that's not what I want. Lin Chen continued to look at the loot list. Eventually, the eyes settled on a white skill book. Found you. Spirit of Greed. Name, Soul of Greed. Type, Skill Passive. Quality, Ordinary. Range, 0. Consumption, 0. Requirements, Level 1. Effects, when killing monsters for loot, there is a 10% chance of getting an additional randomized loot. Sure enough, this skill book was dropped by the Blood Knight alien spider boss. That assassin didn't lie. Lin Chen's face was delighted, and he didn't hesitate to learn the skill. In the last life, after the effects of the Soul of Greed skill book were discovered, it became the rarest white skill book, and every labor union would buy it and use it exclusively for touching prizes. Its price for a skill book is upwards of $3 million, and it's still priced to sell. At the back of the line, the high-end unions directly monopolized it and banned its sale to casual professionals. Carefully recalling the craze brought about by the Spirit of Greed in his last life, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel emotional. That's what's so great about being born again. He was able to take advantage of the situation before the value of Greedy Soul was tapped. Soul of Greed, which seems to have an average effect. Its effect is 10% chance to obtain an additional random loot. According to the probability, Lin Chen's future earnings are 10% more than others. The most important reason, Spirit of Greed, was an upgradable skill. As soon as the Soul of Greed is learned again, the quality will rise from ordinary to excellent. The probability also increases. Go to the back. The probability is 500%. The effect is, well, very exaggerated. Nice. Nodding in satisfaction, Lin Chen was just about to leave. This big guy, thanks for stepping up to the plate. Lily suddenly cried out gratefully towards Lin Chen. Today, if it wasn't for Lin Chen, they would definitely have to die in a group here. Lin Chen glanced back and didn't say a word, just nodded slightly and walked straight away. If it was just a moment ago, the few bald knights in the team, I'm afraid they felt that Lin Chen was pretending. But now. Tisk, TSK, worthy of being a big brother, coming and going like the wind, so handsome. Summoners are too strong. How come I'm not a summoner, ugh. I didn't expect that our tiny Jiangnan City chapter has actually seen a summoner bigwig, huh? I'm going to tell others about this later and show off. Lily, however, shook her head. We should keep this a secret. This juggernaut obviously doesn't want people to know his identity, so he's wearing a mask. We can't leak this out, in case we anger this big brother. This statement was made. The crowd also nodded convincingly. That's right, listen to the captain. Yes. Who? You guys see, a lot of equipment on the ground, all the master big brother do not want. This time we can be rich. The crowd looked to the ground. A large pile of white equipment lay casually on the ground. The equipment grids were limited and it took time to decompose, which was too troublesome for Lin Chen. The rest of the gear is cheap for them. So much equipment, I'll be damned, that's a lot more than we can drop from brushing monsters, and it's so high-leveled. Sort of a blessing in disguise. The gear, though, is all white. But it's high grade and can fetch a good price. There's a lot of them, too. On several people's faces, excitement blossomed. Chapter 14, 200,000, take me to leveling, beg for votes, beg for votes. Hunters Association. Got a deal with the equipment and skill books. By now, he had a full backpack on him. Each professional comes with a 10-compartment backpack, which would cost a fortune to expand. These equipment and skill books were not something he could use in his profession. Breaking it down into energy points, again, is not cost-effective, selling it to convert it into credits is best. Walk out of the teleportation hall and come to the free trade area. This is commonly known as the stall area. Many people felt that selling their equipment materials to the Hunters Association would be too low a price, and would also set up stalls here to exchange ideas. The vendor warmly greeted the customers on the side of the road. Here, silver scale breastplate, 5,000 credits apiece. Newly baked spider dagger, sold cheap. 10 spider eyes, 1,000 credits packaged out, no counter offer. Very lively. Walking into the free trade area, the high-grade equipment on Lin Chen's body attracted the attention of many people. Holy, this is the blood spider binding legs, isn't it? There's also the blood spider chest armor and blood spider gauntlets. Full set. It's Big Brother. Blood spider sets, I've been here for a few years and only collected 2. When did this big guy pop up? Juggernaut? That ID doesn't look familiar. Follow it up and see, the big guys usually sell awesome gear. He walked straight to an empty space and took out all the equipment and skill books from his backpack. Then, put up a sign. Equipment and skills on sale for 1 hour only. Equipment that is of pretty good quality and grade. An hour is plenty of time to sell. The booth had just been set up and attracted a crowd of people. What a bigot! This blood spider chest armor, I've always wanted it. Holy, it's actually an ice cone technique? This skill book is way too rare. A group of people pointed at the stall, their eyes filled with desire and shock. But few dared to ask for a price. These equipments can be notoriously high-grade and expensive. Soon, a tall woman approached. Its temperament was elegant and cool, and it was extraordinary at first glance. This person, Lin Chen also recognized. It was Yenran Lu. Yenran Lu pointed at the skill book and asked, "How do I sell this ice cone technique?" 200,000 credits. Lin Chen said indifferently. Yenran Lu frowned, 200,000? That's too much, can it be cheaper? Lin Chen directly closed his eyes, not bothering to speak. Too expensive? Then go buy it from another union. The market price for ice pick spells is 180k though. But people don't always sell to you. Powerful skills like ice cone technique were in the hands of large unions. You can only sell it if you join the union and contribute in some way. Seeing Lin Chen's look of love and disdain, Yenran Lu's 2 large eyes revealed a hint of displeasure. Quickly adding, "Alright, 200,000 credits, I'll take it." Yenran sighed. Ice cone technique, a divine skill in the early stages, capable of inflicting high damage to a single body with an additional ice slowing effect. It's been a great help to me in practicing. $200,000, it's worth it. Lin Chen said, "Okay, give me the money first." All of a sudden, another 200,000 credits came out of the card, beautifully. In his last life, Lin Chen's monthly living expenses were only 1,000 credits. Now, in just a few hours, you can earn hundreds of thousands of credits. After making the deal, Yenran Lu did not leave immediately, but instead looked at Lin Chen in front of her. "Juggernaut. I think you are somewhat familiar, have we met before?" Yenran Lu asked curiously. She always felt that this guy with the ID Juggernaut seemed to have met him before. But the man was wearing a mask. Lin Chen shook his head very dryly, "No. Just kidding, Lin Chen didn't want to get involved with this kind of woman." "Juggernaut, you're very strong for being able to hit these equipment and skill books, aren't you? I've just switched, so take me to level up, and I'll give you 200,000 for every level up. 200,000 level 1. This statement was made. Everyone around them held their breath. This price made everyone in the room move hard. After all, they work their asses off and don't even make $200,000 in a couple of months. Now it's easy to make what others don't make in a year just by bringing people upgrades. However, to the surprise of the crowd, Lin Chen gave her a faint look and directly spat out one word, "No." The crowd clamored. Faces looked at each other, not expecting, at all, that Lin Chen would actually reject this fat meat in his hands. Yenran Lu couldn't help but frown, her heart unhappy. In her opinion, this juggernaut was quite strong. But it's also too much of a loner. Could it be that he recognized me and wanted to get my attention? A thought popped into Yin Yan's mind. There was no shortage of suitors around her. In order to pursue Yenran Lu, many people have used a lot of methods. This method, though a first, is too clumsy. With a cold snort, Yenran Lu glanced at Lin Chen before walking away with her long legs. Lin Chen cast his gaze into the crowd. Lin Qingxue. She actually came to a place like this? Seeing Lin Qingxue here made Lin Chen somewhat surprised. For Lin Qingxue, she had completely died. What she wants, where? None of it has anything to do with yourself. Seeing Lin Qingxue surrounding over, in Lin Chen's heart, he remained indifferent. "Qingqing, come see, there's a lot of high-level equipment here." Lin Qingxue pulled Li Qingqing and excitedly came over. Chapter 15, Lin Xingxue, don't even think about seeing me in the future. Looking at the glittering high-level equipment on the stall, even Lin Xingxue and Li Qingqing, who hadn't awakened to transmutation, were salivating. So much equipment, if only it was given to me. Lin Xingxue couldn't help but sigh. Hee, these equipments, each one of them is worth at least 100,000 or more. What are you going to buy? Li Qingqing covered her small mouth and laughed. Lin Xingxue couldn't help but shake her head and sighed. It's all because of that punk Lin Chen. If he wasn't too much of a loser, how could I be so poor? In Lin Xingxue's thoughts. Now, despite the fact that he was clothed and fed, he hadn't even washed a single dish. Still find life difficult. In her fantasies, she was the noble young lady who was right, in love with her brother Li Kuan every day, in fine clothes. Now nestled in a small house of a few dozen square meters, it's too much of a nest. Even though Lin Chen worked very hard from morning to night and spent all his money. But does that make it not his problem? Well, this one. As soon as she looked up, Lin Xingxue suddenly felt that this stall owner seemed a bit familiar. This figure. This standing position. Lin Chen? Lin Xingxue couldn't help but murmur. What's wrong, little Snow? Xingli couldn't help but ask curiously. Lin Xingxue pointed at the stall owner. Qingqing, this person seems like Lin Chen, look at his stature and his body type. It's totally Lin Chen wearing a mask. This person, it can't really be Lin Chen, can it? Lin Xingxue felt a bit incredulous. Look at the high-level equipment on the ground, and then look at the boss wearing a black mask behind the stall. Lin Xingxue felt a bit ridiculous. After all, how could that punk Lin Chen get these high-level equipment? But after thinking about it, Lin Xingxue felt a bit skeptical and walked up and poked the boss. Hey, are you Lin Chen? Lin Chen turned his head, saw Lin Xingxue, and faintly uttered, if you're not buying anything, step aside. Even though your voice is lowered, it's definitely Lin Chen. Lin Xingxue's eyes immediately lit up. I can hear that you're definitely Lin Chen. Well, you didn't look for me, so here it is. Lin Xingxue raised her foot and tried to give Lin Chen a kick. In the last life. When Lin Xingxue moved, she liked to give Lin Chen a kick to show her boredom and dislike. In his last life, Lin Chen didn't feel much, and even thought it was an expression of love. But this life? Lin Chen similarly kicked out. Barta. Lin Xingxue only felt a huge force coming from her feet, and her whole body fell directly to the ground. Her head was blank, and her body was hot and painful. Little sister, if you dare to strike out at me again, don't blame me for being ruthless. Lin Chen said in a cold voice. Inside the Hunters Association, hands are forbidden. But it's also a case-by-case basis. Now, for example, it was Lin Xingxue who had taken the initiative to attack, and Lin Chen's kick could well be called self-preservation. If he was a bit more ruthless and directly unleashed his skills to cut him down here, no one would even say anything. After all, who told Lin Xingxue to make the first move? You, could you Lin Chen, how dare you make a move on me? Lin Xingxue sat on the ground, completely confused. 2 lines of tears, crossing the face. She didn't understand why this person in front of her, who was clearly Lin Chen, was pretending not to recognize her. And do it to yourself. Little Snow, are you alright? Li Qingqing hurriedly walked over. Let's get out of here. When the law enforcement team comes, it'll be over. The law enforcement team, the escort of the Hunters Association, was responsible for managing the order of this place. Lin Xingxue, the one who made the first move, would definitely be recognized as the culprit. When that happens, fines are light, and you may even be evicted. Thinking of this, Lin Xingxue's face turned pale, clenched her teeth, and finally looked at Lin Chen, revealing a look of resentment. Lin Chen, you don't recognize me, do you? From now on, don't even think about seeing me. After saying that, the two of them, Lin Xingxue, left this place in a sorry state. Lin Chen, on the other hand, had a cold look on his face from start to finish. The heart, moreover, did not fluctuate in the slightest. Don't even think about seeing you from now on? Oh, I borrow your advice. 1 week later. 3 centers. The playground, crowded. Today is the time for the awakening ceremony. And the most important moment in the world. Awakening to a good profession, flying high and having a bright future. If you don't awaken a profession? Doomed to a life of inactivity. Inside the playground, the entire school stood waiting for the awakening ceremony. And outside the playground, there were expectant parents. There were also a number of bigwig figures from the martial arts school powers that had gathered here, ready to throw out olive branches to those with excellent potential. In the meantime, silence. A majestic command came from the stage. Only the principal said in a deep voice, "I announce that the 3rd Middle School of Jiangnan City, the awakening ceremony begins." As the voice fell, one student after another entered into the transfer altar in an orderly manner. The first one was Lin Chen's class. The group was very excited and waited apprehensively for their names to be called. Whispering and talking. I wonder what profession I'll awaken. I hope it's a hidden profession. Oh, you're the only one with a hidden profession? Basic profession or not, I must awaken the profession. Only Lin Chen, with his face as normal, stood in the middle of the group. The heart didn't flutter. Next, Huang Xin. Eyes lighting up, Huang Xin immediately busied himself by walking up to the robed man. One operation later. The 7-colored light coalesced and finally landed on Huang Xin, transforming into a seal that was imprinted on top of his elbow. The robed priest looked at it, his cold face eased a bit, and announced in a loud voice, "Huang Xin, awakened profession, blood martial artist." Blood martial artists. Hidden occupation. The whole school was abuzz. Countless teachers, parents, and the bigwigs looked over intently. In the eyes of countless people, an envious look was revealed. Hate to take Huang Xin's place. It's a hidden profession. Huang Xin sniffed and smiled smugly, though happy and not that excited. Because of this career template, which his father had bought down to him, its effects had been known for a long time. That's what's so great about having money, the future is predetermined. A trace of gentleness was added to the rogue man's eyes as he nodded to Huang Xin and said, "Not bad, go down." Huang Xin joyfully retreated. Greeting the envious and reverent gazes of a group of people, Huang Xin was extraordinarily divine, and his originally tall body seemed to have grown a few points taller. Before that, he also cast a provocative gaze at Lin Chen. "Lin Chen, see? This is my Huang Xin's profession. What are you, a punk, going to fight me for?" Lin Chen glanced at him and sneered, "I think your skin is itching again." Huang Xin couldn't help but be furious as he recalled the scene of that day when he was defeated by Lin Chen with a single move. Chapter 16, Awakening Ceremony. Huang Xin laughed fiercely, "Lin Chen, defeating me once is merely your luck. This awakening ceremony has doomed you to be a loser who can't even awaken your profession." When the surrounding students saw this scene, they couldn't help but cast gloating looks. No one felt that Lin Chen, who was usually silent, would be able to awaken any career templates. "Senior Class 2, Lin Chen." A voice came from the stage and the robed man called out. Lin Chen gave him a faint look and turned back to walk straight up. Lin Chen is also going to awaken his profession? What kind of profession can he awaken with that usual look? I would have found a place to hide long ago. Going up there on purpose to embarrass yourself, huh? Ha 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 ha. Regarding Lin Chen, they were all very unfavorable. Lin Chen walked into the altar. 7 colored rays of light that enveloped him. Next. The transfer priest looked at the tablet in his hand, nodded and said, "Lin Chen, transfer profession, warrior." This statement was made. The senior class 2 was taken aback. This guy, he actually succeeded in his transfer? Luck is too good. Just a warrior, basic profession. Oh, a basic career, that's good enough. Just traitorous luck. Humph, no big deal. When Yen Ranlu saw Lin Chen's figure, she quickly lost interest and faintly turned her head. A warrior profession in the district was not able to arouse her interest. Huang Xin froze for a moment, a little hard to accept. However, soon after, he sneered at Lin Chen, "Lin Chen, even if you awaken a profession, it's just the most basic warrior. Compared to me, blood martial artist, it's not even close." Facing Huang Xin's provocation, Lin Chen responded indifferently, "So powerful, how did you get hit in the face by me?" Huang Xin was so angry that his face turned blue and he clenched his fists. The people around them also looked at Lin Chen with eyes like they were watching a joke. Lin Chen is crazy, isn't he? Huang Xin has awakened a hidden profession, why do you dare to talk like that? This kid is probably broken. Humph, if a blood martial artist fights an ordinary person, he probably won't even be able to use his skills, a normal attack is seconds. If I were Lin Chen, I would have already kowed out and apologized, and I might still be able to live. Lin Chen is dead. The group of people looked at Lin Chen as if they were viewing a dead person. After all, in their view, a common warrior is just a common warrior, and if he offends a hidden profession possessor, he can still have a good ending? This person in particular was the vindictive Huang Xin. Ha ha ha. Good, Lin Chen, I like your tenacious look. When you leave town, don't blame me for being ruthless. Huang Xin laughed coldly. The Dragon Kingdom is clear, killing each other is forbidden. This law, however, is limited to within the city of the gathering place. Out of the city and into the wilderness, even if you do it, who can't investigate? Therefore, Huang Xin thought that he had eaten Lin Chen. A hint of coldness flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. He didn't like to just do it, after all, he couldn't draw attention to himself at this point. If Huang Xin kept provoking like this, he would not be merciful. Gasping a few mouthfuls of rough air, Huang Xin said grimly, "Just you wait, I won't let you off the hook." And within another class, he actually succeeded in his transfer? Lin Xingshue's eyes widened, somewhat incredulous. It was really hard to believe that Lin Chen could actually awaken a profession. However, soon after, she skimmed her mouth and snorted coldly, "Humph, but it's just a warrior. I heard that my family's Li Kuan's brother, but he transferred out of the hidden profession, challenger. A hidden profession that's much better than your trashy warrior." Lin Xingxue was still very disdainful. Next, Yan Ranlu. Upon hearing this name, the crowd that was originally conversing suddenly quieted down, and together they cast their gazes in one direction. Only a young girl with an indifferent face stood out. The young girl was only 17 or 18 years old, but her temperament was clear and cold, just like the snow lotus in Tianshan Mountain, transcending the dust of the world. The figure was tall, more than 1.7 meters, the waist was thin and soft, the face was exquisite, and the proportion of a pair of long legs was as if only the top models could have them. Yananyan Lu came forward. After a ceremony, the light coalesced. Feeling the information that Yanran Lu passed over, a trace of shock surfaced on the robed man's face, and his countenance transformed from indifference to intense joy. Yanran Lu, awakened profession, paladin. The scene was in an uproar. Countless people cast shocked and envious looks. Paladin. It is a very rare hidden profession. Its occupational archetype is derived from the Western angel. Using the power of holy light, you can heal your teammates and your combat abilities are even more powerful. There are even skills like Holy Shield to protect your teammates. It can be said that on the battlefield, a teammate who can resist in fight, and the auxiliary ability is also extremely heavenly. A career like that, with a little discernment, you know you'll focus on training. This is a rare profession that can only appear one in the entire city. The crowd was in deep shock. Yanran Lu, not only is she pretty, but she actually has such a powerful transfer as well. It's awesome. The Lu family was already a lineage, and now that there's an additional Yanran Lu, this time it can be considered to be among the first-class lineages. A trace of excitement surfaced on Yanran Lu's cool face, but it was fleeting. Because like Huang Xin, her career was set long ago. The robed man took out a token and handed it to Yanran Lu, and couldn't stop telling her what to do, as if he was inviting her to enter some organization. And when Yanran Lu got off the stage, a group of people surrounded her, trying to pull her in. "Miss Lu, we are from the Jiangnan City Extreme Union, welcome to join." "Miss Lu, I'm from the next door Lixian Continent's Earthly Xian Pavilion Union. As long as you join our organization, our pavilion master will take you on as his disciple." "Ms. Willow." Lu Yanyan shook her head with an indifferent face and refused all the invitations with a hint of arrogance and indifference in her eyes. Countless students, parents, and even teachers, all cast envious and adoring gazes towards Yanran Lu. This awakening ceremony. Within the 30,000 students, dozens of hidden professions were awakened, a full dozen more than the number in previous years. Among them, Yanran Lu's Templars were the rarest and most powerful. It made the principal grin from the corners of his mouth almost to the base of his ears, and the smile on his face hadn't dissipated all day. After the awakening ceremony was completed, the principal began his speech again. "Students, the awakening ceremony is complete. Even students who have not awakened their profession should not be discouraged. After all, there is more than one path in life. And those students who have awakened their professions must seriously prepare for the National College Entrance Examination in 3 days. Chapter 17, National College Entrance Examination. 3 days later, it was the National College Entrance Examination. All candidates, who will enter the man-made copy of the Abyss, will be tested. Those who perform well among them will be able to choose a good university. For example, the famous Longyuan University in Tiandu, River College in Magic City, and even various famous schools in other countries. Only by joining an outstanding university can you have enough resources to cultivate and practice. Otherwise, even the best careers will be buried because there are not enough resources. The National College Entrance Examination, too, became a major event second only to the professional awakening. Of course, not everyone can take the national entrance exam. For example, those ordinary people who had not awakened their occupations would have to take cultural exams and attend some cultural universities. Cultural university, empty of the title of a university, in fact, the status, resources, etc., is only a little better than the average high school. With the University of the Professionals, there's no comparison at all. Lin Chen, I'm looking forward to seeing you 3 days later in the college entrance exam replica. At that time, I'll let you know that there are some people you can't offend. Suddenly, Huang Xian turned his head and looked at Lin Chen with a cold smile. Lin Chen blandly shot back, "We'll see when the time comes, don't just show off on your lips, huh?" Huang Xian narrowed his eyes, "I hope that after 3 days, your mouth will still be this hard." After saying that, he whisked his sleeves away with a group of people. A cold smile emerged from the corner of Lin Chen's mouth. This Huang Xian, thinking that he could step on his own head just because he had awakened the blood marshal profession. Unknown. His own true profession, but the bug master. After 3 days, if this Huang Xian really dares to make a move, the insect army, then, definitely didn't mind tearing him apart. After all, Lin Chen wasn't some kind-hearted saintly mother. Was thinking. Suddenly, a fragrant breeze hit the room. Lin Chen. Only a silhouette was seen, standing in front of him. Looking closely, Lin Chen was surprised to realize that this person was actually Yanran Lu. Well, did she recognize me? Lin Chen was a bit surprised. One had to know that before, Lu Yanyan and Lin Chen, but they had barely crossed paths at all. What's with the sudden visit at this hour? Just as Lin Chen was puzzled, Yanran Lu spoke with a cold face, "Lin Chen. If you're trying to take the national entrance exam because of me, I'd advise you to give it up. The national high school exam, but it's life-threatening." Lin Chen froze for a moment. A mental snort followed. This Yanran Lu, she thinks I'm working so hard for her? But that's normal. After all, Yanran Lu was the goddess of the entire third middle school. In his previous life, Lin Chen was also very much in love with this heaven's favorite daughter, but the gap between the two was too great, and he didn't dare to give birth to any ideas. And this life. The gap between the two, even wider. This time, however, the positions of the two were reversed. Lin Chen, who had obtained the insect mastery, was destined to stand at the top. And Yu? At best, he was only a genius among the city of Jiangnan. Compared to Lin Chen, it was like a match compared to the sun. "I won't bother you to care, Goddess Willow," Lin Chen replied lazily. Yanran Lu frowned with a frown, her heart somewhat displeased. He had come kindly to warn that Huang Xian might make a move on him in the national high school examination. But this guy has this attitude? As soon as she thought of this, Yanran Lu turned around and left. I've warned him, and since he doesn't appreciate it, so be it. Yanran Lu was very cold in her heart. To her, Lin Chen was nothing more than an unimportant minor character. This time, reminding him was only because, after all, Huang Xian had targeted Lin Chen because of her. One reminder would have been kind. After all, she was not in the same class as Lin Chen. The onlookers who had witnessed the conversation between Lin Chen and Yanran Lu were all pointing their fingers at Lin Chen. This Lin Chen, he's also too arrogant. That's right, how dare you be so reckless with our goddess Lu? Deserved to be beaten up by Huang Xian. Let's see how this brat dies miserably in 3 days. Just a basic profession warrior, but he's actually this crazy? He doesn't think that awakening a basic occupation is powerful, does he? The crowd didn't have any good feelings towards Lin Chen. This guy, he's too crazy. For Huang Xian to be that crazy, it's okay. How can you be so rough even when facing Goddess Lu? It completely tainted their wonderful fantasies about Yanran Lu. Thus, these lickspittles had transferred their anger onto Lin Chen. Many people even secretly vowed that they would teach Lin Chen a lesson in the middle of the national college entrance examination. Lin Chen, on the other hand, left the school blandly amidst the eyes of the crowd. 3 days later. National High School site. This high school entrance examination has received less attention than the career awakening. But the heat remains high. The people of the third middle school were also standing in the school playground, looking at a huge portal in the middle of the playground, filled with curiosity. Is this the Abyss copy? So awesome. I've heard that the Abyssal copies dedicated to the college entrance exams are all manually made by the official Dragon Kingdom. This is too powerful. Well, making an Abyss requires a very terrifying amount of resources. It's that if it's not a big event like the National College Entrance Examination, the average person simply can't afford such consumption. I hope to do well so I can join one of those good colleges. Quite a few people were talking to each other. On each face, excitement and nervousness were written. Only Lin Chen, looking at the huge teleportation portal, had ease written all over his gaze. The Abyss, place of trials LV1 LV5, multiplayer copies. Now, Lin Chen's level had reached level 6. For this Abyssal copy where monsters were generally at level 1 to level 5, it was simply the existence of a full-leveled Big Brother hanging over a novice village. Lin Chen was even thinking about which college would be better to choose. And in the meantime, the other end. Xingxue, do you want to team up with me? A man with a pockmarked face said attentively to Lin Xingxue. I'm a warrior, you're a priest, the two of us can just team up to brush the monsters. Don't worry, my family bought me experience pills yesterday, and now that my level has risen to level 2, I can definitely carry you. Pockmarked face patted his chest with a look of conviction, and a hint of greed flashed in his eyes as he looked at Lin Xingxue. Lin Xingxue had also awakened a profession, but it was only a basic profession, priest. Most of the basic professions are dangerous when they enter an abyssal copy. After all, the National College Entrance Examination is not an absolutely safe test, and there have been examples of casualties over the years. In the last National College Entrance Exam, there were figures of 327 deaths and 7,484 injuries. As a result, most people choose to team up. It's safer, even though grouping reduces rewards and points. Lin Xingxue was a little hesitant. Chapter 18, Land of Trials. Alright, I'll team up with you. Lin Xingxue nodded and agreed. To be honest, she didn't want to team up with Pocky Face at all, because Lin Xingxue felt in her heart that only her own brother Li Kuan was worthy of her. This pockmarked face. Though he pursued her before and gave her a lot of favors. But it's still too much compared to Li Kuan's brother. Now, in order to pass the National College Entrance Examination, Lin Xingxue decided to give Pocky Face a chance. Great, Xingxue. Don't worry, I will absolutely protect you. Pockmarked Face got so excited that he danced around and patted his chest. With Pocky Face as her bodyguard, Lin Xingxue felt a few points safer. With that, look into a corner. There, Lin Chen sat quietly in place, with an uncontested appearance. Humph, it's just a basic profession, and having offended Huang Xin and Yen Ranlu, let's see who dares to team up with you. There's no way to form a team, you're a dead man walking into the trial abyss. I'll see how long you can pretend. Lin Xingxue couldn't help but feel a surge of irritation in her heart and couldn't help but stomp her foot. And from afar, Huang Xin looked at Lin Chen's bland demeanor and couldn't help but let out a cold laugh in his heart. Lin Chen, you're dead, this time, I'm definitely not going to let you off the hook. Inside the gathering place, one should never make a move, otherwise even their Huang family would suffer. And inside the copy, you'll have to do it yourself. Just then. Students. The principal's voice carried throughout the playground. The National College Entrance Examination is about to begin, please get ready. Next, I'll announce the rules for this entrance exam. The Gao Gao trial utilizes a point system, and in the abyssal copies, each monster killed will earn corresponding points. The higher the level, the rarer the monster, the more points you get. Of course, the points gained by those who team up need to be divided equally. In the end, the ranking of the points is the ranking of this national entrance exam. In addition, the college entrance exam is full of risks. If you encounter danger, please use the teleportation scroll immediately and exit the college entrance exam. Finally, good luck to everyone. The principal's words echoed within the playground, causing the hearts of countless candidates to surge. And at the same time, the portal in the center of the playground opened wide, blossoming into a rippling smoothness. Hundreds of thousands of students, ranked according to their classes, entered the portal in an orderly manner. The National College Entrance Examination officially begins. This is the place of trial? Lin Chen looked at the scenery around him with some emotion. In his last life, he hadn't been able to awaken a profession at all, so he had no way to take the college entrance exam. Entering into it in this life, the original once unattainable high school entrance exams don't seem like a big deal in hindsight. Looking around, the surrounding area was a flat grassland as far as the eye could see. According to the introduction in the manual that was sent down before the entrance exam, the area of the trial land could reach a full 10,000 square kilometers. The size of this calls for a small city. However, the National College Entrance Examination was a joint examination, so within a single copy of the trial, it could never be only the candidates of the third middle school, but included the candidates of the entire Jiangnan city. In the entire Jiangnan city, there were more than 200,000 candidates. However, even with this amount, all but those in groups were randomly distributed in various corners. With such a large map spread out, it could be said that it wasn't easy to bump into one other candidate. Roar! Just as he settled down, he saw several blood-tusked pigs raising their huge tusks and charging towards him. There were a total of 5 blood-tusk pigs, the lowest level was level 3, and the highest even reached level 5. If it was an ordinary student who had just teleported over and encountered such a big shock, he or she would probably immediately panic. However, Lin Chen had a bashful look on his face and gently waved his hand. "Come out." At once. Hoo. A white light flashed by, only to see that the grassland, which was originally somewhat empty, was suddenly covered with bugs emitting a black light within a 100-meter radius. Nowadays, Lin Chen possessed 48 blade insects, 25 stinging insects, and 20 brain insects. This army of insects looked intently at the 5 blood-toothed pigs that were surrounded. With that, the knife worm came out and swung his knife arm down hard. Ka-chow! Only a soft sound could be heard, and the blood-toothed pig in front of him collapsed directly into a corpse. Your summoner has killed the blood-tusk pig and gained experience X10. The few remaining blood-tusked pigs instantly panicked and tried to escape, but the ferocious bladeworm would not let them get what they wanted and directly pounced on them. Instantly, the blood-toothed pig was transformed into an experience and fell into a pool of blood. Your summoner has killed the blood-tusk pig and gained experience X10. TSK, this experience is too little. After killing a few blood-tooth pigs in seconds, Lin Chen smacked his lips a bit in boredom. His level was simply too high, and the amount of experience he could gain from killing these low-level monsters was much less than before. But it's not a bad thing to still be able to gain points. Lin Chen raised his hand and looked at a token in his hand. It had a few big words written on it. Candidate, Lin Chen. Points, 210. For the National Entrance Examination, points are the equivalent of a high school grade. Points were awarded for killing ferocious beasts, and the higher the level of the beast, the higher the points given. Level 1 Feral Beast, 1 point. Level 2 Feral Beasts, 5 points. Level 3 Feral Beasts, 20 points. Level 4 Feral Beasts, 50 points. Level 5 Feral Beasts, 100 points. When you walk out of the trial place after 7 days, the points will be settled and the rankings will be determined according to the ranking from the highest to the lowest. Those with high rankings would naturally prove that their professions were powerful and their combat strength was strong, and would be fought over by the admissions officers of those academies, and even have the opportunity to be actively chosen. And those with low rankings will have to be charged by the crap schools. Even, there will be a risk of falling off the list. In this life, I shouldn't have to fall through the cracks, right? Lin Chen smiled confidently, then walked forward to check out the corpses of the blood-toothed pigs. A touch forward and a boosting tone sounded in his head. Acquired equipment, Quicksilver boots white. White gear, junk. Lin Chen scowled disdainfully and directly broke it down into energy points. Nowadays, Lin Chen's entire body was covered in excellent quality equipment that was bubbling with green light, and there were even 2 pieces of rare quality jewelry. A plain white outfit is just too much to look at. Immediately afterward, Lin Chen once again touched the other few blood-toothed pig corpses. Not surprisingly, it's all white gear. Just as Lin Chen was greatly disappointed. Ding! Spirit of Greed unleashed, extra loot gained. Acquisition of equipment, crystallized omniscience. A yellow light emerged. Lin Chen looked at the necklace on his hand and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Name, crystallized omniscience. Quality, extraordinary. Type, necklace. Requirements, level 5. Attributes, +1 spirit, +1 full attribute. Special effect, all passive effects, 10% more effective. Chapter 19, Second Order Bug Race. This piece of equipment, which seemed to have average attributes. But that, all passive effects, effect increased by an additional 10%, effect was quite perverse. Because of this affix, it could directly increase the trigger chance of Greedy Soul, bringing it right up to 20%. It amounts to a direct doubling of the odds. Soul agreed, it's worthy of being an existence that was hailed as a divine skill in the latter days, the effect is actually so heaven-defying. Lin Chen couldn't help but grin. The effect of this greedy soul was really out of his expectation, and he didn't expect that the first time he unleashed it, it would give such a good thing. Only after equipping the necklace did Lin Chen turn his gaze onto the bug units around himself. Even though I'm ahead in strength, I can't be careless, so I'd better save up my points first. Now, this team of bugs, it's a little small. With a flick of his mind, he dived into the sovereign world, and Lin Chen looked at the energy points on the stone tablet. Now that I have 1,570 energy points, I'm perfectly capable of redeeming more bugs. But Lin Chen shook his head and turned his gaze upwards. Now, it's time to unlock the second-order bugs. First-order bugs, there are only 3 kinds: knife bugs, stinging bugs, and brain bugs. At the same time, the corresponding battle power of a first-order insectoid is around the 2-3 level of a human professional. At this stage now, with the Sea of Insects tactic, one could easily crush through a copy of the trial land. But there's a problem. That's what would be exposed. If it was a normal summoner profession, Lin Chen wouldn't even think about it and would take the initiative to reveal it. The importance of a summoner could be imagined, and if it was ever revealed, it would cause forces from all sides to fight over it. Even that Tendi University, which was known as the top of the Dragon Country, would throw in an olive branch and give generous favorable treatment. However, Lin Chen wasn't an ordinary summoner. Instead, it's the Bug Master. How exaggerated is the talent level that is claimed to be infinite? It could be said that throughout the long history of the entire Blue Star, it had never appeared. If it is easily exposed without sufficient strength, then the risk of Lin Chen being stifled is greater than the chance of being focused. After all, the Dragon Kingdom was not the only country on the blue planet, with various countries eyeing each other and maintaining a fragile balance. If this perverted profession of Lin Chen's was discovered, then the forces of other countries would surely use their best efforts to behead this future pinnacle figure. Because of this, up until now, Lin Chen's external profession has always been the basic profession of warrior. Nowadays, in order to not expose the true identity of the Bug Lord, Lin Chen decided to give up the Sea of Bugs tactic for the time being and turn to the elite strategy instead. Unlock the second-order bugs. Lin Chen let out a low gulp. Is it confirmed to spend 1,000 energy points to unlock the second-order bugs? Confirmed. Lin Chen didn't hesitate in the slightest. Ding! Second-order bugs have been unlocked. Instantly, a card representing a second-order bug race above a first-order bug race became clear and bright. Winged Bee, Aerial Trooper, Strength, 3.7, Speed, 6.8, Spirit, 1.2, Skills, Speed Aura, Flame Spray, Breeding Required Energy, 50. Flameworm, Long-Range Magic Unit, Strength, 0.8, Speed, 0.7, Spirit, 6.9. Skills, Flame Blast, Saving Shot, Breeding Requirement Energy, 100. Iron Armored Bladeworm, Bladeworm Advanced Unit, Strength, 2.7, Speed, 3.5, Spirit, 0.8, Skills, Bloodstorm, Iron Armor Shield, Breeding Energy Requirement, 50. Conceive 1 Winged Bee, Flameworm, and Iron Armored Bladeworm each. Lin Chen directly gave the order. Ding! Successful conception. Instantly, there were 3 more bugs on the field. The flying wing bee was a bee that was as big as a person, with a blue color, and its wings burned like flames, looking unusually hideous. Finally, an air combat unit. Lin Chen nodded, somewhat elated. The importance of air rights naturally goes without saying. Most of the lower-ranked professionals could only move on the ground. This winged wasp, however, was able to fly in the sky, and also possessed a decent speed, and even had a means of long-range attack. The threat to the ground, if there were a large number of them, could be imagined. Even more, according to the information coming from his head, the flying wing wasp could easily drive an adult male and fly a short distance. In other words, the flying winged bee is perfectly suited to be used as a small airborne vehicle. The iron-armored bladeworm, on the other hand, was an upgraded version of the ordinary bladeworm, a bit larger in size, and all of its speed and strength and so on were also doubled. The flameworm, on the other hand, was a giant worm about 3 meters long and a meter tall that looked flat. Unleash the flame blast. Lin Chen pointed at a stone that was over a meter tall. The flameworm didn't hesitate in the slightest and directly sprayed a mouthful of flames over. Bang! A blast! Only to see the boulder in front of him, directly turned into pieces all over the ground. What an exaggerated power, it feels like it's comparable to a normal cannonball. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. This was still just a single flame worm attack. If dozens or hundreds of them attacked together, what kind of scene would it be? It's almost like fireworks. Not bad, I happen to lack a powerful skill, and this flame worm is very useful to me. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. The Juggernaut can use the skills of bug units in Juggernaut space at will. In other words, Lin Chen could use the flame worms, flame shock, as if it were a skill, and no one else would even be able to tell. That way, you can disguise yourself. Lin Chen couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. Breeding 3 flame worms. Lin Chen directly exchanged all of his remaining energy points for flame worms. With that, the order was given, all bugs are free to hunt. As soon as the order was given, a whole bunch of bugs scattered in all directions, searching for their prey. Not long after, a beep sounded in Lin Chen's mind. Your summoner has killed the blood tusk pig and gained experience X5. Your summoner has killed the 2-horned rabbit, gaining experience X3. Your summoner killed. Yes. Lin Chen couldn't help but reveal a small smile. This was the benefit of a summoner. Practicing without even having to move yourself, the summons would automatically find the monsters and kill them. Then, the equipment automatically drops in the backpack. And yourself, just stay where you are and rest. Looking at the sky, Lin Chen stretched his back. I can't believe it's almost evening after all this work. Saying that, Lin Chen pulled out a tent from his backpack, pulled out a pack of food that had been prepared long ago, and took a big bite. After eating, and simply washing up, Lin Chen again directly drilled into the tent, and actually fell asleep sweetly. It was as if he had not come to take the stressful college entrance exam, but to take a picnic. Chapter 20, 2 Hidden Professions. At the same time. Outside, in a conference room. A group of Jiangnan City executives, once again. Hee, old Wang, this term of your students is remarkable. The number of students who have awakened to hidden professions is more than a dozen more than previous years, and there's even a paladin. A white-haired old man smilingly said to the person next to him. At those words, the people around them couldn't help but sigh. That's right, old Wang, you've picked up a treasure. Paladin, it's a rare quality hidden profession. Our little Jiangnan City would be lucky to produce one. Let's see, this Yanran Lu will definitely be able to enter Tiandu University. I don't know, this Yanran Lu, can she become number 1 in this college entrance examination? A trace of smugness flashed across 3rd middle school principal Wang Xing's face, but he humbly waved his hand and said, alas, where are the words, your 2nd middle school is different. I heard that genius Li Yuan, but he has awakened the hidden profession, Thunder Mage. If Yanran Lu and Li Yuan meet, it's really hard to say who will win or lose on the ground, huh? The white-haired old man laughed, old Wang, you're too modest. Although our Li Yuan's Thunder Mage is also a hidden profession and is the most skilled at attacking, but it's only of excellent quality, how can it be compared to a rare quality hidden profession? The smile on Wang Xing's face became even more intense. Alas, words can't be said that way. Lu Yanran, that little girl I saw a few days ago, although her occupation is very rare and her level has now reached level 3, she doesn't have enough experience in actual combat and may not be able to become the top student of the college entrance examination in Jiangnan City this time. But despite saying that, the expression on Wang Xing's face said that he definitely didn't think so. The gap between professional qualities was definitely not something that could be bridged with any real-world combat experience, and a few levels of rank. Therefore, without any surprises, this time, the top student of the entrance examination in Jiangnan City was Yanran Lu. Oomph, Wang Xing, don't get too happy too soon. Suddenly, a burly man beside him sneered. Wang Xing looked over and couldn't help but frown. Yang Shu, what did you say? This burly man was none other than the principal of Jiangnan City No. 1 Middle School, Yang Ju. Hee, Wang Xing, do you kid think that you've won because you have a Templar in your school? Yang Shu sneered and said, let me tell you, your 3rd middle school is not the only school that has awakened a rare hidden occupation, our 1st middle school has one too. The crowd was astonished at these words. Generally speaking, for rare quality hidden professions, it was considered extraordinary for Jiangnan City to produce one every year. Instead, Yang Shu was claiming that there are among them in the 1st form? Principal Yang, you're not kidding, are you? Headmaster Yang, since you have awakened a hidden profession, why didn't you make it public earlier? That's right, it's a godsend, isn't it? Some questioned asked. Yang Shu, however, smiled and explained, what I said is indeed true, only that I chose to temporarily hide it for the sake of the college entrance exam. That person who awakened a rare quality hidden profession, namely who awakened profession is Shadow Assassin, very good at stealth and assassination. And he's gotten up to level 4 in the past 7 days. Therefore, it's still an unknown whether or not the top student of the college entrance examination in Jiangnan City this time is from your third middle school. Hearing these words, Wang Xing's face couldn't help but gloom. If this is really the case, then it is indeed unknown to whom the throne of the first prize will fall upside down this time. I didn't expect you to actually have this hand. A look of unwillingness flashed across Wang Xing's face. The three high schools in Gangnam City have been fighting each other from the early days of their establishment. And because of the problem of student population, the third school has been suppressed by the second and first schools, and can never lift their heads up. This year it was so hard that a rare quality hidden profession was awakened among the students. Is it going to be stolen again? A trace of unwillingness flashed across Wang Xing's face. And just then, you see. Suddenly, a man pointed at the big screen in front of him and shouted. The crowd looked up, and in front of them was a screen, and on it were images of various parts of the trial land. These monitors are, firstly, to prevent students from cheating, but also to protect safety. And at that moment, a silhouette appeared in the middle of the screen. This person was wearing a silver soft armor, holding a thin sword, with a pair of white wings behind her, as if she was as holy and beautiful as a Western angel. This person was none other than Yanran Lu. At the moment, she was dealing with three ferocious beasts in front of her. Only to see Lu Yanyan's plain hand wave, a holy flame gushed out, directly burning a blood-toothed pig in front of her into ashes. This was the paladin's skill, holy flame. Immediately afterward, Lu Yanyan flapped her wings and circled between several ferocious beasts, deftly dodging the attacks and occasionally striking back with her sacred flame and fine sword. The three ferocious beasts were resolved by Yanran Lu in just a few minutes. On the screen, Yanran Lu breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly went up to pick up the loot dropped by the ferocious beasts, causing the Jiangnan City executives in the conference room to, for a moment, marvel. Not bad, it's worthy of a hidden profession, it's awesome. Hee, facing three ferocious beasts and still being able to cope with them, worthy of being the leader of the younger generation. If it were an ordinary person facing a ferocious beast, they probably wouldn't even be able to run away, let alone eliminate all of these. For one person, killing three similarly ranked ferocious beasts was already quite remarkable, thus these executives all made admiring comments about Yanran Lu. After all, if it was an ordinary profession, facing a fierce beast of the same level would be very difficult. I just don't know what kind of expression they would have on their faces if they knew that Lin Chen, nowadays, was able to instantly second bosses that were a few levels higher. What is this? Yang Shu sneered disdainfully, cut the scene to Li Hu, I'll let you know what it means to be a real killer. At once, the scene shifted again. A tall, thin man dressed in black appeared on the screen. This person is none other than Li Hu. Li Hu carefully hid in the middle of a forest, observing the five ferocious beasts in front of him, holding a dagger with a cold glint in his hand. After watching for a while, Li Hu finally moved, only to see him jump out like lightning, instantly stabbing a ferocious beast to death. However, the remaining few ferocious beasts directly surrounded and directly attacked Li Hu. Generally speaking, the assassin profession was very afraid of being surrounded by a situation, but Li Hu was not the least bit alarmed and directly waved his hand. Phew! A dagger pierced through the eye socket of a ferocious beast, killing it again in seconds. Then, with his nimble hands, Li Hu took care of the remaining five ferocious beasts without any danger. How's that? Watching all this, Yang Shu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows in triumph. Shadow assassin, but a profession that favors killing, above brushing monsters, it's not something that a Templar, who focuses on balance and versatility, can compare to. Chapter 21, Mo Hong Carp. Wang Xing's face was a bit icy, his heart was even more anxious and angry, but it was not good to be angry, so he could only remain silent. Right about this time, the scene shifts again to a young man. Compared to the previous two Heaven's Pride's overpowering battle, this man's drawing style seemed a bit off. He's actually eating. And the food was self-heating hot pot. I saw the youth, sitting under a tree, holding a box of self-heating hot pot, eating with his mouth full of oil, and every now and then picking up the Coke next to him to take a sip. That expression, that attitude, screams enjoyment. It was as if he hadn't come for the entrance exams at all, but for an outing. Upon seeing this person, a burst of laughter erupted in the conference room. Who is this guy? Eating and drinking in the high school? This kid, what a talent. Kinda relaxed, is he an expert? An expert? I'll just run over this guy if he's an expert. It is certainly not possible to go without food or drink during the 7 days of taking the entrance examination, but most candidates choose to bring just a little dry food to fill up their hunger. Where else would you get self-heating hot pot and coke like this guy? Let's see, this person seems to be called Lin Chen. Yang Shu flipped through the information file and found the man's information in no time. Lin Chen. This person seems to be a student of your third middle school, ha ha ha. Yang Shu's eyes lit up and he suddenly let out a loud laugh. The people around him, too, were casting flirtatious glances. Oh old Wang, is your student giving up on himself? Let's see. Awakened is the basic occupation warrior, no one has teamed up with him yet, no wonder he is hiding here. Ha ha ha. That would make it extenuating. Talent, why don't you just give up like that and stay here? Probably for the thrill of it. Listening to the flirting of the people around him, Wang Xing's face grimaced. Lin Chen? That name seems a bit impressive, it seems like he's in the same class as Yanran Lu. Humph, this kid, taking the entrance exam is actually so lazy, see if I don't go back and teach you a good lesson. This Lin Chen had really made Wang Xing lose face in front of so many Jiangnan city executives. At this moment, the originator of all this, Lin Chen, was satisfied and burped, standing up with a wipe of his mouth. Tastes good. In his ears, a succession of beeps rang out, indicating that his insect army was making a horrific kill. Time to get active, that thing that seems to trigger just in the next few days? Stretching his block, Lin Chen's mind moved, retract. At that instant, the insect race army that had been frantically killing all around just a moment ago were all taken back into the sovereign space. Lin Chen pulled out his flowing fire sword and headed in one direction. After walking for a few moments, a blood-toothed pig suddenly charged from a place, snarling and charging towards Lin Chen. Flame blast! Lin Chen waved his hand. Immediately, a bull-thick flame ray emerged out of thin air, directly killing a rank 5 blood-tooth pig. 187. You have killed the blood-tusk pig and gained experience X1. What high damage! With a happy face, Lin Chen couldn't help but look at his hand. Just a flame shock, the power is estimated to be comparable to some 10 mages' full power strikes. If I unleash the resonance of the brainworm first to greatly boost my mental power, and then use flame impact, how terrifying would its power be? Lin Chen couldn't help but be deeply shocked. This bug race lord that was claimed to be of unlimited quality was truly extraordinary, it was too perverted before its time. Even if one didn't put out the insect units, just by using their skills, one would be stronger than those so-called hidden professions by an unknown amount. He was about to go up and search for loot when suddenly a loud noise seemed to come from the distance. Lin Chen was greatly curious and quietly walked up. Hide in a bush and look out. Only two groups of people were facing each other in a tense standoff. Li Tang, you're too greedy, this gilded brute boss was defeated by our two teams together, why should you share this rare equipment? An enchanting woman in heavy armor raised her eyebrows and chided unhappily. Although the woman was wearing heavy armor, one could tell from the exposed thighs and chest how seductive and perfect that voluptuous body was. A small and delicate face, written with Englishness and femininity, not bad at the moment, was a piece of ice cold, looking at the man in front of him. Li Tang laughed out loud, homely, I'd say you're too naive, right? How many people are there here in your third middle school, and how many are there in our first middle school? There are more of us, so naturally we have to share more, don't you understand that? This, crystal wrist guard, I'll take it. Saying that, a group of people behind Li Tang, all of them were playfully casting cold eyes. A look of unwillingness flashed across Mo Honley's face, but there was somewhat nothing he could do about it. It couldn't be helped that they were a team of just 7 people. On the other hand, Li Tang, who was on the opposite side, was a full 12 people. If the two sides fought, they would definitely be the ones to suffer. Even if there are more of you, just divide a few more pieces of equipment, why must you take the crystal wrist guard straight away? According to the rules, when it comes to equipment that is not well divided, all need to throw the dice to decide the right of ownership. I threw 99 and you only threw 27, this equipment should go to me. Li Tang waved his hand disdainfully, humph, what kind of broken rules, let me tell you, this is a place of trial, not in your third middle school. If you don't leave again, beware that I will directly eliminate you. Upon hearing this, Mo Honley's heart burst with helplessness and she couldn't wait to gnash her mouth full of silver teeth. In the land of trials, fighting between candidates was not prohibited, instead there was even some encouragement. Some fighting is in line with the rules as long as it doesn't cripple people or kill them in a vicious way. There was even a rule that if you eliminated another candidate, you would get all of that candidate's points. Over the years, there have been point hunters who have eliminated other candidates. This rule is also to let these candidates know that the outside world is not as gentle and beautiful as in the ivory tower, but a cruel and cold world. Between humans and ferocious beasts, it's certainly a matter of death for you and death for me. But what's really scary is the fight between people. Alright, I don't want this equipment, then the rest of the equipment is what my teammates deserve, you should always give it to them, right? Seeing that the situation was unfavorable, Mo Hongkarp could only give in. Unexpectedly, that Li Tang was laughing lustfully. Want equipment? Of course you can, Mo Hongkarp, as long as you compensate me for one night after this trial, how about it? Chapter 22, Want to me? Saying that, Li Tang also looked at, without any scruples, Mo Hongkarp's hot body that could not even be blocked by the heavy armor, and a sinister color surfaced on his face. Many people present couldn't help but gulp hard at the mere sight of this scene. Wanting a kiss to unleash the beast. Li Tang was even more reckless, casting his eyes on top of Mo Hongkarp's concave and convex body lines. He strange smile. You dream. A trace of shame surfaced above Mo Hongkarp's pretty face. It's fine if I don't want my share of the equipment. Why do you want to take even my teammates' equipment for yourself? You people in the second middle school are too unreasonable. Unreasonable? Li Tang laughed out loud. Mo Hongkarp, have you stayed in the greenhouse for too long and don't know what's going on outside? In this world, where is there any reasoning between professionals? Whoever has the bigger fist is the one with reason. I see that since you guys don't want to leave, don't go, leave all your points behind, Li Tang let out a cold smile, then gave an order, go. Hoo. At once, the dozen or so people from the second middle school behind them took up positions and attacked furiously. Fireball, Ice Spike, Heavy Chop. One by one, powerful skills were cast, causing Mo Hongkarp and the others to only be forced to similarly counterattack up. Take my move. Li Tang shouted and lunged towards Mo Hongli, the huge sword in his hand slashing horizontally, his aura ferocious and terrifying. Shield Art. Facing this furious attack, a trace of pallor surfaced on Mo Hongkarp's pretty face, and she hastily unleashed her skill. Instantly, a white shield emerged on its body, blocking Li Tang's strike. But looking at Mo Hongkarp's strained appearance, he knew that this one skill was not a small drain, and it would be difficult to unleash it again. Not bad, Mo Hongkarp, even though you have awakened a hidden profession, you are only a holy light knight who is the least good at attacking. It's considered bad luck for you to meet me. I advise you to surrender obediently and hand over your points, ha. Li Tang smiled smugly. Mo Hongkarp bit her red lips tightly and swung her greatsword to repel Li Tang, while scolding, we're both level 3, it's still not clear who will win or lose, watch the move. After saying that, Mo Hongli actually took the initiative to attack. Seeing this, Li Tang sneered and attacked with his heavy sword. The two were entangled together, but it could be seen that Mo Hongkarp was clearly in a disadvantageous position. Just a few strokes past, there were some signs of not being able to support, biting her red lips and holding on. On the contrary, the situation of the besieged third form teammates was not much better. They weren't defeated in the first place though. But against a second form team that outnumbered them several times over, it was only a matter of time before they were eliminated. Does it mean that they are going to be eliminated with 0 points in this entrance exam? Many people felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Heavy chop. A low drink. A trace of white light emerged from Li Tang's body, lingering on top of that heavy sword as it chopped down fiercely towards Mo Hongli. Not good. Feeling the raging power chi, Mo Hongkarp's pretty face turned pale as she screamed out in her heart that it was not good. She was running out of mana, and even her shield book was on cooldown. If this chopping blow fell, she would have to shed her skin even if she wasn't seriously injured. This is the price you pay for disobeying me. Li Tang revealed a cruel bloodthirsty color, as if being able to see a beauty being defeated by himself was something very worthwhile and exciting. Just when he thought that he was about to succeed with this strike. Boo! A red light flashed and struck Li Tang above his greatsword with pinpoint accuracy, knocking him to the ground. 57. You are inflicted with a burning status and take a certain amount of flame damage per second. What? Li Tang was shocked. He really didn't expect that his heavy chop would be interrupted. You know, this was a skill book that his family had spent 50,000 credits on. This skill. It's nothing but excellent quality though. However, due to his heavy armored warrior's hidden profession trait, when cast, its power was even comparable to the power of some rare quality skills. It was reasonable to say that even a ferocious beast that was 2 levels higher than himself would not necessarily be able to eat this move of his. So, who can block themselves out with a single blow? Could it be Li Hu, or Yen Ranlu coming? With a change in his face, Li Tang instantly remembered the two dark horse players within Jiangnan City who were most likely to win the championship amongst this national college entrance examination. Only these two were able to defeat themselves in a single strike. However, when Li Tang uneasily looked at the visitor next to the woods, he was somewhat surprised. Because the one who sent out the fireball spell to knock himself back was not Li Hu or Yen Ranlu, but a youth who looked very clean-cut. Ha! Li Tang was even more surprised. He thought to himself, his own strength is also only under Li Hu and Yen Ranlu, otherwise it will not become, this time in the college entrance examination, the largest force in the second middle school initiator. However, when he came, it was a direct strike that knocked him back. Is it possible that there are still masters? Who is your excellency and why are you helping her? Li Tang couldn't help but ask in a cold voice. The person who came was none other than Lin Chen. What does it have to do with you? Lin Chen spat out 4 words indifferently, an expression of indifference on his face. You! Li Tang couldn't help but be furious. He thought that he was only second to that Yen Ranlu and Li Hu among the younger generation in the entire Jiangnan city, and was very arrogant. And this unknown fellow in front of him actually dared to say such arrogant words. This caused Li Tang's heart to burst with anger. No matter who you are, since you want to make a move, don't blame me for eliminating you along with you, huh? Li Tang sneered, not putting Lin Chen in his eyes in the slightest. In his opinion, Lin Chen should be nothing more than a mage. The thing about mages is that spells are very powerful, but they are basically glass cannons and very fragile. Moreover, in the early stages, the mage's skills have a long cooldown and are very mana-intensive. That one skill just now, although it was powerful, it was absolutely impossible for Lin Chen to release it a second time in such a short period of time. And what's the difference between a mage without skills and an ordinary person? Go to hell! Li Tang waved his huge sword, a layer of yellow light emerged on his body, and his speed steeply increased by 3 or 4 points, as if he had utilized explosive skills. Cross chop! The giant sword carried a terrifying power as it slashed viciously towards Lin Chen. With this strike, Li Tang directly utilized 2 skills. One is Bloodlust, which increases strength and speed. The other was the cross chop, which was slightly less powerful than the heavy chop, but faster. Li Tang was very confident that with this set of combos, even a professional whose level was 2 levels higher than his would suffer a big loss. Not to mention in front of him, the kid whose rank was estimated to be level 1 and 2. Lin Chen stood still and watched the heavy sword slash towards him, but he didn't have the slightest intention of dodging. Instead, a hint of mockery appeared in his eyes. Could it be that they have given up resistance? Li Tang's heart rejoiced, and the blood in his eyes intensified by a few points. And at the same time, Mo Hongkarp, who was dumbfounded by all this, finally couldn't help but shout out, "Not good, quickly dodge." No! Chapter 23, doesn't he have a cooldown on his skills? Mo Hongkarp was wondering why this man would step in to help himself though. But now, Lin Chen was about to be split in half by the heavy sword. This caused Mo Hongli to open her rosy little mouth wide and cry out in shock. Just when everyone thought that Lin Chen would surely die, Lin Chen finally moved. Void walking. Buzz. Lin Chen's figure, wrapped in a strange fluctuation, then suddenly disappeared into the air, causing Li Tang's attack to fall short. In the next second, Lin Chen's figure appeared 10 meters away. Ha! The blow fell short, causing Li Tang to be shocked. This is a flash spell? No, flash spell is an assassin's skill. How do you know flash spell if you're a spell? Li Tang was very puzzled. Skill books can be professionally limited unless it is some specific props and equipment and so on, otherwise the skills between professions cannot learn from each other. This is the iron law. But this guy in front of him was able to master the mage's fireball and the assassin's flash? What the hell is going on? There's no need to think, it's better to hand over your points first. Lin Chen smiled faintly and extended his hand. A red light, gathered in Lin Chen's hand, spewed out in the next second. Boom! Block! Seeing this, Li Tang was shocked and did not dare to be careless at all, directly raising his shield and directly using the skill. Only a black light was seen coalescing on top of Li Tang's shield, making it look hard as hell. But even so, Li Tang still had no bottom in his heart. He knew how powerful the firelight that had directly knocked him back just now was, and it could be said that the power was comparable to a level 5 mage's firebomb spell. Boo! Sure enough, the firelight impacted Li Tang's shield and directly lifted it off the ground, like a bag of garbage on a typhoon day, and fell hard on top of a large tree. 127. With just 2 skills, Li Tang's blood, which was twice as thick as the average warrior profession, directly bottomed out. You can see how powerful this flame skill is. It can't be. This is impossible. Li Tang spat out a mouthful of blood, his face filled with disbelief and shock. You're a mage who knows the assassin's flash technique, so be it. Why is the fireball technique so terrifyingly powerful and on such a fast cooldown? This can't be right. As Mo Hongkarp watched this scene, she couldn't help but cover her rosy little mouth, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. The scene in front of her was indeed a breakthrough in her perception. You have to know that although Li Tang is arrogant, it has the strength. Among the younger generation, it was only second to Yenran Lu and Li Hu, and he himself didn't even manage to last more than a few moves in his hands. And this mysterious man in front of him, with 2 light fireball spells, had seriously injured Li Tang? Even Yan Lu and Li Hu couldn't do that, could they? This is unbelievable. I don't care who you are, although you're very powerful, you're only one person, you're dead. Li Tang stood up and quickly pulled out 2 bottles of life potion and drank them, looking at Lin Chen with eyes that were filled with resentment. Ever since he was a child, Li Tang was the eldest son of the Li family, the future heir to the Li clan's estate, who would dare to lay such a venomous hand on him. For the first time today, being beaten like this, according to Li Hu's vindictive personality, he would never let it go. Attention everyone in the second middle school, give me full power to attack this guy and kill him. Li Tang ordered in a cold voice. Murder? Behind them, the people in the second grade showed a hint of reluctance. Although fighting was not forbidden in the land of trials. But to kill someone is still to be questioned. Otherwise, half of the candidates would be lucky to survive the annual entrance examination. What are you afraid of? It's inevitable to fight in the college entrance exam, isn't it normal to kill someone by mistake? My family is the Li family of Jiangnan City, what is there to be afraid of in killing a person? Also, whoever can kill this guy, I'll reward him with a wolf's tooth chest armor. Wolfsbane breastplate? Upon hearing this name, the eyes of those present in the second middle school lit up. Though it sounds like the name wolf's tooth chest armor doesn't really ring a bell. But in reality, it was a rare quality piece of equipment. They, ordinary professionals, were considered good if they could mix an excellent quality green outfit in their lifetime. Many people work for decades and can afford at most a rare quality blue suit. The lure of a blue suit was conceivable for them. Many people's eyes were filled with greed, and the way they looked at Lin Chen was no longer filled with hesitation, but had a few more points of killing intent. Kill. The dozen or so people in the second middle school finally couldn't stand the temptation and rushed towards Lin Chen, raising their swords and staffs. This Excellency, you go first, we'll cover you. After freezing for a moment, Mo Hongli eagerly said to Lin Chen, a trace of guilt surfacing above her delicate face. Although there are many of them, there are quite a few of us in the third form, merely stopping them is still doable, you can just take this opportunity to walk away, otherwise it would be dangerous. Unexpectedly, when Lin Chen heard this, a hint of a playful smile appeared on his face, lazily looking at the dozen or so people and Li Tang in front of him, and spoke disdainfully. Escape? Just these few crooked people are worthy of letting me escape? Since you guys want to make a move on me, I won't be polite. With that, Lin Chen made his move. With the point of his finger, a bolt of fire was aimed directly at one of the warriors rushing at the front. 87. Ah! That warrior let out a loud cry, and actually fell to the ground with serious injuries directly. The power of this strike left everyone dumbfounded. What skill is this? A fireball spell? No, where is the fireball spell so powerful? Could it be the firebomb spell that can only be learned by high-level mages? He can at most defeat just one of us, now let's go together while this mage skill is on cooldown. That's right, go! The people in the second middle school froze for a moment, but then they reacted and killed towards Lin Chen once again. Because according to common sense, a mage's skill cooldown was very long, it was less than 2 minutes, and that powerful spell of his had definitely not cooled down well. And a mage without spells is as vulnerable as an ordinary person. You guys thought wrong. Lin Chen grinned a morose smile. Immediately afterward, the hand was raised again. Flame strike. Boom. 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 Amidst everyone's astonished eyes, Lin Chen shot out several fire rays one after another, landing on those second formers who rushed over, knocking all of those guys to the ground. In but a minute, the ground was covered with seriously injured people. Just now, the group of guys who were still full of greed now only had pain and remorse on their faces, as if they regretted invoking this god of death. Seeing this scene, Li Tang, who was hiding at the end, was dumbfounded. His face was filled with a shocked expression, his body trembled slightly, and he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. How is this possible? How is this possible? His skills have no cooldown and no mana consumption? Everything in front of him really broke through Li Tang's cognition, making him feel overwhelmed. Chapter 24, Simply Unlimited Firepower. He presses on. In reality, what Lin Chen was using was just the skill of his own summon. Although the Flame Shock cooldown took a full 3 minutes, it was important to realize that after yesterday's night of frantic killing, the amount of energy points that Lin Chen had stored was already a full 1,354 points. Lin Chen exchanged them all for flame worms. This most powerful bug unit at the moment could give Lin Chen a very terrifying offensive ability. In other words, right now Lin Chen possessed a full 17 flame worms. Although the cooldown time of Flame Shock was long, it took a full 3 minutes. But the number of 17 flame worms completely made up for that cooldown. Because after using the skill of a flame worm, Lin Chen directly switched to the next worm to use it. After the round of worms ran out, the skill of the first flame worm that was used cooled down again. This created a situation where Lin Chen could use Flame Shock almost infinitely. It's literally unlimited firepower. Coot. Swallowing his saliva, Li Tang stammered, no matter who you are, you can't touch me, I'm the eldest son of the Li family in Jiangnan City. If you dare to touch me, my family won't spare you. If you are sensible, let me leave, or else. Who knew, before Li Tang could even get halfway through his threatening words, he only saw Lin Chen's figure suddenly disappear into thin air. In the next second, he came directly behind Li Tang and blasted out with a punch. Boo! Only to see Li Tang's eyes blinking, he suddenly felt a sharp pain coming from his back, and could not help but cry out in pain. With that, both eyes went black and he fell to the ground, fainting. I hate it when people threaten me. Lin Chen looked at Li Tang on the ground and couldn't help but sneer. Seeing this scene, the crowd in the distance couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. They had seen clearly that Lin Chen, just now, had knocked Li Tang out with just one punch. Li Tang was a heavy armored warrior, profession that was famous for its defense, and his base defense was several times higher than that of a normal warrior. Not to mention the equipment he was wearing, all of which were small extreme items of green quality. This Lin Chen, however, did not use any skills and directly knocked Li Tang out with a single punch. How terrifying must this be? Even if it was a normal level 10 warrior profession, it probably wasn't this strong, right? In the hearts of the crowd, while they were shocked, they were more puzzled. Who was this person, and how could he possess the high damage spells of the mage profession, the flash technique and agility of the assassin profession, and the terrifying strength of the warrior class at the same time? Could it be a hidden profession possessor no less than Yen Ranlu or Li Hu? Of course they didn't know that even a rare quality hidden profession wouldn't be able to do this. Only the only bug lord in the world could have performed so perfectly and insurmountably. This student, thank you for your help. Seeing that all the enemies were taken care of, Mo Hongkarp stepped forward and said gratefully, I'm Mo Hongkarp, this is the captain of a small team, I wonder what your honor's name is, so that in the coming days, we can also repay a little. Lin Chen didn't say anything, but instead glanced at Mo Hongli, taking in this woman's perfect face and dimpled figure, and couldn't help but nod his head in satisfaction, revealing a small smile. He suddenly struck out, of course, not for some dogged-on hero to save the beauty, but he recognized this person, it was one of the famous legends in the future, Mo Hongkarp. It was also the key person he needed to look for in the middle of this trial land examination. If I'm not mistaken, Mo Hongkarp's profession is the auxiliary type, Holy Light Knight, and it's precisely because of her profession that she attracted the final boss of the Land of Trials, the Cold Ice Stone statue. In the beginning, it was Mo Redkarp's unintentional attraction to the appearance of the Cold Ice Stone statue that led to a major crisis in this college entrance examination, and it had to be suspended, with the entire Land of Trials being blocked off. According to some secret information, this cold stone statue, as long as you kill it with the flowing flame sword, you can drop a legendary great artifact. I don't know if it's true or not. Recalling the information from his last life, the expression on Lin Chen's face intensified a few points, and the look in his eyes towards Mo Hongli also became a little more fiery. Who knows, this look fell in Mo Hongkarp's eyes, but was misunderstood as other thoughts, couldn't help but be ashamed of the face full of red, white tender necker stained with a light pink, looks like ripe peach general. This student, what are you looking at? Mo Hongli let out a pout, somewhat scolding. If an ordinary person dared to look at her like that, they would have been served with a big sword long ago. But after seeing Lin Chen's terrifying strength, Mo Hongkarp definitely didn't dare to have the heart to make a move, and could only remind in this way. Cough cough cough. It's nothing. Coughing dryly, Lin Chen's rare old face reddened, and then said with a straight face, Miss Mo, in fact, I didn't come here specifically to save you this time, but I'm prepared to look for you to do a favor. Mo Hongkarp was immediately curious. Help? Your Excellency saved me just now. If you are looking for me to help, I naturally won't excuse myself. I just don't know what you want me to do. Lin Chen opened the door and said, there's no special help, it's just that I want to join your squad and then follow you guys to hunt the ferocious beasts, that's all. Join the team? Mo Hongkarp was a bit confused by this condition, and a trace of doubt flashed across her pretty face. One must know that with an expert like Lin Chen, other teams would probably spend a lot of money trying to attract him to their team. Lin Chen, on the other hand, wanted to join their team after saving them? Although there was a heart full of doubts, looking at Lin Chen's somewhat cold face, Mo Hongli still nodded. In that case, then you're welcome. My name is Lin Chen. Lin Chen added. Welcome, student Lin Chen. Mo Hongli nodded heavily. Lin Chen then relaxed. Nowadays, all one had to do was wait for the cold ice demon statue and find this Mo Hongkarp. In the meantime, about 300 kilometers away from them, several people were erupting into a fierce battle. Only 3 men and 1 woman were seen struggling against a giant tiger in front of them, each with a cautious expression on their faces. It looked like this battle was exceptionally tough. Roar! The giant tiger let out a roar, and bloodlight faintly surfaced on its claws as it grabbed fiercely towards the warrior in front of it. The warrior couldn't dodge enough to be slapped by the tiger's claws, and immediately his blood level bottomed out, and the whole person was in a state of panic. Panicking, he pulled out 2 bottles of blood pills from his backpack and poured them into his mouth, before his blood level barely recovered by as much as half. It was only by this time that the female priest behind her hurriedly released a healing spell, allowing the warrior's blood level to completely return to full. The warrior was a bit disgruntled, but he could only sigh somewhat helplessly and continue to deal with the giant tiger in front of him. Chapter 25, Lin Xingxue, this is the genius. Behind them, the archer and mage tried their best to attack the giant tiger, but the arrows and fireballs that were shot, although they were able to accurately hit the giant tiger's body, only managed to cause a few points of damage. Compared to the giant tiger's blood quantity of almost 200, it was nothing to write home about. Soon, as if feeling impatient, the giant tiger swept the warrior aside with a sweep of its tail and ran towards a spot with a single leap. Not good, it's trying to escape. The warrior exclaimed, his face full of surprise. Stop it, we can't let go of this level 5 sawtooth iron tiger, otherwise there's no hope for the entrance exam. The mage also said anxiously, while pulling out a talisman and throwing it at the giant tiger. The talisman instantly transformed into an ice cone and flew towards the giant tiger, followed by a large jet of cold air that wrapped the giant tiger's entire body, actually slowing down its movements by 3 points. Seeing this, the warrior's spirit lifted and he pounced with a roar, trying to block the giant tiger from leaving. Unexpectedly, the giant tiger was once again flinging that whip-like tail, directly sending the warrior flying. Then, forcing his way into a grove of trees, he disappeared. Damn! Seeing the giant tiger disappear, the male mage couldn't help but curse, his face full of frustration. The sawtooth iron tiger, it's a rare level 5 ferocious beast. If it could be killed, then it would have gotten at least 100 points. Too bad. Unexpectedly, just after this sentence was said, that female priest was nonchalantly saying, "Humph, I think it's all your fault, your captive is not useful at all. If it was Li Kuan's brother, he would have already fixed that giant tiger." The priestess who said brother Li Kuan was naturally Lin Xingxue. The pockmarked-faced warrior sniffed and hurriedly walked up, apologizing to the mage. Brother, sorry, Xingxue has a bad temper, you take it easy. The mage snorted coldly, too lazy to bother with Lin Xingxue, and walked away to sulk, but in his heart, he greeted Lin Xingxue 8 times his ancestors. This pastor. Even if they were slow to react, the healing spells were untimely, and several times they almost caused the team to be wiped out. Most importantly, Lin Xingxue was acting like a princess, yelling at them people every day as if she was ordering her subordinates around. People dish and have a temper. If it wasn't for the fact that he had a few friendships with Pocky Face, he would have gone for a single swipe. Xingxue, don't be angry, it's just a level 5 ferocious beast, we'll just kill one more next time. Hemp-faced Dang said with a compensatory smile. Who knows, Lin Xingxue was unable to distinguish the situation at all, but instead, she spread her full of anger on the pockmarked face. Zhao Lu, didn't you say that you could gain a lot of points and experience by following your group? It's been a few days and we each have just over 200 points. At this rate, I won't be able to go to the same school as my brother Li Kuan. Can you afford to take responsibility? Hemp-faced Zhao Lu was a bit embarrassed, and after a pause, he softly said, Xingxue, we've been unlucky in the past few days, so just take it easy on us. Our team at least has a hidden profession, and those teams that don't have any hidden professions will definitely get lower points. Being coaxed like this, Lin Xingxue's anger also dissipated a few points, skimmed her mouth, and very generously forgave Zhao Lu. However, Zhao Lu's words reminded her of someone. That being said, those ordinary professions, they must be having a tougher time, e.g. Lin Chen. A smile emerged from the corner of Lin Xingxue's mouth. When she thought about Lin Chen's current situation, which was probably 10 times more grueling than her own, she was in a great mood. Humph, this is your punishment for ignoring me. Just as Lin Xingxue was fantasizing, a puzzled voice came to her ears. Ha! Yan Ranlu's points ranking suddenly surpassed Li Hu, so strange. Only Zhao Lu looked at a screen in his hand and couldn't help but be surprised. What's going on? Lin Xingxue also came over. Just a moment ago, Yan Ranlu's points ranking suddenly surpassed Li Hu to the second place position. Recruitment explained. The terminal in his hand was an item that was uniformly distributed for this college entrance exam, called the points terminal, which allowed him to check the points ranking at any time. They were ranked, naturally, outside the 100,000. And there are only 3 names in the top 3 on the list. Third place, Tiger Li. Second place, Yan Ranlu. First place, Juggernaut. Apparently, this Juggernaut is a pseudonym. From day one, Juggernaut's points had been way ahead, sitting firmly on top of the first place throne, never wavering. Countless people were curious about the identity of this Juggernaut, and were amazed at the mysterious figure that was capable of overpowering Yan Ranlu and Li Hu. There was even a cry that someone was willing to pay 1,000,000 credits for the Juggernaut to take him through the national entrance exams, but he never received a reply. Many people felt that this Juggernaut, most likely a true direct heir secretly cultivated by the number 1 family in Jiangnan City, the Ma family, was meant to be a hit this college entrance exam. But these are nothing more than conjectures. If I remember correctly, Yan Ranlu's, Templar, profession is an all-around profession. While Li Hu's, Shadow Assassin, is a main combat profession, it's logical that under the same grade, it should be the main combat profession that gains points faster. Hearing this news, the mage couldn't help but join the discussion. That's why I find it strange, but what does all this have to do with us people, huh? Zhao Lu couldn't help but smile to himself. Those of us, who don't even have 300 points and are ranked outside of 100,000, are undoubtedly a world apart compared to these geniuses. The mage also sighed and didn't bring it up again. Only Lin Xingxue, looking at the first-ranked master, had some envy and admiration. Ugh, how great would it be if I could join this Juggernaut? That's true genius. I don't know. The genius she was thinking about now had just been cursed in her mind. Day 4 of the National College Entrance Examination. Inside the land of trials, above a grassland. A large horn-scaled bull lazily lounged on the ground and basked in the sun. However, just as it was trying to take a nap, a sudden change occurred. Phew! Only to see an ice spike, which suddenly flew from one place and impacted on its body, causing it to feel a piercing pain. 24. Bright red numbers, floating up overhead. The horn-scale bull couldn't help but be furious, standing up and roaring up to the sky, charging towards the direction where the ice spikes were shooting from. However, before the horn-scale bull could take a few steps out, a firelight came and directly wrapped its entire body. Boom! 165. The horn-scale bull collapsed with a loud bang and died outright. And the moment the horn-scale bull fell, a cheer came from the distance. Huh, killed another level 5 ferocious beast. Big brother Lin Chen is too strong. 1 hit and a second kill? Big brother Lin Chen is too handsome. In the past 2 days, almost all the ferocious beasts were killed by Big brother Lin Chen. This is too powerful. Chapter 26, The Secret of the Land of Trials. A group of people looked towards a youth wearing a black robe with reverence and admiration. The black-robed youth was none other than Lin Chen. Over the past 2 days, Lin Chen had led this team around to kill ferocious beasts, causing each of them to gain more than 800 points. This made the teammates incredibly excited and grateful, because all these points were enough to get them an excellent result that they couldn't even think of before. All of this was brought about by Lin Chen. If it wasn't for him, I'm afraid that they would still be struggling for 300 to 400 points right now. This, coupled with the terrifying strength that Lin Chen had demonstrated over the past few days, had caused several female professionals in the team to throw winks and secret glances at him every day. It was a pity that Lin Chen seemed as if he was very slow, ignoring all of the hints from the ladies and only occasionally stepping in to help the team kill those overly high-ranked ferocious beasts. Go pick up something. Lin Chen waved his hand. Yes. Upon hearing this, a male team member answered and walked over to that horn scale bull and began to collect the trophies. In a short time, he walked back cheerfully with a couple of white outfits. Lin Chen wasn't the slightest bit interested in dividing up these white suits, and just faintly said that you guys could just deal with it before taking a closer look at his surroundings. It was a long time before a sigh escaped. Alas, it's been 2 days, how come that cold ice demon statue hasn't come to the door yet? Could it be that I remembered it wrong? Or is it someone else deliberately putting out false news? Lin Chen was somewhat distressed. He hadn't even thought about the issue of the results of this high school entrance examination. After all, with the insect army present, the points he gained could completely crush the others. Therefore, Lin Chen was more concerned about whether the rumors of that one piece of legendary grade equipment were true or false. As he was thinking about it, a sudden gust of fragrant wind hit him. Only to see Mo Hongkarp coming from behind, a slight hint of redness on her pretty face as she delicately said, "Lin Chen, you keep looking over there, is there a ferocious beast approaching?" Lin Chen shook his head, "No, just thinking about something." Mo Red Carp just wanted to open his mouth to ask, who knows just at this moment, the ground is suddenly shaking, a burst of strange low sound, from the distance, and accompanied by a strange fluctuation, as if all things are followed by trembling general. And in the air, I don't know when the temperature began to drop a few points, and a flake of snow fell. Everyone in the squad was surprised and looked around suspiciously, somewhat at a loss for words. Only Lin Chen's face was joyful as he muttered, "It's here. It's finally here." This movement was definitely a change in environment that was unique only to the appearance of a level 10 or higher boss. In other words, after waiting for a few days, that cold ice demon statue finally couldn't help itself and came to look for Mo Hongley. Lin Chen, what's going on?" Mo Hongkarp stared with wide, beautiful eyes and asked with some trepidation. Although she didn't know what had happened on the ground, she subconsciously leaned towards Lin Chen, as if it could bring her an endless sense of security. "It's probably the boss of the trial land," Lin Chen said excitedly. "A place of trial, there's actually a boss?" Mo Hongliang was a bit surprised. She only knew that the land of trials had always been a fixed copy of the National College entrance examination, but she didn't know that there was actually a boss present in this abyssal copy. Of course there are, in every abyss, there are bosses, it's just that the bosses in the trial land have harsher trigger conditions. "Oh? How harsh?" Mo Hongley asked in disbelief. "First of all, someone needs to earn more than 10,000 points in the middle of the trial land," Lin Chen explained. "Over 10,000 points? How is this possible?" Mo Hongkarp's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. It was important to realize that in the 7 days of the trial land, the average student would be considered quite good if they could earn 500 points. Only heavenly pride such as Yenran Lu and Tiger Li, for example, could obtain thousands of points. And tens of thousands of points. That's what you can get in just 7 days? In an instant, Mo Hongley seemed to understand something, and she couldn't help but shiver with excitement. Could it be that the mysterious master at the top of the rankings is Lin Chen? Did he gain 10,000 points? Otherwise, how did he know the information about this boss? Just as she was ruminating, Lin Chen's bland voice came again. "And the second condition is that a professional whose profession is Holy Light Knight is needed to be in the middle of the trial land. Only then will that level 10 boss, the cold ice demon statue, show up and find you." "Level 10 boss?" Mo Hongkarp instantly covered her rosy little mouth, her petite body trembling slightly. "You're not kidding, right? The land of trials, how could a level 10 boss appear?" No. The place of trials, an artificial abyss created by the official war gods of the Dragon Kingdom, whose difficulty and monsters were specially designed so that the candidates would feel the pressure, but would not be overly dangerous. The candidates, however, are generally only at levels 1 to 3. A level 10 boss was almost an impossibly high mountain for these candidates to overcome. This place of trial is just a replica of the great war gods of the Dragon Kingdom who used the abyss that is the Imperial Plains as a blueprint, and then used a special skill to topographically print it down. I guess they themselves don't even know that there are actually bosses in the middle of this trial land," Lin Chen said with a cold smile. "All of this information is a memory brought from a previous life. In his last life, the outbreak of the cold ice demon statue was out of an accident. At that time, a son of a family had ventured into danger in the middle of the trial land, and the elders of his family happened to be one of the invigilators, with the authority to enter and exit to rescue the candidates. Therefore, this elder went to save this son of the family, not realizing that he encountered a beast tied on his way, and had no choice but to fight it, which caused his points to skyrocket to over 10,000 points. Generally speaking, it's not like this hasn't happened before in all the years of the college entrance exams, as long as the person is removed from the calculation of grades. And coincidentally, this year's manhwarecap was of the Holy Light Knight profession. Two extremely low probability things came across each other to cause the cold ice demon statue to be introduced. Lin Chen, you seem to know quite a lot. How do you know these things? Manhwarecap was shocked, but there were a few more points of curiosity. She realized that this Lin Chen in front of her looked ordinary, but in reality, it was like a layer of mist that shrouded him, making him impenetrable at all. Don't worry about that. Anyway, you just need to stand back and watch me perform next. Lin Chen smiled, and with a shake of his hand, the flowing fire sword was in his hand. What? You're going to challenge that boss, Lin Chen, are you crazy? Seeing that Lin Chen looked as if he was about to meet the battle, Manhwa's beautiful eyes shot out in astonishment. Chapter 27, 3rd Rank Boss Cold Ice Demon Statue. She knew that Lin Chen was strong, but didn't think that Lin Chen could beat a level 10 alpha. Lin Chen, let's run away before that cold ice demon statue comes looking for us, or we'll be too late. Manhwarecap anxiously urged. She felt that Lin Chen was completely going to send himself to his death by doing so. You don't need to worry, just watch. Instead of retreating, Lin Chen slowly walked forward. Behind them, a group of people were stunned. Knowing that the boss will be there soon, you're still rushing to get there, are you really looking for death? Rumble. Just as they were shocked and puzzled, that cold ice demon statue finally revealed its true form. Only to see a stone giant, about 10 meters tall, drilling out from the ground, the temperature around them immediately dropped a few more points. This cold ice magic statue, the body was dark blue, the body covered with a layer of rough but very profound legal formations, its breath violent and cold, as if a piece of 10,000 years of immutable ice, let a person look at a glance as if falling into the ice cave. Beasts, ice wraiths. Rank, 10 3rd order. Life, 978. Power, 25.4. Speed, 14.6. Spirit, 15.7. Skills, Ice Spike, Ice Cone, Ice Spell, Punch, Blizzard, Ice Cage. 3rd Order Boss. At the first sight of this cold ice demon statue, the crowd choked. It's actually a 3rd rank boss? I'll go, if it's a 3rd ranked boss, then this cold ice demon statue is even a bit more powerful than the average level 15 boss. That's terrible too. Hiss. This place of trial, why would such a terrifying monster appear? The crowd was shocked and couldn't help but be horrified as they picked up their terminals and began to call for help. Only Lin Chen blandly walked towards the cold ice demon statue, and without the slightest hesitation, raised his hand to deliver a flame impact. 24. The flame ray landed on the demonic statue, causing it to freeze for a moment, then become irritated. It was drawn out from the depths of the earth by a strange smell. I didn't expect to be attacked by these ants just after I got out of the ground. Immediately, the cold ice demon statue roared and launched a frantic attack towards Lin Chen. Shoo shoo shoo. The spell formation on the ice demon statue lit up, followed by a blizzard that wrapped the surrounding 100 meters, and countless ice cones descended from the sky as if to pierce everyone through. Everyone, retreat. Seeing the bad situation, Manhwarecap hurriedly greeted them while storming back hundreds of meters before looking towards Lin Chen's side. Lin Chen was seen dodging the ice spikes that landed in the air as if he were an agile assassin, and shooting out a ray of fire every now and then to force the cold ice demon statue back. One by one, bright red damage numbers floated out on the body of the cold ice demon statue. 32. 16. 17. It doesn't do a lot of damage, but it's extremely insulting to the cold fiend. The cold ice demon statue was obviously angry and raised its huge fist to smash at Lin Chen. Although the cold ice demon statue was huge, it wasn't bulky, instead it had a strange swiftness to it, only to see that its fist was like wind and thunder as it quickly landed on top of Lin Chen's head. It was as if the next second, it was going to smash Lin Chen, this tiny mole cricket. No! Manhwa could not help but cry out in shock. However, just a second before the fist landed, Lin Chen's figure directly dissipated into the air. Void walking. Lin Chen's silhouette, appearing 10 meters away, continued a burst of frantic output at the cold ice demon statue. It was only when she saw the scene that Mo only breathed a sigh of relief. She was still puzzled, though. Obviously, they had all just gained their professions not long ago, so why was Lin Chen fighting so skillfully, able to easily dodge those skills of the cold ice demon statue? What she didn't know was that Lin Chen appeared to be only 18 years old. In fact, in his last life, he was in his 40s and was a skilled professional hunter. For fighting, there was already an almost instinctive-like intuition, with a wealth of combat experience and such. For a small cold demon statue, it was nothing more than a handful. And just as Lin Chen was tangling with the cold ice demon statue, outside, in the middle of a conference room, the crowd of Jiangnan City executives were talking to each other, looking very relaxed and cozy. And just then, several principals, it's not good. A level 10 third rank boss cold ice demon statue has suddenly appeared in the trial land. Suddenly, a man broke in and reported anxiously. What? Upon hearing this, the people present all changed their faces. A cold ice demon statue? After discussing for a few moments, several people made a decision, immediately dispatching personnel to go and control the chilling demon statue, and at the same time, evacuating the candidates and requesting that they should not approach the nearby area. In this way, the impact can be eliminated without affecting the National College entrance exam. After doing this, only then did a few people look at the screen again, ready to see what kind of situation was going on with that cold ice demon statue boss, in the end. However, just after cutting the screen to the area where the cold ice demon statue boss was located, they were all stunned. Only a familiar figure appeared in the middle of the screen. That figure roamed around the cold demonic statue as if it were shuffling around, constantly shooting rays of flame from its hands. Intense attacks fell on the demon statue like rain, causing its blood level to drop a little bit. Although the devil statue was annoyed, how could it not catch the tiny silhouette, and not even a single attack landed on it? This figure was none other than Lin Chen. The conference room was in a state of shock. The crowd couldn't help but stare at Lin Chen's bizarre stance and the flashes he used from time to time. Is this the assassin's flash technique? The flaming rays he sends out, are they firebomb spells? Or is it explosive fireball? Something's not right, isn't he a warrior? Why does he know mage skills? I go. This alignment, this speed, is he really a fighter? Hiss. This body technique, it's too terrifying. Even these Jiangnan City executives couldn't help but be dumbstruck after seeing Lin Chen's stance and skill coordination. They had to know that in the previous days, Lin Chen's look of a wimpy loser eating hot pot and drinking coke under a tree had left a deep impression on them. And now, how much cynicism there had been towards this Lin Chen in the first place, how much it hurt for these people to be slapped in the face. Many people were feeling their faces burning as if they had been viciously slapped. Oh, old Wang, this student of yours, you're hiding really deep. Someone looked at Wang Xing with a bitter smile and couldn't help but exit. Chapter 28, The Crumbling Li Hu. That's right, old Wang, you're too unkind. Hee, old Wang is preparing to play the pig and eat the tiger? What kind of profession is this kid, actually has so many skills? Does his fireball spell have no cooldown or consumption? Or is it really unlimited fire? Tisk, TSK, congratulations to old Wang, I'm afraid that this year, third middle school is going to completely turn over a new leaf. A group of people flirted up towards Wang Xing, their tones carrying strong envy. After all, to be able to cultivate a character like Yan Ranlu was already remarkable. Now that there was another Lin Chen, he was bound to take the crown of the school rankings this year. Even Yang Shu cast over a glance with jealousy and unwillingness, but did not say anything more. Wang Xing smiled bitterly, but his heart was in doubt. This Lin Chen. Clearly awakened profession is a warrior. I also read his file. How can a warrior be so powerful? Could it be that he's hiding his profession? After thinking about it, Wang Xing also felt that this was the only explanation. Just as Wang Xing was thinking about all of this, someone suddenly spoke out in amazement, Huh? Look guys, Yan Ranlu and Li Hu actually came over as well. Only two figures were seen, appearing in the picture. It was just like Yan Ranlu and Li Hu. Obviously, they were all attracted over by the tremendous commotion of the cold ice demon statue. As expected, after seeing the attributes of the cold ice demon statue, both of their eyes lit up, and there was a hint of desire in their eyes as they looked towards it. Level 10 third order boss. Slaying this one boss would definitely make him the top student of this year's entrance exam in the Jiangnan division. And, such a powerful boss was bound to burst out considerable equipment. Maybe a rare piece of equipment could be exploded, then there would be no need to worry in this life. Holding this thought, and glancing at each other, then looking at Lin Chen, who was tangling with the cold ice demon statue, the two of them decided to make a move. However, as if he knew what they were thinking, Lin Chen's bland voice came out leisurely. I advise you guys to go farther away, this boss is much harder than you think. Get a little bit of it and you'll be seriously injured. If you don't want to die, you'd better leave. This statement was made. Instead of extinguishing the two's battle intent, it caused Li Hu to sneer disdainfully, "Humph, kid, you're just a small basic profession warrior, and you're able to fight this boss back and forth. And I'm a rare quality hidden profession. Do you think I will be inferior to you?" Joke. Although Yan Ranlu didn't speak, there was also a hint of indifference in her eyes, obviously not very attentive to Lin Chen's words. Although she recognized Lin Chen, she only thought that Lin Chen was more lucky, and that was why she was able to dodge the successive attacks of the cold ice demon statue. It didn't feel that it was because Lin Chen was too strong. Hee, Yan Ranlu, how about we compare? Li Hu laughed out loud. Let's compare who can decapitate this cold ice demon statue. I'd like to see how powerful a hidden profession of the same rank as me is. Yan Ranlu let out a soft laugh, as you wish. After saying that, the two of them went towards the cold ice demon statue to kill it. Holy flame! Poison dart! Instantly, the two skills flew towards the cold ice demon statue and landed directly on its body. 9. 11. 2 damage numbers floated out. The two men froze in place. Why is this? Our damage, why is it so low? This is impossible. Li Hu was very surprised and completely incredulous. And just then, boom! Seeing the two new mole crickets joining the battle, the ice demon statue roared, and immediately several ice cones coalesced in mid-air, shooting towards the position of the two. No good. Li Hu and Yan Ranlu were instantly shocked and hastily activated their defense skills, trying to resist. However, the damage of a level 10 boss could not be resisted by the two of them, who were no more than level 4 or 5 little guys. 87. 128. Instantly, both of them were all stabbed by the ice picks into a state of serious injury and fell to the ground, almost fainting. A hit. With just one strike, the two so-called Pride of Heaven were seriously injured. They didn't even have time to dodge before they were hit like this by a random ice pick. If they hadn't harbored some means of preserving their lives, these two attacks would have killed them with a single blow. This can't be possible. Obviously that Lin Chen dodged so easily, he's just a warrior, why can't I dodge? Li Hu roared with reddened eyes, his heart was filled with 1,000 puzzles. When Li Hu awakened the rare quality hidden profession, he, who was originally nothing more than a small transparency in the school, was summoned by the principal and those big shots, saying a lot of words of encouragement and pulling them together. This made Li Hu both excited and a little fluttery, with his heart extremely swollen. Those classmates who had awakened ordinary professions, the present day Li Hu did not place them in his eyes at all. Unexpectedly, it was to encounter the current situation. Li Hu looked towards Lin Chen, who was pulling against the cold ice demon statue, and his eyes were filled with indignation and resentment. Clearly, he had transferred all of his frustration and irritation onto Lin Chen. Lin Chen is actually this powerful? On the other hand, Yan Ranlu looked at Lin Chen with a hint of complexity. Could it be that I misjudged? In reality, although Lin Chen is a warrior, he is very talented. However, after shaking her head, Yan Ranlu negated her thoughts. What am I thinking about? How is this possible? Since the awakening is of an ordinary profession, then this life is destined to have nothing to do with the pinnacle. He might have triggered some kind of gain effect or simply gotten lucky to be able to maneuver around the cold ice demon statue for so long. With this thought in her heart, Lu Yanyan instantly felt much more relaxed. And in the distance, Lin Chen was like an agile cheetah, dodging the attacks from the cold ice demon statue, using void walk to move his body from time to time. At the same time, a flame shock in his hand attacked the cold ice demon statue. Under the intensive attacks, the ice-cold demon statue's blood level had finally dropped to half of its position, and it looked like it wouldn't take long for Lin Chen to wear down the last bit of his blood. But Lin Chen, however, didn't have the slightest bit of joy. This was because he knew that as a third-rank boss, the cold ice demon statue definitely couldn't only have this means. Sure enough, but after a few minutes, the ice-cold demon statue seemed to be really angry, and after roaring, it suddenly took 2 steps back. Immediately after that, a circle of azure-colored halo spread out from the demonic statue. Not good. This demonic statue is going to use its ultimate skill. In the distance, Mo Honley and the others all cried out in shock. Lin Chen couldn't help but stop his stance as well, retreating to the side and quietly watching the movements of the coal ice demon statue. For some reason, when Lin Chen saw the coal ice demon statue release its skills, instead of being afraid, he looked very excited. Finally, after that azure-colored halo spread to about 700 or 800 meters around, it suddenly condensed, and then turned into substance, condensing into a path of ice that descended from the sky. Rumble. These ice cubes piled up and actually formed the appearance of a cage, enveloping Lin Chen and the cold ice demon statue in all of them. Chapter 29, Lin Chen is the true genius. And at this moment, inside the conference room. Damn! Why isn't the rescue team here yet? If something goes wrong, our Jiangnan city will be in trouble. Slapping the table, Yang Shu, the principal of the first middle school, couldn't help but say with some anxiety. Next to him, the principal of the second middle school had to comfort, "Old Yang, the rescue team has already rushed over, so don't worry. What's more, this matter is not our negligence, and the top can't control this side." Upon hearing this, Yang Shu's face looked better, but still had a somewhat exasperated look. Alas, if it wasn't for this accident, it's estimated that our school's Li Hu would have already been number one. Speaking of which, that first place juggernaut that has been perched on the leaderboards is actually who, do you guys know? The group of executives beside him all shook their heads with bitter smiles. You know, in order to prevent these vicious incidents of retaliation and vendetta in the land of trials, students are allowed to cover their names and act under code names. Even those of us, until the results come down, there is no way to know the true identity of this juggernaut. A person sighed. This juggernaut. But it aroused a lot of curiosity among these executives, a lot of curiosity. After all, just on the first day, the juggernaut had suppressed Li Hu and Yin Yan Lu, and was firmly seated in the first place, which was not something that an idle person could do. Could it be that it's the principal of the other middle school, the hidden bottom? Wang Xing, the principal of the third middle school, said indifferently, "Yang Shu, it's not possible that this juggernaut is one of your have-a-bottom card, right? After all, you were able to hide a Li Hu, so I'm sure it's not that difficult to hide another juggernaut?" In the face of these obviously tentative words, Yang Shu but sneered, "Old Wang, I'd say you're confused, aren't you? I hid Li Hu's existence before in order to paralyze your three middle schools, thus letting my guard down. Now, the college entrance exams have started for the third day, what's the use of hiding the bottom card?" The crowd listened and nodded. Since that's the case, do you guys know who, exactly, this mysterious master is? Wang Xing looked around and exited. The scene fell silent, and a group of people looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Just then. You guys look at the screen. Suddenly, someone noticed something like that. The crowd turned their heads to look. Only to see the two of them, Li Hu and Yanran Lu, after talking a bit, rushing towards the cold ice demon statue at the same time. These two young people, they are really young and energetic, I guess they both made a bet as well, but this is too dangerous. Seeing this, Yang Ju frowned, and although he looked somewhat disapproving, he did not speak out against it. That's right, although the fact that a small little Lin Chen was able to maneuver around the cold ice demon statue shows that this boss isn't a good fighter, there is still a certain amount of risk, and we are the ones who can't afford to take the blame if something happens to these two heavenly prides. Wang Xing also nodded, recognizing Yang Shu's statement. Originally, they were worried that this cold ice demon statue boss was too powerful. Now, it seemed that a small ordinary profession Lin Chen was able to maneuver around the demonic statue for a long time, and still looked as if it was easy as hell, but it seemed to be nothing more than a look-alike. Because of this, when they saw Li Hu and Yanran Lu rushing towards the cold ice demon statue, they were only a little disapproving, and didn't worry much. Just kidding. Even Lin Chen could easily deal with the cold ice demon statue, could it be that Yanran Lu and Li Hu would be any worse than him? However, the next second, only a shocking scene appeared in the picture. The cold ice demon statue casually threw out a few ice cones, and it knocked the aggressive Li Hu and Yan Lu to the ground with serious injuries. The two men fell to the ground and were attached to a layer of frozen, negative gain, unable to move at all anymore and could only stay where they were. A hit. With just one strike, the two were defeated. This scene caused those present to stare in disbelief. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Li Hu is a rare hidden profession, his growth potential is a few points higher than even me, how could he be defeated in a single strike? Yang Shu's eyes widened and his face was filled with disbelief. Even Wang Xing, whose character was known for his calmness, had his mouth wide open at this moment and stammered out, "Yanran Lu, actually hit like this in one blow? That Lin Chen, but he was able to hold out for so long? He's definitely not an ordinary warrior profession, but he's hiding his true profession from us. Yang Shu also calmed down at this moment, swallowed his saliva and nodded his head in agreement. That's right, it seems that this Lin Chen is hiding very deeply from us. He seems to be a warrior, but in reality, he is definitely a hidden profession. The crowd couldn't help but be shocked. My god, our Jiangnan city actually produced so many heavenly pride this year? It seems that top-ranked master is Lin Chen. Exactly. If not him, who else? Congratulations, Principal Wang, for obtaining another celestial seed. Congratulations to Principal Wang. Principal Wang, congratulations. In an instant, the original tense atmosphere in the conference room was swept away, and people all came together in front of Wang Xing and began to get close. The brilliant achievement of a school that produced 2 rare quality hidden professions in a row in a single school year was destined to make 3rd middle school, in the next few years, the most famous high school in Jiangnan City. By then, what students, status, money and power will be rolling in? Wang Xing's face turned into a chrysanthemum with a smile, waving his hand as he humbly said something about the scene. Old Wang, you seem to have only just realized that this Lin Chen is quite extraordinary, huh? If I had such a heavenly pride student, I would definitely cultivate him properly. I wouldn't even be able to remember his name, huh? Yang Shu looked at Wang Xing with a slight hint of teasing and a hint of jealousy as he flirted. Remembering that 2 days ago, he had been furious, thinking that Lin Chen had lost face for himself and vowing to find trouble with him after the college entrance exams. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, Lin Chen had become a heavenly pride student that made Yang Shu and everyone else feel incredibly jealous. Wang Xing couldn't help but blush in his old face and coughed dryly, ahem. He took the initiative to hide his occupation. This I didn't know, otherwise, I would have definitely cultivated him well. After a pause, Wang Xing directly digressed again, that said. What is the quality of Lin Chen's occupation? I guess it's also a rare quality, only it favors speed more, that's why it was able to dodge the attack of the cold ice demon statue. Yang Shu thought about it and said speculatively. I also think that it seems a bit like the rare hidden profession, Demon Hunter? Demon Hunters also know fireball magic, favoring speed, which is quite fitting for this Lin Chen's performance. A person said. Dao isn't exactly right, although Demon Hunters know fireball and favor agility, but what about that flash? I think it's the hidden profession, Elemental Envoy, that's right. You're all wrong, it should be Sword Mage. A group of people actually started arguing. And right at this moment, Wang Xing was suddenly serious and stopped in a cold voice, all of you, be quiet. You guys look. Only to see that in the middle of the screen, the cold ice demon statue actually used its ultimate skill, Cold Ice Cage, and enveloped Lin Chen in it. Now they're all invisible. Nothing's going to happen, is it? Where is the rescue team? Holy, Lin Chen won't be killed by this boss, right? What to do when you can't see? The crowd was on edge. They didn't want, a pride of Jiangnan City, to die in the middle of the college entrance exam. This is a loss for the entire city of Gangnam. And Wang Xing was especially serious, staring at the screen with his heart in his throat. Lin Chen, you mustn't be alright. Chapter 30, Slaying the Cold Ice Demon Statue. On the other side. Lin Chen looked at the huge ice wall around him, and instead of a trace of panic in his eyes, he carried some excitement and joy. Sure enough, just like the information I received in my last life, this cold ice demon statue has a certain amount of intelligence and knows how to divide the battlefield as a way to limit my movements. It's just a shame. Getting you to make the ice cage is exactly what I planned. Lin Chen grinned. Close combat? Spells? This is not one's strong suit. He, however, is a summoner. While having the ice demon statue use ice cage to trap it, it also happened to obscure the outside world's view. In this way, Lin Chen would be able to play to his strengths without fear. Immediately, Lin Chen let out a low shout, come out. Shoo shoo shoo. The densely packed insect race army surfaced in the cold ice cage. Today, Lin Chen had 17 flame worms, 48 blade worms, 25 stingworms, and 20 brain worms. As soon as this mighty insect army appeared on the battlefield, it was as if a few more points of solemnity had been added to the already cold realm. All of the insect race units, at this moment, were looking intently at the cold ice giant statue, their eyes filled with the desire to kill. The ice colossus possessed a certain level of intelligence, but at the moment it was confused. It only remembers that it only seemed to have sealed in the ants in front of it, so why are there so many more little bugs? However, the limited intelligence of the ice-cold colossus was unable to deal with such a complicated problem, it only knew that this little ant had angered it and had to be crushed. Roar! The cold ice colossus roared angrily, then waved its huge fist and charged once again. Lin Shen snorted coldly, and without flinching, he waved his hand towards the giant statue. Attack with all your might. Crunch! The knife worm sprinted forward like lightning, spitting out acid that could melt steel while hopping back and forth at the feet of the colossus. While they weren't able to do much damage to the colossus, it wasn't the responsibility of the blade worms to output either, but to hold back. As expected, seeing the knife worms bouncing under his feet, the ice-cold colossus was instantly enraged, and without thinking, he swung his fist at the knife worms. Boom! As soon as the punch went down, a dozen or so blade insects couldn't dodge and were smashed to pieces, dissipating into a white light in the air. Seeing such a scene, the ice colossus seemed to be laughing, letting out an unrestrained roar of fury, smug beyond measure. However, before the colossus could be complacent for a few minutes, a disdainful cold laugh was spat out from Lin Shen's mouth. You're already dead. When he looked around, he saw 20 brain insects around Lin Shen, their bodies bursting with a blinding white light, and they had actually activated the resonance skill, connecting all of their mental powers together. As for the flame worm, its growing mouthpiece was also brewing with a hint of red light. Obviously the skill was ready. Attack! With Lin Shen's command, a huge fireball with a diameter of 2 meters was seen, as well as a dozen or so flame rays, all of which were shot at the cold ice demon statue. Boom! That held the fireballs and rays had just landed on the giant statue when a blinding bright light burst out, followed by an earth-shattering explosion ringing in his ears. A strong light flashed. Looking forward again, he only saw that the tall giant statue that had originally stood in place had now turned into a puddle of rubble and disappeared. All that was left was a floor full of equipment. 587 weakness damage. Your summon has slain the cold ice devil statue 3rd order, gaining experience x 1000. Ding! You have slain the ice colossus and gained Valkyrie's continent prestige x1. One strike and you're dead. A smile appeared on Lin Shen's face. The combined attack of the flame worm and the brain worm was still more powerful than he could have imagined. Even this level 10, 3rd ranked boss with half of its blood remaining could be killed in seconds straight away. The ice wall is starting to melt? Before Lin Shen could be happy for a moment, a strange change in his surroundings caused him to be alerted. Only the ice wall around them, after the demon statue was killed, began to melt away. Retract. Seeing this, Lin Shen didn't hesitate in the slightest and retracted all of the insect units into the sovereign space. Lin Shen was suddenly the only one left on the scene. He didn't want others to know about the fact that he was the master of the insect race. At the very least, until he had the ability to defend himself, this identity still needed to be kept secret, otherwise it would lead to endless trouble. Outside the arena, countless pairs of eyes projected over. After seeing that Lin Shen was the only lone figure, they were all wide-eyed and surprised. My god, that cold ice colossus is dead? A level 10 boss, just like that? It's not right, is it? Could I be wrong? This is too much. I'll go. Is Lin Shen really just a warrior? All of them were dumbfounded. Emo Hongkarp covered her small mouth, her beautiful eyes swirled with incomparable surprise, even her breathing was shortened by a few points. As for Li Hu and Yenran Lu, the way they looked at Lin Shen, besides being shocked, there was also a hint of jealousy and incomprehension. The two of them didn't understand why Lin Shen, who was only a district ordinary profession, was able to single-handedly kill a level 10, 3rd stage boss and seemingly come out unscathed. To know. This was an existence that could easily kill them with a single strike. They didn't even damage the skin of the ice colossus. Feeling the various complicated eyes projected around him, Lin Shen sneered and pressed on, simply ignoring them and walking forward to check out the loot that the cold ice demon statue had dropped. It had to be said that as a 3rd-ranked boss, the drops of the cold ice demon statue were very exaggerated, directly occupying a range of 10 meters around it. Among them, there were even a few things that emitted a shimmering light, attracting the eyes of those present. Holy, did I read that right? What a lot of rare equipment. If these equipments are sold, it's enough for me to struggle for decades less. All of them are rare equipment? This is too awesome. Look guys, that yellow one can't be the legendary transcendent equipment, right? Gulp, I'm going to go pick up some gear. At this moment, the area around the scene was already surrounded by people, at least 100 or 200. Most of these people, who were in the vicinity and were practicing, ended up rushing over to join in the fun after hearing the commotion. I didn't expect to just come over and see this. Many people saw the blue rare equipment all over the ground with a bit of greed in their eyes. Blue equipment, or rare quality equipment, can be very valuable. Generally speaking, even those bigwigs in Jiangnan City, such as the principals of a few middle schools and the like, their entire body was just rare quality equipment, and they might just have one or two pieces of transcendent equipment occasionally. Even many Big Brother level characters couldn't even put together a single piece of rare equipment. One could see how terrifying the value of rare quality equipment was. Chapter 31, Divine Grade Equipment. Gained equipment, Purple Bohemia Handguard. Acquired equipment, Wolf Bone Plate Armor. Acquired equipment, Reunion Sword. Access to equipment. Picking up the equipment on the ground piece by piece, Lin Chen secretly shook his head as he did so. What kind of garbage is all this? A third rank boss drops this. To know. The equipment he was picking up was a blue rare equipment that was coveted for those people. If they could obtain one, it would excite them for days. Lin Chen, on the other hand, looked disgusted. I have to say, the gap between people is just too big. This equipment is good. Lin Chen picked up an item and after glancing at the attributes he was beaming. Acquired equipment, Large Storage Bag. Large Storage Bag, expand backpack space by 30 compartments. Every professional's backpack, which only has 10 compartments of storage space, unlocks an additional backpack compartment for every level after that. This large storage bag, which directly gave 30 compartments, although it couldn't boost battle power, it was a very practical piece of equipment for Lin Chen. Hey, in the future, when you come across some small extreme equipment, you won't have to break it down into energy points. Lin Chen nodded with great satisfaction. However, amongst this pile of equipment, it was as if only this piece of equipment had good attributes. The others were all very chicken ribs for Lin Chen, so he could only break them all down into energy points. Now, the number of energy points that Lin Chen possessed had reached the terrifying figure of 2,571. As long as he wanted to, he could always breed an army of bugs, even more powerful than the current scale. This rate of development can be appalling. However, Lin Chen still didn't look very satisfied as he looked around. Wasn't it said that after killing a cold ice demon statue with the flowing flame sword, in your possession, a piece of legendary grade equipment would definitely drop? What the hell is going on here? Lin Chen looked for half a day before he suddenly spotted a flash of golden light amongst the blue pillars of light that filled the ground. Immediately overjoyed, he walked up and picked up the tiny ring. Acquisition of equipment, Heart of Omnipotence. Equipment, Heart of Omnipotence. Type, Ring. Quality, Legendary. Requirements, Level 5, Strength 5, Spirit 10. Attributes, +3 Spirit, +5 Strength, +2 Agility. Special Effect 1 Omnipotence. When equipped, you can learn the skills of any profession. Special Effect 2 Proficient, +2 to all skills when equipped. Divine Artifact. At the sight of this item, Lin Chen burst into ecstasy, and even his breathing quickened by a few moments. To know. There is no way for professions to learn skills from each other, and each profession can only learn their own unique skills, or generalized skills. But in reality, if skills can be paired with each other, it will produce a 1 + 1 greater than 2 result. Take, for example, the warriors, Bloodlust, whose effect is to drain mana to restore lifesteal. Priests, however, have a skill, Sacrifice, that converts life points into mana. Arguably. If you can have these two skills, you can completely do the left foot on the right foot directly to the sky. From now on down the abyss, no longer need to bring what blood bottle and blue bottle. And that's just one of the most basic uses. Realizing that there are countless various skills in the world, who knows what perverted skills can work with each other to produce horrific effects. The last effect, +2 to all skills, is also a pretty useful effect. You should know that skill level is directly linked to damage, effects, etc. Having directly risen 2 levels, it was like a level 3 mage that could use a level 5 fireball spell. The power was naturally multiplied. No wonder there hasn't been much news about what fell out of the cold ice demon statue in the last world, so it's this kind of treasure. Lin Chen couldn't help but grin. If I were an official, a treasure like this wouldn't be put on display, it's like a national treasure. The effect of this omnipotent heart, I believe that even those war gods of the Dragon Kingdom would have to be dumbfounded and collect it as if it was a treasure to become a base card. How could it be declared? Without hesitation, Lin Chen equipped the Heart of Omnipotence on his finger. Looking at his panel again, sure enough that Greedy Soul had been upgraded as well. Spirit of Greed LV4, when killing a monster for loot, there is a 50% chance of getting an additional random loot. 50% chance. In other words, if he averaged it out, For every 2 monsters he killed, one would definitely explode equipment twice. This is simply a divine technique. Oh, I should be the only one with the highest gains in this national entrance exam, right? Standing up, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. In his last life, he wasn't even qualified to take the college entrance exam. But in this life, not only did it make up for the regret, but it even gained heavenly benefits from it. What a world! Suddenly, Lin Chen looked up and noticed the various looks thrown over by the people around him, and couldn't help but coldly lower his face as he looked around the room and sneered. Anyone who wants to take the treasure can come out now, otherwise I'm going to take all of this equipment. The crowd couldn't help but shiver, and they avoided the cold eyes, unable to help but feel a little weak. Just kidding. This is the man who can kill the ice demon statue alone, who dares to grab the equipment with this god of death. But just then. Ha, it's actually you, Lin Chen. Only to see a group of people squeezing out from the crowd, they came to Lin Chen with a very arrogant attitude. Hee, we really are enemies, Lin Chen. The person leading this group was none other than Huang Xin. At this moment, Huang Xin was wearing a heavy plate armor, holding a strangely shaped blood-colored greatsword in his hand, looking at Lin Chen with a hint of mockery, as if he was looking at a dead man. You guys actually found your way here. Lin Chen opened his mouth, a hint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. Originally, Huang Xin, this little man, he hadn't put it on his mind at all, and was only prepared to teach him a lesson. But now, this guy actually pursued me to here. Looking at Huang Xin's back, a dozen or so burly men in uniform light armor stood by, just like a dog's leg. When the crowd saw that a conflict had actually erupted between the two, they all looked over with astonished gazes, with a look of readiness to watch the show. Nowadays, there were more than 100 candidates around who were attracted by the movement of the cold ice demon statue. Many of these people recognized Huang Xin. Isn't this Huang Xin? Who is Huang Xin? You don't even know this? He's the only son of the Huang family in Jiangnan City. The Huang family? Could it be that Huang family? One of the 4 great families in Jiangnan City? That's him. I'll be damned, this is going to be a good one. I don't know Lin Chen, how he messed with Huang Xin, this is going to be a good show. AI, this time Lin Chen is dead. Exactly. Even if Lin Chen is powerful, he's only a candidate, he definitely can't afford to offend a behemoth like the Huang family. Exactly. It is said that the head of the Huang family is now a level 35 professional. Level 35? Hiss. I'm already amazing for reaching level 15 in my life, level 35 is too powerful. Listening to the chatter of the people around him, Huang Xin's vanity was greatly satisfied and he couldn't help but grin. Immediately afterward, he said contemptuously to Lin Chen in front of him. Oh, I'll give you a chance, Lin Chen. How about if you kneel in front of me and kowtow to me twice, I'll spare your life. Chapter 32, Yan Ranlu's pulling together. Huang Xin certainly did not intend to let Lin Chen go. In his opinion, Yan Ranlu had long been his possession. And if Lin Chen actually dared to get his hands on it, then it had to be a capital offense. Saying these things now is just trying to humiliate. If Lin Chen really knelt down and begged for forgiveness, Huang Xin would instead kill even more painfully. Lin Chen said indifferently, I'll give you the same opportunity, as long as you kneel down and kowtow to me, I can also consider sparing your life. What? Huang Xin burst into a rage. He didn't expect that at this point, Lin Chen would still dare to threaten him. He was about to give this guy a lesson, but then a soft voice suddenly came from behind him. Mr. Huang, I wonder if you can spare him for my sake. Looking back, he saw a beautiful woman slowly walking over, while nonchalantly addressing Huang Xin. Yan Ranlu? Seeing this person, Huang Xin couldn't help but frown. Only to see Yan Ranlu dragging her heavily injured and delicate body, she slowly walked over. Seeing this woman walking towards them, the males present almost all cast their fiery eyes, greedily scanning above her perfect figure, even their breaths were shortened by a few points. Yan Ranlu, the absolute goddess of the 3rd grade. It was said that the men who pursued Yan Ranlu could surround the entire Jiangnan city for a week. However, never have I seen her make a show of affection for any male, not even an example of saying more than a single word. Yet, today she was taking the initiative to shelter a Lin Chen? Could it be that Lin Chen and Yan Ranlu had some kind of unimaginable relationship? Everyone's gazes, which darted back and forth between Lin Chen and Yan Ranlu, looked at each other in disbelief. Yan Ranlu, you want to protect him? Huang Xin's face instantly turned cold, some scorn in his gaze. Although he was one of the 4 major families in Jiangnan City, Huang Xian did not fear Yen Ranlu. But one must know that Yen Ranlu is now a rare hidden professional with infinite potential, who knows what she will accomplish in the future. Therefore, if he could not be offended, Huang Xian still tried not to cross paths with Yen Ranlu. Lin Chen's works for me. Yen Ranlu explained lightly, her beautiful face without a trace of emotion. Hee, since you're the one who bailed him out, then I'll give you face, Yen Ranlu. But remember, the next time this brat sees me, I won't spare him either. After thinking for a moment, Huang Xian only waved his hand with a cold smile on his face, and after viciously threatening, he left the place with a group of his men. As Lin Chen watched this scene, he couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled in his heart, and more than anything, he felt amused. Yu Huayan is protecting him? Joke. If it wasn't for Yen Ranlu stirring things up so much, right now Huang Xian would already be a corpse lying on the ground. But since Yen Ranlu did this, she must have her reasons. Sure enough, once Huang Xian's figure disappeared, Yen Ranlu turned her head and said coldly, Lin Chen, how many blood-condensing pills do you have left? My Lu family wants them all, name your price. As soon as the 3 words blood-condensing pill were spoken, everyone on the field changed their faces, and then changed to a look of sudden realization. So it's the blood condensation pill. I thought how powerful this Lin Chen was, huh? What's the blood concentration pill? You don't even know about this? The blood concentration pill is a very special and treasured consumable that, when consumed, can allow a level 10 or lower professional to increase their attributes by 10 levels in a short period of time, and allow them to utilize all of the basic profession skills. Holy, that good? Hee, so Lin Chen ate this kind of thing to be so powerful. I say, what makes a precariously nameless guy able to kill a boss that even Yen Ranlu and Li Hu have no way to fight against? One moment. Those people who had originally held respect and admiration for Lin Chen instantly had a wave of disgust and contempt rise in their hearts. One must know that although the efficacy of the blood concentration pill was very exaggerated, the side effects were equally vicious. After taking the blood congealing pill, although one could obtain temporary powerful strength, however, before long, a toxin called blood congealing poison would gather in the body. Under the effect of the poison of blood clotting, professionals would only be able to gain 1% of their experience in the future. Moreover, the most important thing is that this toxin, which will permanently follow the professional, will not be eliminated and there is no antidote. In other words, as long as a professional who had used the blood concentration elixir, their future was considered completely ruined, and even moving up a level was a very extravagant wish. You think that I took the blood condensation pill so that I could kill the cold ice demon statue boss? Lin Chen looked at Yen Ranlu and couldn't help but feel a bit amused. Lu Yanyan's face was cold, but there was an indescribable coolness and arrogance between her eyebrows. She spoke, if you hadn't taken the blood condensation pill, how could you, a warrior, be so powerful? Even I couldn't take a single move from that cold ice demon statue. But unfortunately, even if you take the blood condensation pill and burst out with power beyond level 10, doing so is nothing more than pulling the plug, and you won't be able to level up again in the future. The blood condensation pill you obtained, there must be more than one. My Lu family needs this item very much. As long as you hand it over to me, I can let you join the Lu family as a guard. How about it? Lu Yanyan said, her attitude completely condescending, as if she was giving charity. The people around them listened and sighed. Join the Lu family? I'll go, this is something that many people have been begging for. This Lin Chen kid is also too lucky. It's said that each of the Willow family's guards is a level 10 professional, and each of them has extraordinary strength, so Lin Chen could be considered a traitorous luck if he could join in. So envious. For this trash who took the blood condensation pill, it's already considered to be merciful, worthy of being Goddess Willow. Goddess Lu is beautiful and kind-hearted. If she could be my girlfriend, it would be good if she could take 10 years off my life. Countless people were looking at Lin Chen with envious gazes, as if he had picked up a great bargain. Just when everyone thought that Lin Chen would be overjoyed to agree in one mouthful. I refuse. Lin Chen spoke with a hint of a smile. These words were like throwing a boulder in a calm lake, causing a commotion. Did I hear this? Right? He refused? This Lin Chen, he doesn't think he's being noble, does he? Stupid. If it were me, I'd have agreed to it long ago. This guy is too ungrateful, damn it. Even Yen Ranlu, hearing these 3 words, couldn't help but furrow her eyebrows, showing a hint of dissatisfaction. Lin Chen, think about it, this time I can bail you out of Huang Xian's hands. But next time, I won't be able to make a move. Chapter 33, Kicked out of the team? Yen Ranlu was dissatisfied in her heart. She subconsciously thought that if she hadn't stepped in to stop Huang Xian, Lin Chen would probably be lying on the ground by now. This guy, however, has the attitude that he doesn't know how to return the favor. Goddess Willow, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first, make yourself at home. Lin Chen let out a light laugh and crossed over to Yanran Lu's side, actually walking away without giving the slightest bit of face. Looking at Lin Chen's distant back, Yanran Lu frowned, then shook her head. Good words can't persuade a damned ghost. I've already done my best in terms of kindness and righteousness, and since you're insistent on this, it has nothing to do with me. Immediately afterward, Yanran Lu's face changed back to that cool look, and after looking around for a bit, she quietly left the place. Instead, Lin Chen met the disdainful and visibly hostile gazes of countless people and walked over to Mo Hongkarp, handing over a piece of equipment. This outfit suits you well, and it's a reward for you. Mo Hongkarp received the equipment with some hesitation, and suddenly her face was stagnant. Name, Wolf Sole Boots. Type, Shoes. Quality, Rare. Requirements, Level 3, Strength 2, Spirit 3. Attributes, +1 Spirit, +2 Strength, +1 Agility. Special effect, when equipped, if you have attacked once in the recent past, increase your movement speed by 5%, this effect stacks up to 5 times. This piece of equipment, its attributes are average, but that special effect, it's very counterintuitive. You know, movement speed for the vast majority of professions is an attribute not less than the strength, agility, spirit, etc. After all, only if the movement speed is sufficient, you can carry out pulling monsters, kite and other operations. And some professions, such as Li Hu's Shadow Assassin, or professions like Zor Ranger, had even higher requirements for movement speed to the point of exaggeration. This was because if they were a little bit slower, their small bodies would most likely be smashed into meat paste by the ferocious beasts. Therefore, although this equipment was only of rare quality, if we were to really talk about its value, it was much more expensive than normal rare quality equipment. Lin Chen, this is too expensive, I can't accept this equipment. Mo Hongkarp panicked as she tried to push the equipment back. Unexpectedly, Lin Chen waved his hand and said, just take it, you're the one who got the credit for being able to lure in the Cold Ice Demon statue boss, this equipment is nothing. Words have been said here, and then there is no point in excuses. Mo Hongkarp can only bite her thin lips, slightly red face said thank you, some gratitude in her heart. To be honest, this Cold Ice Demon statue boss was one that Lin Chen had fought alone, and according to the rules, he wouldn't have had any problems even if he had kept all the equipment all to himself. To be able to take out a piece of equipment of extraordinary value was already considered quite generous of Lin Chen. By the way, the eyes of the people around us all seemed to be a bit strange. After collecting the equipment, Mo Hongkarp suddenly said strangely. Looking around and seeing the unkind sights cast over from all around him, Lin Chen couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. These guys want to make a move on me, but they're just a little afraid to. Most of these guys, they're all lickspittles of that Yanran Lu. Just now, he dared to talk to their willow goddess like this, so I guess it annoyed these guys, so they want to be unfavorable to themselves. There was another layer of reason, and that was because Lin Chen had found an unknown amount of good equipment from the Cold Ice Demon statue. If I can snatch it, I guess. That is, they do not know, their so-called blood-clotting duration, in the end, has not passed. If it was still in duration, then these guys would not dare to mess with a single professional who could kill the Cold Ice Demon statue alone. Mo Hongkarp frowned with seeming understanding and cautiously said, then we'd better leave, or else there are so many people and it's not comfortable to look at us. Although Lin Chen wasn't afraid of these people, he also felt that it would be better to do more than less, and nodded, good, for the next few days, let's just go to a less crowded place to practice. Mo Hongkarp also nodded, just when the two were ready to go in another direction, who knew that at this moment, a Scarface in the team was standing out to stop the two. Captain, with all due respect, I don't think Lin Chen is fit to stay in our team anymore. Scarface said in a cold voice, his attitude very resolute. What? Mo Hongkarp froze for a moment, surprise and dissatisfaction showing on her flirtatious little face. Jo-won, make it clear, what exactly do you mean? Scarface Jo-won snorted coldly, what do you mean? I've already made it clear that Lin Chen has taken the blood condensation pill, so it's expected that his strength will be in tatters before too long, so how does he still deserve to hang out in our team? What's more, he offended Huang Xian and Yanran Lu, which will bring about the end of our team. Many of his teammates nodded in agreement when he said this. Jo-won, you're a bit too gracious to return the favor, aren't you? If it wasn't for Lin Chen taking us leveling these past few days, how could we possibly reap so many points? Mo Hongkarp retorted with a small red face in anger. Even if he brought us to kill some ferocious beasts a few days ago, so what? It's not like it's his real strength, it's just the effect of that blood condensation pill. Zhou Wen disdainfully bristled. What's more, according to my estimation, he's going to lose his power in a little while, so he'll still be a loser then? As a vice-captain, I will never allow anyone to jeopardize our team. So this Lin Chen must leave. Zhou Wen stared at Lin Chen dead in the face, a brilliant light shooting out from his eyes, and a trace of indescribable greed hiding in the bottom of his eyes. Of course, it's not impossible to ask him to stay in the group, just split the equipment he exploded from the cold ice demon statue equally between us. Lin Chen smiled. He had taken this group of people to upgrade for free, allowing them to gain a high amount of points that no one else would dare to think about. And now, they're going to be gracious enough to leave the party or take out the loot and split it equally? It's a joke. That's enough, Zhou Wen. Those trophies, Lin Chen fought them down all by himself, they have nothing to do with us, you're not allowed to have any illusions. Mo Hongli reprimanded in a cold voice. Not to mention, although Mo Hongkarp was somewhat meek and soft in front of Lin Chen, in front of the team members, she was quite majestic, as if she was a queen giving orders. Who knew that Zhou Wen was waving his hand disdainfully? Captain Mo, although you are the captain of our team, it's impossible for you to be bent on going against the wishes of all of our team members, right? What? Mo Hongkarp froze and looked at her teammates behind Zhou Wen. Only to see that the group of teammates, when Mo Hongkarp looked at them, actually lowered their heads one by one and fell silent. Obviously, they were on the same page as Zhou Wen. Chapter 34, Wyvern? You guys? Seeing her teammates, who actually all looked as if they were acquiescing to Zhou Wen, Mo Hongli was so angry that she couldn't help but tremble, stammering and unable to speak. Captain, I have to remind you, if you really insist on defending this Lin Chen, maybe the people in the team won't listen to you. Zhou Wen smiled sinisterly. Zhou Wen, I've known for a long time that you were dissatisfied with my election as captain. I didn't expect that you would actually want to seize the captain's position through this matter. A color of helplessness and annoyance surfaced above Mo Hongli's pretty face. Zhou Wen, however, had a smug meaning. Captain Mo, since you're bent on having your own way, there has to be someone in our third middle school's team who thinks about everyone. Mo Hongkarp's face was a bit gray, she sighed and glanced at Lin Chen, who was still breezing along beside her, and gritted her teeth. You want Lin Chen to leave? Fine, I'll just follow and leave too. I'd like to see what kind of achievement you can get by leading these people, Zhou Wen. After saying that, Mo Hongli actually turned around and left in a direction. And a cold beep came to the ears of the crowd. Teammate, Mok Hung Ki, has left the third squad of the third form. Lin Chen waved his hand icily, not bothering to say a word, and also left one after the other. Teammate, Lin Chen, has left the third squad of the third form. Vice Captain Zhou. Captain, what should we do next? Without Lin Chen and Mo Hongkarp, it's hard to kill the ferocious beasts on our own. A man stepped forward and asked with some concern. Zhou Wen, however, waved his hand dismissively. What are you afraid of? Anyway, a few days ago, this Lin Chen has already accumulated enough points for us, so even if we don't do anything now, we'll still be able to get a good grade after the college entrance exams are over. Rather, it's Lin Chen and that Mo Hongkarp who are so uneducated that they dare to reject my offer, huh? A brilliant light flashed in Zhou Wen's eyes, and a violent color appeared on his face. Once Lin Chen's blood condensation pill's medicinal effects have passed, he'll be nothing more than a waste. Even if Mo Hongkarp is a hidden profession, so what? These two practicing together, I'm afraid they're not going to be killed by the ferocious beasts, ha! In the meantime. Outside. What? The blood concentration pill? It's actually the blood condensation pill? Good fellow, almost even fooled me. Blood condensing Dan? This kind of consumable, even if you look at the entire Dragon Kingdom, it's a very treasured item. He actually managed to obtain the blood condensing pill. What a load of luck. A group of people sighed sadly, with a hidden look of shame and anger in their countenance, as they looked at the scene in the picture. When Lu Yanyan said the words blood condensation pill, they all came to a sudden realization, and their hearts were filled with shame and anger. To know. They can all be the top brass of this Jiangnan city. However, he didn't expect to be tricked by a Lin Chen who had taken the blood condensation pill. I thought that this Lin Chen was some rare profession no less than Li Hu and Yenran Lu, but it turns out to be this? The principal of the first middle school, Yang Shu, laughed out loud and looked at Wang Xing with teasing eyes. Wang Xing's face was a bit gloomy, but when he looked at Lin Chen in the picture, there was more than a hint of doubt and incomprehension in his eyes. Of course, these emotions were just a flash, and soon Wang Xing returned to his normal self, and in the face of the crowd's ridicule, he just didn't say a word, as if this incident had never happened. Our men swooped in, and when they went over, Lin Chen and the others were gone, so it looks like it was a wasted endeavor. Wang Xing said indifferently. Yang Shu skimmed his lips. If that Lin Chen hadn't taken the blood condensation pill and possessed a battle power that exceeded his own by 10 levels, the result would have been different. I guess everyone around us would have been killed by the cold ice giant statue, and we would have been in big trouble at that time. Having said that, the crowd was exasperated and at the same time a little thankful and fearful. That's right, if so many people die in the middle of the college entrance exam, I'm afraid that all of us at the top of Jiangnan City will be out of luck. A bald, burly man echoed with a bitter smile. Suddenly, as if someone remembered something, they voiced out, "Right, you guys, what kind of equipment did that Lin Chen find from the Ice Colossus's drops? I see that there seems to be a yellow light. Could it be transcendent quality equipment? Transcendental gear." As soon as those few words were spat out, the hearts of those present all contracted violently. One must know that even for them, as high-ranking figures in Jiangnan City, the vast majority of them did not have transcendent quality equipment. Only Yang Shu, the principal of the first middle school, and Wang Xing, the principal of the third middle school, each possessed a piece of transcendent equipment, thus their status among the top echelons of Jiangnan City was supreme over other existences. Even the head of Jiangnan City needed to be polite and courteous in the face of these two. It was evident how important transcendent equipment, to a professional, really was. Transcendent equipment? If Lin Chen really exploded transcendent equipment, then that would be great. We are in need of quickly increasing our strength amongst the entire Jiangnan City, so that we can carry through the next wave of beast tide. The eyes of an old man in a black robe lit up. A middle-aged angsty woman had an excited look on her face. That's right, transcendent equipment is too much of an upgrade for us professionals. It can even bring our battle power to another level. Even Yang Shu nodded frequently. In that case, then we must discuss how this transcendent equipment should be distributed. The group of people also nodded their heads, indicating that they agreed with Yang Shu's statement. Who knows, at this moment, a discordant voice, however, rang out from behind. Are you guys so sure that Lin Chen is willing to give up his transcendent equipment? Only Wang Xing, however, smiled somewhat coldly, with some sarcasm on his face. What do you mean, Wang Xing? Yang Shu sneered. You don't think that a mere Lin Chen could be worthy of possessing equipment of transcendent quality, do you? What's more, he took the blood condensation pill. There is no potential for development at all in the future. The big deal is to give him a few credits, so that he can live peacefully and play for the rest of his life later on. Isn't that fine? Young Art spoke disdainfully. His statement elicited a lot of agreement from many people, many of whom had a matter-of-fact look on their faces. Extraordinary quality equipment. It was too much for a Lin Chen. It is like a young child walking through a downtown area with gold, which is bound to cause others to fight over it. As the saying goes, a piker is not a piker, but a piker is a piker. In their opinion, Lin Chen didn't deserve this transcendent equipment at all. Nor did they dare to reject the demands of them, the top brass of Jiangnan City. After all, it was just a warrior who had taken the blood condensation pill. Could it not be that he could still turn over the heavens? Soon, Yang Shu and the others began to hotly discuss the details of how to distribute the transcendent equipment. Wang Xing was the only one who silently walked to the corner without saying a word. Chapter 35, Strong-Winged Wasp. The 7th day of the college entrance exam. Today is the last day of the National Careerist exam. Quite a few people had begun their sprint today, desperately killing ferocious beasts in a bid to get their points as high as possible. Some had simply moved on to another idea and started robbing other candidates on this day, thus directly gaining all the points they had accumulated in the previous days. However, no matter which kind of candidates they were, they all worked very hard in the middle of the land of trials, hardly daring to stop for a moment. However, right in the middle of a small forest in the edge area of the trial land, a burst of sound came out intermittently. This can't be. I really can't. Only 1,000 feminine voices could be heard, as if begging for mercy, mixed with a hint of pain and pleasure, coming slowly. And a clear but with a few teasing voices then rang out. This won't work? Just now you still look confident, so soon it will work, so it's bragging. The delicate female voice seemed to roll her eyes. It's not because you're the guy who messed it up, now it's time to come and say I'm. Hissing. Wait, it's so hot. In the middle of the woods. Only a young man in a black robe and a delicate young girl in a red dress were seen sitting on the ground. These two people were none other than Lin Chen and Mo Hongli. In front of the two of them, a mouthful of mandarin duck pot was gurgling and bubbling with heat, and a spicy aroma was coming out from it. The two were actually eating hot pot. You know, it's in the middle of a high school exam. All the other candidates were fighting to kill the ferocious beasts and were so busy that they couldn't even sleep, just to get higher points and thus have a good grade. But what about these two? Instead, he hid under a tree and ate fondue. Cozy and comfortable as if you're here on vacation. Ever since the two of them had been driven away, Lin Chen had taken Mo Hongli and rested here. Mo Hongkarp's pretty face was red, a layer of fine fragrant sweat emerged on her forehead, and she couldn't help but spit out a small half of her tongue when she was spiced up. This hot pot is inevitably too spicy, I feel like the whole mouth is numb. Lin Chen picked up a piece of beef and stuffed it into his mouth while taking a sip of ice coke. I told you there was a slightly spicy pot base. Who told you to show off and insist on eating the heavily spicy one? Who knew it could be so spicy? Mo Hongli spat out her tongue in some embarrassment. Quite a cute look. Here's a bottle of milk, it can relieve the spiciness, so drink it. Lin Chen felt around in his backpack for a bit, so he pulled out a bottle of yogurt and handed it over. Thank you, Lin Chen. Mo Hongli looked a little embarrassed, but she was really spiced up, so she hurriedly unscrewed the lid and took 2 sips. Only after drinking the yogurt did Mo Hongli feel much better, but Lin Chen in front of her was looking straight at her and couldn't help but ask suspiciously, "What's wrong?" Lin Chen coughed dryly and awkwardly averted his eyes. "No, nothing. I don't know if it was accidental or not, but there was a trace of yogurt left around Mo Hongli's mouth. The rosy pout with that yogurt look is just like..." Lin Chen averted his eyes somewhat sheepishly and coughed dryly. He was just about to say something to ease the awkwardness, but who knew that he suddenly frowned and stood up. What's going on? What happened? Seeing Lin Chen with this serious look, Mo Hongli also stood up and asked with some concern. Lin Chen shook his head. "It's not much of a big deal, there's a group of people coming towards us, it looks like there's quite a few of them." He could feel it. One of the blade worms placed on patrol 500 meters away suddenly sent back a message indicating that a group of people were approaching the woods. "You stay here, I'll check out the front." With a command, Lin Chen conjured up a flying winged bee, and with a lift of his hand, he let the flying winged bee carry him up into the sky, flying silently towards the other end of the forest. Seeing this scene, Mo Hongkarp was so surprised that she covered her small mouth in some disbelief. This is a skill? Or is it some kind of equipment? Or a pet? It can actually fly with someone. To know. Among low-level professionals, the ability to fly was a very rare one. There is a saying. Hit high, hit low, hit SB. The people on the ground, even if they were more powerful, could only look at the units in the air and stare straight at them if they didn't have the means to fly. Those in the air, on the other hand, are the ones who are able to get a greater field of vision as well as more ways to strike with their air superiority. Lin Chen's hand had truly shocked Mo Hongli, making her even more curious about the former's identity. The other side. Worthy of being a second-order insect race, flying smoothly and swiftly without making a single sound, this is an excellent air combat unit. Lin Chen hung below the winged wasp and nodded with great satisfaction. It seemed that the soldiers bred by this insect master were definitely not simple insect sea tactics, but perfect war machines that cooperated with each other. Within a short time, Lin Chen quickly approached the forest beyond, led by the flying winged bee. Hiding on top of a large tree that was more than 10 meters off the ground, Lin Chen looked towards the bottom and couldn't help but be shocked. Lin Qingxue? And Huang Xin? How did they get together? In the meantime, Lin Qingxue, you're not mistaken, right? There really is a level 5 tin pig in this place? Huang Xin asked Lin Qingxue, who was beside him. With a cautious look, Lin Qingxue hurriedly replied, "How could I dare to lie to you, Huang? I passed by here the day before yesterday, and there were really at least 3 tin pig in the woods, and all of them were level 5 or above." When she said this, Lin Qingxue was very careful and even flattered a bit. Lin Chen, who was hiding in a tree, saw this and couldn't help but sneer. This Lin Qingxue, so polite to others. Just yelling at me? What a double standard. When facing Lin Chen, Lin Qingxue was never at the beck and call, yelling and screaming, never giving a good face. I didn't realize that it was so flattering in the face of outsiders. Forgive you for not daring to lie. Huang Xin snorted coldly and chanted as if talking to himself. After killing these tin pigs, I'll be able to break 1,000 home points, and I'll be able to pick any university in the country at that time. It's just a pity that Yenran Lu actually stepped in to protect that Lin Chen fellow. Let's just call it a day and talk about it back in the real world, then the big deal is to hire a few assassins and just do him in the city. Thinking so, Huang Xian felt much better in his heart and ordered with a wave of his hand, "Come a few people, go to the front to explore the road." Someone behind him quickly answered and dug into the woods. Immediately afterward, Huang Xian looked at Lin Qingxue beside him with a strange smile. "TSK, Lin Qingxue, right? I heard that you're Lin Chen's sister. Do you know where Lin Chen is right now?" "Lin Chen? I guess I don't know where he died long ago." Lin Qingxue coldly snorted with a frown. "Besides, he's not my brother, it's not like he's biological." Chapter 36, Exterminating the Team with a Single Strike. Lin Qingxue purposely emphasized this point. The purpose was that he didn't want to get involved with Lin Chen. In her opinion, Lin Chen would only bind her freedom and not even allow her to see her beloved brother Li Kuan. Having moved out and lived by herself, it was equivalent to completely severing her relationship with Lin Chen and never having anything to do with her again. I'm afraid you can't imagine it, Lin Chen, but I pulled some strings with the school's Huang Xian. I'm sure I'll get a good grade on this college entrance exam. And you, I guess you're still in some small place, struggling, ha ha. When she looked at the fine equipment on Huang Xian, Lin Qingxue couldn't help but get a little excited. "If I can get more than 700 points, I'll be able to go to Mordor University. That's Brother Li Kuan's dream. I must go to the same university as Brother Li Kuan. In that case, it wouldn't be in vain for me to defect to Huang Xian." When she thought of Li Kuan's handsome face, Lin Qingxue felt sweet in her heart. Just yesterday, Lin Qingxue directly broke away from the team and defected to Huang Xian despite the bitter pleas of that pockmarked face Zhao Lu. At that time, Lin Qingxue said this, "Zhao Lu, if you really like me, then don't stop me from becoming better." With that, without looking back, he joined Huang Xian's group. Of course, Huang Xian had let Lin Qingxue join the team on the basis that Lin Qingxue was able to provide the coordinates of a few level 5 ferocious beasts. Otherwise, a level 3 Dishbai priest? He won't even look at it. Huang Xian glanced at Lin Qingxue, who was caught up in a fantasy beside him, and sneered in his heart. "When we kill those level 5 ferocious beasts, we'll just kick your ass. This kind of waste priest, who can't even add blood, is nothing but a dry meal if he stays in the team. After all, we are the elite." Huang Xian was very proud of himself. The people in their group were all professionals selected from among the family and from himself. These people had all been trained by the family, and not only were they loyal to themselves, their battle power was also more powerful than the average candidate, by an unknown amount. It was also because of these people that Huang Xian was able to stay firmly among the top 10 in the points ranking. Thinking so, Huang Xian suddenly frowned and asked suspiciously, "Why did those people go to explore the road for so long? Did they run into trouble?" The words had not yet fallen. Everyone in the group heard a few sharp beeps at the moment. Ding! Teammate, Han Fei has been seriously injured on the ground. Teammate, Xiao Chang has been seriously injured on the ground. Teammate. What? Surprise surfaced on Huang Xian's face, his eyeballs bulging out. One should know that the 5 people he had sent were all his beloved ones, and each of them had a level of 5, so even if they encountered a level 6 ferocious beast, they would have the power to fight when they joined hands. These men, however, were routed at almost the same time. Could it be that there are ferocious beasts of level 10 or above, entrenched here? A terrifying thought immediately surfaced in Huang Xian's heart. Before Huang Xian could think of a result, a laugh came out from the woods. "Oh, I didn't expect to see you here, Huang Xian." Only one person was seen standing on top of a giant tree in the sky, looking down at their group. Upon seeing this person, Lin Qingxue and Huang Xian were startled at the same time. "Lin Chen? Lin Chen, why are you here?" The person on the tree was none other than Lin Chen, who was dressed in all black. "I didn't expect to meet you here either, perhaps it's just a narrow road," Lin Chen said indifferently. "A narrow road between wrongdoers? I think you're throwing yourself into the net." Huang Xian quickly reacted from his shock and let out a fierce laugh. "In the beginning, with that Yanran Lu protecting you, I will spare your life for the sake of the Lu family. Who knows, you actually let me run into you here, so don't blame me for being rude." After saying that, Huang Xian quickly waved his hand. "Go, everyone target this Lin Chen, make sure to kill him here." "Yes." There was a neat answer from behind him. With that, the 3 mages in the group took the lead and started attacking. Fireball. Go to hell. Fire punch. 2 fireballs and a flame ray were aimed at Lin Chen, and they were shot at a rapid pace. Too slow. With a light laugh, Lin Chen waved his hand and saw a nearly 2-meter-long blue flying bee descend from the sky, carrying him lightly to avoid these 3 attacks. Seeing this scene, the crowd was shocked. What is this? A contracted beast? Or a mount? How does this thing even fly? This is too scary. A group of people showed their surprise. One must know that flight was an ability unique to high-ranking professionals, and it was very rare amongst them, the candidates. And yet, whenever one had the ability to fly, then in the middle of a battle, one would definitely have a considerable advantage. Right now, for example, Lin Chen was hovering in the air as if showing off, but the vast majority of the people below could only stare with dry eyes, unable to do anything at all. It was because the vast majority of them amongst these lets were warriors, knights, and other melee professions. And within the long-range professions, priests had very few means of attack. Several of the mages' skills fell short and were still on cooldown. This led to the fact that Lin Chen was in a near-invincible state in the air. Huang Xin was dumbfounded. That's a bit of a rascal, isn't it? He looked at Lin Chen in the air, and in addition to shock, there was more doubt in his eyes. Didn't Yen Ranlu say that this Lin Chen was able to kill the Cold Ice Colossus because he had taken the blood condensation pill? But why, Lin Chen still had a flying contracted ferocious beast? What the hell is going on here? Gritting his teeth, Huang Xin roared angrily, Lin Chen, what's the point of cowering and hiding in the air? If you're a man, come down and fight us hard. Lin Chen snorted disdainfully, hard contact? Oh, even if it's a hard encounter, you guys are no match at all. Who is Lin Chen? Bug Master. Each insectoid unit provided Lin Chen with a certain percentage of their attributes. It could be said that the current Lin Chen was no longer inferior to some 10th level professionals in terms of attributes. To fight these candidates whose average level was only 4 to 5, it was as simple as Tyson challenging a kindergarten. Gentlemen, why have you all stopped? Oh, if you guys don't make a move, then I'll be impolite. Lin Chen let out a loud laugh as he wandered through the air. Immediately afterward, he let out a low gulp under his breath, flame impact. Several flames were seen falling from the sky, aiming at the group on the ground with a blazing aura of danger. Not good. Alarm bells were ringing in Huang Xian's heart, only to see a layer of black light emerge from his body, while he took out a small shield from his backpack, wanting to resist. However, boom! The fire fell straight down, like a bomb, causing the ground to resound with explosions one after another. Ah! No good, my equipment is broken. I'm down with serious injuries. The crowd below, with little resistance, fell to the ground with serious injuries. Their blood bars, 3 seconds ago, were a healthy green. But now, everyone had only a trace of bloody skin left. Even now, it only took one level 1 ferocious beast to wipe out all of them. A hit. In just one strike, Lin Chen had wiped out this team of 20 to 30 people. Chapter 37, Benevolence to the End. It wasn't a death blow, but it wasn't too far off. There were only a handful of 2 people, still standing peacefully, frozen in place. That would be Huang Xin and Lin Xingxue. Huang Xin looked at everything around him and fell into incomparable shock. He couldn't understand at all why Lin Chen was so powerful. Wasn't it someone who took the blood condensation pill and only barely managed to kill the Cold Ice Colossus? Why did you crush your proud elite team with just one blow? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The medicinal effect of the blood condensing pill can only last for 2 hours only. It should have passed long ago. Why are you still so powerful? This can't be right. It was a long time before Huang Xin muttered something, as if reciting it to himself. At this time, he realized why Lin Chen was so calm in the face of him that day. Because it was never him who sought death, but himself. Blood condensation pill? I've never admitted that I've used this, these are just your own guesses. Lin Chen said indifferently. The matter of taking the blood condensation pill was all just a matter of course for Lu Yanyan, she hadn't said that herself. Moreover, that blow just now was not caused by him in a single blow, but was the result of 10 flame worms, launching their skills together. That's what makes it so powerful. Of course, although this move was powerful, it also placed a considerable burden on Lin Chen. The first thing that happened was that the mana was almost depleted and there was a wave of mental exhaustion. While the Bugmaster can use the skills of any pre-existing bug unit at will, he also needs to use a small amount of mental energy and mana as a guide. For a single use of a skill, the mana cost is okay, not too high. But using so many skills at the same time, that's a lot of consumption. Even now, Lin Chen's spiritual power was almost a little too much to support. It seems that the attributes in terms of spiritual power will have to be strengthened later on. Shaking his head to expel the discomfort from his mind, Lin Chen looked back at Huang Xian in front of him and revealed a small smile. With that, he lifted his leg and walked slowly towards it. Huang Xian, it looks like we have to settle a score. Originally, I didn't have murderous intentions towards you, at most I thought you were just a rather annoying fly. Who knows, you actually tried to lay a hand on me. In that case, it's not my fault. I don't have any, well, hobbies that people miss. Some things are better done while they last, don't you think? Lin Chen's voice was very flat. However, when it fell on Huang Xian's ears, it was like a hypnotic magic voice that made people tremble. Lin Chen. You can't kill me, you can't kill me. I'm a member of the Huang family, I'm the youngest master of the Huang family. If you kill me, my father won't let you go. Lin Chen. What do you want? Money? Or equipment? I can give you all of them, as long as you don't kill me. Seeing Lin Chen walking towards him, Huang Xian immediately began to cry in pain and beg for mercy. At this moment, the violence and cruelty on his original face disappeared. In its place was a look of horror and panic. Money? Equipment? Oh, with all due respect, I don't care about a small Huang family. As if he hadn't heard the pleas and threats, Lin Chen directly approached Huang Xian's side, then drew his flowing fire sword and stabbed forward. Ah! Screaming miserably, Huang Xian's eyes widened as if he couldn't believe that Lin Chen really dared to kill him. Then, it fell heavily to the ground. Huang Xian, dead. You have killed profession, Huang Xian, sin value +1. A prompt sounded in Lin Chen's ears. But he did so with a hint of disdain. In this life, you're still the first person I've killed, huh? However, in the future, if you want to stand at the peak position in this world, the sin value is definitely going to get bigger and bigger. After uttering these two words in his heart, Lin Chen shifted his gaze to the figure on the side. Lin Qingxue. At this moment, Lin Qingxue had long been scared silly, trembling one after another, and the way she looked at Lin Chen was even more fearful, as if she was looking at a demon crawling out of the 9 hells. The Lin Chen she perceived was nothing more than a weak and wasteful fellow, and an existence to be bullied in school. And now, this Lin Chen, however, had killed, in a single move, Huang Xian and the others that she had just flattered. This drastic contrast caused Lin Qingxue's brain to simply spin around in a pace-like confusion. After faintly glancing at Lin Qingxue, Lin Chen lost interest. He didn't know how Lin Qingxue got mixed up with Huang Xian, nor was he interested in finding out. Out of gratitude to his adoptive father and mother, Lin Chen did not kill Lin Qingxue. However, it's also just about not killing. Similarly, Lin Chen would not extend any aid or assistance to Lin Qingxue. In my last life, Lin Qingxue has always been a burden to me, making my level stagnate at level 90. Without her, I'd be further along. In this life, I am the master of the insect race. Still, without the bind that is Lin Qingxue, he will surely be able to stand on top of the world. Based on what you did in your last life, it's already merciful not to take action against you. Let's say I repay my kindness to my adoptive father and mother. Lin Chen's eyes were bright and his heart was clear. After glancing slightly at Lin Qingxue, he turned away without hesitation. Wait, Lin Chen. When she saw Lin Chen leave, Lin Qingxue was instantly anxious and reached out her hand to try to stop him. Lin Chen, stop right there or I'll get angry. Lin Chen. You. If it was before, Lin Chen, who had heard these words, would definitely turn around immediately. However, in this life, Lin Chen was a few jumps away, and his figure disappeared into the woods. Lin Chen. Looking at Lin Chen's disappearing back, for some reason, Lin Qingxue suddenly felt a sharp sense of emptiness in her heart. It was as if she had lost something very important. 2 lines of clear tears traced across her face and dripped to the ground. A moment later, Lin Qingxue wiped her tears and stopped crying. A hint of determination surfaced on the originally somewhat clean face. Lin Chen, you obtained something good, so you don't want me anymore? Just wait and see, I'm going to prove that I'm stronger than you. After saying these 2 words, Lin Qingxue turned back towards a direction. All that was left in place was a group of severely injured people lying on the ground, waiting for help. Suddenly, someone sighed, this Lin Chen, he actually did kill Du Kuang? He's in big trouble now. Immediately, someone nodded in agreement, who says otherwise? The Huang family is one of the 4 great families in Jiangnan City. And Duke Huang is the sole heir, so I guess that the head of the Huang family is going to be furious. However, this Lin Chen is indeed powerful. He actually managed to beat us like this in one move. Someone recalled the scene just now, and there was a hint of trembling in their voice. Hee, so what if he's even more powerful? He's only taking the blood condensation pill to have such battle power. By the time the Huang clan strikes, even if there are more blood condensation pills, what can they do? One person, however, showed great disdain. The crowd nodded in agreement with this statement. Exactly. It's just drug prowess. Lin Chen's own strength shouldn't be worth mentioning. The Huang family is going to be furious this time. Lin Chen, dead. Chapter 38, Want to stay at my house? Back in the woods. What's wrong, Lin Chen? What happened? Seeing his figure, Mo Hongli immediately greeted him. Lin Chen shook his head and said indifferently, it's nothing, it's just solving Huang Xian's little trouble. Huang Xian? Hearing this name, Mo Hongkarp's heart was shocked. Did you injure him? This guy is not to be messed with. It is said that his family head is even a level 30 professional and is vindictive and very vengeful. Pissing off his family never ends well. Lin Chen smiled slightly and shook his head. Injure him? Oh, I didn't, I just killed him. Mo Hongli widened her beautiful eyes. You killed him? This is troublesome. In the midst of the high school exams, though, it is said that killing is strictly forbidden. But after all, they were all professionals fighting each other, and danger was inevitable. Therefore, certain penalties can also be avoided by providing suitable justifications. For example, the other person started it, or didn't stop in time, etc. But avoiding official penalties doesn't mean you can avoid penalties from the outside world. Especially for a big family like Huang Xian, if Huang Xian was harmed in it, even if the officials didn't care, their family would definitely make a secret move. Trouble? Oh, just a mere Huang family, it's not much of a trouble. Lin Chen lazily opened his mouth. To the average professional, a level 30 professional was indeed quite oppressive. Because it was important to realize that the upper limit of an ordinary professional's lifetime was just a dozen levels. A level 30 professional was enough for them to look up to. However, for Lin Chen, who was carrying the insect master, it was only the beginning. You know, in his previous life, he was a level 90 blood warlock, already the pinnacle of the Dragon Kingdom. This life possessed the insect lord, and even more so, it possessed infinite potential. What's a level 30 professional? Lin Chen, do you even realize how big this matter is? If the Huang clan were to make a move against you, it would be very difficult for you to stay alive, even if you were a level 20 professional. Mo Hongli said with great concern, her tone filled with anxiety. Lin Chen casually shook his head. It doesn't matter, anyway, after the college entrance exams I'll be leaving Jiangnan City and heading to the middle of the university. I just don't believe it. It's not even if this Huang family has their hands full in Jiangnan City, can they assassinate people at will in the middle of the university? No. The universities in this world were not the same thing as the universities in Lin Chen's hometown. Although outwardly similar. But the kernel is completely different. The university back home is just an institution of learning. The universities of this world, on the other hand, can be called a clan power. Because it's not just about educating the culture, it's about training the rank of the professional. This has created a situation where every university is so powerful that it even rivals the top people in certain important cities. Also, this is good. After thinking about it, Mo Honglu nodded her head a little. Suddenly, red-faced again, whispered, How? About you coming to my house for a few days? Going to live in your house? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow and showed a strange look on his face. You don't want to think too much. Mo Hongkarp pouted, a small face above the scarlet, even the white tender neck rooter covered with points of pink haze, as if ripe peach general, the eye wave is to reveal a trace of coquettishness and shyness. I'm just repaying you for taking me leveling these past few days, nothing more. No matter what, our Mo family is also one of the 4 great families in Jiangnan City. Although it's not as powerful as the Huang family, it can still shelter you for a while, at least you won't be easily assassinated. If you're feeling overwhelmed, just wait until after the college entrance exams are over and take me to practice. Lin Chen pondered a little, and also nodded, alright, then I'll accept the honor. Anyway, he was thinking of moving out of that house. After all, this house was nominally given to both Lin Chen and Lin Xingxue though. However, Lin Chen didn't want to dip into it in the slightest, lest he be ashamed to ask. Landing at Mo Han Li's place now would be one way to do it. It's a deal. Mo Han Li's face was joyful, and excitement erupted from her eyes. The last day of high school was very bloody. According to statistics, in Jiangnan City alone, 29 candidates lost their lives, and countless others were injured. Quite a few people came out of the portal with their colors hanging on. The kind with bloodstains on them, or with superficial wounds, are not so bad. Many had outright broken bones or even lost arms or legs. Of course, under the magical power of the professionals, all of their injuries could be completely healed, only at the cost of a large number of credits. It was only after everyone had assembled that the top management of Jiangnan City reappeared on top of the playground. The principals of the 3 major high schools stood on top of the high platform at the same time. A pair of eyes, dead set on the center of the square, a huge stone monument. This stone tablet is the interface for point settlement. It's about to be revealed who this year's top high school student is. Principal Wang, who do you think this year's top student of the college entrance examination will be? Yang Shu, the principal of number 1 middle school, suddenly exited and asked. Wang Xing replied indifferently, didn't we look at that leaderboard? It must be that Lin Chen codenamed Juggernaut. Hee, that's not true, old Wang. Yang Shu, however, laughed and waved his hand in retort. It's not like you don't know that using drugs to enhance your strength in the middle of the college entrance exams, although it's not prohibited, it's against the fairness principle of the college entrance exams. Therefore, the trial tablet will only collect the points that Lin Chen gained before he took down the blood concentration pill, as well as afterward, but among the medicinal effects is something that doesn't count. After removing the points from the medicinal effects, do you think this Lin Chen will still be able to obtain the first place position? Wang Xing fell silent and waved his hand after thinking for a moment. Read on to find out. Yang Shu hemmed and hawed. Apart from that Lin Chen, it's Yanran Lu and Li Hu who have the highest chances of being the top student in the college entrance exam. And among them, Li Hu's chances are a little bit higher. Hee, to be honest, if I hadn't lent one of my cold iron light blades to Li Hu, I would have had some drums in my heart, huh? At those words, the surrounding executives' eyes jumped a little. What? You lent that quenching equipment you treasured to Li Hu? I go, Principal Yang, that piece of equipment is your lifeblood, you actually gave it up? The cold iron light blade, a weapon that Yang Shu had been famous for using for a long time. Its quality was only rare, but after some special life professionals, forging, and reinforcement, its attributes far exceeded those of ordinary rare equipment. It could be said that its attributes were just second only to transcendental equipment. Because of this, Yang Shu treated it like his lifeblood and never showed it to anyone. This time, they actually gave up their money to lend it out, so it can be said that they have put their money down. Hee, that's why I'm so sure that after removing Lin Chen, Li Hu is definitely the top student of this Jiangnan City college entrance examination. Yang Shu's head shot up and said with great pride. Chapter 39, The End of the College Entrance Examination. The surrounding people also couldn't help but nod their heads in agreement. That's right, this time Li Hu should be stabilizing first place. Being a profession that favors offense itself, coupled with the cold iron light blade, it's not surprising that it took the first position. Well, congratulations are in order for Principal Yang. Principal Yang, congratulations on winning the city's college entrance exam once again. A group of people directly began to congratulate Yang Shu. Yang Shu also face proudly frankly accepted these congratulations, but also humbly waved his hand. Oh, no big deal, just our first high school people, every year can produce a few geniuses, huh? Then, as if to kill the heart, Yang Shu also inclined his head, deliberately asked with a smile, oh, old Wang, now you are convinced? This year's first prize winner, it seems to be me again, ah. Even if you have a Yanran Lu, there is another one who ate the blood condensation Dan. Wang Xing's face shivered for a moment, then he said faintly, there's no point in talking more, it's better to look at the final results. Humph, you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Yang Shu shook his head, only feeling that Wang Xing was just holding on for dear life. Right at this moment, the huge stone monument on the playground suddenly burst out a ray of light, causing the crowd to be startled, and then all eyes converged on it. It's going to be a score. Phew. I wonder what my final points, how many places I'll be able to place. I got 540 points this time, that should be enough for me to go to a medium school, right? I earned 456 points, which at last year's grade line was more than enough for me to attend the college of my choice. I wonder if that will change this year. Countless people held their breath and looked at the stone tablet. On the stone tablet, a text was also slowly revealed. Number 102789, Shaoli, final points, 0. Number 98741, Li Dao, final score, 227. Number 78547, Lin Qingxue, final score, 326. Number 10784, Lu Feng, final score, 578. The crowd looked at their scores. Despite the fact that they had point terminals in hand and most of them knew their approximate scores ahead of time, many of them jumped up and down with excitement. More than that, it was a sigh of relief and very bleak. However, at this moment, a group of Jiangnan City's senior management did not have the heart to look at the joys and sorrows of these students, but rather, they were in a hurry to cast their sights towards the top of the stone tablet, which was the position of the top 10 rankings. First place, Lin Chen Juggernaut, final points, 24,789. Second place, Mo Hongli, final points, 2,272. Third place, Tiger Li, final points, 1374. Fourth place, Yan Ranlu, final points, 1,272. Lin Chen's name appeared at the top of the list, far ahead. See the first few numbers on the list glowing in gold. A dead silence fell over the square. Everyone was staring daggers at the stone tablet, their eyes filled with disbelief and incomprehension. Ryoga, as if it were an explosion, the square buzzed enthusiastically. Did I read that right? 24,000 points? This. Wouldn't be a broken points tablet, would it? You're the one with a broken brain, right? This stone tablet is a prop of transcendent quality, issued by the official unification, how can it be broken? Hiss. 24,000 points? That's too much. That Lin Chen, is he open? It's not open and shut, I'll say what you want. No. The average professional who could obtain 500 points was already considered quite good, and could go to a medium-sized university. Even the so-called heavenly pride Li Hu and Yan Ranlu, etc., can get 1,000 points, is also considered to try their best. Who knows? Lin Chen, alone, had actually gained over 20,000 points? This is too shocking. This achievement, not to mention Gangnam City. Even when looking at the entire Dragon Kingdom, it was unparalleled. The crowd. The two of them, Yan Ranlu and Li Hu, were each in a hidden corner, with expressions of shock and disbelief on their faces. I actually didn't even make it into the top 3 of the rankings? How did Lin Chen? How did he gain such high points? Lu Yanyan was incredulous, clenching a mouthful of silver teeth. As for Li Hu, he even smashed a table in front of him in half with one fist. That Lin Chen, didn't he use the blood condensation pill? Why do the grades still count? I'm not convinced. Further away, looking above the stone monument, Zhou Wen's face was even more dismayed. Isn't that Lin Chen wasted? How can he still gain so many points? Even Mo Hong Carp, following along, gained so many points and became second place? Damn! If only I hadn't kicked these two out, I could have taken a huge step up in my grades. Zhou Wen and his teammates behind him were in deep regret. And right on top of the high platform, the Jiangnan City executives were dumbfounded. Originally, Yang Shu, who had been complacent just a moment ago, was like he had eaten fly feces the moment the results came out, and his smile instantly froze on his face. Immediately afterward, a look of disbelief changed. Beside them, a group of people began to talk. What do you mean? 20,000 plus points? My eyes aren't going crazy, are they? Hiss. This score, how long has it been since it appeared? I only remember that 300 years ago, that Dragon Kingdom war god once took a score of over 10,000 points. But even that war god couldn't match this Lin Chen. Could it be that the tablet is wrong? Impossible. It's a transcendental prop, and no official message has been sent, which means everything is fine. Could it be that this Lin Chen really gained 20,000 points? But didn't he take the blood condensation pill? It's only logical that the achievement shouldn't count. Could it be that he didn't use the blood condensation pill? The crowd fell silent. They're all having a hard time accepting that. But the cold reality was a reminder that this was real, not a dream. If that's really the case, then wouldn't Lin Chen have killed that cold ice colossus with his own strength? And also gained 20,000 points? A stoic man suddenly spoke out. Impossible. Perhaps he used other similar props. After all, although this kind of thing is treasured, the variety isn't exactly rare. Immediately, someone vetoed. The Ice Colossus, but a level 10, third rank boss. Not to mention a warrior who had just awakened his profession. Even if it was all of them, they wouldn't dare to say that they could do it and kill it without any injuries so easily. What kind of profession can have in such a war power? Absolutely not. Sighing, a hint of joy and relief flashed in Wang Xing's eyes as he said faintly, "No matter what, let's end the college entrance exam first." The crowd could only agree. With that, the three principals simultaneously moved their bodies and appeared on top of the high platform. And the chatter in the playground calmed down. Countless pairs of eyes, all looking with awe and admiration toward the three principals on the high platform. The three principals looked at each other, then took out their long-prepared speeches and began to speak. "Gentlemen, this year's National College Entrance Examination has come to a successful conclusion. I wish you all a great future." Finally, the three principals addressed everyone at the same time. "Retire with it." Slap. As soon as the words left his mouth, thunderous applause rang out in the playground, and all the students cheered. Even Lin Chen, who was in an inconspicuous corner, had a hint of anticipation in his eyes. High school, over. His path, however, had just begun. Chapter 40, The Principal's Invitation. Lin Chen, congratulations on becoming the top student of this year's college entrance exam. A fragrant wind came, only to see Mo Hongli, wearing a long red dress, suddenly coming from one side with a light smile. Taking off the heavy armor, Mo Hongli's perfect body lines were reflected under the wrapping of the long skirt. Even walking around a little bit, you could feel that as if something was about to call out. Combined with that near-perfectly flirtatious little face, the surrounding males, one by one, were casting blazing or jealous glances. The blaze was because Mo Hongkarp was just too beautiful, completely no less than an existence like Lu Yenran. The jealousy, however, was due to the fact that Mo Hongkarp walked straight to the side of a somewhat clean-looking, but otherwise very ordinary youth. The top student of the college entrance exam? Lin Chen shrugged, "Doesn't matter." Being a man for 2 lifetimes and having once stood at the top of the world had made Lin Chen's heart light, as if he were an ancient well, not humble. The district was just a top student, it wasn't enough to make him look excited. "But I also have to thank you, Lin Chen, for taking me leveling, otherwise with this score, it would have been absolutely impossible for me to gain 2,000 points. Mo Hongkarp smiled sweetly and said playfully. "Didn't you let me stay in your house too? It's just a matter of each taking what they need." Lin Chen let out a light laugh. "Speaking of which, this is my family's token." As if she suddenly remembered something, Mo Hongli flipped her hand and took out a token from her backpack, handing it over. The token seems to be made of brass casting, looks very exquisite, on which is also engraved the word MO. "Alright, thanks a lot, I'll go home and pack up and head over." Lin Chen nodded. "That's right, you have to be careful, now that the Huang family is expected to have gotten the news, they usually strike very quickly." Mo Hongli reminded again. "I know." Lin Chen casually smiled and said, "You also need to be more careful, after all, the things you did with me back then were seen by many people." Mo Hongkarp shook her head. "Even if the Huang family is more powerful, they wouldn't dare to make a move on me easily, otherwise the two families would surely be immortal." The two were in the middle of a conversation when suddenly a calm voice came from behind them. "Lin Chen, the principals have an invitation, please follow me." One could only see a tall middle-aged man in plate armor, standing behind Lin Chen and Mo Hongli, saying with a serious face. The man was followed by a dozen other similarly dressed people, all dressed the same, each with at least a level 10 rating. The man at the head of the group was as high as level 15 and was also a hidden professional. "Looking for me for something?" Lin Chen frowned slightly. "Maybe it's looking for you to congratulate you, after all, you're the top student of the college entrance examination in our Jiangnan city, and maybe looking at the whole country, it's the first place too." Mo Hongli also felt a little strange, but could only speak out to comfort. Lin Chen was laughing coldly in his heart. "Congratulations? If you wanted to congratulate me, you should have mentioned me during your speech just now, instead of coming to me now. Guess there's something else going on, and it's definitely not good." With this thought in his mind, Lin Chen's face remained bland, unable to see any color, and he simply said lightly, "Since the principal is looking for me, then I'll just follow." Then, turning to Mo Hongli, he said, "Then I'll leave first and go to your house later." After saying that, Lin Chen carried his hands behind his back and followed the man towards one side. After walking for a short while, he entered a modest room, and when Lin Chen pushed the door open, he saw a dozen or so very delicately dressed people looking at him at the same time, with different eyes. Some were curious, some disdainful, some sneered, and some but with a hint of regret. But most of all, Greed. It was as if Lin Chen wasn't a person, but a piece of fat meat. If it were an ordinary student, being watched by so many big names, he or she would definitely be at a loss for words and stutter. However, Lin Chen had a bashful look on his face, and walked to the center of the room without humbling himself, and after looking around the room, he said aloud, "Gentlemen, I am Lin Chen, what can I teach you?" In the room, the people looked at each other, all of them could see a hint of appreciation in it. This son, extraordinary. Though a good mindset doesn't necessarily make a battle powerful. However, the ability to be unassuming and light-hearted at such a young age indicates a mature mind. It is very rare among this age group. Lin Chen, first of all, congratulations on becoming the top student of the college entrance examination in Jiangnan City this time. Yang Shu stood up and looked at Lin Chen condescendingly. Secondly, we also watched part of it, the video of you in the middle of the entrance exam. I'll be blunt, we're very interested in that yellow transcendent equipment that you obtained by killing the Ice Colossus. Make us an offer, we'll buy it. Yang Shu's tone carried a flavor that could not be refused. It was as if he wasn't making a request, but an order. Yellow equipment? Lin Chen's heart condensed. Killing the cold ice demon statue exploded a golden legendary equipment, and they misread it and recognized it as transcendent equipment? Oh, that's right, if it was a legendary equipment, they would have already reported it to the officials. With this thought in his mind, Lin Chen spoke indifferently, transcendent equipment? Oh, I do have one. With that, Lin Chen directly shook his hand, and a necklace appeared on the palm of his hand. It is crystallized omniscience. The yellow flash instantly caught the attention of everyone in the room. Everyone's eyes were captivated by the necklace. Transcendental equipment. It's really superb equipment. Crystallized omniscience? It's a trinket, not a weapon or defense unfortunately, but it's still transcendent quality. Gee, that's just the right equipment for me. Yang Shu's eyes glistened with excitement, and he couldn't help but rub his hands together, a look of excitement appearing on his face. This passive is too powerful too, a 10% chance boost can double the chance of my main passive skill, Bloody Roar, triggering. TSK, this equipment, I'll take it. See the excited looks on everyone's faces. Lin Chen sneered in his heart. I said, why did these people invite me all of a sudden, so they were eyeing my stuff? It's just a shame. My equipment, if you want it, is not that easy. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes, flashing a hint of coldness. If it was his previous life, Lin Chen was afraid that he would submit to the might of these people and obediently hand over his equipment. After all, can an individual be more powerful than a group? What's more, it's a combined group of these Jiangnan City executives. But this life. Lin Chen was the insect lord. The insect army was on his side, giving Lin Chen the power to fight against the world. The family? A union? Powerful? In front of the insect hordes, all of them could only turn into flying ash. Chapter 41, just not giving face, so what? Amidst everyone's greedy eyes, Lin Chen smiled coldly and spoke, I do have transcendent equipment, as you all can see. But I'm not for sale. The moment these words came out, the entire conference room, the atmosphere froze. In an instant, the greedy eyes of those executives transformed into coldness and shock, looking at Lin Chen with a hint of killing intent. They all had a hard time believing that a mere level 6 professional would dare to refuse the orders of these big shots of theirs. Lin Chen, what do you mean? Could it be that you're afraid we can't afford to pay? Oh, name your price, as long as it's within our affordability, we definitely won't refuse. A hint of killing intent flashed in Yang Shu's eyes, but it was quickly concealed as he said to Lin Chen in a deep voice. Price? Oh, the value of this extremely high-quality transcendent equipment is not even below that of certain perfect quality equipment. Just by yourselves, you can afford the price? Lin Chen laughed coldly. Of course, it's not like I can't sell this equipment to you if you can produce a true perfect quality equipment or 200 million credits. Lin Chen, you're too unbridled. A burly man shouted coldly, looking over angrily, his body's aura exploding as he pressed towards Lin Chen. This burly man was a level 32 warrior, with a chi and blood as terrifying as a tiger and wolf, as if he was ferocious. If it was an ordinary level 6 professional, they would be so frightened and covered in cold sweat that they wouldn't be able to say a word. But who is Lin Chen? Bug Master. Facing the pressure of this person's aura, Lin Chen sneered and gave an order in his heart. In the middle of the Dominion world, hundreds of insects hissed together. Even that huge stone monument bloomed with a ray of light that shot into the burly man's eyes instead. Ah! The burly man cried out, his head going blank as if he'd taken a hammer blow. Upon reacting, he only felt a cold sweat all over his body, and even his hands and feet were involuntarily trembling. The moment he just rubbed it, he only felt a piercing coldness, as if it had drilled into his body, causing him to develop an incomparable fear. His own breath, relative to that coldness, was simply a firefly compared to the white moon, not comparable. How is that possible? Could it be that aura, was it from this Lin Chen? The burly man was so horrified that he couldn't help but take a few more steps back. What's wrong, Lu-san? Those present looked strangely at the burly man and asked in confusion. The burly man Lu-sun wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and shook his head awkwardly. No, nothing, you guys go on. The crowd gave him a strange look and didn't take it to heart. Lin Chen, your condition is too much, we can't accept it. Yang Shu said bluntly, you should know that although transcendent equipment is rarely put up for sale, the transaction price of transcendent equipment is usually under 10 million credits. Even if this equipment of yours, with its special effects, is very good, it's not so outrageous, you'd better change your conditions. Then don't blame me, it's you guys who can't afford it. Lin Chen spread both his hands and said with a smile, I've given the price, you guys can't get the money, who can you blame? Yang Shu's eyes narrowed up, revealing a hint of coldness as he said in a cold voice, Lin Chen, it's not impossible for you to ask for this price. How about this, how about you trade the equipment to us first, and we'll write an IOU and pay you in installments? This way, you get the price of your choice and we get the gear, so wouldn't that be the best of both worlds? Lin Chen didn't even think about it and directly shook his head in rejection. No way, I never take IOUs. Joke. IOUs and installments with these people? These guys are obvious, want to renege on their own equipment for nothing, cannot be as they wish. Lin Chen, neither this nor that, are you not giving us face? A trace of anger surfaced on Yang Shu's face as he asked coldly. Lin Chen's several refusals had finally made him angry. In his opinion, with his status as a rank 33 professional as well as the principal of the first middle school, it was only right for the average student to be respectful when they saw him. And this Lin Chen. But it is so arrogant. I just don't give you guys face, so what can I do? Lin Chen laughed lightly and said indifferently. These words, like throwing a huge stone on a calm lake, instantly stirred up 1,000 waves. What did you say? The boy is rampant. How dare you talk like that? Lin Chen. Oh, I remember you. The people present were all glaring angrily at Lin Chen, and one by one, they broke into curses. Lin Chen, on the other hand, snorted, Big brothers, if there's nothing else, I can leave. When he said that, he lifted his leg and walked out the door and left straight away. Looking at Lin Chen's distant back, Yang Shu looked around and said in a deep voice, everyone, be quiet. The crowd then stopped their mouths and looked at Yang Shu. Yang Shu took a deep breath and said in a cold voice, this transcendent equipment is of great significance to our Jiangnan city, so we must get it even if we have to expend more effort. Even if that Lin Chen refuses, it's still the same. When the crowd heard this, a glint of coldness and killing intent emerged from their eyes. That's right, when it comes down to it, there's only one means left to kill and take the treasure. And they don't care in the slightest. After all, the identity of these people, in addition to being the top management of Jiangnan City, one of them is a senior professional, with more than 1 or 2 lives in their hands? A mere Lin Chen, they didn't care at all. Principal Yang, our Li family will also be involved in this matter. Yeah, I'm in. Count me in. I'll send the killer. One by one, the top brass rushed to take a stand. After all, the matter of assassinating Lin Chen was something that they needed to be involved with in order to have a few words about getting that transcendent equipment. In an instant. Other than the Mo family, Wang Xing, and a few other top brass, almost everyone had stated that they wanted to participate in this matter. Good, since everyone wants it so much, I'll be straightforward. Yang Shu nodded with great satisfaction, then said nonchalantly as if he thought of something. Family Master Mo, Principal Wang Xing, if you two are not participating in this matter, could you please step out for a moment? Mo Qingyun, the head of the Mo family, and Wang Xing, the principal of the third middle school, exchanged a glance and let out a bitter smile as they got up and walked out of the room beyond. Old Wang, I didn't expect that you actually aren't even interested in transcendent equipment and won't even participate in this operation? As soon as he stepped out of the gate, Mo Qingyun said tentatively. Family Master Mo, we are old acquaintances, we don't just want to know about that Lin Chen, why do we need to test the waters so much? Wang Xing responded with a faint smile. Mo Qingyun let out a laugh, but he did not feel embarrassed at all and then asked. Principal Wang is still so smart that I won't beat around the bush. I actually want to ask, what's the situation with this Lin Chen that actually made you even give up the idea of competing for the transcendent equipment? Chapter 42, Assassination in Zhanghai University. After pondering for a moment, Wang Xing then shook his head and said, "It's just a hunch. I always feel that this Lin Chen isn't that simple." "Oh, you're saying that Lin Chen was able to defeat the Coal Ice Colossus, and it wasn't because of taking the blood condensation pill?" Mo Qingyun instantly became interested, and his heart was a little shocked. You should know that the Ice Colossus was a level 10, third rank boss. Its strength was even comparable to certain level 15 bosses. A candidate who could actually kill such a ferocious beast alone. I'm not sure, it's just that I have a vague feeling that if I mess with Lin Chen, the consequences might be very serious. Wang Xing shook his head and said faintly. What's more, even if that piece of equipment could be taken from Lin Chen's hands, that fellow, Yang Shu, would probably have been bound and determined to get it long ago, and I don't want to fight with this kind of person for anything. The two of them talked as they walked towards the outside of Aang. And in the meantime, the Yellow House. What? Huang Xin is dead? Who did it? Who did it? In the middle of the luxurious living room, Huang Wentian, the head of the Huang family, slapped a table and stood up to roar. His face was filled with anger, and even his veins blossomed at the roots, like wriggling earthworms, very frightening. Huang Xin is the only son of Huang Wentian, usually very loving, even cannot afford to say a heavy word. Today is the end of the college entrance examination, the family is waiting. Huang Xin achieved good results, back to the news. Who knows, the results did not wait, but waited for the death of Huang Xin. In front of him, several people dressed in black knelt on the ground, trembling. Old master. Young master was in the college entrance exam and was killed by someone. A person swallowed his saliva and stammered. The person who killed the young master, named Lin Chen, is the top student of the entrance examination in Jiangnan City today. Lin Chen? Huang Wentian searched the name in his head, then shook his head. Seems like a nobody? This person actually managed to injure my son's life, and also became this year's top student in the college entrance exams. It doesn't seem to be too good to move on. Could it be that my son died in vain? Huang Wentian's brows were tightly locked, and a mouthful of teeth seemed as if they were about to be clenched. The top student of the college entrance examination was very rare, and even a local family like his had to be courteous. Master, there's no need to worry. Although that Lin Chen is the top student of the college entrance exam, the three principals and the other top officials have not thrown an olive branch at him. The man in black said carefully. Oh, why is that? Huang Wentian couldn't help but ask in astonishment. Generally speaking, the top students of the college entrance examination would be solicited by those powerful and wealthy executives in Jiangnan City. After all, the potential of a genius was infinite, and even if there was no way to pull it together, one should definitely not make enemies. But this time, why was this top student of the entrance examination given a cold shoulder? The man in black explained in a deep voice, it's because this Lin Chen, instead of using his own strength to obtain such a score, has taken a blood-condensing pill. Blood-condensing pill? Huang Wentian was instantly enlightened, a scowl appearing on his face abruptly. That means that the current Lin Chen is nothing but a waste? Since that's the case, Tian-san, you go and get rid of this Lin Chen. Bring back his head to avenge the death of my son. By the way, let's see if he has any extra blood condensation pills on him. This thing is very precious. The black-robed man, Tian-san, was shaken, then respectfully said, Yes, master. This is the Mo family? Lin Chen looked at a manor in front of him and couldn't help but feel a little emotional. In the midst of today's human according basis where every inch of land is expensive, this manor could be considered extravagant to the extreme. Of course, as a level 90 professional in his previous life, Lin Chen had long been accustomed to these things and did not look much shocked. After showing his token to the gatekeeper, Lin Chen leisurely walked into the manor, then followed Mo Hongli's instructions to a villa. After knocking on the door, a petite young girl in regular clothes then rubbed her big, bleary eyes and opened the door to her room, and after seeing Lin Chen, she couldn't help but ask strangely, Who are you, knocking on someone's door in the middle of the morning? The young girl was about 15 or 16 years old, delicate and white, as if she was a porcelain doll, but her small face was 3 times similar to Mo Hongkarp's, and she was currently blinking her big eyes, curiously sizing up Lin Chen. Fawn, what's wrong? Just when Lin Chen was a bit strange, Mo Hongli's voice came from behind him, and then a beautiful face emerged into sight. Wearing a red dress, Mo Hongli's lotus steps moved slightly as she walked to the door, smiling sweetly after seeing Lin Chen. Lin Chen, you're here. Sister, is this the Lin Chen that you've been mumbling about all this time? The young girl froze for a moment, then with a strange look, she looked at Lin Chen. What are you talking nonsense about? Mo Honglei's pretty face flushed red and she slapped the young girl's head angrily, then smiled at Lin Chen and said, "This is my younger sister Mo Honglu. You come in first." Looking at the pair of sisters, Lin Chen shrugged and followed into the villa. Villa interior decoration is very simple and elegant, with the outside of the luxury is not quite the same. Some places are some girlish cute furnishings. Lin Chen, you're here so early, I thought you wouldn't be here until at least the afternoon. As soon as Mo Honglei beckoned, a uniformed dressed maid brought up tea. There isn't much to it, just packing up casually. Lin Chen sipped his tea and said indifferently. His original home was nothing but a few household items. Most of the others were various things from Lin Qingshui. For example, posters, peripherals, dolls, etc. for stargazers. Lin Chen's things, other than some clothes, could be counted on one hand. Wrapping it up, of course, was simple and easy. Of course, I also want to upgrade as soon as possible, so I'm inviting you to go ahead and clear the trial abyss at Zhanghai University. Lin Chen spoke again. Zhanghai University? You're applying for Zhanghai University? Mo Honglei froze for a moment, then asked in a surprised exit. Zhanghai University. It's a top-notch university in the Dragon Kingdom. It's with Qingbei University and Dragon God College, the three top universities. These are the three universities that millions of people want to enroll into every year to enjoy the most top-notch treatment and prospects. However, the number of students enrolled in the three universities each year is only a pitiful few thousand. It can be said that if the college entrance exam is 1,000 horses crossing a single wooden bridge, then applying for JHU is as thrilling as walking a tightrope. Hee, I'm a top student of the college entrance exam, is it something very surprising to enroll in Zhanghai University? Lin Chen laughed lightly. Besides, your score, it's enough to enroll in Zhanghai University, don't you want to enter this top institution? Chapter 43, Generous Lin Qingshui. Zhanghai University, I'm naturally interested. But? Mo Honglei sighed, but my score, although it's enough to enroll in Zhanghai University, I don't have the confidence that I can pass the trial abyss. Above the blue star. Enrolling in college is not just a matter of filling out a volunteer application and going to college once you have enough points. After filling up the volunteers, the candidates also need to clear the trial abyss of each school and then they will be selected on the basis of their performance. Unlike the large multiplayer abyss of the college entrance exams, the trial abyss released by each university is a single-player copy of the abyss. To explain it in terms of Lin Chen's perception is, an abyss like the trial place of the high school is a copy shared by all of the monsters like Yamaguchi Mountain, where you can meet other candidates. Instead, a copy of each university is just a dungeon amongst the powdered milk. Unless one enters in a group, then one cannot find a second candidate. Don't worry, I can team up with you. Lin Chen smiled faintly. You? Team up with me? Mo Hongkarp was a bit incredulous, and then as if she thought of something, her small face flushed and she spat lightly. Are you hitting on any crooked ideas? Hey, I didn't say it was free. I can take you through the trial copies of Zhanghai University and get a good grade, but the prerequisite is that I need you guys to do me a favor, and this matter is probably something that only one of the 4 great clans of yours can do. Lin Chen let out a light smile and said slowly. Oh, what favor? As if realizing that she thought wrongly, Mo Honglei coughed lightly and asked somewhat awkwardly, but the blush on her face was long-lasting. I want to purchase some skill books, the ones I need are very treasured and hard to buy. Lin Chen looked at the beauty's shy appearance, and his heart was moved, but after sighing, he still said with a straight face. Of course, I will pay the price as usual, but I need to mobilize a lot of manpower to search for them. The more of these skill books I need, the better. And, this is something I don't want anyone else to find out that I did it, is that clear? Nowadays. Lin Chen had reached level 6 though and had hundreds of bug units. However, in reality, he hadn't even learned a single skill, and the skills he used were all those that came with the bugs. This was because the skill books used by summoners were so rare that they were hard to find on the market. Even if they could be found, there would be an uproar once they were purchased away. After all, the one who purchased the summoner skill was most likely a summoner. And every summoner was an object that all the powers sought after to draw in. And with Lin Chen's current strength, he didn't want to draw attention to himself, so this matter could only be left to someone else, preferably a major power. After all, only then would he have enough manpower to prepare. With that, Lin Chen handed over a list of all the skill books that Lin Chen wanted to purchase. After receiving the skill book and slightly scanning it, Mo Hongkarp sucked in a breath of cool air and covered her mouth in surprise. Summoning? Spirit teleportation? Summoning skeletons? This. These are summoner exclusive skills, and there are even legendary summoner skills. Does that mean you? Lin Chen's face was frank as he gently nodded. That's right, I'm a summoner. With that, Lin Chen waved his hand, and 3 mighty sword insects instantly appeared on the ground. Hiss. Looking above the floor, at the knife bug that shone with a cold black light, like a killing machine, Mo Honley instantly sucked in a breath of cool air. Despite the fact that her performance in the middle of the land of trials had made Mo Honley somewhat curious, she knew that Lin Chen's true profession was definitely not as simple as a basic profession warrior. But she really hadn't expected that Lin Chen was actually a summoner. To know. The last time Jiangnan City had awakened a summoner profession was 10 years ago. The summoner profession that was awakened that time, although it was just a beast tamer, with a quality of ordinary. However, it also directly sensationalized the entire Jiangnan City, and the 3 top universities collectively threw in an olive branch. And that summoner, now that he had graduated, had even become a powerful figure in Tiandu directly. You can see the gold content of the summoner, how horrible it really is. You really are a summoner, Mo Honley murmured in surprise. Now you always believe that I can take you through the trial copies, right? Lin Chen laughed softly. I've never doubted it. Mo Hongkarp, however, shook her head and let out a bitter smile, and after thinking for a moment, she took another deep breath and nodded. The skill books you want, I will let the family try to get them, and although I don't dare to guarantee that I will be able to get every single one of them, I will still be able to get some of them. Then it's settled. Lin Chen clapped his hands and stood up directly, saying with great satisfaction, there's one more thing, I hope you can keep my identity a secret, it's good for both of us. Mo Hongkarp nodded with great approval. That's right, you've just offended the Huang family. If those people know that you're a summoner, they'll surely be crazy enough to want to strangle you in the cradle, lest the whole clan suffer in the future. In that case, it's better to keep a low profile for the time being. Lin Chen nodded and added, tomorrow we'll go to the trial abyss, remember to get up early. After saying that, Lin Chen stood up and walked towards the guest room that had long been arranged upstairs. Sky Blue Neighborhood. Building 6, 12-5. Lin Qingxue stood at the door and hesitated for half a day before opening it and stepping inside. Humph, since you won the high school entrance exam, I'll grudgingly forgive you. But I'll still run away from home if you try to piss me off again in the future. Lin Qingxue thought so, confidently preparing for Lin Chen's hug and words of comfort. After all, what more could she ask for when she had voluntarily bowed her head and admitted she was wrong? Although Lin Qingxue was shocked that a Lin Chen had actually gotten the top prize of the entrance examination in Jiangnan City. But after a short period of surprise, Lin Qingxue decided to make a concession, to move back in. Even willing to be very generous to forgive, Lin Chen and the high school copy, ignore their own things. The potential for development of a high school student is much better than those lickspittles around yourself. When she thought of the pockmarked face-licking dog in the copy of the college entrance exam that made her score only 300 or so points, Lin Qingxue felt angry. These guys, they don't have the strength and still learn from others to bring girls? It's really pushin'. Thinking so, Lin Qingxue looked around the room. Lin Chen, not home? Is it out? Or in the room? Harboring doubts, Lin Qingxue opened the door to Lin Chen's room. Into the eye, but only a blank. Lin Chen, he moved away? Lin Qingxue couldn't believe her eyes. Lin Chen actually moved out of the house directly without a single greeting. Chapter 44, The Square. Standing in front of the door of the room, Lin Qingxue's head went blank. After a long time, 2 lines of hot tears crossed his face. Lin Chen. What's wrong with you? Why did you suddenly become like this? Could it be that you changed your mind after you awakened a rare profession? It must be. Lin Qingxue was certain in her heart that it was after Lin Chen had awakened his hidden profession that his temperament had changed drastically and he had even abandoned himself. And it never occurred to me that there was anything I was doing wrong. Pulling out her cell phone, Lin Qingxue wanted to give Lin Chen a call. But the number was dialed, only to find that it prompted an empty number on the other side. Lin Chen cancelled his cell phone number. At the thought of this, Lin Qingxue only felt the sky spinning. Originally, she was planning to live a happy life with Lin Chen, the top student of the college entrance examination, and later become a member of the high society. Who had thought that Lin Chen was simply unwilling to take care of him anymore? Just then, on the screen of his cell phone, a text message popped up. Hello Ms. Lin Xingxue, your credit card bill of 50,000 credits has been overdue for 7 days, please pay it within today or we will take measures to forcibly confiscate the property. The money I borrowed is due so soon? Lin Xingxue mumbled with a pale face. Some time ago. Because of leaving Lin Chen, there was no source of money. Lin Xingxue was accustomed to being generous again, and was uncomfortable without buying something every day. So it was quite natural for her to go ahead and apply for a credit card as well. Originally, she thought that Lin Chen would coax her back in a few days, and then she would just let him repay the loan. Unexpectedly. Lin Chen, however, came straight to the point of severing his relationship. What's to be done about this? Just as Lin Xingxue was confused, a rough knocking sound suddenly came from outside the room door. Someone knocked on the door? Could it be that Lin Chen is back? Lin Xingxue was startled, then quickly walked to open the door to the room. Who knew that what was revealed in front of him was not Lin Chen's clear and bland face. Instead, it was a couple of big, bald men with full faces. As soon as they met, the big man in the lead said nonchalantly, "You're Lin Xingxue? I've come to inform you that because you've overstayed your credit card, the bank is going to confiscate this property of yours." House, confiscated? Lin Xingxue froze, but I only borrowed 50,000 credits, and without the house where will I live? That's your business. The big man waved his hand impatiently, now get out. Otherwise, we'll call the police. Looking at a couple of large, muscular, unsuspecting men. Lin Xingxue was instantly honest. She knew that these few burly men were not Lin Chen, and could make herself play small and spill her guts. Dare to say a word of no in front of these people? That would only result in a beating. Graying out the front door, he looked back at the house that he had lived in for over 10 years and was finally about to give away to someone else. Lin Xingxue only felt like crying. Now, she has no family, no savings, and even no place to live. It could be said that since leaving Lin Chen, Lin Xingxue had hardly had a good day. However, Lin Xingxue wouldn't reflect on it. After a short period of despair, a nameless rage suddenly sprang up in Lin Xingxue's heart. Lin Chen, it's all because of you. If it wasn't for you, how did I end up in this situation? Don't think it's a big deal to take a crap top student exam. I'll go find my family's Li Kuan's brother tomorrow. He can also be the top student of the college entrance exam in Nanpu City, much better than you. When the time comes to become Li Kuan's brother's girlfriend, don't even think about asking me to recognize you. After saying that, with a wipe of her tears, Lin Xingxue gritted her teeth and walked in a direction, gradually disappearing into the night. Jiangnan City, Trial Square. This is the Trial Square? There are really a lot of people. Looking at the square in front of her that was the size of a small town, Mo Honley could not help but sigh. This trial square was created by the joint efforts of hundreds of colleges and universities in the Dragon Kingdom. The same buildings are found in all the major urban areas of the Dragon Kingdom. Above this trial square, there were hundreds of abyssal teleportation portals, or hundreds of trial abysses. Passing through these abysses represents a qualification for admission to a university. Therefore, nowadays, above the square, it was full of candidates walking around, and many of them were going in and out of some of the abyssal gates in a very busy manner. That's the location of Jianghai University's trial abyss, let's go. After a slight glance, Lin Chen opened his mouth and then led Mo Honley to a teleportation door. Only 3 huge portals were seen, almost occupying hundreds of meters of space around them. These 3 portals were representing the top 3 colleges and universities in the Dragon Kingdom: Qingbei University, Dragon God College, and Jianghai University. And these universities had the most people gathered around the trial abyss. There were at least thousands of people resting around here, and there were even some more flexible minds that directly set up stalls here to sell their equipment. Going up and touching the teleportation stone of the trial copy of Jianghai University, a prompt appeared in front of his eyes. Abyss, Lost Temple Jianghai University trial copy. Difficulty, Normal, Challenge, Hard, Nightmare, Blood Moon. Rank, 115. Type of Abyss, Solo copy, maximum team size 5. The Lost Temple? This abyssal copy is notoriously difficult. Jianghai University would actually use this as a trial copy this year? Lin Chen was surprised. In later generations, the difficulty of the Lost Temple was infamous because the monsters in it all had a buff called Holy Gladiator, which gave them greatly increased strength, spirit, and agility in all 3 dimensions. This also led to the fact that in this abyss, even if all those small monsters possessed very terrifying damage and speed, one needed to be very careful in dealing with them, or else they would roll over in front of the small monsters. And the final boss of the Lost Temple, the Angel of Ashes, is the nightmare of countless professionals in later generations. Not only does the Angel of Ashes have the Holy Gladiator buff, it even boosts the effect of this buff. As well as it would use a flame attack called Sacred Flame, which was almost impossible to resist because the range was simply too vast. And the most headache-inducing thing was that not only was this holy flame unavoidable and extremely damaging, it also possessed the Purification special effect, which was capable of expelling the buffs of all professionals. Even more, the Angel of Ashes will bleed back when it reaches the bloodied stage. Many professionals, when they fought for the first time, made every effort to grind the boss alive to the last ounce of blood, but when they saw that they could end the boss with a single slash, they found that the Angel of Grey had a healing spell set on them, and their blood level was directly returned to full. You can imagine how dumbfounded these people were, probably spitting blood. Luckily, the Angel of Ashes was only level 5 only. If it was any higher, I'm afraid it wouldn't be a college trial copy, but a challenge copy for those high-level professionals. Chapter 45, The Lost Temple. However, as difficult as it was, many of the professionals in the later generations were all over it, and almost everyone was thinking of conquering this abyss. The reason for this was that the rewards of the Lost Temple were simply too rich. First of all, although the monsters of the Lost Temple were powerful, the experience value given was more than 3 times that of other abysses of the same level of difficulty. Secondly, the Lost Temple drops a set called Temple Guard, which has a very powerful effect. Although they were all rare quality equipment, if they were to equip a set and produce a set effect, the attributes they gave were not even inferior to some transcendent equipment. This is why, in later times, this Lost Temple abyss is so sought after by professionals. But the corner of Lin Chen's mouth revealed a smile, a somewhat expectant look. The last and most important point. The first player to clear the abyss that is the Temple of the Lost God, a difficulty of hard or higher, will receive a special limited equipment. This piece of equipment, it's one of the treasures of the town in the latter days. In the last life, this national treasure was acquired by a summoner professional from Luohu province, making him one of the 12 war gods of the Dragon Kingdom. In this life, this chance has come to me, huh? Lin Chen's eyes flashed with a strange color. This abyss, never seen before, could it be a new abyss? I just don't know how difficult it is. Looking at the introduction of the Lost God's Temple, Mo Homely couldn't help but ask curiously. And just then, buzz. The portal in front of them suddenly flashed, and a team lumbered out. Several people were covered in blood, some even directly broke a leg, and the equipment on their bodies were all tattered, their faces were filled with fear and horror. Mud, this abyss is too hard. We're all a level 7 team, our equipment is all sets, how can we not even pass a level 5 copy? These little monsters are too scary, aren't they? One punch took out half of my blood. Too ruthless. If we hadn't run fast, we'd probably all be grouped up. It's worthy of being Zhanghai University's trial abyss, us dregs can't touch the edge at all. Alas, no wonder no team has been able to clear this abyss until now, it's so difficult. The group grumbled and soon left with a sigh and a shake of their heads. On one side of the abyssal portal, a stone tablet was erected. On it, the results of the team that cleared the abyssal copy were originally recorded. However, the stone tablets in front of the other abyssal portals all had densely packed text. Only this one piece, but not a single word, smooth as ever. The surrounding people who came over to join in the fun saw this scene and sighed again. Not a single person has cleared the level even now? This abyss is too difficult. Don't say that, I just went to try it out and ended up being chased by the little monsters, I didn't even see the boss's face. Hee, I guess this kind of copy, only those geniuses like Li Hu and Yanran Lu, or those from other urban areas, can pass, right? What about Lin Chen and Mo Homely? Lin Chen? This guy is completely just taking pills and cheating to mix it up, otherwise how could he have gotten such high points? As for Mo Hongkarp, although she's pretty and her strength is good, she's only dipped into Lin Chen's light. It's also true that Lin Chen used the blood condensation pill, that's what goddess Yanran Lu herself said, it's never wrong. You all know the side effects of the blood condensation pill, right? It's estimated that in the future, this Lin Chen, even though he's holding the name of a top student in the college entrance exam, will become a waste. The chatter came in bursts. In the face of these indignities, Lin Chen's face was calm and stoic. Mo Hongkarp furrowed her eyebrows and looked at Lin Chen somewhat nervously. The difficulty of this copy seems to be very difficult. Lin Chen, are you sure you want to bring me along? It was important to realize that for every additional person in the team, then the blood, attributes, and so on, of all the monsters would go up by a factor of 2. Of course, with one more person, the difficulty will be raised by a large margin. Lin Chen, however, looked unconcerned and smiled with interest, but at the same time, the rewards will also be raised. Besides, this is a deal between us, and I'm not in the habit of breaking any deals. Mo Hongkarp's heart warmed and she smiled sweetly. In that case, let's get ready. Why don't we pull in a few teammates so we can make a team? Although the more people in the team, the more difficult it is. But the boost that comes from a complete team is a few % more difficult than the increase in numbers would bring. Lin Chen, however, directly shook his head. No, just the two of us will do. The secret of obtaining the treasure was not something that Lin Chen wanted to pass on to others. It was also from the memories of his previous life that Lin Chen had learned that Mo Hongkarp was a very trustworthy and kind woman who wouldn't do such things as betrayal, so he was relieved to expose these secrets to her. As for the others? Lin Chen didn't believe any of them. With that, Lin Chen waved his big hand and directly began to touch the teleportation stone in front of the teleportation door. Team, Juggernaut Squad. Number of persons, 2. Captain, Juggernaut. Teammate, Mo Red Carp. You have chosen the difficulty, difficult, do you confirm? Confirmed. Lin Chen said in a deep voice. Hard difficulty? This. Mo Hongliang immediately stared with wide eyes. It was important to realize that even the Lost Temple on normal difficulty had not been cleared once by any of the candidates nationwide. And Lin Chen came up and directly chose hard difficulty? This is too much of a stretch. And at this moment, those people who were watching were also noticing this place and looked over. Isn't this Lin Chen and Mo Hongli? They want to enroll in Zhanghai University too? A mere waste, how dare you be delusional? No, they really want to go into the abyss? Holy, did I read that right? They chose hard difficulty. These two are crazy. They want to go to their deaths? A group of people looked over with taunting and surprised eyes, their faces filled with mockery. Nationwide, no team has been able to clear the abyss so far, suggesting that it is predictably difficult. And you, Lin Chen, are the one who directly chose hard difficulty? It's not a death wish. Who gave you the courage? The blood-clotting pill? Lin Chen, however, ignored the gazes of the others and spat out 2 words straight away, confirmed. After saying that, the two's figures directly turned into white light and teleported into the door. And they actually went in? Oh, this is going to be a good one. I wonder what kind of expression he'll have on his face after he runs out in his dust later, haha. It's a pretty cool costume, but I don't know if you can beat the little monsters. Watch, you'll see how good it is later. Exactly. The people present all held the mentality of watching a good show, sneering as they waited around. Not a single person thought that Lin Chen would be able to clear the Lost God's Temple on hard difficulty. Chapter 46, Entering the Divine Hall. At this moment. Inside the abyss. In a flash of white light, the figures of both Lin Chen and Mo Hongli appeared in it. This lost temple was a huge system of ancient buildings, and one could tell how glorious it had once been from the towering structures and the gorgeous but dusty and windswept decorations. The lost temple, as usual. Looking around and seeing the scenery around him, Lin Chen couldn't help but let out a sigh of emotion, with some nostalgia in his tone. In his last life, like many professionals, Lin Chen had explored the Lost Temple quite a few times. After all, this was recognized as one of the fastest leveling abysses now, and the value of the equipment produced was quite lucrative. It could be said that Lin Chen was no different here than he was back home, making light work of it. Let's go, let's try a speed pass. After patting Mo Hongkarp, who was still frothing, Lin Chen lifted his leg and walked forward. Mo Hongkarp could only hurry to follow, releasing a divine wisdom, gain skill on Lin Chen in the process. Divine wisdom provides a booster effect to friendly troops that increases spirit by 2 points for 2H. Just as he walked through the door of the divine hall, Lin Chen suddenly stopped and waved his hand, stop. Behind her, Mo Hongli obediently stopped in her tracks, what's wrong? Boo! Before Lin Chen could say anything, he only saw 2 huge boulders suddenly fall from the sky, directly smashing into the spot in front of them. Mo Hongkarp was immediately stunned, this. How could there be a trap here? If they had taken one more step just now, then the boulder would have smashed directly onto them. It wouldn't kill them outright, but at least it would be the result of a serious injury. Lin Chen sneered, "There are many traps in the Lost God's temple, and each one of them is full of malice, so if it's your first time exploring the map, it's impossible not to pay some price." In the later generations, the reason why the Lost Temple was infamous, besides the high strength of the monsters, the other reason was the various traps that couldn't be defended against. Players exploring for the first time will be absolutely devastated by these endless traps. Even in the last generation, some players summarized the triggering methods and avoidance methods of all the traps in the Lost Temple, and sold them everywhere as secret books, forming an industry chain. Of course, these traps were something that could be easily circumvented for Lin Chen. "It's not over yet, just wait and see." Lin Chen looked at the two boulders and spoke out faintly again. Sure enough, in the next second, the boulders on the ground suddenly trembled, and then changed into two huge stone giants, roaring angrily towards the two. Stone giant rank, 5, strength, 12, speed, 7, spirit, 3, skills, heavy punch, stone thrust, holy fighter. What a high attribute! Throwing out a scrying spell, Mo Hongkarp then exclaimed in disbelief. It was important to realize that with a 12-point strength attribute, even many level 8 professionals might not possess such strength. Instead, these attributes appeared on a level 5 monster. At that moment, Mo Hongkarp tensed up, her small hand tightly gripping her heavy sword, her high chest rising and falling, and discreetly stood out, asking as she did so. "Lin Chen, do you need me to go ahead and take the damage? Otherwise, these two stone giants will be very difficult to." "No need." Lin Chen directly interrupted her, then waved his hand, "Come out." At once, densely packed bug beasts surfaced around them like a tidal wave. The terrifying number of people directly surrounded both Lin Chen and Mo Hongkarp in an airtight manner. In comparison, height of more than 5 meters, just now also appeared to be oppressive sense of the two stone giants, in front of the insect race as a killing machine alike, but appeared to be a different kind of gentle. "This. I forgot that you are a summoner." Mo Hongkarp froze for a moment, then laughed bitterly. The summoner could be called the pinnacle profession, not for nothing, and its battle power was definitely the most top-notch among the same level. "Go!" Lin Chen pointed forward a little. After receiving the order, the blade worms rushed in the direction of the stone giant like arrows off a string, instantly surrounding it and launching a frantic attack. And the flame worms, stinger worms, and brain worms around them projected short spikes, fireballs, and flame rays at the same time. In just an instant, the two stone giants that were originally raging just a moment ago were bitterly caught in a passive fight, and did not even have any room to fight back. And the entire time, Lin Chen and Mo Hongli had only needed to stand still and watch the show. "Is this a summoner? It's too powerful." Seeing this scene, Mo Hongli's heart was shocked beyond measure. But then there was some confusion. But even for a summoner, these summons are too much, aren't they? On the internet, Mo Hongkarp also often watched some summoners' battle videos, and also knew an ironclad rule: summoners' summons, all of them had an upper limit. A lower-leveled summoner would have just a few summons at most, which would turn into a dozen or more when they were higher-leveled. After all, if there was no upper limit on summons, then the world would have become the world of summoners long ago. But Lin Chen's summons are there. Mo Hongli looked at it and only felt her scalp tingle. That's got to be hundreds of them, right? Each and every one of them, at least a level 1 to 3 professional. That's not too scary, is it? Mo Hongli covered her small mouth and tried her best not to make a sound. And just then, your teammate has killed the stone giant and gained experience x 3000. Your teammate has killed the stone giant and gained experience x 3000. Two cues were heard, reaching Mo Hongli's ears. In front of them, the two stone giants had collapsed with a bang, turning into a puddle of ashes that drifted away. The total time taken is no more than 10 seconds. Mo Hongli was completely shocked. In the past, she only knew that summoners were awesome. But it's not quite clear how good it is. Now, the scene cut through and shook her. Unknown. In fact, it wouldn't be so easy for the average summoner to fight these two stone giants. Only Lin Chen, who was carrying that infinite quality insect master, could be so relaxed and cozy. What are you waiting for? Pick up the equipment. Lin Chen let out a light laugh, then walked forward. Mo Hongli also could only walk out of the deep shock and follow with a bitter smile. The few pieces of equipment that popped out were white, neither Mo Hongli nor Lin Chen could use them, so they could only be broken down into energy points. It's actually saved over 2,000 energy points? Looking at the stone tablet of the Mastery World, Lin Chen couldn't help but be a little surprised. Without realizing it, he had actually saved so many energy points. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Chen then converted all of his energy points into bug units as a supplement, causing the size of the bug army to rise once more. Today's size: knifeworms, 200, stinging worms, 50, brainworms, 50, flameworms, 20, winged wasps, 5, ironclad knifeworms, 5. It was a killing army. Chapter 47, Bigger Than a Head? After assigning their equipment, the two continued onward. Not long after, several figures fell from the sky again. But unlike the huge stone giant, this time the figure was tall and beautiful. Only to see 6 angels with white wings, wearing gorgeous light armor, with beautiful but indifferent faces, descending from the sky and launching a frantic attack without saying a word. They swung their long swords and shields, and the milky white flames instantly burned several of the blade insects into serious injuries. Divine Hall Guards, finally here. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at the women with interest. The Temple Guard, one of the most headache-inducing monsters in the abyss of the Lost Temple. Name: Temple Guard. Rank: 5 First Order. Life: 300. Power: 8.7. Speed: 7.5. Spirit: 7.9. Skills: Holy Fighter, Holy Flame, Crosscut, Holy Healing, Dive Bombing. This Temple Guard, what a high blood volume and attributes. Upon seeing its attributes, Mo Hongli couldn't help but marvel. 300 blood, but it was higher than a normal level 5 boss. And with such high 3D attributes. Even the Temple Guards have wings, meaning they can fly. This also led to the fact that attacks on the ground couldn't hit them at all, and had to be handled by archers, mages, and the like. But at the same time, the speed of the Temple Guards was extremely fast, and normal fireball spells simply couldn't hit them, so they could only rely on slowly grinding them. And the Temple Guard also dealt horrific damage, and there were quite a few of them, and were able to unleash Holy Flame, which banished all gain effects. In the latter days, even a party of 5 with an average level of 10 would find it a headache to face a certain number of Temple Guards. In his previous life, Lin Chen had dared to challenge this abyss only after he had reached a certain level. And this life? At level 6, it's enough. Kill. Lin Chen's eyes were cold, and he pointed at the Temple Guards without the slightest bit of ceremony. Boom! Boom! The flameworms spewed out a ray of flame that crashed into the Temple Guards. Just the first volley of flurry fire wiped out 2 Temple Guards. Your teammate has killed Temple Guard, gaining experience X 4000. And after the flame worms retreated, the Temple Guards didn't even have time to catch their breath before the 50 stinging worms opened their vicious and hideous mouthparts again, and a short splinter that glistened with a cold light came back. Short stabs damage, though there's no way to compare it to Flame Worm's Flame Blast. But it's better in quantity. Shoo shoo shoo. A series of short thorns shot out, interweaving into an impermeable net in the air, wrapping the rest of the Temple Guards in it, and they didn't even have a place to hide, so they could only eat this blow. Instantly, Mo Hongkarp could clearly see that the blood levels of the remaining Temple Guards had all dropped by as much as half. These monsters just died? Mo Hongkarp's beautiful eyes were filled with astonishment, and she couldn't help but cover her small mouth, almost shouting out. Again! Just as Mo Hongkarp was still shocked by the terrifying power of these summons, Lin Chen spoke out once again. Amidst Mo Hongkarp's astonished eyes, the group of brainworms behind him finally revealed their hideous fangs. A fist-sized fireball coalesced in the air. With an open mouth, it formed a sea of fire that directly wrapped the remaining Temple Guards in it. Your teammate has killed the Temple Guard, gaining experience X 4000. Your level has risen to 7 and you have gained 1 attribute point, please choose to allocate it. At once, several beeps came from Mo Hongli's head. Her head was in a state of total confusion. The face was dumbfounded. What's the situation? I'm upgrading here? That's it? Whose summon is like a mage with infinite firepower who keeps putting out skills? This is definitely not right. Even in those summoners' combat videos that I saw online, their summons were all just one honest melee and circumstantial. Where is there a similar movement to this? Countless questions, swirling around in her head, Mo Hongli wanted to ask Lin Chen what was going on. However, she was a smart person who knew that casually prying into a professional's details was something very taboo, so she could only swallow her curiosity in her stomach. Ha! That's a nice outfit. Lin Chen walked up to take a look, and then he found a piece of equipment that was bubbling with blue light amongst a pile of white equipment. Name: Holy Leather Armor. Type, armor. Quality, rare. Requirements, level 5, strength 5, spirit 3. Attributes, +2 spirit, +1 strength. Effect mercy, healing and shield effect increased by 10%. This equipment is just right for you, so I'll give it to you. Lin Chen directly traded the item. This. Mo Hong Karp also saw the attributes of the equipment and couldn't help but hesitate a bit. The attributes of this piece of equipment were, well, average. However, this special effect that boosts healing and shield effects by 10% is quite good. Knowing that Mo Hong Karp's profession was Holy Light Knight, an auxiliary healing profession, an equipment that percentage boosted the amount of healing was a considerable boost for any healing profession. Therefore, despite being just a piece of rare equipment, the price of this holy leather armor was something that could be worth several pieces of rare equipment. This made Mo Hongli somewhat embarrassed to accept it. As if he could see her concern, Lin Chen said indifferently, "It's just one piece of equipment. We all agreed that the equipment in the abyss would be shared equally. Just now, I took so many white outfits, it's time for you to take an outfit as well." Mo Hongli's pretty face blushed and she softly took it, saying gratefully, "Thank you, Lin Chen." She knew that this was just Lin Chen's pretext. After all, the value of this small extremely rare equipment could definitely not be measured in terms of dozens of ordinary white equipment. However, if you refuse, it will seem a bit pretentious. Mo Hongli can only simply accept it, and then silently remembered this favor in his heart. Mo Hong Karp then changed into this equipment. At that moment, the delicate body that was originally bound by the heavy armor was unlocked by a thin set of leather armor, and a wave was displayed in front of Lin Chen. The leather armor is designed to be very spacious though. But nay, there were those whose talons were just too broad, which led to the leather armor being held up round as if it might burst at any moment. Even a small portion of the upper hemisphere was exposed. It caused Lin Chen to look in awe for a while, and his heart came to a realization. No wonder they wear heavy armor. This thing, made of cloth, can't be pocketed at all. There's even the risk of bursting open. So there really is more than brains in this world. Noticing Lin Chen's blazing line of sight, Mo Hongli couldn't help but blush and pout. "What are you looking at?" Lin Chen lightly coughed, coughing. "Is nothing, let's move on," he said, panicking and leading towards the front. Mo Hongli laughed softly, pursed her lips, and hurriedly followed. Chapter 48, Angel of Ash. With the insect army protecting them around, the path behind them was walked by the two of them with little to no ripples. Especially since Lin Chen was very familiar with the abyss that was the lost god's temple, he was able to almost manage to bypass those traps with his eyes closed. And throughout the entire process, Mo Hong Karp didn't even need to make a single move, she just needed to eat the creamy ice cream Lin Chen gave her as well as shout 666 while doing so. And Mo Hongli's eyes as she looked at Lin Chen were becoming more and more shocked and confused. How was Lin Chen able to be so powerful when he was previously unknown? And, knowing this abyss like the back of your hand? Has he been here before? Lin Chen's body seemed to be shrouded in a layer of mist, causing Mo Hongli to be unable to resist the urge to understand and explore. And just then. Well, here it is. Lin Chen, who was walking ahead, suddenly stopped. Mo Hong Karp is still in the middle of thinking. A careless directly hit Lin Chen body. Suddenly the soft plump directly printed on it was squeezed and deformed to the surrounding overflow out. Mo Hongli let out a petulant rant and took a step back as if she was electrocuted, her pretty face reddening. "Did you do it on purpose?" "Ahem. Just accidental." Reflecting on the burst of softness that came from his back just now, Lin Chen couldn't help but cough awkwardly, then digressed and pointed in front of him. "This is where the boss is, just stand next to it later." Mo Hong Karp couldn't help but freeze for a moment. "It's only been less than half an hour, isn't it, so fast?" Lin Chen nodded casually. "It's actually gotten a bit slower than my estimate, but luckily there's plenty of time." After saying that, Lin Chen looked at the stone statue in front of him with interest. Only to see that in front of them, there was a huge square, and around it was placed a stone statue of a wonderfully carved temple guard. In the center, there was a huge stone statue that was more than 10 meters tall. The image of the stone statue resembled that of a legendary angel, but its wings were a hint of blazing and fiery red and tattered. While the angelic stone statue was half kneeling on the ground, above its beautiful white face, it was shedding 2 lines of blood tears that dripped to the ground. A long sword was held in his hand, and his clothes, though close-fitting and tattered, as if they had been burned by fire, looked to carry a strange and eerie beauty. This was the boss of the lost temple, the Angel of Ashes. Taking a step forward, a tremor came from above the square. And the stone statue of the Angel of Ashes in the center gradually peeled off its exterior stone skin and blossomed with a milky white holy light. Rumble. The earth trembled, and a bizarre fiery red moon suddenly rose in the sky, as if it were the pupil of a burning eye, looking at the ground from afar. And at this moment, the Angel of Ashes revealed its true form. One could only see a tattered angel with a milky white holy flame burning on its body, indifferently looking in the direction where Lin Chen and Mo Hongli were. Name, Angel of Ashes. Rank, 5 4th Order. Life, 1457. Power, 15.7. Speed, 16. Spirit, 17.4. Skills, Holy Gladiator, Sacred Flame, Blasphemous Fire, Summon Temple Guard, Goliath's Fist, Flash Strike, Holy Healing, Sacred Shield, Incinerate, Feast of Thirst, Reborn from the Dead, Scorch Strike. Description: an angel banished to the lost dimension for worshipping the magical Tavo of greed, with the dual divinity of holiness and greed. The Angel of Ash flew in the air, his lips slightly wriggling as a strange and majestic voice spread across the heavens and earth. Heresy, purify. Before the words fell, the Angel of Ashes launched a direct attack. Only to see her wings vibrate and fly up to the sky for tens of meters, then with a wave of the long sword in her hand, countless milky white holy flames transformed into a sea of fire, spreading over the entire square. You are taking damage from Holy Flame, suffering 20 points of true damage every 5 seconds and banishing all gain effects. A prompt that appeared in both men's ears. Mo Hongkarp was about to look dumbfounded. This is the intensity that a level 5 boss should have? This is too scary, isn't it? The average level 5 boss is at most some kind of goblin leader, two-headed ogre general, or some other character. How about here, straight up banished angel? That's too big of a span. Lin Chen raised his hand, go. With that, countless insect clans roared lowly and attacked towards the Angel of Ashes in the sky. Shoo shoo shoo. Fireballs and short spikes enveloped the Angel of Ashes like a storm. Instantly, a scarlet damage number jumped out above the Ash Angel's head. 1. 3. 2. 1. It looks like it hurts as much as a mosquito scratching an itch. But know that quantitative change produces qualitative change this way. Bad news, scraping. Good news, it scrapes fast. In just one round of flurry fire, the Grey Angel's life value dropped by as much as a small half. A trace of humanized shock appeared on the face of the Angel of Ashes, which then returned to indifference. Heretic, you will be purified for your vile deeds. With that, the Angel of Ashes raised his hand, and a milky white holy light burrowed into his body. Following that, its life value went straight back to full. Holy healing! Mo Hongli exclaimed. This is the most disgusting part of the Angel of Ash boss, the blood return. If the team didn't have a critical injury skill inside, it could easily be messed up by a few of its holy healing spells, and the group would be destroyed. Heretic, you must be purified. The Angel of Ashes swung his long sword, and the milky white holy flames came crashing down in an overwhelming manner, directly burning a dozen or so stinging insects on the ground into a pile of ashes. It was reasonable to say that people should normally be very panicked when they were subjected to such a situation. After all, it was as if the situation was tilted over in the direction of the Angel of Ashes. However, Lin Chen had a look of determination. Protect yourself. With a command, Lin Chen suddenly raised his hand and summoned a flying wing bee, and then he flew straight up into the sky like an agile lark towards the Angel of Ashes. The speed of the flying wing wasps was extremely fast, and in a few breaths, they crossed a distance of several dozen meters and arrived in front of the Ash Angel. What is he going to do? Seeing this scene, a trace of incomprehension surfaced on Mo Hongli's face. You should know that Lin Chen was a summoner, a brittle long-range profession similar to a mage. Did he want to fight that Angel of Ashes in close combat? Lin Chen, however, directly took out a long sword with a turquoise body from his backpack and let out a low gulp, then his body flickered, and his entire body disappeared into the air, leaving behind a series of spatial fluctuations that were like ripples. Void walking. In the next second, Lin Chen's figure appeared behind the Grey Angel, his sword carrying a hint of red, white, and blue as it plunged straight into the location of his heart. Elemental Strike. 778, Weakness Strike. The flowing fire sword directly plunged into the heart of the Angel of Ashes, lifting its blood directly down by as much as half. Chapter 49, Greedy Soul Unleashed, Double Reward. And at the same time, a current, ice, and flames blossomed from the Ash Angel's body. Heretic, what have you done to me? A trace of expression finally surfaced on the cold face of the Angel of Ashes, and a moment later his wings escaped a distance of a dozen meters as he chided in a cold voice. It's nothing, just putting a bunch of abnormal effects on you, huh? Lin Chan replied with a light smile. In his heart, he was secretly nodding. The effect of this elemental strike is really powerful. It's worthy of being a skill that I spent 100,000 credits to buy. Elemental strike. Attach a weapon so that the next strike deals extra damage and causes elemental anomalies. Sense electricity, ice slow, ignite. Damage is based on the values of the three-dimensional attributes, with the strength attribute providing flame damage, the spirit attribute providing lightning damage, and the agility attribute providing frost damage. This skill, for the average professional, is of little use. After all, the vast majority of professionals will only add points and stack one attribute, which means they can only deal one type of damage. However, Lin Chan is different. Each insectoid would feed back a certain percentage of three-dimensional attributes to Lin Chan. This also led to the fact that Lin Chan's three dimensions could be said to be fully developed, and although the spirit would be higher, the other two were definitely not lower. Thus, for Lin Chan, this elemental strike could be said to have a triple effect. Just now, a single strike had seconded the Angel of Ashes to half blood, so one could see how terrifying its damage was. What Lin Chan valued most, however, was its function of attaching elemental anomaly effects. As the name suggests, an abnormal effect gives the monster a negative gain effect. Where? Sensory electricity, take additional damage. Ice slow, reduces action speed, both movement speed and attack and spell casting speed. Ignite, continuously deals flame damage. Once these three debuffs were attached, the Angel of Ashes could become a living target. No matter what tricks you're up to, you're going to die in the end. The Angel of Ashes coldly rebuked and charged towards Lin Chan without a second thought, swinging his longsword in an attempt to cut him down. Yet again, Lin Chan's figure directly dissipated in the air, and in the next second he actually surfaced 100 meters away, laughing, "It's not me who deserves to die, it's you." Bugs, full attack. The insect army below, after receiving the order, all turned on their buffs and launched a frantic attack towards the Angel of Ashes. Boom! Boom! Shoo shoo shoo! The flame worm's flame blast rays, the brain worm's supergiant fireballs, and the stinging worm's rain of short spikes intertwined in the air. Directly wrapping the Angel of Ashes, the latter didn't even give a single cry before he directly lost his life, falling heavily to the ground, turning back into a stone statue and shattering apart. Your teammate has killed the Angel of Ashes and gained experience x 24,310. Your level has risen to level 8 and you have gained 1 attribute point, please choose to distribute it. You and your teammates have cleared the Abyss, lost Temple difficult for the first time, earning Pantheon Prestige x1. You and your teammates have cleared the Abyss, lost Temple hard for the first time in 24 minutes and 19 seconds. A series of beeps rang in his ears. Mo Homely was standing in place without a single expression. Because she was stupid in person. How did this seemingly pushy boss just get seconded? It's not right. By all rights, this kind of boss should be a team of 5 professionals, carefully cooperating with each other, and then spending more than 10 hours or even a day or two, experiencing countless perils in between, before it was possible to clear it. What's the deal with you giving people seconds all of a sudden? On Lin Chan's side, on the other hand, a unique tone appeared in his head. You are the first professional to slay the Angel of Ashes. The God of Holy Light blesses you with a reward, the inscription of Chitavo. A Chitaver inscription? This is something that was treasured by the Dragon Kingdom in the previous world? Lin Chan looked at his hand with some curiosity, a heart that emitted a blood aura. I was about to open it and check it out for a bit, but then the beep sounded again. Ding! Skill Greedy Soul activated. Gain a bonus loot. Only to see another item that landed in Lin Chan's hands. Double bonus. Lin Chan's face revealed a look of delight. I didn't expect that the skill, Soul of Greed, would coincidentally be activated at this time. It's really God's help, this is all about getting double rewards. Lin Chan could be said to be happy in his heart. You know, double rewards in general, and that's about it. But this is a unique special drop. That's a lot of luck to be able to double drop rewards, so you can say that you're pulling out all the stops. Lin Chan directly looked at the attributes of the 2 pieces of equipment. Name, Chitaver inscription. Type, ring. Quality, legendary. Requirements, level 5, strength 5, spirit 10. Attributes, +1 spirit, +2 strength, +1 agility. Feature visions of a greedy god, you have 4 additional equipment fields and ignore equipment type. This is too damn sick. Just by looking at it, Lin Chan directly burst out, his breathing shortened by a few moments. The effect of this equipment is just horrible. No wonder it could be one of the national treasures of the Dragon Kingdom, just like the Heart of Omnipotence. To know. The average pro is just a 7 equipment grid. They are weapons, armor, 2 rings, necklace, head, and shoes. Each piece of equipment that will give the professional a considerable boost. This Chitaver inscription, on the other hand, is able to give 4 equipment bars straight away, leaving 3 left over even though it takes up 1 bar itself. And it also ignores equipment type. In other words, the boost that this piece of equipment alone gave to a professional could definitely double the battle power of many professionals. No wonder in the last life, the official Dragon Kingdom directly recruited that summoner who obtained this equipment into the Heavenly Dragon Temple, so it's the reason for this equipment. This equipment, too, is too terrifying. Taking a deep breath, Lin Shen didn't hesitate to equip it, then looked to the next piece of equipment. Name, Seed of the Sacred Flame. Quality, perfect. Type, occupational template. Description, after use, you gain the profession Arbiter of the Sacred Flame. A career template? Or a perfect level? Lin Chen was instantly greatly disappointed. It wasn't that the value of this career template was too low, but this was an item that he couldn't use at all. After all, his main occupation right now was the Bug Lord. And secondary professions, too, like Voidwalker. A mere Sacred Flame Arbiter, he wasn't concerned about it yet. Of course, this career template, if it was placed in the outside world, it was estimated that it could cause a lot of local dignitaries to fight over it, and even cause a bloody storm. But for Lin Chen, who carries several pieces of legendary equipment, the grade was a little lower. Chapter 50, First time through, Yenran Lu regrets it. But, Lin Chen suddenly looked at Mo Hong Carp in the distance, the corner of his mouth lifting up in an arc. It's useless for me, but for this little girl, it's quite big. Although Mo Hong Carp's Holy Light Knight was also a hidden profession. Its quality, however, was just ordinary, and its career development potential was just a bit higher than that of an ordinary basic career. This Holy Flame Arbiter in his own hands was much stronger than any Holy Light Knight. This is your trophy. Lin Chen casually tossed the Sacred Flame seed in his hand to Mo Hongli, as if handing over a bottle of mineral water as easily as that. What is this? This is actually a perfect quality hidden profession. Mo Hong Carp glanced at it and then covered her small mouth in surprise, looking incredulous. Perfect quality. How rare is perfect quality gear? Let's put it this way, even in an entire Jiangnan city, there were only 2 or 3 pieces of perfect quality equipment at most, perhaps in the hands of certain big families. For example, her father, the head of the Mo family, also had a perfect quality equipment, which was what allowed it to become one of the 4 great families in Jiangnan city. And perfect quality careers can be even rarer. Because occupation is the deciding factor in determining the upper and lower limits of a professional. Career templates are worth several times as much as equipment of equal quality. It was evident how terrifying the value of the things Lin Chen casually threw over was. It was no wonder Mo Hongli was so surprised. The boss dropped 2 pieces of good equipment, I took one, and this is for you. Lin Chen casually explained. By the way, the boss, the Angel of Ashes, had been killed entirely by Lin Chen alone, and even if he had collected all the equipment alone, Mo Hong Carp wouldn't have complained a bit. After all, it's a matter of course. However, Lin Chen had directly distributed a perfect quality profession template to her. Taking a deep breath, Mo Hong Carp handed over the seed of Sacred Flame and said in a deep voice, Lin Chen, this thing is too expensive, I can't accept it. Lin Chen, however, was unmoved, looking down and inspecting the remaining dropped equipment, not even bothering to raise his head, and said indifferently, take it, I've told you that all the equipment will be split in half during our deal, and I have the right of first refusal. You won't take it unless you want to break our agreement. In that case, it would seem pretentious to excuse yourself. Mo Hong Carp could also only bite her red lips and simply accept this occupation template, nodding her head very solemnly and saying, thank you very much, Lin Chen. In the meantime, heal. Heal me. Li Hu roared, frantically dodging the attacks from the sky. Above his head, several temple guards waving clean white wings were frantically attacking the group below. Li Hu's blood level, moreover, directly dropped to only 1/3. Coming. Beside her, Lu Yanyan waved her veiled hand, and a white holy light drilled into Li Hu's body, allowing his blood level to return to half, barely out of danger. And beside him, several of his teammates came over and protected Li Hu. It was only after a bitter battle that the 4 temple guards in the sky were successfully killed. Damn! This is too dangerous. Li Hu took a long breath and hurriedly hid behind his teammates, sighing somewhat fearfully with a hint of panic in his eyes. These monsters are also too terrifying. Even though it's normal difficulty, the damage and defense are completely comparable to some Abyssal bosses. Beside her, Yanran Lu also nodded. I've heard people say that this time, the difficulty of Jianghai University's trial abyss is several times higher than that of the previous years. It's very difficult, and it can be said that it's even the hardest one in history. Otherwise, the headmaster and the city head wouldn't have asked the two of us to join forces to capture the Abyssal first pass. The first pass to the abyss was a very high honor, and was almost destined to be accepted by Jianghai University. It was precisely because of this that several principals put aside their preconceived notions and allowed Li Hu and Yanran Lu to join forces in a bid to be able to pass through the abyss. However, first pass? Upon hearing this, Li Hu couldn't help but shake his head with a bitter smile. We're even fighting these small monsters, it's so tough, not to mention the bosses. I'm skeptical of this copy. In the end, there's no candidate who can actually pass it. After all. Speaking of this, Li Hu shook his head, a hint of pride showing in his words. After all, if even our two geniuses teamed up and couldn't pass through the abyss, I'm sure that at least within the entire Jiangnan city, there won't be anyone who can pass through it, huh? Who knows? Just as his words fell, he only saw a beeping sound, but it suddenly came into his ears. Congratulations to Juggernaut Squad for successfully clearing the abyss, Temple of the Lost God difficult for the first time in 24 minutes and 19 seconds. The entire squad froze, and then they were all shocked in place. What? Someone got through? And it's on hard difficulty. 24 minutes? Did I hear you right? Hard difficulty, 24 minutes? A group of people's faces were filled with shocked expressions. They had worked hard and exhausted themselves to kill just 4 small monsters. And this Juggernaut Squad, however, passed the entire copy straight through? That's a big gap between people, isn't it? Even Li Hu and Yanran Lu were shocked, with complex expressions on their faces. The Juggernaut Squad? Could it be Lin Chen? Li Hu frowned and gritted his teeth. Didn't he take the blood concentration pill and now has no way to upgrade? Why is he so powerful? Yanran Lu was even more shocked. He did use the blood condensation pill to be right, otherwise how could an obscure Lin Chen suddenly become so powerful? But he actually passed the Lost God's temple now. This. Could it be that he's really just powerful, not using the blood condensation pill? Although her heart was very reluctant to admit it, Lu Yanyan suddenly developed a trace of regret in her heart. She regretted being so cold and contemptuous towards Lin Chen. If he was on Lin Chen's team, he might have become one of the team members of the first pass to the abyss. In the meantime, Dragon Kingdom, Heavenly Capital. Inside a towering spire. Hee, I say Chen War God, why are you interested today, looking for me to chat? A figure with a fiery red body surfaced in the room. The visitor was tall and divine, his body reddish, as if he was wrapped in flames, and just looking at him would make one feel incomparably hot. The old man sitting in the room, on the other hand, was dressed in plain silk, and exuded an aura of lightness and nature. Seeing the visitor, the old man cursed with a smile without any good humor. Thunderflame Kid, no matter how you say it, you are also one of the 12 war gods of the Dragon Kingdom. Is it a matter of the Dragon Kingdom's chi that I shouldn't call you to discuss it? Lei Yin hemmed and hawed, sat down in front of the old man with a big horse, and said with a smile, Chen Yi War God, if you have something to say, I, Lei Yin, am not the same as you. I can have a lot of things to do. I have to deal with that bunch of brats in the university, hee. Shen Yi took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, this matter is also related to your Jianghai University. To be precise, it is related to the young pride of your university. Chapter 51, The Clown Turns Out to Be Myself? It's about the extraterrestrial battlefield? Thunderflame asked directly. Shen Yi nodded, that's right. The extraterrestrial battlefield, but it is an abyss that concerns a country's chi, and it's just as well that that lot appeared on an unclaimed land overseas, causing countless countries to fight over it. Although by now, the countries have agreed to each send their own young generation to compete for the title, the exact people to send are guilty of difficulties. Talking about this matter, Lei Yan also had a straight face and pondered for a long time before speaking. I've also heard about it. A young legendary hidden professional has suddenly appeared on the right side, and an epic summoner has appeared on the island side as well. It's precisely because of this that these guys are so confident that they think they've eaten our Dragon Kingdom. Shunyi couldn't help but sigh, somewhat helplessly. Legendary professional. Epic summoner. These two professions are fully described as the existence of the country's most important weapon. And although there are very good talents among the younger generation on the Dragon countryside, However, the quality was much worse compared to the young generation of the rice and cherry blossom countries. In the extraterrestrial battlefield, the ultimate reward is the legendary Experience God Stone, which allows all Dragon Kingdom professionals to gain an additional 20% experience. Lei Yen mused, this prop is even capable of swaying a country's fortune, so we must scramble it over no matter what we say. Otherwise, once these countries, the island nation of rice, become powerful, they will be unfavorable to our Dragon Kingdom. Shen Yi sighed, and because of that, we desperately need to cultivate some fresh blood to compete for that Experience God Stone. But right now it's hard to move an inch, alas. The two continued to talk, and there was some disappointment and helplessness in their tone. After all, although the Dragon Kingdom as a whole is very powerful, but the younger generation is still a step behind in comparison. Suddenly, Thunderflame let out a soft eek and flipped out a token with a somewhat surprised expression. What's wrong? Chen Yi asked. Thunderflame said, someone has cleared the Lost Temple Abyss, and it's still on hard difficulty. What? Shen Yi couldn't help but frown, the Lost Temple Abyss, but several of our God of War have joined forces to create it, and its difficulty is even comparable to some level 15 Abyss. On hard difficulty, it's even more of a no-brainer. How could it have gotten through so easily? Who is that person? Thunderflame took a closer look before saying, a person named Lin Chen, whose occupation is warrior? Warrior? Oh, it should be hiding its true profession. Shen Yi laughed and shook his head. That's right, this person is also Jiangnan City's top student in the college entrance exams, gaining tens of thousands of points, definitely not as simple as a tiny warrior. Lei Yen nodded, then revealed a hint of excitement. To be able to clear the Lost Temple in such a short period of time, one must be a hidden professional of at least epic level. Although I don't know exactly what occupation it is, but this kind of talent, Zhanghai University, will take it. Epic level professionals were very rare and uncommon. Even among the famous Jianghai University, it was a phoenix-like existence, so it was no wonder that Lei Yen felt so interested. Epic-level professional? Chen Yi also became interested. If that's really the case, this Lin Chen could join us amongst the Dragon God Academy, huh? War God Chen, this is someone from our Jianghai University, so it's like you're trying to dig in? Lei Yen rolled his eyes and said somewhat unkindly. Chen Yi smiled and said, I don't want to miss out on such an outstanding student. Besides, although Lin Chen wants to join your Jianghai University, he hasn't finalized his decision yet. As long as our Dragon God Academy offers better conditions, wouldn't he be unmoved? Wait then. Thunderflame stood up without any good humor and whisked his sleeves away. After leaving the room, Lei Yen looked at no one in the four directions and suddenly walked to a secluded place, then took out a piece of crystal and said quietly to it. Immediately arrange for a few people to travel to Jiangnan City and recruit someone for me. Remember, success only, no failure. Gangnam City. Above the trial square. The group fell into a collective petrification. Just a moment ago, they were still collectively discussing how long it would be before Lin Chen, the Juggernaut Squad, would escape in disgrace, when suddenly a beeping tone entered their ears. Congratulations to Juggernaut Squad for successfully clearing the Abyss, Temple of the Lost God difficult for the first time in 24 minutes and 19 seconds. Lin Chen passed? And in less than half an hour, you cleared hard difficulty? Everyone was frozen in place, their jaws dropping in surprise. To know. At this time of year, not a single achievement has been made in the Abyss of the Lost Temple across the country. In other words, Lin Chen's Juggernaut Squad was the existence of the nation's first passage into the Abyss. A lot of people felt pain like fire on their faces. Facepalm, it's just too much of a facepalm. Just now, I was laughing at people for not being self-centered. Now it seems that the clown turned out to be myself? And just then. Buzz. The portal hummed and only two figures were seen floating above the square. It was none other than Lin Chen and Mo Hongley. When the two just showed up, they only saw a group of people frantically rushing up as if they had seen aliens. Big brother Lin Chen. Big brother, take me. Can you take me through the Lost Temple once? I'll give you money. Can I join the team? I don't have any money, but I can keep you company. Big brother, I can yell 666 and I can help you with your needs. Oh. A group of people were like flies, sticking to Lin Chen's side, and some of the sisters even directly pulled open their jackets, displaying their generous capital. However, Lin Chen directly treated them all as if he didn't see them, and appeared 100 meters away with a single void walk. Are you kidding? Take you? Where's the face? As for Mo Hongkarp, after she had been transformed into a holy flame arbiter, a ring of holy flame shield surrounded her, and no one dared to come within half a meter of her. After stepping out of the crowd's circle, Lin Chen casually sent a message to Mo Homely and left the square straight away. After turning around 7 times and confirming that no one was following him, he changed into a black robe and put on a mask before Lin Chen walked into a merchant's house with peace of mind. This store was none other than the Lingxiao Merchant Company. "Welcome to the Lingxiao Trading House, may I ask what you need?" Just after walking inside the merchant bank, a beautiful maid came forward and sweetly inquired. "I'm looking for Zhang Shun," Lin Chen said. "Senior Master Zhang Shun is currently accompanying a guest, I'm afraid he doesn't have the time." The maid froze for a moment, then said somewhat apologetically, "Of course, it's just a pretext." The main reason was that the maid was unable to confirm Lin Chen's identity and did not want him to disturb Zhang Shun. "This is my black card." Lin Chen didn't say much and just handed over a black card. Chapter 52, Huge Enhancement. Black card. The maid was startled and immediately became respectful and abnormal. "So it's Mr. Juggernaut, please come this way, I'll immediately go and invite Grandmaster Zhang Shun." After saying that and bringing Lin Chen into a quiet and elegant room, the maid hurriedly walked out of the room. After a few minutes, Zhang Shun walked into the room and said with a smile, "Oh, Mr. Juggernaut, haven't seen you in many days, I wonder what goodies you've brought this time?" This master had left a deep impression on Zhang Shun. The goods he had sold to the merchant bank in the beginning had made Zhang Shun a small profit, and now his attitude was naturally quite good. "This time I'm here, I want to sell some things, but first I want to acquire some skill books." Lin Chen didn't reply to his greeting, but instead just got straight to the point. "Skill books? No problem at all, Mr. Juggernaut, our Lingxiao Merchant House is one of the top big merchant houses in the entire southern region of the Dragon Kingdom, we have all the skill books we need." Zhang Shun froze for a moment, and then patted his chest and said, "I want to purchase a skill called Greedy Soul, I don't know how much you have here?" Lin Chen asked directly. The skill, Soul of Greed, was the first skill that Lin Chen desperately wanted to improve. Getting double loot after killing the Angel of Ashes showed Lin Chen the terror of this skill. This skill can be upgraded in quality and level as soon as it is learned again, so the more skill books you have, the better. When the later stages, those who saw the value of the Soul of Greed, after acquiring all of them for speculation, it would be difficult to acquire them on their own. Soul of Greed? Zhang Shun froze for a moment, then murmured, "Mr. Juggernaut, please wait a moment, I will immediately arrange for someone to go and investigate." Within a few minutes, the maid delivered the message. "Mr. Juggernaut, the skill Soul of Greed, we have 3 skill books within our merchant bank, but the price is on the high side, one skill book requires 100,000 credits. Zhang Shun introduced. 3 books? Lin Chen couldn't help but have his eyes light up. "Good, I'll take all 3 books. With all due respect, Mr. Juggernaut, this Greedy Soul only adds a little bit of loot bonus and has to take up a skill bar, are you sure you want to spend so many credits on it?" Zhang Shun reminded with some hesitation. "To know. All professionals, in total, only have 12 skill fields, so each skill is very valuable and needs to be finely tuned. What of the passive skills, which can and should occupy the skill bar? Giving away a valuable skill bar to a passive skill that doesn't add to your combat power? Is this Juggernaut crazy?" That was what Zhang Shun thought. Lin Chen, however, said indifferently, "You don't have to care much about that, is it because you're afraid that I won't be able to afford to pay?" Zhang Shun had no choice but to instruct his maid to do so. Within a short time, the maid brought 3 skill books to Lin Chen. Sure enough, it's Soul of Greed. Lin Chen was overjoyed after a little probing, and picked up the skill book to learn them all. "You have learned the skill, Soul of Greed, and the quality of your Soul of Greed skill has increased. 3 Qs in a row." Looking at it again, the effect of Soul of Greed has changed drastically. Name, Soul of Greed. Type, Skill Passive. Quality, Extraordinary. Rank, 6. Range, 0. Consumption, 0. Requirements, Level 1. Effects, when killing monsters for loot, there is a 100% chance of obtaining additional random loot. 100% chance of getting extra loot. And this extra loot will take effect even if it's a special limited drop. Lin Chen was so excited in his heart that he probably would have jumped up and down in celebration if someone hadn't been present. However, under the cover of the black robe and mask, Lin Chen was in a bland manner, causing Zhang Shun in front of him to be somewhat at a loss for words. Not bad. Lin Shen spoke up, I need to acquire this skill book, Soul of Greed, in large quantities, so if your merchant bank receives it, I'm willing to offer 150,000 credits per book to acquire it. Zhang Shun's face was delighted, 150,000 credits? That's good, from today onwards, I will order someone to keep an eye out. At 150,000 credits, it was more than enough to buy some rare equipment. And a lot of people were selling this skill book as a normal skill book, which was only worth $10,000 or $20,000. Zhang Shun was naturally happy to be the middleman and earn more than 10 times the profit. In addition, I also need some skills, here's the list, take a look at what skills your merchant bank has. Lin Chen directly handed over a list. Zhang Shun took a look at it and immediately looked surprised. Group Berserk? This skill, a must-have skill for summoners, can increase the damage of summoned beasts by 100% in the short term. Could it be that this mysterious master is a summoner? But as he continued to look, Zhang Shun shook his head and dismissed his guess. Because there are more than just summoner skills on top of the list. There are even skill books for mages, warriors, archers, and many other professions. If this mysterious lord is a summoner, then why does he need the skills of another profession? Between different professions, but you can't learn skills from each other. Thinking of this, Zhang Shun looked at the inventory and said to Lin Shen, Mr. Juggernaut, most of the skills on here are ordinary skills, and we happen to have a few skill books for sale. They are Undead Summoning, Soul Beast Summoning Spell, Chain Lightning, and Mage's Hand. Do you need all of them, please? I want them all. Lin Shen nodded, a hint of pleasure added to his tone. Unexpectedly, the reserves of this Lingxiao merchant bank were really rich, and it was an unexpected pleasure to be able to replenish so many skills at once. In less than a moment, the maid served up all the skill books, and Lin Shen put them all into his backpack without any hesitation. Seeing this, Zhang Shun also had a smiling look on his face and said with a laugh, Oh, Mr. Juggernaut, these skill books add up to a total of 870,000 credits. May I ask how you plan to pay for them? 870,000 credits? Lin Shen couldn't help but have a toothache, and was somewhat helpless in his heart. Professionals really burn money, hundreds of thousands are gone just like that. But it was worth it. Clearing his throat, Lin Shen said, 870,000 credits, I don't have that much money on me. Zhang Shun instantly became nervous and laughed dryly, Mr. Juggernaut, you're not kidding, right? Lin Shen smiled faintly and took out a piece of equipment from his backpack, lightly placing it on the table and smiling blandly. Of course I'm not kidding. I don't have that many credits, but there is a piece of equipment that I'm going to give to hang it up for auction at your merchant bank. Chapter 53, Brother-in-Law? Equipment? Zhang Shun froze for a moment, but after his eyes fell on the piece that was bubbling with a haze of yellow light, his breathing immediately became rapid. Yellow equipment? Could it be transcendent quality? No way. How precious is superlative equipment? Even when looking at the entire Jiangnan city, only those at the top had transcendent equipment. Such a treasure, the person in front of him actually wanted to bring it to auction? Carefully picking up the equipment, Zhang Shun probed. Name, Sunburn Chest Armor. Type, Armor. Quality, Extraordinary. Requirements, Level 1, Strength 2, Spirit 2. Attributes, +1 Strength, +1 Spirit, +2 Agility. Special effect Scorch, while in combat, inflicts a scorching effect on one nearby enemy per second for continuous flame damage. It really is transcendent equipment. Zhang Shun swallowed his saliva, his eyes filled with excitement and thrill. Even though it's only a level 1 equipment, it's a transcendent equipment after all, and this special effect is too powerful. Zhang Shun only felt his breath catch a little, and then he looked at Lin Chen with even more respect in his eyes. If anything, Lin Chen being able to take out a bunch of rare and excellent quality equipment could make Zhang Shun feel joy. Then a piece of transcendent equipment was enough to make Zhang Shun feel awe and respect for Lin Chen. After all, those who were able to put their transcendent equipment up for auction definitely had more than just one transcendent equipment in their hands. The existence of multiple pieces of transcendental equipment in hand. The mysterious force behind it was definitely not something that he, a small appraiser, could mess with. How much can your merchant house give for this equipment? Lin Chen asked indifferently as he took a sip of tea. This. Zhang Shun said with some difficulty, truth be told, Lord Sovereign, if we had enough funds, we would absolutely purchase this transcendent equipment directly. But these days most of our capital chain goes to expansion, we can't really get that money anytime soon. Zhang Shun had a regretful look on his face, therefore, Lord Juggernaut, it would be best for you to put this equipment up for auction 2 days from now, so that it can be sold at a good price by then. And many people at the auction will take out precious equipment or items, so maybe you can obtain, among them, those precious skill books you want. An auction? Lin Chen nodded. Alright then, that's it, I'll be attending this auction 2 days later as well. As for this equipment, it will be kept with you for the time being. Lin Chen looked like he didn't really care. This piece of equipment was one of the pieces of equipment that had exploded after killing the Angel of Ashes. He had as many as 4 or 5 other pieces of the same transcendent equipment. Many thanks, Lord Sovereign. Zhang Shun said very respectfully. After chatting for half a day, Lin Chen walked out from amongst the Lingxiao trading house and returned to the Mo family. Walking into the villa, Lin Chen did not see Mo Hongkarp, but found that Mo Honglu, this little girl, is sitting on top of the sofa, shaking the white and tender long legs, eating fruits and watching TV, a very cozy look. As soon as she saw Lin Chen, she greeted him with a smile. Brother-in-law, you're finally back, sister is dying of anxiety. Brother-in-law? Lin Chen was instantly filled with black lines. When did you become Mo Hongli's husband? Cough cough. I'm friends with your sister, it's not what you said. Lin Chen felt he needed to explain. Who knows that the little girl is directly jumped up and came over, playfully laughed. Come on brother-in-law, my sister, look at your eyes are drawn, this still need to say what? And you dare to say that you don't have the slightest idea about my sister? Lassie? What the hell kind of adjective is that? Sniffing the faint scent of virginity coming from Mo Honglu, Lin Chen's heart and mind swirled, and before he had time to reply, he heard a petulant cry coming from the side. Fawn, what are you talking about? Only to see Mo Hongli, who was wearing a regular dress, trotting over with a pretty red face, covering Mo Honglu's mouth. Looking at the sight Lin Chen cast over, the redness on Mo Hongli's face intensified a few more points. Lin Chen, you don't want to think too much, this kid likes to talk nonsense about everything. Lin Chen shrugged, it's nothing, children's words are reckless. Who knows? Mo Honglu was angry, waving her small fists in protest. I am 16 years old, is not a child. And sister, you originally like brother-in-law, I'm your sister, can I not know? Fawn, you. Mo Hongli was so shy that she stomped her little feet and ran back into the room with a cry. Hee hee, look brother-in-law, I wasn't wrong. Mo Honglu stood up, her newly developed small breasts, above her small face was full of complacency. Sister is most likely to be shy, but she does like you. Lin Chen sighed and gently tapped the little girl's head. Little children, don't move around with any love affairs. After saying that, he left behind the aggrieved Mo Honglu and returned to his room. Placing several skill books all in front of him from his backpack, Lin Chen looked at them slightly before learning them all. At once. You have learned the skill, Undead Summoning. You have learned the skill, Soul Beast Summoning. You have learned the skill, Chain Lightning. You have learned the skill, Mage's Hand. Of these skills, 2 are summoner skills. The summoner skill allowed Lin Chen to disguise his profession as an ordinary summoner, so that the identity of the insect lord would not be detected. The 2 mage skills, a very practical group control and damage, as well as the Mage's Hand, which is similar to the power of the mind, can move things in the air. Undead Summoning. With a low cry, a skeleton with a tattered body appeared in front of Lin Chen. You summon low-level skeletons. What the hell is this? Lin Chen couldn't help but spit out a little disappointment. Undead Summoning, a skill unique to the sub-profession of a summoner, necromancer. Its effect is to summon undead at random. In other words, this skill could summon skeleton warriors, skeleton archers, and other low-rank undead. It was also possible to summon high-level undead like necromancers and bone dragons. But the probability? It's more pitiful than even some of the game's sweepstakes. Therefore, even some necromancers would not consider the summoning of skeletons as their main skill. However, for Lin Chen, it didn't matter, after all, it was only used to conceal his identity. Soul Beast Summoning. There was another whimper. Instantly, a tiger-like figure glowing with a faint green light appeared in front of him. You summoned the Green Wind Tiger. Green Wind Tiger? This one is not bad. Lin Chen nodded. The Green Wind Tiger was a level 5 ferocious beast that was naturally incredibly fast, making it quite challenging for newbies. Chapter 54, Abyssal Efficiency Team? Although the battle power of these 2 summoning techniques, neither of them are very powerful, they are sufficient. After all, it's just a summoned beast used to cover your identity. Lin Chen nodded, very satisfied. Though he didn't know if the profession of Bugmaster was really known to anyone other than himself. But as the saying goes, fear not, fear not. One's current strength was not enough to keep one's life in front of those peak powerhouses, so one needed to act with extra caution. Otherwise, if the information of the Yi Bugmaster was leaked out, it would be hard to say on the side of the Dragon Kingdom, but those powerhouses of the Island Kingdom and the Rice Kingdom would definitely eradicate themselves at any cost. Holding back for the time being isn't cowardice, it's just for the better. Lin Chen's eyes were firm, and his tone was calm and full of power. In the future, I will make the name, Juggernaut, spread throughout the entire Blue Star. Early morning. Lin Chen sleepily opened his room, yawning as he followed his muscle memory towards the bathroom. Last night, he had been tweaking his skill sets, as well as planning for the future, and had barely managed to fall asleep by midnight. So early in the morning, my mind was all groggy and confused as if it were glue. Tick-tock. What's that sound? Lin Chen vaguely seemed to hear the sound of water, but his drowsy head didn't think much about it, and he pushed open the door to the bathroom straight away. Who knows? Ah! A scream resounded, causing Lin Chen to instantly wake up as well. He rubbed his eyes and opened his mouth wide at the sight before him. Just see before you. The unclothed Mo Hongkarp was under the shower with a mortified expression on her face, and was covering her vital parts in a hurry. What are you looking at? Get out! Mo Hongkarp's face blushed as if it was about to drip water, and when she saw Lin Chen looking at her blankly, she couldn't help but let out a petulant cry, her tone filled with panic. Oh. Well, I'll be out. Lin Chen swallowed and took 2 steps back before stepping out of the bathroom. Although Mo Hongli very quickly covered those key parts of her body, yet Lin Chen's eyes were simply too fast, thus taking in all of her nearly perfect figure. When he thought of that flat belly, snow-white skin, and round, slender jade legs, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a rush of heat in his body. But fortunately, Lin Chen had amazing self-control and suppressed the charming thoughts in his heart after taking a slightly deep breath. When she went downstairs, she saw little girl Mo Honglu eating her breakfast. When she saw Lin Chen walking down, she asked curiously, "Good morning, brother-in-law, what just happened?" "I think I heard a scream." Cough cough. "It's nothing, it's just a misunderstanding." Lin Chen couldn't help but blush in his old face and hurriedly found a reason to excuse himself. Who knows that Mo Honglu, the quirky little girl, was blinking her big, soulful eyes, with a look of suppressed disbelief. Just want to pursue the question, who knows that at this time Mo Hongkarp is walking down the stairs, face above still with a trace of redness has not disappeared. Mo Hongdeer immediately become honest, began to concentrate on dealing with the bacon fried eggs in front of. Cough cough. Are you okay? Lin Chen asked somewhat awkwardly. Mo Hongkarp couldn't help but bite her lips as she sniffed and shook her head. "It's fine, hurry up and eat, we still have to test the square later." According to Lin Chen's agreement with Mo Hongkarp, Lin Chen needed to lead Mo Hongkarp through the trial abyss for 3 consecutive days, and yesterday was only the first day. Lin Chen was also secretly relieved to see this and nodded, okay. It was only after that a few people began to eat their breakfast. After breakfast, Mo Honglu went to school alone. Lin Chen and Mo Hongli, on the other hand, continued to the top of the trial square. The two attracted a lot of attention when they made their appearance. Lin Chen? It's really Lin Chen. Yesterday the two of them cleared the abyss and the whole country shook. What are they doing here today? Alas, I didn't expect Lin Chen to actually have this kind of ability. Didn't he eat the blood condensation pill and become a waste ever since? Could it be by Mo Red Carp? A soft touch, huh? I have a weak stomach and I also want a soft meal. A group of people looked at Lin Chen with envy, jealousy, and other complicated eyes. But no one dared to come forward to accost them. After all, the terror of the holy flames shield around Mo Hongkarp yesterday was still fresh in their minds. They didn't want to be burned by that milky holy flame. However, while they didn't dare to lean up, Lin Chen suddenly cleared his throat and shouted, "Bring the abyss, what the efficiency team wants." When these words came out, everyone around them was shocked. With an abyss? This kind of business, on the contrary, is not an uncommon thing, while even the land of trials does not prohibit it. After all, in this world, there was no fairness to speak of, and the most important thing was strength. The problem though is that this copy of the Lost Temple was just too difficult. And it is limited to this year's candidates only. For those of them, it was difficult to clear even one copy. Bring a couple more sauces? It's a pipe dream. However, as skeptical as people were, a few came up and asked questions. What's the price for one person? A plump female mage dressed in a very flavorful way asked, scratching her head, and deliberately smiling fawningly at Lin Chen, giving him secret glances. 1 million credits for one person on normal difficulty, or something that interests me. Challenge difficulty 3 million, hard difficulty 7 million. Lin Chen replied lazily. What? $1 million for one person? The female mage's wintry smile froze on her face. Are you made of gold or silver? Bringing a person is so expensive? Take it or leave it if you like, don't block others if you don't. Lin Chen waved his hand nonchalantly. What? Too expensive? Well, you can just not buy it. After all, it's not like I'm forcing you. Except that no one else seems to be able to take the abyss anywhere else but me. The female mage paused for a moment and suddenly came up, rubbing her plump chest on Lin Chen's arm for a while pampering herself. Good brother, just give me a cheaper deal, my sister doesn't have that much money on her. Why don't you ask my sister to stay with you for one night, how about that? The female mage's looks, although not as stunning as Mo Hongkarp's, was dressed to look exceptionally flavorful, and her figure was no less impressive. This style, for some people, is a jinx. Mo Hongli looked at Lin Chen somewhat nervously, her breathing a little short. Lin Chen, however, directly waved his hand and directly pushed the female mage out. If you don't buy it, get out of here. The female mage didn't expect Lin Chen to be so faceless, and in the end, she could only curse and leave. A group of people gathered around and pointed at Lin Chen, but no one came forward to ask for the price again. After all, at $1 million a person, not everyone can afford it. Lin Chen wasn't in a hurry, he directly pulled out 2 chairs from his backpack and sat down in front of the group with a cozy look. Chapter 55, 10 million arrived. Seeing this scene, the crowd almost broke their defenses again. And he had a chair in his backpack? What the hell is this? I'm going to go ahead and be a little capricious. Not bad for a bigot. You know, the average person's backpack bar is tight, basically stuffed with equipment, blood vials, blue bottles and other props. Who could be like Lin Chen and still have an extra spot to stuff a few chairs in? The next scene, moreover, nearly made the crowd drop their jaws in shock. Only to see Lin Chen suddenly pull out another small refrigerator from his backpack, take out 2 bottles of cola from it, and after handing Mo Hongli a bottle, he drank it beautifully. Good lord, there's actually a Coke? Are you guys here to pass the abyss or are you on vacation? And just then. Lin Chen. Lin Chen. Only 2 figures were seen, walking towards Lin Chen and Mo Hongli. One wore plate armor and a thick holy light wrapped around his body. The other had a black hood and a faint aura of death. Upon seeing these 2, the crowd gasped. Li Hu, Yan Ran Lu. They're both actually here? Unbelievable. Interesting. Yesterday, the 2 of them teamed up and spent 17 hours, as well as a few key props, to clear the normal difficulty Lost Temple. Although this score is considered pretty good in Jiangnan City, it's average when looking at the entire Dragon Kingdom, and it's still a bit short of what they want to go to Jianghai University. Could it be that they want Lin Chen's help to get better grades? Someone speculated. Although Lu Yanyan and Li Hu, in this part of Jiangnan City, were the premier geniuses. However, if you look at the entire Dragon Kingdom, it is not worth mentioning. For Jianghai University, which only recruited gifted talents, although Yan Ran Lu and Li Hu had already reached the threshold of admission, yet whether or not they were charged or not still depended on their final results. Li Hu looked at Lin Chen with a complicated expression and said in a deep voice, Lin Chen, how many credits do you take people at a time? Lin Chen smiled and said, 3 million credits for one person on normal difficulty, or something that interests me. Challenge difficulty 5 million, hard difficulty 10 million. What will you 2 choose? Yan Ran Lu immediately said unhappily, what? Didn't you say just now that the challenge difficulty was only 3 million? How come the price went up when it came to us? Lin Chen smiled, you guys are you guys, they're them, how can you generalize? Besides, if you think it's expensive, you can totally pass it yourself, you don't have to beg me. Lin Chen laughed coldly in his heart, and his mouth didn't budge at all. Yan Ran Lu and Li Hu, although they hadn't really moved against Lin Chen. These 2, however, were very disagreeable to him. Both are very high-minded and high-minded. Obviously, they were begging for their services, but they were acting as if they owed them something. Yu Lu Yanyan was so angry that her pretty face was icy cold. It should be known that she was the eldest young lady of the Lu family, and from a young age, she even showed excellent talent, coupled with her near-perfect appearance, making Lu Yanyan among her peers, like a phoenix standing on a flock of chickens. It can be said that since childhood, Lu Yanyan has grown up in the praise and admiration of the people around her, and has never seen such a rogue face of Lin Chen. Eldest Miss Lu, you can leave if you don't want to, it's not like I'm forcing you guys to necessarily look for me. Lin Chen said lazily, but in his tone, there were a few hints of flirting. This Lu Yanyan, she wouldn't think that all men must grovel to her and go against the grain, would she? It's true that she has some good looks, but so what? 2 lifetimes, so that Lin Chen's will is as tough as steel, and then the beauty of the woman in the eyes, but also at most a heartbeat, and will never do anything against their own interests. There is a saying. Women only affect how fast I can draw my sword. Alright, Lin Chen. Li Hu finally spoke up, I know that we offended you during the Land of Trials. But this time we're willing to give you an apology, as long as you can take us through the Lost Temple of Challenging Difficulty, so that we can have enough grades to be accepted by Jianghai University. 5 million is 5 million, it's my money. With that, Li Hu handed over a card. After a little bit of checking, Lin Chen nodded, not bad, it's indeed $5 million, this money should be given to you by your principal, right? Ha, he really went through a lot of trouble for you. Li Hu's face sank, none of this is any of your business. Lin Chen smiled faintly, and without saying much, he directly sent over the group invitation. You initiated an invitation to team up. Member, Li Hu, joined your team. With that, Lin Chen looked at Yanran Lu, Goddess Lu, what do you say? A hesitant look surfaced on Yanran Lu's face. At 5 million credits, she could certainly afford it. But she couldn't save face. One must know that she was the one who spread the news that Lin Chen had used the blood condensation pill and had become an invalid ever since. Moreover, Lin Chen had always been treated with a condescending charity attitude before. Now, Lin Chen had become the key to determining whether or not she could attend Jianghai University. This huge discrepancy made Yanran Lu feel both ashamed and angry, and it was hard to accept. Gritting her teeth, Yanran Lu finally nodded, Lin Chen, I'm in, here's my money. A very wise decision. Lin Chen laughed softly and nonchalantly picked up the money, giving an invitation after checking it. You initiated an invitation to team up. Member, Yanran Lu, joined your team. TSK Tisk, it's still the rich who make good money, easily making $10 million. Lin Chen looked at the balance in his card and couldn't help but grin. It was only after a moment that Lin Chen collected his thoughts and pointed at the teleportation stone in front of him. It's not too late, let's set off immediately. Going up and touching the teleportation stone, the figures of the crowd dissipated above the square. After a brief moment of vertigo, looking around again, the landscape had changed to one of desolation. The Lost Temple. Teams have all entered the Abyss, Temple of the Lost Challenge. After standing still, Yanran Lu then said, Let me first I introduce myself, my profession is a Templar, I can serve as an all-round role in battle, if you guys have any shortcomings, I can. This was a self-introduction that a newcomer would do after entering the team, analyzing their professions and skills so that they could cooperate and share responsibilities with each other in the middle of a battle. After all, although it was clearly Lin Chen who had brought over the Abyss, Yanran Lu didn't think that Lin Chen could really lead a few of his own people through the Lost God's Temple all by himself. No need, you guys can just watch from the back. Lin Chen directly waved his hand, interrupting Yanran Lu's words. When I say I'll take you across the abyss, I won't let you interfere. All you guys have to do is watch. Chapter 56, Mo Homely's Hostility. Lin Chen, you're not joking, are you? Li Hu instantly frowned, subconsciously feeling that Lin Chen was exaggerating. After all, unless one's level crushes the strength of more than 10 levels, otherwise it would be almost impossible to try to take someone of the same level through the abyss alone. Yanran Lu also had a puzzled and doubtful look on her face. Only Mo Hongkarp beside her, but a familiar natural look, but always intentionally or unintentionally measuring Lu Yanran, the eyes also with a hint of hostility. Lin Chen smiled lightly, just watch me perform. With that, the hand was raised. One could only see densely packed summons that instantly filled the gaps around them. These summons. Most of them were the lowest level skeleton warriors, but there were also some skeleton archers, skeleton mages, and so on mixed in among them. Secondly, there were the green wind tigers that emitted green light all over their bodies, and although there weren't many of them, each one of them exuded an aura that made people feel dangerous. Summoner. You're a summoner? Yanran Lu instantly exclaimed in shock. The famous name of the summoner was something that anyone who was a citizen on the blue planet had almost grown up hearing about. Even, certain powerful summoners were even able to talk to the state as equals and had an incomparably high status. Li Hu's eyes carried the same incomparable shock. Lin Chen, you actually hid your profession, you're a summoner? While the two were shocked, some complex emotions came up in their hearts. The first thing that dawned on me was the realization. After all, the reason why Lin Chen could be so powerful had finally been found. He's a summoner, it's not unusual for him to be powerful. However, what followed was the somewhat humiliating feeling of being slapped in the face. In front of them, Lin Chen, whom they had despised a few days ago, had now transformed into a summoner with unlimited development potential. This drastic contrast caused a pang of bad taste in both of their hearts. Even the haughty Yanran Lu lowered her lofty head under this cruel reality. Suddenly, Yanran Lu seemed to think of something and tentatively asked, Lin Chen, "Student, have you ever seen a golden soul rat boss some time ago?" Although it was very unlikely, Yanran Lu still wanted to try to find out if the Lin Chen in front of her was the Lord Summoner who had killed the golden soul rat boss and saved her some time ago. After all, that summoner's majestic appearance had left a very deep impression on Yanran Lu. So much so, that all this time, in my dreams, I'd been somewhat entangled with the one. Lin Chen didn't hesitate in the slightest and replied indifferently, "I don't know what you're talking about." Lu Yanyan was instantly relieved, "It's nothing, just a casual question." Fortunately, Lin Chen wasn't that Lord Summoner, or else Yanran Lu would have been greatly disappointed. After all, in Yanran Lu's imagination, although that Lord Summoner was wearing a mask, the face underneath it was definitely a handsome, jade-like Prince Charming. Although Lin Chen's looks weren't bad, he was still far from a beautiful man. That's right, that Lord Summon is a bug-like thing, whereas Lin Chen's summon is just the most common skeleton, so I guess he can't compare to that lord at all. Yanran Lu thought rightfully. Lin Chen also knew in his heart what Yanran Lu was thinking, and lazily ignored her, directly leading the way towards the front. Two boulders fell from the sky and then transformed into stone giants. Lin Chen lightly dodged the boulder drop and then waved his hand. Go! Countless skeleton armies surged towards the stone giants. Instead, among these skeleton armies, there were some flame worms as well as stinging worms quietly mixed in. It was only their forms that were concealed by the huge army of skeletons, and unless it was Lin Chen himself, no one would be able to discover their traces. After a round of flame impact, the two stone giants collapsed. This scene really shocked the two of them, Yanran Lu and Li Hu, to the point of being dumbfounded. So easily, you killed two stone giants? Back then, our squad, after grinding for half an hour, barely managed to finish off the two stone giants. Lin Chen, however. Is this the power of a summoner? Li Hu and Yanran Lu, shocked, both looked towards, with a hint of bitterness, Lin Chen, who stood calmly by his side, with more than a hint of envy and jealousy in their eyes. What they don't know is that. In fact, even if it was an average summoner, it was impossible to do so. Just for example, these skeletons summoned by undead summoning. Although the number is huge, but its strength is much worse than any ordinary person, basically belongs to the kind of one-touch and shatter. Therefore, even if they were in large numbers, their attacks couldn't even do damage to the stone giants. Instead, a slight stomp of the stone giant's foot could cause countless skeletons to die piece by piece. It was also Lin Chen's insect race that was just too powerful to be able to implement the Sea of Insects tactic. Especially for a spell turret like the Flame Worm, the damage of one of its skills, Flame Impact, was even more powerful than the full force of some of its level 5 mages. Go! After easily resolving the two stone giants, Lin Chen picked up the equipment that had fallen unceremoniously, and then he lightly commanded. Several people then followed. Under Lin Chen's leadership, the Lost Temple of challenging difficulty could be said to be pushed all the way across and through as if it were flat. For Lin Chen's few people, all they had to do was hide behind the summons and chat. You're the famous Yanran Lu from the 3rd middle school? Mo Hong Karp took the initiative to strike up a conversation, but for some reason there was a hint of hostility in her tone. Yanran Lu froze for a moment, then nodded, I'm Yanran Lu, Miss Mo. We once met at a party a year ago. I remember that it was a charity party, right, and the 4 great families were there, but unfortunately I wasn't able to speak to you. Also as a scion of the 4 great families, Lu Yanran also recognized Mo Hong Karp, only that there was not much of a crossover. In the face of this kind of politeness, Mo Hong Karp was fatally saying, it's good to not be able to say anything, anyway, our 2 families are in competition with each other, and now it's even more so. What competition? Yanran Lu had a head full of questions and was very puzzled. Ahem, I didn't say anything. Her pretty face reddened. Mo Hongli was self-conscious that she had accidentally said what was in her heart, and she hurriedly stammered out a perfunctory answer. Under Lin Chen's leadership. However, in 20 minutes, the Angel of Ashes collapsed in front of Lin Chen with a grudge, bursting out a large pile of equipment. With the spirit of greed, Lin Chen could receive 100% double loot rewards. The equipment on the floor, a few of which even glowed yellow. This meant that there were several pieces of transcendent quality equipment amongst them. Lin Chen went up and put all the equipment into his backpack, picking out a few that suited Mo Hongkarp and handing them to her. As for Yen Ran Lu and Li Hu, they could only stare at the equipment that shone with light and dryly swallowed their saliva. After all, they only paid to lead the pass, and as for the dropped equipment, it had nothing to do with them at all anymore. Wait, is this equipment Sacred Morning? Suddenly, Yen Ran Lu stepped forward and pointed at an equipment and asked. Chapter 57, Give anything? Only in Lin Chen's hand, he cupped a necklace that emitted a yellow glow. That's right, this is Sacred Morning. Lin Chen nodded casually. Name, Sacred Morning. Type, necklace. Quality, extraordinary. Requirements, level 5, strength 4, spirit 6. Attributes, +1 spirit, +3 strength, +2 agility. Special effect, increase the effect of all sacred skills by an additional 10%. The special effects of this equipment are very useful, and the effects of any divine skill can be increased. Combat skills then translate into a 10% increase in damage, while healing class skills increase healing by 10%, and method and skills become an increase in shield, armor, and other effects. It could be said that this kind of equipment was simply a godsend for a profession like Yen Yen Lu's, where offense and defense were complementary. Lin Chen, I'll take this equipment, name a price. Yen Ran Lu looked at the necklace, her beautiful eyes filled with desire. Price? Sorry, not for sale. Lin Chen smiled faintly and balked. This piece of equipment, he had already promised to share it with Mo Hongkarp. Even if Yen Ran Lu offered more, it was impossible to sell it to her. I'll offer 5 million credits. Yen Ran Lu opened her mouth and said directly. At $5 million, it's honestly more than the value of normal transcendent equipment. The average transcendent equipment is worth between $3 and $4 million. Only an exclusive equipment like Sacred Morning, which was considered an extreme item for Yen Ran Lu, could make her offer so much. $5 million? Lin Chen raised his eyebrows, then let out a light laugh in his heart. This little ninny's family is really rich. It's estimated that their family has hundreds of millions of dollars, right? Nothing but. Lin Chen sneered. Miss Lu, you wouldn't be unaware that equipment above the transcendent level can't be bought normally with money, so simple, right? Otherwise, transcendent equipment wouldn't be so precious and rare. Generally, the value of transcendental equipment is mostly fixed between 3 and 4 million though. Although Jiangnan City was a small city, the four great families casually had hundreds of millions of dollars, so it was reasonable to say that the members had long been covered in transcendent suits. But in reality, among the four great families, only the core figures had that 1 or 2 pieces of transcendent equipment. This is because equipment above transcendent quality is strictly regulated. These controls, on the contrary, are not official regulations promulgated by the Dragon State. Rather, it is a stockpile of official, unionized forces. Using the last Lin Chan's understanding is. Equipment of transcendent quality and above was equivalent to a precious metal like gold. Its production is rare and extremely useful, although it cannot control its inability to circulate, only through the acquisition of the way, it will be in the hands of. If the Dragon Kingdom were to go to war with certain countries, then this equipment would be a level of strategic resources like food and oil in Lin Chan's last previous life. Basically, other countries, too, have practiced this. This was why, in a place like Jiangnan City, transcendent equipment was so rare, and even those billionaires only had 1 or 2 pieces of transcendent equipment. To use an analogy, in Lin Chen's former past life, even if the old horse had $100 billion, there was no way to buy 1,000 tons of gold with a portion of the money. Lin Chen, this equipment is very important to me. I can increase the price. What do you think about 10 million? Yen Ran Lu gritted her teeth and offered a rather high price. Even I. Yen Ran Lu was the successor of the Lu family. It wasn't an easy task for her to mobilize 10 million level credits anymore. If it wasn't for the fact that this piece of equipment was just too significant for her, otherwise it would be impossible for Yen Ran Lu to be so bloodthirsty. $10 million? That's a good price. Lin Chen smiled and suddenly looked at Mo Hongkarp by his side. What do you think? This is your equipment. I won't stop you if you want to sell it. Mo Hongkarp froze for a moment, obviously not expecting Lin Chen to say that, but after a pause to look at the expectant Lu Yenran, she shook her head in exasperation. I'm not going to sell it, humph. Lin Chen shrugged. Hear that? The owner of this equipment said he won't sell it to you, so there's nothing I can do about it. Yen Ran Lu gritted her teeth. Lin Chen, this equipment is very important to me. Can you sell it to me? No matter what request you make, I will agree. When she said the latter, Lu Yanyan's tone had a hint of pleading in it, a look of pity. Combined with her full and luscious figure and angelic face, it was estimated that many men would immediately surrender at this moment. Even Li Hu, who was beside him, looked at it with a dry mouth and couldn't help licking his lips. To know Yanran Lu's image in the 3rd middle school and even the entire Jiangnan city was the persona of a high and cold goddess. The high cold goddess commits herself to a bitter plea, a look of pity, can make the vast majority of men heartless. Except for Lin Chen, of course. With 2 lives of experience, what kind of women had Lin Chen never seen? It was just one Yanran Lu, he didn't put it in his eyes yet. Anything to give? Lin Chen looked Lu Yanyan up and down and spoke indifferently. I. Lu Yanyan instantly realized, as if she had said the wrong thing. Immediately a cloudy haze appeared on her face, the 2 long legs twisted together, as if she had suffered an electric shock. There was a feeling of tingling in her delicate body. Lin Chen hadn't had time to refuse, but Mo Hongli on the side spoke directly. Lin Chen, don't promise her, okay? I can give you whatever she can do. Only to see Mo Hongli suddenly hug Lin Chen's arm, rubbing it with her fullness while pouting with a sobbing voice, her face filled with supplication. Look, I'm not worse than Yanran Lu at all, you can't be seduced away by a bad woman. A bad woman? Anything to give? What kind of tiger and wolf word is that? Lin Chen was instantly filled with black lines. Although he knew that Mo Hongli had a crush on him, Lin Chen had never put much stock in it. After all, his current pursuit was to become stronger. However, he didn't expect that Mo Hongli, who was originally a bit shy, would actually be able to say such tigerish words in front of a few people. It seemed that he would have to carefully scrutinize Mo Hongli's feelings in the future. Feeling the slippery softness coming from his arm, Lin Chen took a deep breath and softly said, "Don't worry, I wasn't prepared to agree at all." Only then did Mo Hongli feel relieved for a few moments, but she still hugged Lin Chen and refused to let go of her hand, as if the moment she let go of her hand, she would allow Lin Chen to be seduced away. Seeing this scene, Yanran Lu came to a realization. It turned out that Mo Hongkarp's inexplicable hostility towards himself was not because of the rivalry between the 2 families. Lin Chen, if you sell this equipment to me, I can give you a good thing that is guaranteed to be of interest to a strong person like you. Yanran Lu took a deep breath and looked at Lin Chen, who was being held by Mo Hongkarp, with a complicated expression, and slowly said, "What?" Lin Chen let out a light laugh. To be honest, at his realm, ordinary money was only a little bit more useful to Lin Chen. It was only some legendary or even mythic grade equipment that could move him. However, it was obvious that a small place like the Lu family would never be able to come up with this level of equipment, or else they wouldn't have pursued a piece of transcendent equipment so hard. It's this thing. With a wave of her veiled hand, Yanran Lu handed over a compact item. Chapter 58, Abyssal Key. Name, Ancient Fortress LV-15. Description, when used, opens 5 portals into the abyss. Portals disappear after 1 use or 48H, need to be used on top of the mapper. Ancient Fortress? It's an abyssal key. Lin Chen took a look at it, and after 2 seconds of confusion, he couldn't help but shout in his heart. The abyssal key, as the name suggests, is a prop that unlocks a path to the abyss. Only, the abyssal copies opened by the abyssal key are all temporary, and can only be cleared once, and will disappear after the time is up or after they are cleared. However, the one-time abyss will have more drops and even drop more valuable and exotic equipment items as opposed to the normal repeatable rateable abyss. But again, the one-time abyss is much harder. And it has a random map suffix. For example, monsters in the area reflect 100% of the elemental damage dealt to the player, monsters in the area increase their lifesteal by 200%, professionals cannot recover their lifesteal, and so on. Professionals can't recover life, professionals' critical hit rate is reduced by an additional 100%, and other perverted words and phrases. The result was that most professionals dealt with these abyssal keys by selling them outright rather than playing them themselves. The other affixes are fine, but the reflective damage alone will stop most of the professions. After all, many professions are glass cannons with far more output than defense. If a skill goes down, I'm afraid that if the monster dies, I'll die with it. However, Lin Chen had a look of surprise. Why? He's a summoner, and he can't eat reflex affixes at all. Lin Chen, what does the damage caused by summoned beasts have to do with me? This reflective damage can't stand a bit. Summoned beast, what does reflecting damage to Lin Chen have to do with us? This reflected damage can't stand a bit. It's like stepping on the right foot to get to heaven with your left foot. Summoners can perfectly circumvent this reflexive affix. Other phrases, such as monsters in the area increase their life value by 200% or something like that, are just slower to clear the level. Not a thing at all. Ancient fortress? Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, I didn't expect your Lu family to still have such a good thing, huh? Okay, that's a deal I'll make. Lin Chen directly took out another sacred morning out of his backpack, and directly traded it to Yanran Lu. The other was given to Mo Hongli. Li Hu and Yanran Lu, a few people, were so shocked to see this scene that their eyes were about to fall out. What? You have another line of divine mourning? This. A boss drops 2 pieces of the same transcendent equipment? This. Lin Chen smiled faintly, not bothering to explain at all. Double bonus for Soul of Greed, kid. Of course, even though it's a double reward, the case of 2 identical pieces of equipment is rare as all. Because the extra rewards of Soul of Greed are completely random. Thank you, Lin Chen. Lu Yanyan accepted the necklace with a complicated face, then transferred the money to Lin Chen. Li Hu also looked at Lin Chen's hands, a rare quality assassin's weapon, and after some bargaining, spent 140,000 credits to buy it. Above the trial square, the light of the teleportation portal flashed for a while. Several figures passed out immediately afterward. Li Hu had nothing to say and left the group in a hurry, presumably to resume his duties with his principal. And Yanran Lu glanced at the rankings on the stone tablet. Team Ranking 1, Juggernaut Squad, Difficulty Time, 24 minutes, 19 seconds, Total Evaluation Score, 54,714. Team Ranking 2, Juggernaut Squad, Challenge Difficulty Time, 25 minutes, 47 seconds, Total Evaluation Score, 25,439. Team Ranking 3, Scarlet Squad, Normal Difficulty Time, 4 hours, 35 minutes, 33 seconds, Total Evaluation Score, 5,436. This is the list for the entire Dragon Kingdom. One of the overall rating scores is a combination of the number of people, time to pass, difficulty, etc. The higher the score, the stronger the pass team or solo. Lin Chen's Juggernaut Squad had directly wrapped up the top 2 rankings in the team results. And that was just because Lin Chen had only entered the Lost Gods Temple twice. Otherwise, if he wanted to, he could completely occupy all of the top 10 spots on the list. Thank you so much, Lin Chen. Yanran Lu said gratefully once again, a hint of solemnity in her tone. Nowadays, she had already abandoned her previous contemptuous and icy attitude towards Lin Chen. In its place, a touch of respect and adore. After all, Yanran Lu was essentially a Muchang woman. Doesn't care in the slightest about the weak and for the strong. But it is capable of generating endless awe. In Yanran Lu's mind, the one most worthy of her friendship was the mysterious summoner who had rescued her from under the golden soul rat that day. Next. Lin Chen's power had also left a deep impression on her. If she could, Yanran Lu felt that she could befriend Lin Chen, so she said much softer, and even her eyes revealed a hint of curtness. This change caused Mo Hong Carp on the side to stare over angrily. However, it's just a deal, there's nothing to be thankful for. In the face of Yanran Lu's currying favor, Lin Chen acted very blandly. Admittedly, mooching is in the nature of many people and there is nothing to blame. But Lin Chen just didn't like it. In his last life, when Lin Chen was in obscurity, Yanran Lu didn't have a single encounter with him, and where was your Missy Yanran Lu at that time? In this life, you've become a powerful man, and you're coming over here to make friends? It's too good to be true. Reality and materialism are not flaws in one's character. But double standard can be just that. Lin Chen's icy attitude caused Yanran Lu to be a little disappointed, but she still displayed a soft attitude. Lin Chen, there's an auction tomorrow at the Lingxiao merchant's house, I'll be attending it as well, do you want to join me? Not interested. Lin Chen rejected directly. With that, he brought Mo Hong Carp and directly left the trial square. Looking at Lin Chen's departing back, Lu Yanyan shook her head with some disappointment and sighed with some regret in her heart. If he had shown even a hint of kindness to Lin Chen when he was in high school, I'm afraid that Lin Chen's attitude towards himself today wouldn't have been so ice cold, right? The next day. Lingxiao Trading House. Wearing a black robe and a mask, Lin Chen walked inside the merchant house. As soon as he walked into it, in just 2 or 3 minutes, he saw Zhang Shan walking over, smiling while arching his hand. Mr. Juggernaut, the auction is about to start, you've come just in time, please follow me. Thank you. Lin Chen returned indifferently, then followed Zhang Shan into a room. After 7 turns, he eventually arrived at a large auction site. Mr. Juggernaut, I have prepared a private room for you where you can attend the auction. Zhang Shun said respectfully. Chapter 59, The Auction. Have a heart. Lin Chen nodded slightly, then walked inside the box. As soon as they entered it, there were beautiful maids in cheongsams who saluted together and then served up tea, fruit plates, and pastries. There was even a maid, who sat directly beside Lin Chen, her body's fresh scent poured out, and while rubbing her plump and delicate body against it, she introduced the various rules of this auction in a soft voice. Although Lin Chen was not very fond of this kind of behavior, he could not push the maid away as soon as he did so in order not to contradict Zhang Shun's face, so he could only move slightly in the direction of the side. Sensing Lin Chen's small movements, the maid looked at him with a grudging face, and there were a few more points of aggression in her explanatory tone. Lin Chen, however, looked at the scene with an indifferent expression. He was currently situated in one of the 10 boxes overhead, overlooking the whole situation. And any seat other than a box is just a seat. Looking around, the entire auction site had more than 400 to 500 seats, and at this moment, it was already full, with many people talking excitedly to each other in their seats. I heard that this auction actually has a whole set of rare equipment up for auction, is that true or not? Oh, not only that, I heard that the treasure of the finale this time is a transcendent equipment. I have directly sold my house this time, and put together a huge sum of $4 million to see if I can take it down. $4 million? Oh, you're overthinking it, aren't you? I don't know what type of transcendent equipment that piece is. If someone looks at it the right way, not to mention 4 million, even tens of millions are possible. Also, although they are all transcendental equipment, but there is also a difference between high and low, the prices even more can gap several times. I heard that the principals of the 3 major high schools, as well as the head of the city and the heads of the 4 major families have all come to this auction, so I wonder who the transcendent equipment has actually gone to. The crowd chatted excitedly, with excitement in their tones. How valuable is transcendental equipment? Even the top echelons of Jiangnan City were all swarming here, wanting to fight for it. The rarity is evident. Just as people were talking to each other, finally on the stage, a beautiful woman wearing a long light blue dress stepped out, and with a light smile, she performed a salute, and then said, "Gentlemen, welcome to the annual auction site of the Lingsha Merchant Bank's Jiangnan City branch. I am Lily." This person was none other than Lily, who Lin Chen had rescued that day. HM? I've heard in my last life that although Lily is a high-ranking member of the Hunters Association, she has some dealings with organizations such as the Lingsha Merchant Company, the official Dragon Kingdom, and the War God Alliance. I didn't expect it to be true. Lin Chen murmured in a low voice. Lily's profession was lucky mage, able to increase the hidden attributes of trading and luck, so in later life she became a big player in the business world and was very popular with large organizations in the Dragon Kingdom. But up until now, she was just an ordinary professional in Jiangnan City, and she had yet to make her first appearance. Without further ado, let's get straight to the auction of the first item. Lily smiled lightly. With that, an exhibit surfaced on the stand. Upon seeing this item, quite a few people revealed a look of surprise. Just a small necklace, lying quietly in the middle of a glass case. A group of people used their scrying techniques towards it, and the information of this necklace was displayed before them. Name, Necklace of Thorns Corrupted. Type, Necklace. Quality, Rare. Requirements, Level 5, Strength 1, Spirit 2. Attributes, +3 Spirit, +3 Strength, +3 Agility. Feature Corruption, gain additional chaos damage equal to 10% of non-chaos damage. It's a piece of corrupted equipment. Nice attributes. The first auction item, a small extreme equipment? I'll go, this outfit is just right for me. The bottom was a buzz. Lin Chen, who was inside the box, was also slightly surprised at the sight. It's actually a piece of corrupted equipment? And the corruption affix is not bad at all. It seems that the strength of this Lingsha trading house is still above my prediction. Corrupted equipment is the product of a normal piece of equipment that has been transformed by a special consumable item, Val Treasure Pearl. Val's Pearl can change a piece of equipment to have some special word effects. For example, the special effect affix of this thorn necklace, which was able to gain additional chaos damage, was a type of corruption affix. This kind of remodeling could make the originally ordinary equipment gain extra wordings, making its value directly multiply by several times or even dozens of times. An extremely high-quality corrupted equipment that also carries very high 3-dimensional attributes. The starting price is 500,000 credits, each increase shall not be less than 100,000 credits. Begin. Lily read out very quickly. No sooner had the words left his mouth than an offer rang out. 700,000. $800,000. $900,000. $1.1 million. In just a few moments, the price soared to as much as $1.5 million. In the end, this equipment was auctioned off by a skinny assassin wearing a gray leather armor, and after that person bought it, he paid and hurriedly left, as if he was afraid of being targeted. The first piece of equipment caused a sensation, and the atmosphere was instantly warm. Lily watched this with a smile on her face and couldn't help but nod as she continued her introduction. Here is the second auction item. In the next second, a stone emitting a shimmering light appeared in front of the crowd. Name: Fire Crystal Forged Steel. Type: Material. Quality: Rare. Description: one of the materials used to make fire attribute equipment, radiating warm heat. It's actually fire crystal forged steel. Fire crystal forged steel? I remember it's one of the materials needed to make the Ye-Forger set. It's very rare. Oh my, it can't be that Forger set that increases flame damage by a huge amount, can it? That's a set equipment that's rated second only to Transcendent equipment. This is great stuff. A group of people looked at the material that was as transparent as a hair crystal but emitted a metallic luster in surprise. One piece of fire crystal forged steel, starting price 200,000 credits, each increase will not be less than 50,000 credits, now begin. Another fiery scramble. In the end, this piece of fire crystal forged steel was auctioned off for $580,000. One auction item was auctioned off like running water. Many people are feeling excited and thrilled. After all, this kind of auction was really rare, and one could see many things here that could not be bought within the merchant houses on a normal day. But Lin Chen was different. With his eyes, he really couldn't see these things. After all, every single thing he had on him, when taken out, would be able to stir up the entire Dragon Kingdom and even the world. These things count for nothing. Not only Lin Chen, but even the other 9 VIPs in the boxes had no intention of making a move. Just when Lin Chen wondered if he had come on the wrong trip. Only Lily smiled mysteriously and said, "Next, it's time to auction the penultimate item. This is a very peculiar prop." Chapter 60, Undead Essence. Lily said as the people around her began to stir. I've long heard that the highlight of this auction is the last 2 items. None of the 10 VIPs up there have made a move yet, so I guess they're all waiting for the last thing. I wonder what the hell. Supposedly there's transcendental equipment? Transcendental gear. I've only seen it on TV. In the midst of the crowd's expectant looks, a booth finally surfaced in front of them. A chest armor that emitted blazing heat with countless flames surrounding it was displayed in front of everyone. The blinding yellow light emanating from it caused the crowd to explode. It's really superb equipment. Sunflame chest armor? This equipment's attributes are too awesome. This equipment, it's too suitable for tank-type professions, and under certain circumstances it's even capable of soloing the entire abyss. It's awesome. Even above their heads, the VIPs in those 10 boxes were breathing heavily at this moment, staring at the Sunflame chest armor with wide eyes, their gazes filled with desire and greed. This piece of equipment is mine. If I kill that stupid kid Lin Chen again, I'll be able to obtain another piece of transcendent equipment, and by then the entire Jiangnan city won't be my world? Inside one of the boxes, Yang Shu was staring closely at the equipment under the field, and the light in his eyes was shining brightly. Transcendent equipment? This equipment isn't 100% suitable for me, but the attributes and special effects, it can crush my current armor, I must take it. In another place, Yen Ranlu's beautiful eyes were filled with tension and excitement. Transcendent equipment? If this equipment is taken down, and if it's offered to the higher-ups of Jianghai University, it's probably going to smooth out Red Carp's path to school in the future. Mo Qingyun, the head of the Mo family, looked at the transcendent equipment underneath, but he was pondering. After a bit of brewing, the entire auction site, the atmosphere was already on fire. Seeing this, Lily also introduced it quickly and at the right time, a piece of transcendent equipment, whose value doesn't need me to say more. Starting price, 5 million credits, each increase shall not be less than $200,000. Starting now. As soon as the words were spoken, the quotes were heard. 5.5 million. 5.7 million. I'll give you $6 million. Bunch of crazies, I'll give you 7 million. Oh, I say, Principal Yang, how can you call out a mere $7 million? I'll offer $8 million. In just a few moments, the price of a Sunflame chest armor had soared to 10 million, and it didn't have the slightest intention of stopping. Granted, under normal circumstances, a piece of transcendent equipment would cost between $3 and $4 million. But actually, this is an official figure. Among the equipment sold by the major powers and officials, the price tag for a piece of transcendent equipment was this much. But just because the price tag is a price tag doesn't mean you can actually get a piece of transcendent gear for so little. If you want to buy? I'm sorry, but first please become a member of our forces. Then, use enough points, plus credits to be able to buy it. This is why the transcendent equipment circulating in the market is so expensive and rare. Because that's how big powers control talent. Want good gear? Then join our forces. As for Yang Shu and the Jiangnan city executives, who were already official in the Dragon Kingdom. Although they were official people, things like points were something that needed to be earned by doing missions, and they only had credits as a paycheck on weekdays. They could only look at the transcendental equipment and covet it. The auction got out of hand at one point. The people at the bottom, pressed not dare to bid, can only watch, above the 10 boxes in turn offer, and even with a sentence or two of threat. In the end, after half an hour of bidding, this transcendent equipment was auctioned off by a Jiangnan city senior at a price of $23 million. This was still due to the fact that the Lingxiao trading house had deliberately controlled the price and called it off in time. Otherwise, a few more points in price are possible. And the Lingxiao Merchant Company controlled the price not because it had a pit in its brain and didn't want to make money, but because even the transcendent equipment circulating in the market would have its price controlled by the officials and big powers. It is also known as market regulation. In this way, it is possible to maintain a more favorable check and balance and circulation of transcendental equipment between the private sector and the major powers. Damn! This equipment was actually auctioned off by that guy. I should have raised the price to 30 million. Ugh, there goes my plan. Let's just give dividend something else first. Is the transcendental gear not going to work with me after all? This equipment should be mine. Inside the box, many people had different looks. Some lamented, some raged, some were helpless. Only Lin Chen, who always maintained a bashful expression, was nevertheless somewhat joyful in his heart. $23 million? Oh, even after deducting the handling fee, it's still more than 20 million in my hands, not bad. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. If it was at Jianhai University, a piece of transcendent equipment would cost just $3 to $4 million. Only in a small place like this, where equipment is scarce, would the value be so high. Things are rare, huh? Sniffing the ethereal scent coming from the maid beside him, Lin Chen continued to look on. He hadn't even made a single bid in the normal auction down the line. I wonder if the treasure in the finale will give him a little surprise. Otherwise, today was kind of a waste of time. After a short period of discussion, silence returned to the arena. Immediately afterward, Lily explained with a smile, next, and the last item in our auction, everyone, please look. Only a black crystal that was pitch black and emitted a curling aura of death was displayed in front of the crowd. What is it? Let's see. Undead essence? I've never heard of this stuff. What is this stuff? It looks like some kind of material used by warlocks and necromancers. Unclear. A group of people gazed at the crystal, all again somewhat puzzled. Name, Essence of the Dead. Type, Material. Quality, Extraordinary. Description, a crystal that gathers the essence of the power of the undead and has a very special function. The vast majority of people present had never even heard of this material. It was no wonder that there were countless abysses and even more equipment and materials on the blue planet, and almost no one could fully count how many materials and equipment there were. However, what made the crowd curious was that although this piece of undead essence was of transcendent quality, its use was still unknown. Why did the Lingxiao Merchant Bank, however, auction it off as the finale treasure? You know, materials are not the same thing as equipment. It's like the value of a piece of iron, which might as well be a few dollars. But if it was made into a firearm, it would be worth more than 100 times 1,000 times more. Chapter 61, Fusion Evolution. Moreover, on the blue planet, it was very complicated to make a material into real equipment, and there was a certain chance of failure. As a result, most people were neither interested in the material nor had any urge to photograph it. The atmosphere suddenly went cold. The field was quiet. Lily immediately screamed in her heart that it was not good, but she could only grudgingly smile and say, "Gentlemen, this piece of undead essence, you may not have heard of its great name, but the equipment that it produces is familiar." That's right, the true function of undead essence is to craft perfect quality equipment. The undead scepter. Perfect quality equipment. When the crowd heard these words, they all couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If anything, transcendent equipment was something that those of them could still pursue for a moment or two. Then perfect quality equipment, the vast majority of them, could only look up. It was no wonder that this transcendent quality material would be the finale auction item. Just as the crowd was getting excited, each one of them rubbing their fists and preparing to bid, a cold laugh came out from one of the compartments. Hee hee, you Lingxiao merchant bank is really good at blowing. This undead essence is one of the key materials for making the undead scepter, but the quantity it requires is a full 10 pieces and it has to be paired with the rest of the precious materials to make it work. And the probability of making the undead scepter is not 100%. If you are unlucky, not only will you not be able to get any of the so-called epic level equipment, even the materials will go up in flames. Hearing this, the people underneath changed their faces. There's actually such a thing? This Lingxiao Merchant Company isn't very honest. I'm going to go. I'm glad I didn't bid, otherwise I'd be in a bad way. So it is. Sensing that the atmosphere had gone cold all of a sudden, Lily couldn't help but have a trace of anxiety appear on her face. You know, as the host of this auction, if she couldn't sell all the auction items, she would have to lose money. Although she was a bit unhappy with that explaining voice, Lily didn't dare to have any opinions about the VIPs inside the box, and could only explain with a forced smile. Even so, this piece of undead essence still has a very big role to play, and it's also an important material for crafting some other equipment. One piece of undead essence, starting price 3 million credits, each increase shall not be less than $100,000. Begin. Lily's voice fell. However, there was not a single bid. Many of them sneered at Lily as if they were looking at a cutie. This kind of thing is useless, although it is indeed precious. That's right, this Lingxiao Merchant Company wants money like crazy, right? Oh, I'm not stupid. $3 million? I might have bid it if it was less than zero. Let's forget about this price. A full few minutes passed, but there was not a single bid. Right after Lily almost despaired that the auction item was going to go under. Who knows? 3.1 million. A lazy voice came from one of the boxes. This voice directly attracted the attention of those present. A box? What big shot is so ungrateful as to want to buy this? Oh, I guess I bought it for my collection. Tisk, TSK, the rich man's world we don't understand. That's a strange voice, it sounds young, I wonder which one it is. And in the middle of a box. Lin Chen stood up, his eyes dead set on the undead essence, his heart somewhat excited. Because just a moment ago, a hint reached his ears. Ding! Special templates have been found that can be fused to evolve specific bug races. Fusion evolution. If it wasn't for this reminder, Lin Chen had almost forgotten that his insect master profession had this function. Talent 2 Unlimited Evolution. You can evolve a bug unit indefinitely, choosing between evolution, fusion, and mutation. After these days of figuring out about professions, Lin Chen also had a deep understanding of these functions. Where? Evolution is the expenditure of energy points to allow a specific insect race to improve its attributes in all aspects, which is equivalent to upgrading it. Fusion is to use some special items to fuse with a specific bug race, so that it will have the special abilities similar to the item. Mutation is similar to fusion, but its most important feature is evolution and fusion. But the most important feature is that evolution and fusion have predictable results, while mutation has unpredictable results. That is to say, the result of mutation may be to make a bug unit stronger, or weaker, or even something that has nothing to do with the fusion item. The undead essence in front of him was a special prop. I thought that this trip to the auction was a wasted trip, but I didn't expect to come across such a good thing. Lin Chen looked very excited. After all, most of the bug units he had now were of average individual strength, basically just winning by sheer numbers. But how could the bug race, which was a killing machine, only use the simple tactic of a sea of bugs? And the gift of fusion evolution is specifically used to cultivate the elite bugs. By then, the sea of worms plus the elite insectoids left and right would be complete. This gentleman has bid 3.1 million, may I ask if there are any more bids? Lily's face was delighted as she hurriedly asked out. If not, then I would like to announce that this undead essence belongs to. Just as Lily was about to drop the gavel and clap her hands, a voice came from one of the other boxes. This undead essence, it's kind of a little toy for me, isn't it? Oh, I'll offer 3.5 million. The crowd was stunned and looked towards one of the boxes. This voice. Is Yang Shu? That's right, it's the principal of the second middle school, Yang Shu. TCH, I didn't realize it was actually him. In our Jiangnan city, besides the head of the city and the 4 great families, the most powerful ones are the principals of the 3 great high schools, right? Inside a box. Yang Shu looked downward with a hint of strange ground. At the same time, a brilliant light shot out from his eyes. That voice just now. It must be Lin Chen. Although it's been processed by voice alteration, under my skill, soul perception, there's an 80% chance that I can determine that this person is Lin Chen. I didn't expect that this kid would actually come here. Oh, originally also wanted to wait for you to go out of Jiangnan City and then take action, but now it seems to be unnecessary. That transcendent equipment of yours, it's mine. Thinking of this, Yang Ju gave a fierce smile and pulled out his communicator, so he dialed a few numbers. Hello? Lin Chen is here with me. Immediately send your guards over to make a move on him. That's right, I've already stalled him. As long as he leaves the Lingxiao trading house, we can make our move. Chapter 62, Fusion Evolution, Deadwing Mantis. This voice, it's Yang Shu? Lin Chen frowned. This guy, what the hell is he trying to do? Ever since the last time he had rejected Yang Shu face to face, Lin Chen had been very wary. He didn't think that these guys, Yang Shu, were some kind of magnanimous people who wouldn't secretly take action against themselves. Just never waited for the right time. However, even though he knew that this Yang art probably had no good intentions, Lin Chen was not willing to give this piece of undead essence away, so he immediately opened his mouth once again. $4 million. Yang Shu was not willing to show weakness. $5 million. $6 million. $7 million. A heated hike down. The scene was dumbfounded. The value of this undead essence was between 3 and 4 million at most. And odds are, buying it home is just a piece of junk. Who knew that the VIPs in the 2 boxes actually fought over it? What's going on here? 11 million. Yang Shu opened his mouth. Lin Chen's eyes glazed over and he immediately raised the price, 12 million. Just when Lin Chen thought that Yang Shu would continue to raise the price. Yang Shu, however, laughed softly and said triumphantly, Lin Chen, you won, this thing is yours, huh? Lin Chen. When Yang Shu popped the name, it once again caused a bit of an uproar. This name was familiar to everyone in the Jiangnan division. Lin Chen, also known as Juggernaut. He is the top student of this year's college entrance exam. It even became the existence of the first pass to the Lost Temple. But I don't know why, in previous years will actively enlist the talents of the high school students of Jiangnan City, but surprisingly for the high school students very cold. Even showing a hint of hostility from the looks of things today? Why is that? The people in the box all reacted differently as well. He came to this auction as well? Inside a box, Yen Ranlu frowned. On the other hand, Mo Qingyun smiled with interest. This is the Lin Chen who has been haunting my precious daughter all this time? TSK, still really young and vigorous. Principal Yang, gently making a few offers so that I have to spend a few more millions of dollars, you're really good at this. Seeing that his identity had been recognized, Lin Chen no longer hid it and opened his mouth to sneer. Ha, Lin Chen, although your potential for development is very great, you have to understand one thing. Yang Shu laughed out loud. In this world, the one thing that is not lacking is genius. There are many geniuses, but there are even more who die halfway. Therefore, I advise you to come to your senses sooner rather than later. The threatening implications of these words were self-evident. Lin Chen sneered, not bothering to take care of this person anymore, and directly walked out of the box. Mr. Juggernaut, here is your auction item. Just as he arrived at the resting place, he saw a maid carrying that undead essence and walked over to Lin Chen. Reaching out and holding the black crystal that lingered with the aura of death in his hand, Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction after feeling it slightly. It's really not bad. Then, pulling out a card, he handed it to the maid. The final payment for my auction item, as well as the credits to be deducted, are in here. Yes, sir. The maid took the black card and respectfully walked out of the lounge. And Lin Chen took advantage of this precious time to move his mind, and his figure appeared in the sovereign world. Go! With a lift of his hand, the take undead essence flew towards the top of the huge stone monument. Ding! Special props detected. Please select the operation you want to perform. Only 3 choices appeared in front of you. Evolution. Fusion. Mutation. Glancing slightly at the inventory of energy points, Lin Chen began to think. Evolving requires consuming a large amount of energy points. My current energy point reserve is only 3,574 only, which is completely insufficient to evolve a few times. And as the outcome of the mutation cannot be predicted with predictability, this undead essence is hard-won and cannot be wasted. Then it's obvious that there's only one option. Lin Chen took a deep breath and chose Fusion. Please select a fused bug unit. Without hesitation, Lin Chen designated an iron-armored bladeworm. The bladeworm was the most balanced of the insect units that Lin Chen currently possessed. And ironclad bladeworm is the superior replacement for bladeworm. Therefore, Lin Chen's first choice was it. Are you sure you want to fuse the two? Confirmed. A low drink. Only to see a burst of blinding light emanating from an iron-armored bladeworm in front of him. A moment later, the light disappeared, revealing the evolved iron-armored bladeworm. Name, Deadwing Mantis. Rank, second order insectoid. Agility, 13. Power, 15. Spirit, 9. Skills, Harvesting Claws, Wings, Bone Spike Jet, Desecration Aura, Necrotic Gathering, Soul Shield. The Deadwing Mantis was shaped as if it was an enlarged ironclad bladeworm, and it was more than a meter long. But its body, in addition to black, is wrapped in a burst of thick death breath. If the weak-willed people look at a glance, will be scared to tremble. And above certain joints, a hideous and sharp bone spur protruded, as if hinting at the killing nature of its owner. The most important thing was the two blade arms, which were not pure black like ordinary bladeworms or iron armor bladeworms, but showed a kind of morose white, as if they were made of bone. What surprised Lin Chen the most was that this Deadwing Mantis lived up to its name, possessing a pair of wings as thin as cicada wings. This means that it's not just a melee unit on land, but an air unit. Yes. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Not to mention the rest, just the appearance of the Deadwing Mantis was too majestic and domineering. What's that saying? Face value is combat power. This 3D is too exaggerated, isn't it? Lin Chen glanced at the attributes of the Deadwing Mantis, and his scalp tingled again. To know. This three-dimensional attribute was just a little bit worse than the Angel of Ashes that had the Holy Gladiator buff. In other words, Lin Chen had directly cultivated a boss to bring with him this time. Plus an endless army of bugs. Dare I ask who was the boss? Lin Chen took a deep breath and calmed down before exiting the sovereign space. After making some perfunctory remarks with Zhang Shun, he took the card and glanced at the remaining balance of $10 million inside. Lin Chen directly walked out of the Lingxiao trading house. However, he didn't choose to return to the Mo family, but instead directly walked out of the city and arrived at the fringe area. Then it continued deeper into it, straight into a forest. Just as he stepped into it, a blood-toothed pig spotted Lin Chen's trail and charged over with a furious roar. Lin Chen, however, casually lifted his hand and resolved the gadget. Immediately afterward, he suddenly stood still and said with a hint of teasing, "Gentlemen, you have followed me for so long, from the urban area to the fringe area to the wilderness. No matter what you guys want to do, it's time to do it now, right?" Chapter 63, Ferocious Deathwing Mantis. The words fell, and after a few seconds, only to see the space behind them suddenly distort, a group of people very abruptly surfaced in front of them. There were as many as 40 to 50 of these people, dressed differently, but on each one of them, there was a heavy aura of death, and at a glance, it was clear that their hands had been stained with a lot of blood. The person in the lead was a dry and thin man wearing leather armor and holding a short sword, only to see him heave a cold laugh. "Hee hee, I didn't expect you to actually be able to discover my trickster's mist. Your mental power is considered to be enough to be proud of yourself amongst your peers, Lin Chen." Tisk, TSK, the thought of strangling such a genius makes me feel pity, ha ha ha. Lin Chen immediately narrowed his eyes. "Did Jiang Shu send you guys to kill me? He does look up to me, he actually sent so many people directly, huh?" The killers in front of them were as many as 40 to 50. The vast majority of them, the level is around 10. For Jiangnan City, this was already considered a rather terrifying force. Thus, Lin Chen could easily guess who was trying to turn against him. "Hee hee, Lin Chen, you're quite clever. However, there's one thing you can guess wrong, and that is that it's not just Principal Yang, but those of us, we were instructed by the other Jiangnan City executives." The dry and thin man hemmed and hawed, as if he felt that Lin Chen was about to die, so there was no harm in saying more, and directly opened his mouth. "Otherwise, do you really think that a single Yang Ju can instruct so many of us?" Lin Chen's heart fluttered. "It's not just young art? Hee hee, I didn't realize in my last life that these guys were actually so heartless that they could do all these things for the sake of a transcendent equipment. In that case..." Then don't blame me for being ruthless. A chill flashed through Lin Chen's eyes. In his mind, this group of Jiangnan City executives, as well as Yang Shu, have been on his must-kill list. Lin Chen, if you're sensible, you should immediately hand over your equipment, huh? Otherwise we won't leave you a whole body when we move. The dry and thin man sneered, playing with the short sword in his hand as he did so. The group of people behind him also cast sneering and playful looks. This look, as if the hunter was looking at a lamb to be slaughtered, was full of teasing and teasing. After all, in their opinion, Lin Chen was some so-called top student of the college entrance examination though. But he had become a professional, less than 2 months ago, and his rank was at most 5 or 6 levels of rank. Facing their own group of veteran professionals whose levels were generally above level 10 and still had an absolute advantage in numbers. Could Lin Chen not resist? A whole corpse? Lin Chen laughed. Unfortunately, I'm not going to leave you all dead. When these words came out, the group of people in front of them changed their faces. Arrogant. This kid, does he really think he's a great person just because he's some kind of high school student? Seek death. The dry and thin man also became furious, killing intent surfacing on his face. Since you're looking for death, then don't blame me. After he said that, he directly took a step out, his figure rushing towards Lin Chen like lightning. Instant shadow slash. Ding. Originally, he thought that the instantaneous shadow slash could easily slice through Lin Chen's body. Unexpectedly, the dry and thin man realized that a figure that emitted an aura of death was in front of him. And the short sword in his hand stabbed at its body, making a sound like hitting metal. What? Feeling the intense pain coming from his tiger's mouth, the dry and thin man looked at the figure in front of him in shock, his face filled with fear. Only to see a monster like a praying mantis blocking in front of Lin Chen, easily blocking the strike. 2 scarlet eyes, with bloodthirsty longing, stared straight at him. What is this? Ferocious beasts? No. What the hell is this? The dry and thin man was astonished beyond measure. Deathwing Mantis, kill this group, leave no one behind. Lin Chen indifferently gave the order. Accepting the order, the Deadwing Mantis gently waved its wings and flicked its hind limbs, its figure bringing up a piece of residual shadow as it rushed towards the dry and thin man. Quick! It's too fast. That was the only thought the dry, thin man had. He didn't even see the Deadwing Mantis in front of him move, and with a sudden sweetness in his throat, his entire body collapsed into a pool of blood. One blow, dead. Didn't even have time to call for help. He collapsed with a puzzled and uncomprehending look on his face, as if wondering who had killed him. Your summoner has killed profession, Lu Xing, gaining experience x 1100, sin value +1. What? Lu Xing was killed? What is this monster? What happened? Lu Xing is a level 12 assassin with a rare set on him, how could he have been killed in seconds in a single shot? The group was amazed. And it was too late for them to come up with an answer. It was because after the Deathwing Mantis killed the dry and thin man in seconds, it once again lifted its wings and flew towards the remaining people. The speed of the Deadwing Mantis was simply too fast, so fast that many of these professionals could not react at all before they were sliced in half with its white-knuckled blade arms. While the rest of them reacted though, opening various shields and launching skills to try and counterattack. However, in the face of the ferocious Deathwing Mantis, there was also no ability to resist at all, and they were turned into a streak of flesh and blood. Your summoner has killed profession, Zhou Cheng, gaining experience x 1100, sin value +1. Your summoner has killed professional, Bai Hua Chen, gaining experience x 1100, sin value +1. Your summoner has killed profession, Dragon Rain, gaining experience x 1100, sin value +1. You're calling. Lin Chen stood in place, watching the Deadwing Mantis go on a killing spree with a mocking expression on his face. Inside his ears, the beeps kept coming. And before them, the screams were endless. Ah! It hurts. Help me. Lin Chen, don't kill me, I'm... Ah! Run! Run! In just 10 minutes, the original size of 40 to 50 people was slaughtered until only a dozen people remained. These dozen or so people very wisely chose to escape in all directions. After all, in their opinion Lin Chen and the Deathwing Mantis were only 2 at most, it was impossible to drive them all to extinction. However... Hee, you guys think you can run away? A cold smile flashed across Lin Chen's eyes. With that, a wave of the hand. Come out. Shoo shoo shoo. An army of insects surfaced and immediately took over the forest. Kill everyone, leave no one behind. Lin Chen gave a direct order. Receiving the order, a group of bladeworms rushed out in all directions. A moment later, Lin Chen's ears would once again receive several death prompts. After doing this, Lin Chen looked around, only to see the surroundings drenched in blood, severed limbs and viscera scattered on the ground like hell, and even the air reeked of a sweet, fishy odor. Yang Shu? And those guys in Jiangnan City. Oh, very good. Since you guys want to kill me, I don't have to be merciful. Lin Chen sneered and rolled over to jump onto the back of the deadwing mantis. The latter lifted his wings and carried Lin Chen high into the air, flying rapidly towards the downtown area of Jiangnan City. In the middle of the night sky, silent as death. Chapter 64, Giving Away One's Head. At the same time, Jiangnan City, in a mansion. A dinner party, being held in grand style. Handsome men and women in tuxedos are here to push drinks and get drunk. Many had polite, false smiles on their faces as they exchanged favors with each other. Because today, it's the 65th birthday of the principal of Gangnam City No. 1 High School, Yang Jitsu. It could be said that the powerful and wealthy people of half of Jiangnan City had all come to this place to wish for their birthday. The buzz is extraordinary. And at this moment, at the back of the banquet hall, within a hidden room, a group of people gathered here to discuss it. Gentlemen, the 50 assassins we sent out have already left the city, so I guess the good news will come soon, and we will be able to divide that transcendent equipment today. Yang Shu spoke, his face filled with joy. In front of him, a group of Jiangnan City executives were also overjoyed at the news. Really? If that's the case, that's great. That brat Lin Chen, he actually ran out of the city for some reason, which just spares us the trouble of making a move within the city. Transcendent equipment. TSK, if only it had fallen into my hands. Seeing that the crowd all looked greedy and did not take the slightest initiative to give up this transcendent equipment, a hint of unhappiness flashed in Yang Shu's eyes, but it was quickly concealed, clearing his throat and speaking in a deep voice. Gentlemen, the ownership of this transcendent equipment is something we can also discuss now. I know everyone wants this equipment badly, so how about this? For the time being, the equipment will be sent to me. Then let's hold an auction, each of us will pay for it, the highest bidder will get it, and at the end the remaining people will split the money equally. How about that? You've got it in your mailbox? The highest bidder? The people in front of them couldn't help but laugh coldly at the words. That's a nice thing to say. If this transcendent equipment really fell into Yang Shu's hands, I guess it's a meat bag with no return. It's easy to get the gear into his hands, but to get it out, that's not so easy. After all, this deal was unseemly, and even if Yang Shu swallowed it, the people wouldn't dare to make a noise. Immediately, someone rebuffed, "Oh, Principal Yang, I think it would be better to leave the equipment here with me, knowing that my Huang family is so big that it doesn't lack a place to hide things." The person who spoke was none other than Huang Wentian, the head of the Huang family. Huang family master, what do you mean by this? Yang Shu frowned and asked unhappily. What do you mean you know yourself? Huang Wentian said in a cold voice, fully half of the assassins sent there were my Huang family's guards, and besides seizing that Lin Chen's treasures, they were also there to avenge the killing of my son Huang Xian. Since I sent half of my men, I contributed the most, it's only right that this equipment should be given to me for safekeeping. Yang Shu immediately retorted, Huang family master, you want revenge and equipment at the same time, do you want to kill two birds with one stone? There is no such good thing under the sky. The two argued, neither able to convince the other. After all, this matter was related to the retention of a piece of transcendent equipment, and no one was willing to give in. And just then, a maid walked in and respectfully said, Family master, the guests have arrived outside, you can go forward to the meeting. Only then did Yang Shu stop and stood up and said in a deep voice, Gentlemen, please attend my banquet first, this matter will be discussed later. With that, the crowd stopped and followed towards the outside. Outside, when they saw Yang Shu's figure appear, a group of people gathered around, fawning and kissing their asses. Family Master Yang, old and strong. Hee, it's rare for young Family Master to still look this good. President Yang. Principal Yang. The group was busy sending their blessings. And of course, not forgetting the gifts. Zhao family, send a set of rare sets. The Li family sends a mount to congratulate old Master Yang on his birthday. The Wu family sends a piece of real estate to congratulate Master Yang on his birthday. The Jin family sends one Peiyuan Dan, expecting the Yang family master's longevity to match that of the heavens. Yang Shu listened to the congratulatory gifts sent by these people, as well as the words of compliments, and nodded his head with great satisfaction, his eyes filled with complacency. And it was at this time. In the sky, however, there was a voluminous voice. Lin Chen, giveaway ahead. As soon as people looked up, they saw an amazing scene. Only to see that above the sky, a young man stood on top of a ferocious beast, coldly watching all of this with a cold smile on his face. Seeing this person, many people directly stared at him with wide eyes. This person is? Lin Chen? It's Lin Chen. It's really Lin Chen. What is that thing? Is it a flying mount? Flying mounts, aren't they precious? Why does Lin Chen have this? What does he want? Although the guests were surprised, they were more curious, not sure why Lin Chen had paid a sudden visit. Only the few people led by Yang Shu were shocked in their hearts. Lin Chen, he didn't die? Wasn't he under siege by the killers? How did he escape with his life? How is this possible? Where are my guards? No good, I can't reach them. Yang Shu and the others only felt that a chill could not help but spread in their hearts. It was as if the Lin Chen in front of them would pose a great threat to them. However, although in this situation, Yang Shu was after all a powerful figure, and after slightly calming his mind, he said in a cold voice, Lin Chen, are you prepared to come to congratulate me on my birthday, or are you here to make amends? Congratulation? Reparations? Lin Chen laughed twice as if he had heard something funny. Immediately afterward, the eyes steeply sharpened. You sent out assassins to try to kill me for the treasure. I have come, today, to take your life. This statement was made. It was as if a huge stone, dropped on the surface of a calm lake, suddenly stirred up a huge wave. This Lin Chen, is he crazy? What nonsense is he talking about? Ha ha ha. This kid, he won't think that he can fight against Principal Yang just because he's some kind of senior high school student, right? Young man. Is too arrogant. Many people shook their heads with a cold smile and judged Lin Chen. In their opinion, Lin Chen had completely come to seek death. After all, Yang Shu wasn't some soft little old man, but a genuine level 30 professional. Lin Chen's level, on the other hand, had only barely risen to level 8 just a few days ago. Which is a difference of 22 levels. Lin Chen, even if you're crazy, I won't show you any mercy. Yang Shu let out a fierce laugh. You've offended me 3 times, and today you've caused a scene at my birthday banquet for no reason. It seems that I don't have to hold back any longer, or else I'll make people think that I, Yang Shu, am easy to bully. Heh, although the Dragon Kingdom has stipulated that hands are forbidden within the city. But this is you who broke into my house by yourself, so it's not against the law for me to do it. Chapter 65, Exciting Battle with Yang Shu. After saying that, the aura on Yang Shu's body was no longer hidden, and with a flash of blue light on his body, a set of light armor surfaced on his body, while a wand was also added to his hand. Around it, a powerful lightning bolt even surfaced, surrounding it. Yang Shu, level 30 hidden profession, Thunder Mage. The 30-level professional aura was exposed. The people around them were choking. Headmaster Yang, going to use his full strength? Worthy of being the head of a school, this aura is simply amazing. Principal Yang's profession is Thunder Mage, he's the most adept at fighting, so I guess that Lin Chen can't even take a single move, right? Who told him to dare provoke Principal Yang? Seek your own death. Many people exclaimed out in shock and looked at Yang Shu with a hint of awe. The strength of level 30 could already make the majority of people look up. After all, above the blue star, level 10 is a watershed moment. Levels before level 10 were very good for leveling up, to the point that some with enough resources and talent were able to go from level 1 to level 10 after only a month or two. Leveling after level 10, however, is something that requires massive amounts of experience. For example, the experience of leveling up to 11 is much higher than the total experience of leveling up from 1 to 10. This also led to the fact that the vast majority of professionals were stuck at just over 10 levels for the rest of their lives, making it difficult to move up. As such, a 30 professional fully deserves to be called one of the best in Jiangnan City. Lin Chen, I'll let you make the first move so that I don't say I'm bullying you. Yang Shu said with his hands behind his back, very proudly. He had just used his scrying technique to see that Lin Chen's current level was only level 8. Even if he were to stand here himself, it would be impossible for Lin Chen's attack to break through his protective shield. Saying so also makes you look like a masterful person. You're letting me make the first move? Lin Chen laughed. In that case, I'll do as you wish. Lin Chen laughed softly, then raised his hand. Flame blast. Instantly, a bull-thick flame ray aimed at Yang Shu and charged straight ahead. No good. Feeling that powerful aura, the disdain and indifference on Yang Shu's face instantly transformed into shock and caution. What a powerful aura, this strike cannot be taken hard. Lightning shield. A light blue shield emerged around Yang Shu, protecting him. Lightning shield creates a shield that absorbs incoming damage until it disappears, equal to 20% of maximum life and psychic modifier. As a matter of fact, Yang Shu was a level 30 Thunder Mage, and with the effect of a lightning shield, even if Lin Chen attacked with his full strength, he might not be able to rub off a bit of his skin. However, boom! The flame ray fell, directly causing a violent and large explosion. Everyone within dozens of meters around them felt a heat sweep over them. This is Lin Chen's attack? Isn't he a warrior? Why does he know the skills of a mage? What exactly is his profession? What a powerful blow. Isn't Lin Chen only at level 8? How could he be so powerful? Everyone was shocked and gazed at Lin Chen in the sky. And at the moment, at the center of the explosion, Yang Shu's figure was revealed. Although his body armor was still intact, the light blue shield, however, had shattered with a bang. In other words, Lin Chen's single strike just now had shattered over 20% of his maximum life value. How is this possible? Yang Shu felt a million times more puzzled. It was important to realize that the rank suppression on the blue planet was very serious. Because each level is an all-around improvement. According to reason, even if Yang Shu were to stand here and let Lin Chen fight, the latter would have to put in some effort. Not to mention he has his shield on. What he doesn't know is that Lin Chen's rank was low though. But with the natural skill of feeding. Each surviving bug unit provides him with a percentage of agility, spirit, strength, and other attributes. Nowadays, Lin Chen's panel had reached an exaggerated point. Name, Lin Chen. Occupation, Bugmaster. Rank, 7. Power, 23. Agility, 22.4. Spirit, 30.7. Life value, 387. Mana, 122. Skills, Chain Lightning, Undead Summoning, Soul Beast Summoning, Mage's Hand, Greedy Soul. Equipment, Heart of Omnipotence, Inscription of Chitaver, Sword of Quicksilver, Crystallized Omniscience, Blood Spider Breastplate, Boots of Quicksilver, Helmet of Bloodface, Ring of Topaz, Ring of Blue Diamonds, Apothecary's Girdle, Blood of Thoroughbred. With 11 equipment columns, each piece of equipment provided Lin Chen with rather terrifying attributes. Plus the attributes that the bugs feed on. It made Lin Chen's panel not even the slightest bit inferior to that of some level 20 plus professionals. And Flame Impact was a flame worm's skill, and when Lin Chen used its skill, not only did it have the damage of the flame worm itself, but it would even stack one of his own spiritual attribute increases. This was also the reason why Lin Chen's injuries were so terrifying. Lin Chen, very well, I recognize that you are a genius. Gritting his teeth, the killing intent in Yang Shu's eyes, however, skyrocketed a few points, but today, even if you're a greater genius, I'm going to behead you. At only level 8, its attacks can injure themselves. And it's also a high school senior and the nation's first pass to the Lost Temple of Being. The future development potential of such a genius was unlimited. Instead of making yourself, later in life, one more horrible enemy, it would be better to kill him today. Having made up his mind, Yang Shu directly struck out. Lightning Storm. With a lift of his hand, a dark cloud suddenly appeared in the sky and flew rapidly towards Lin Chen, a large mass of lightning bursting out from it. Kid, this is my famous skill, you're proud enough to die under this skill. Yang Shu sneered and exclaimed. Yang Shu was very confident that even if this strike could not kill Lin Chen, it could at least seriously injure him. After all, what Thunder Mage's best at is attacking. This Lightning Storm, in turn, was his own most powerful skill. Even a level 30 boss would drop a small half of its blood when it ate a shot of its own skill. Who knows? The power is indeed good. Lin Chen looked towards the dark cloud emitting thunder, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. It's just a pity that it's too slow. The words were not yet spoken. Void walking. The space where Lin Chen was originally standing rippled like water waves, and his figure directly disappeared. And in the next second, Lin Chen's ground figure appeared tens of meters away. Go! The dead-wing mantis flying in the sky turned into a stump as soon as it lifted its wings and rushed towards Yang Shu. The speed was incredibly fast. Lin Chen, on the other hand, was on the other side of the room and let out a low gulp. Resonate. Fireball. Flame blast. At once. A fireball with a diameter of 3 meters emerged in the air, like a small sun, emitting terrifying heat. Several flame rays surfaced and brewed around Lin Chen, looking at the number of at least a dozen of them. Next. Die. A low drink. Giant fireballs and a dozen or so flame rays were shot at Yang Shu together. Chapter 66, One Strike to Kill. Boom. After those attacks landed on Yang Shu's body, a terrifying explosion rattled out. The mansion was on fire and the ground was shaking. This is Lin Chen's strength? It can't be. Isn't he only level 8? He's only level 8. Good, I think. I'd better not mess with him in the future. Hiss. Just don't know, can Principal Yang survive in the midst of this kind of attack? Hard to say. With astonished looks, the crowd each backed up hundreds of meters and withdrew to the side of the manor before murmuring. And at this moment, the smoke finally cleared, revealing a body, already burned to a crisp. Looking at the form and appearance, it was none other than Yang Shu. At this moment, Yang Shu's equipment was intact, but his entire body had been turned into charcoal. There was still an expression of disbelief and horror on his face, as if he was wondering why Lin Chen's strength was so powerful. Unfortunately, what he doesn't realize is that under the resonance skill of the 50 brain bugs, the damage of the fireball spell that they released together had reached a terrifying point. Not to mention a combined attack of 20 flame worms. The scene, on the other hand, was dead silent. Countless people swallowed their saliva and sucked in cold air as they watched this scene, an incomparable shock coming from their hearts. Lin Chen killed Principal Yang? How is this possible? There's nothing wrong with my eyes, is there? Hiss. I feel like I'm dreaming. Many people even rubbed their eyes as if questioning whether they were dreaming. Humph. With a light grunt, Lin Chen rolled over and landed quietly on the ground. Looking around the room, his eyes went to the guests around him. Only to see those guests shiver after feeling Lin Chen's line of sight, shrinking their necks and lowering their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. There are only a few exceptions. A corner. Lu Yanran was wearing a long white dress, her pretty face shocked as she looked at Lin Chen, filled with shock and surprise. It was only after a long time that she bitterly smiled and shook her head, a helpless and bitter face above her pretty face. Originally, I thought that I was on cloud 9 with you, and that I would never cross paths in this life. Now it does seem that I was right. Only, I'm the one who's the dirt. Previously, Yanran Lu had looked down on Lin Chen, thinking that he must have taken the blood condensation pill to be so powerful. Now it seems that he's the clown himself. And another place. This is Lin Chen? Mo Qingyun looked at Lin Chen's figure with a face full of ecstasy, and was overjoyed. I was worried before that girl, Hong Carp, had looked at the wrong person and led the wolf into the house. Now it seems that Red Carp's vision is much better than an old man like me. I'm relieved to have a son-in-law like that, ha 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 ha. The group of people looked at Lin Chen with different expressions. Looking around the room, Lin Chen's face was expressionless as he finally spoke. Who are the people who have been involved in dispatching assassins? Although Lin Chen was not someone who killed innocents indiscriminately and was bloodthirsty. But that doesn't mean that he's weak in nature and will let people bully him. These guys, they want to make a move on themselves, kill and take the treasure. Do you still have to forgive them? However, after Lin Chen had said this, there was not a single person who dared to make a sound in response. Just kidding. This one was a ruthless man who could kill Yang Shu with a single strike. At this time to be the head of the pack, is it that you don't want to die fast enough? Huang family master. Seeing that no one spoke, Lin Chen sneered and looked at a middle-aged man. What do you say? This person was none other than Huang Wentian, the head of the Huang family. In his last life, Lin Chen knew that this guy Huang Wentian was not a magnanimous person. He killed his son. Huang Wentian must have some action behind his back, just in the way in the middle of the city. It is difficult to. Lin Chen, how dare you? Huang Wentian froze for a moment. His heart was a little alarmed, but he still threatened with a hardened head. This is the urban area of Jiangnan City. Don't you know that if you make a move in the urban area, you'll be severely punished? I guess right away, the garrison guards will be coming here. If you surrender and give yourself up now, I can still say something for you. Otherwise, wait to be dealt with harshly. Lin Chen snorted, "You want to use officialdom to pressure me? I hate being threatened, so you go to hell too." A raised hand. Boom! Flame rays shot out. Huang Wendian didn't even have time to react before he fell to the ground with serious injuries, his body scorched black. This. How dare Lin Chen? Not too cocky, is it? The crowd was in a state of shock. They really didn't expect Lin Chen to be so tyrannical, directly striking at the drop of a hat. Lin Chen's face was ice cold as he walked step by step towards Huang Wendian, who was lying on the ground, almost unconscious. Although Huang Wendian was severely injured, his consciousness was still intact, and he couldn't help but widen his eyes at the sight of the situation, screaming in horror. "Lin Chen, you can't kill me, you can't kill me. What do you want? Money? Or equipment? Or women? I can give you all of them. I'll give you everything, as long as you don't kill me." Huang Wendian begged for mercy, miserable. It was simply two extremes from the original spirited, grim and violent look. As the people at the scene watched the scene, a feeling of absurdity surged in their hearts. This is Huang Wendian, the head of the Huang family, one of the four great families? He was the most arrogant and brutal one among the four great families. Even a figure like the head of the city was completely out of his sight. Who knew that now it was in front of Lin Chen, kneeling and begging for mercy, sobbing uncontrollably? Are we dreaming? Or is reality just too crazy? Money, women, equipment, all those things, I'll get them with my own hands. Lin Chen walked up to Huang Wendian and spoke indifferently. And you, all you have to do is die. After saying that, Lin Chen directly raised his hand. A high temperature was brewing in his palm, and it looked like it could spew out at any moment. And just then. Stop! Only a roar could be heard, coming from a distance. Only a figure was seen, darting rapidly from the distance. The figure was tall and lanky, wearing a full set of crimson leather armor, and looked formidable and unusual. At this moment, he was staring at all of this angrily, his pair of tiger eyes exuding fury. Behind him followed a group of professionals in heavy armor and spears. As soon as they saw this person, the crowd let out a gasp of surprise. It's the leader of the Huban army in Jiangnan City, Han Chang. Han Chang? He actually came in person? Oh, this is going to be a good one. Who? Scared me to death. Since Lord Han Chang has come, then this Lin Chen is considered dead. That's right, daring to strike within the city, Lin Chen is considered finished. This Lin Chen may be powerful, but in front of Lord Han Chang, he's nothing. The crowd was relieved. Chapter 67, To the Death? Han Chang was the leader of the Huban army in Jiangnan City. The Huban army was not a local arm of Jiangnan City, but an official force dispatched down, equivalent to the combination of the army and inspectors in Lin Chen's cognizance, in his former past life. The Huban army is under the direct jurisdiction of the Dragon Kingdom, and its duty is to manage the public security within its jurisdiction. It will also play a role in the midst of big events such as beasts attacking the city, enemy invasions, and so on. On weekdays, since they didn't exist in the same system, Han Chang had little to no dealings with the city head, the four big families, and other figures. And as the leader of the Huban army in Jiangnan City, Han Chang's strength was also terrifying. It's not just the rare hidden profession, Iron Armored Warrior, but its level is also as high as 42. Therefore, in reality, Han Chang, the usually godlike figure, was the strongest in the city. Because of this, everyone felt a sense of relief when they saw Han Chang. Even if Lin Chen was strong, how could he possibly be an enemy of Lord Han Chang? It's a joke. Lin Chen, stop it. Han Chang came flying while chiding in a cold voice, "You dare to make a move within the urban area of Jiangnan City, immediately bind your hands." Lin Chen glanced at it, and a cold smile appeared on his face. Stop when you say so? Wouldn't that make me lose face? With that said, a ray of fire flashed out of Lin Chen's hand. In front of him, Huang Wendian's head suddenly turned into nothing. Rampant brat! Seeing this, Han Chang became furious and rushed straight into the manor like a cannonball, looking at Lin Chen with an unkind expression on his face. Kid, I've told you to stop, but you actually dared to kill Huang Wendian. Are you trying to provoke me? Han Chang looked at the corpse on the ground and said coldly. So what if it is? So what if it isn't? Lin Chen laughed lightly and lazily. In his second life, Lin Chen acted as a human being and only asked for his heart, and he could just ask for his heart in everything. Why be bound by others? No matter how you try to weasel your way out of this, the crowd is witness to the fact that you killed Yang Shu and Huang Wendian. You might as well give up your resistance and come with me. Han Chang's eyes flashed with a hint of displeasure, but he still said in a cold voice. At the same time, a set of chains emerged from his hands. There was another gasp from the crowd. It's Evil Suppressor Chain. That's right, it's the rare quality disposable consumables, Evil Suppressor Chains. It's said that the price of such props is even comparable to certain sets I've also heard of. But this kind of prop is indeed very powerful. It is said that among the human army, only the top brass can have it. Once the shot is taken, even a level 30 professional will be imposed, confinement, and silence, state, cannot escape at all. Ha, it looks like this Lin Chen is dead. A group of people looked at Lin Chen with gloating eyes. As long as Han Chang made a move, then Lin Chen was definitely dead. So, you're prepared to take me down straight away without planning to investigate the origin of what happened? Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. He didn't make a move against Yang Shu and Huang Wendian and the others because of a thirst for killing, but because they sent assassins who wanted to make a move against themselves, killing and seizing treasures. I only saw you killing the official personnel of the Dragon Kingdom for no reason. If I wasn't there, I'm afraid that everyone present would not have been spared. Han Chang said coldly, and not allowing any arguments, he directly labeled Lin Chen. Gird your loins, Lin Chen. Otherwise, I have the right to kill you on the spot. Han Chang said, a trace of indifference flashing across his face as he walked straight towards Lin Chen. At the same time, waving the chains in his hands, he looked as if he was going to capture Lin Chen and then directly characterize him. Tell the truth. If this Han Chang really intends to investigate this matter thoroughly and go through the formal procedures. It wasn't like Lin Chen couldn't accept it. After all, according to the regulations of the Dragon Kingdom, he was in the right. But this Han Chang, without saying a word, is going to take himself down and try him as a sinner? Even if Lin Chen didn't want to face it any more than he wanted to, a professional whose level surpassed his own by more than 30 levels wouldn't be able to hold his hand. You still want to make a move? When Han Chang saw Lin Chen's appearance, he couldn't help but sneer. Kid, I don't know how you killed Yang Shu and Huang Wendian, but you don't think that I'm a character like these two straw men, do you? In that case, I'll just put you on the spot. With that said, Han Chang smiled and let out a low gulp as a red light blossomed from the heavy armor on his body. Die. Han Chang raised his hand and a sharp blade chi flew towards Lin Chen. Void Walk. Facing this enemy that was a dozen or so levels higher than himself, Lin Chen didn't dare to be careless at all, and immediately disappeared into the air, appearing behind Han Chang in the next second. Deathwing Mantis, come out. The Deadwing Mantis's figure emerged, then attacked fiercely towards Han Chang. And at the same time, Lin Chen wasn't idle as a flame ray spewed out once again. Flame Blast. Boom. Under the double attack, Han Chang stumbled and almost fell to the ground, his entire body appearing in a sorry state. With a furious rebuke, Han Chang's heart finally moved with true anger. He had originally thought that a tiny Lin Chen would die with just a little action on his part. Unexpectedly, this guy was mastering the same flash skill as the E-Flash art, dodging his own attack, not to mention taking advantage of the opportunity to nearly knock himself down. This caused Han Chang, who had always been proud of himself, to feel a surge of shame and anger. Lin Chen, you brought this on yourself. Han Chang gritted his teeth and said, since you want to taste the evil suppressing chains, I'll do as you wish. With that, Han Chang shook his hand, and the chain leapt into his hand. See this, evil suppressing chain. Lin Chen's heart fluttered. It seems that this time he is really bad luck. He's not afraid to die. After all. Under the influence of the Bug Race Master's first talent, Juggernaut's Heart. As long as he still has a bug, he can revive indefinitely. That means he won't actually die here. But the problem is, several pieces of equipment on your body would have fallen off here. The attributes and special effects of each of these pieces of equipment were all very unbelievable. Even Lin Chen would be heartbroken if he really had to drop them all. But it's just equipment, it's all external. I can get this equipment once and I can get it twice. There's no fear of being left without wood. When he thought about this, Lin Chen was frank. The eyes that looked at Han Chang also had a hint more coldness in them. Since you insist on killing me, you'll be one of my enemies from now on. Oh, this revenge will be avenged in the coming days. Lin Chen directly closed his eyes. To die a generous death. And Han Chang laughed wildly. This evil suppressor chain is a mandatory enemy claim, even if you know any flash techniques, unless you have a higher level control immunity to counteract it. I'd like to see who can still save you today. Who knows, Han Chang's words had not yet fallen. A cold and majestic voice came from the sky. What if it's me that has to save Lin Chen? Chapter 68, Two Inspector Ambassadors. What? The crowd was shocked and looked up into the sky. Only a few hundred meters away from the sky, two tiny but imposing figures like the blazing sun were suspended in the air. A man and a woman. The male was about 40 years old, tiger-eyed and bare-faced, stout and unusual, looking as if he was like a humanoid ferocious beast. The other was a stunning woman, dressed in a very hot outfit, especially the two straight and plump black silk thighs, and the raging plump presence that could simply make all men fall for it. The voice just now came from the man's mouth. Although his voice was not big, it was as if it had a megaphone, and it vastly and directly spread throughout the entire manor, so that everyone could clearly hear it. And everyone within the manor was dumbfounded after seeing the two figures, so frightened that they couldn't speak at all. It was a long time before someone swallowed and uttered a shaky voice. Imperial flight? Could it be a level 60 professional? Hiss. Look guys, these two are able to fly in the sky without relying on any mounts. They are definitely level 60 professionals. Oh my god, 60 level professionals? And two of them at once? Are they here to capture Lin Chen? The crowd was abuzz. Level 60. It is a watershed moment for professionals on the blue planet. Once a professional reaches level 60, then his or her three-dimensional attributes, defense, life value, and so on, will all be directly doubled. Because of this, it was generally very difficult for a level 60 or lower professional to defeat a level 60 or higher professional, with the gap between them being like a chasm. And it also unlocks the ability of flight, which allows you to fly into the sky with your own power. Therefore, flying without the aid of a flying mount became the most eye-catching sign of a level 60 or higher professional. Dare the two adults, what are their origins? Even the arrogant Han Chang was instantly well behaved after seeing the two, saluting with a bit of respect and caution as he asked. I am the inspection envoy, Song Chi. The man hummed softly, and together with the woman, they flew down in a long line, landing beside both Lin Chen and Han Chang. This is the Inspector Ambassador, the flowered dancing sparrow. So it's the two Lord Inspectors. A look of respect immediately appeared on Han Chang's face as he hurriedly saluted in greeting. The Inspector, a very special position in the Dragon Kingdom, could only be held by a level 60 or higher professional. Therefore the number is extremely rare, even the whole country combined, but only a few hundred in number. The main duties of the inspectors, equivalent to the ancient imperial envoys, have considerable privileges, and when assigned to carry out tasks, even the highest local chiefs need to act in accordance with their instructions. It is precisely for this reason that once the inspector arrives at a certain place, the local chiefs and dignitaries will all be very polite and will never dare to offend in the slightest. The first is because of the strength of the inspecting ambassador, which is extraordinary. The second is that behind the inspector is the official support of the Dragon Kingdom. Even if they had 100 guts, they wouldn't dare disobey the official dragon country. I apologize for not being able to welcome the two inspectors here. I just don't know what the two inspectors are doing here. Han Chang said cautiously. We're here to pick up Lin Chen. Finally, the flirtatious woman next to her, Flower Dancing Sparrow, opened her mouth, a pair of bright phoenix eyes staring straight up and down at Lin Chen in front of her, with an appearance of being quite interested. Pick up Lin Chen? Han Chang froze this time. This Lin Chen, what made him able to make the two Lord Inspector ambassadors come out and save him? Could it be that this Lin Chen wasn't actually an orphan, but the illegitimate son of some big shot? At the thought that he might have kicked the bucket, Han Chang's face instantly paled. It was simply two extremes from that arrogant, cocky look just now. Lin Chen, I've come this time, on behalf of the Dragon God Academy to invite you to join. The majestic man, Song Chi, spoke up, as long as you join us at the Dragon God Academy, we are willing to give you an annual scholarship of $1 million, as well as an interest-free amount of 30 million credits. Of course, there's also 50,000 academy points, as well as the independent choice of a set of rare equipment that can be worn, or transcendent equipment. These are just the benefits of enrollment. If you have outstanding performance among the academy, there will also be additional rewards of academy points. If you have enough points, even legendary equipment can be exchanged. As soon as Song Chi opened his mouth, a large section of seductive words came out. The people around them couldn't help but swallow their saliva after hearing this. I'll go. It's actually the Dragon God Academy that sent an inspector envoy to enroll students in person? This Lin Shen's face is too big. It's just a matter of credit point rewards alone, but the most important thing is that it will actually directly give a set of rare sets, or transcendent equipment? This Dragon God Academy, its strength is too terrifying, isn't it? How nice it would be if I was the one enrolled. Dragon God Academy, worthy of being one of the 3 major colleges in the Dragon Kingdom, this is too strong, transcendent equipment is given away just by saying it. The crowd was envious and couldn't wait to directly take Lin Shen's place. Lin Shen frowned slightly. So that's how it is. I thought these two had found out my secret and were ready to come and dish it out. It scared me. Just as he sighed in relief, the charming and mature woman in front of him, Flower Dancing Sparrow, also opened her mouth, her voice delicate and sweet. Little brother Lin Shen, don't be in a hurry to agree. I am also representing Jianghai University this time, to specially invite you to join. Join us at Jianghai University, and the benefits won't be any worse than Dragon God Academy in the slightest. Scholarships are 3 million credits per year, which allows for an interest-free amount of $30 million, as well as 50,000 college points. In addition, reward a rare set, or a usable transcendent equipment, or convert it into 100,000 academy points. But beyond that... As Flower Dancing Sparrow spoke, she suddenly licked her red lips and looked at Lin Shen with a delicate smile. If little brother doesn't feel enough, I wouldn't mind pressing myself, what do you think? The words were so teasing that many of the people around them, just from hearing the sound, felt a rush of fire and almost made a fool of themselves. If I remember correctly, this Flower Dancing Sparrow is that famous dragon sparrow teacher from Jianghai University, right? It is said that this woman's occupation is dragon sparrow illusionist, extremely good at illusions, not to mention that she also possesses a natural charming bone, attracting people's attention with every move. Feeling that ambiguous look, Lin Shen's heart fluttered and hurriedly suppressed the charming thoughts in his mind. In the last life, Jianghai University, and even the entire Dragon Kingdom, all want to take this woman as a wife, only its heart is very high, and has never approached any man. Recalling the information from his last life, Lin Shen's eyes became clear again. Chapter 69, Inspection Envoy Flower Dancing Sparrow. Women, to his current self, were just an embellishment. It's still more important to improve your strength. Well, Lin Shen, if you can join the Dragon God Academy, it's not like our scholarship can't be raised a bit. Seeing Lin Shen's indecisive look, Songqi directly spoke up. $5 million a year in scholarships, and 50 million credits interest-free, and 100,000 college points. Even if you want, we can give you 2 pieces of transcendent equipment, and both of them can be worn, and their value won't be too low. How? Before the words fell, the Flower Dancing Sparrow was laughing chirpily. Inspector Song, you are at least a senior teacher of the Dragon God Academy and an inspector. Why are you so petty in your actions? We, Jianghai University, are willing to directly double all conditions. Also known as scholarships are 6 million credits per year, which allows for an interest-free amount of 60 million, as well as 100,000 college points. In addition, reward 2 rare sets, or 2 usable transcendent equipment, or convert them into 200,000 academy points. Songqi let out an unpleasant cold grunt from his mouth as he sniffed. Humph, Inspector Flower, I've heard that your Jianghai University, since the last ferocious beasts attacked the city, has lost a lot of its family's assets. How can you still come up with these? Our Dragon God Academy, on top of their Jianghai University's benefits, will add 1 million credits, 50,000 points, and a piece of transcendent equipment. Watching the two of them, Flower Dancing Sparrow and Songqi, fight fiercely. The group of people on the scene were dumbfounded. That's 2 inspectors. And they have one more status, being teachers from 2 famous schools. It could be said that such a character was at the top of the heap even when looking at the entire Dragon Kingdom. But these 2, however, were fighting over the enrollment of Lin Shen, and were directly quarreling in front of everyone? This is a bit too crazy. Looking at this issue of Li Hu, Lu Yanyan's heart is even more bitter. Until now, they didn't know. The so-called genius names such as himself are only limited to the small city of Jiangnan. Lin Shen's natural talent, however, was able to make the 2 top universities bend over backwards to throw out olive branches. Lin Shen, we've both offered our respective conditions, so it's better for you to decide who to choose. Songqi took a deep breath and said. Little brother Lin Shen, you have to think clearly. Oh, the trial abyss that you passed through was our Jianghai University's lost temple, which means that you originally wanted to enroll in Jianghai University, right? A pair of bright phoenix eyes of the Flower Dancing Sparrow came out with a hint of autumn waves. After saying that, both of them closed their mouths and looked at Lin Shen, ready to hear what choice he should make. I choose. Jianghai University. Lin Chen spoke indifferently. Jianghai University, to not among the 3 universities, is the most powerful and resourceful. But the reason why Lin Chen had chosen this university was because he was the only one who knew that there were certain things in the middle of Jianghai University that could speed up his development by several times. Above a charming little face of the flower dancing sparrow, a smile suddenly surfaced. Congratulations, little brother Lin Chen, you've made the right choice. Song Chi, however, is a little disappointed, but after sighing did not say much. After all, this result, in the time to come on the expected, can only mouth muttered. I have said, people originally enrolled in the Jianghai University, Chen War God insisted on letting me come to a trip, and now it's good, a trip for nothing. However, after complaining, Song Chi still nodded at Lin Chen. Lin Chen, first of all, congratulations on being admitted to Jianghai University, and secondly, we've sort of gotten to know each other today, so if you need help in the future, you can come find me. I'm not sure I can swing everything, but these guys. Saying that, Song Chi suddenly looked around the week, his gaze like a sharp blade, sweeping over this group of Jiangnan City's powerful nobles with a cold smile. I won't be polite if these guys dare to embarrass you. What do you say, this Lord Huban? Song Chi's last eyes were fixed on Han Chang in front of him. Just a look. Han Chang immediately felt that a cold air was rising violently from his back, making him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave in this scorching heat. Great, my lord, I definitely wouldn't dare to offend you, please don't worry. Han Chang swallowed his saliva and said with a continuous bow and apology, his attitude was so sincere and humble. It's good that you know. Song Chi snorted coldly, then with a soft face, he nodded towards Lin Chen and eventually flew away from this place. Looking at Song Chi's distant back, Lin Chen couldn't help but shake his head. This guy wants to pull me in? It's probably because he sees my potential for development. Anyone who knows someone who could be valued and recruited by both the 2 presidents of the Dragon God Academy and Jianghai University was definitely not something mortal. Although Song Chi was in a high position, he also wanted to make good karma, which was a normal move. Alright, little brother, this is our Jianghai University's acceptance notice. When the time comes after enrollment, remember to look for your sister. The flower dancing sparrow let out a petulant smile, and suddenly took out a jade slip from her bosom, handing it to Lin Chen, before transforming into a green light and vanishing away. On top of the jade slip, there was still a trace of residual warmth and scent. After Lin Chen took it in, he didn't watch it directly, but put it away in his backpack. Finally, he looked at Han Chang in front of him with interest. Chief Han, do you still want to make a move on me now? A glint of cold light flashed under Han Chang's eyes, but it was quickly concealed as he laughed gleefully. Little brother Lin Chen, you actually befriended the 2 inspector ambassadors, why didn't you say so earlier? Since this is the case, the misunderstanding between us will be removed, haha. Little brother won't blame, I was reckless just now, right? It's really a matter of duty, so I was in a hurry, so I hope you'll forgive me, little friend. Lin Chen sneered, misunderstanding? Oh, Chief Han is saying this so lightly. Today's revenge will definitely be repaid on the day I come. Then, summoning the Deadwing Mantis, he flipped over and flew out beyond the manor, disappearing in front of the crowd. Looking at Lin Chen's distant back, there was a sigh of relief from the crowd. This Lin Chen actually killed a principal as well as a family head of one of the 4 great families in the city in front of them. And, under the leader of the Huban army, he left peacefully, and finally made a big statement that he would definitely take revenge in the future. This battle, it can be described as against all odds. Lin Chen? This is bad, I actually accidentally messed with someone with such a big background, what should I do now? Han Chang looked especially bitter. Originally, he thought that it was just a small person, and killing it casually was just the right way to satisfy his desire to kill. Who knew that even an existence such as the Inspector Envoy would actually want to draw Lin Chen in, and even show intimacy? This is the end of himself. No, we can't just sit around and wait for it to happen. It looks like we'll just have to agree to those people's demands. Han Chang sighed, and suddenly, as if he thought of something, his eyes became especially malicious. Chapter 70, Mo Qingyun. Mo family. Brother-in-law, you were really accepted by Jianghai University? Mo Honlu blinked her big soulful eyes and asked in surprise. Beside her, Lin Chen sat on the sofa, casually stuffing a grape into his mouth while saying vaguely, my grades, up to now, have bagged the top 3 records for team clearance in the Temple of the Lost God, so isn't it a matter of course that I was accepted? But there's still a month before school starts, so it's time to get ready. Prepare for what? Mo Honlu asked with great curiosity. The little girl had been sticking to Lin Chen's side, wrapping her arms around one of his arms, her small breasts rubbing and rubbing against it, a burst of fresh fragrance coming from her, making Lin Chen unable to help but have some reaction. Cough cough. Although Jianghai University has accepted me, according to the regulations, before the start of the school year, that is, 1 month later, my level needs to reach level 10, otherwise I will also be rejected. Lin Chen explained. 1 month to level 10? Mo Honglu couldn't help but open her rosy little mouth. This is too hard to know. These people of theirs had only just awakened their professions for 2 or 3 months. To go from level 1 to level 10 in just 2 or 3 months? That's a speed that, for many people, would be unthinkable. Lin Chen smiled slightly, hee. So why do you think that Jianghai University only enrolls such a small number of people each year? That alone is probably enough to get a lot of people eliminated. Jianghai University. As one of the top universities in the Dragon Kingdom, its threshold was quite high. Just one, the threshold of reaching level 10 within a few months, is expected to make many people look at it, not to mention the other thresholds. And for Lin Chen, reach level 10 in a month? It was a breeze. Even more so, Lin Chen needed to deliberately suppress his rank, allowing himself to grow up quickly, but not so much as to be shocking and noticeable. Lin Chen. Just then, suddenly 2 men walked into the room. A man and a woman. The female was Mo Hongli, while the male was middle-aged looking, not too tall, not too short, but quite a bit majestic. As soon as she saw this person, Mo Honglu stood up with a jump. Dad, why are you here? This person was none other than the head of the Mo family, Mo Qingyun. After all, he was the Mo family's head, and as he was a parasite, Lin Chen couldn't be too rude, so he immediately stood up and nodded. Mo family head, long time no see. In his previous life, Lin Chen had heard rumors about this Mo Qingyun. Although his strength was very average, with his personal ability, he started from nothing and created the Mo family, one of the 4 major families in Jiangnan City, in a short period of more than 30 years. Lin Chen, there's no need to be so formal, but we've met a long time ago, it's just that you didn't notice me. Mo Qingyun said very warmly, waving his hand for Lin Chen to sit down. At the closing ceremony of the college entrance exam, on top of the auction, and on top of the incident of Yang Shu and Huang Wentian's beheading that had sensationalized the entire Jiangnan city a few days ago, Mo Qingyun had seen Lin Chen more than once. I just didn't get a chance to say hello. Now that he had finally seen Lin Chen up close, Mo Qingyun's eyes kept looking and looking at him, unable to stop himself from looking up and down, revealing a look of great satisfaction from time to time. Only after a long time did Mo Qingyun turn his head and said with a smile, Red Carp, you have a good eye. Lin Chen is indeed a talented person, and his strength and potential is even more powerful. Oh, I feel relieved when I hand you over to him. These words directly caused Mo Hongli's pretty face to burn red. Dad, what are you talking about? Hong Carp, are you trying to say that you don't like Lin Chen? How could Mo Qingyun not understand his daughter's mind, and at that moment, he directly revealed it with a smile. One T talk to you. Mo Hongkarp made a big red face and couldn't retort. She could only stomp her little feet angrily, turned around and ran away from this place. Looking at Mo Hongli's distant back, Lin Chen felt a wave of emotion in his heart. If he said that he had no heart at all for Mo Hongkarp, that would definitely be impossible. But it's just ideas. Himself, right now, still had to be the main focus of improving his strength. Previous. Lin Chen was a professional at the top of the world, yet he didn't have a woman by his side. Because Lin Qingxue said she didn't like having any sister-in-law. Even though Lin Qingxue had never really thought of him as a brother. But that didn't stop Lin Qingxue, while enjoying Lin Chen's care, from making all sorts of unreasonable and even ridiculous demands on him. In this life, without that drag Lin Qingxue, I can pursue my feelings as I please though. There's no need. It's still going to be about improving your strength. Strength, only strength is everything. Lin Chen's heart was very clear, not shaken in the slightest. Clan Master Mo, you didn't just look for me this time just to take a look at me, did you? Lin Chen spoke indifferently. He didn't believe that Mo Qingyun had sought himself out just to set himself up with Mo Hongli. Little friend Lin Chen is really straightforward. Mo Qingyun laughed and said, that's right, I came here this time to deliver you the skill book you wanted. With that said, Mo Qingyun opened his backpack and took out several books of skills that emitted various colors of light from it and placed them on the table in front of him. This skill. Lin Chen glanced at it and was attracted to a skill, picking it up and being pleasantly surprised. Summoning a lower elemental? Soulfire? And Nenjutsu. These are skills that I need. Lin Chen was very pleasantly surprised. Now he was strong, though. But the skills are few and far between, and even most of them are just transitional. To know. It was best for a professional to finalize all of their skills before level 10, and to think about even altering them in the future for a moment or two. This is because, in addition to quality, each skill has a level. The higher the level of a skill, the more damage and effect it will have. However, most skills, though the level cap is only 20. However, the difficulty of upgrading it was unknown how much higher than leveling up. For the most part. Even for a level 60 professional, most of the skills on them were just around level 10. Again, though, the skill boosts damage and effectiveness quite a bit with each level. This is why, most professionals will have all their core skills finalized by level 10. Otherwise, a slightly lower core skill level will affect the overall strength. Red Carp told me about the deal between you and her. Mo Qingyun said with a straight face, these skills are all on top of your list. These are as payment for you being able to bring Red Carp into Jianghai University. I still hope that you won't excuse yourself. Lin Chen was not polite at all, and directly picked up all of the several skill books, nodding his head as he did so. Not bad, all of these things are what I need. Chapter 71, Summoner's Divine Skill, Soulfire. Each of these skills was very important to Lin Chen, who currently lacks skills. Not to mention the others, just a single Soulfire was enough to surprise Lin Chen. Name, Soulfire. Type, active skill. Quality, rare. Rank, 1. Consumption, 1% of max mana SEC. Range, 50 meters. Effect, unleash Soulfire to deal damage. For each summon you have, the damage of the skill is increased by a certain percentage. This skill. In the eyes of an ordinary summoner, it was nothing more than a chicken rib, and few people would carry it. After all, an average summoner would only have a maximum of a few or even a dozen summons. The characteristic of Soulfire, which was that the more summons there were, the more damage they did, gave them a boost that was simply minimal. Only Lin Chen, the insect master, with his uncapped summon bar and the possibility of exploding soldiers to multiply, was able to make this rare quality skill emit a terrifying effect that would be just like a legendary skill. Family Master MO, just say what you have to say. Lin Chen said indifferently, I don't believe that the only thing you've come to me for is to talk and deliver skill books. If it was a delivery of skill books, Mo Hongkarp could have done it on her own. There was no need to bother Mo Qingyun to personally make the trip. He, little brother Lin is really smart, he can see right through it. Mo Qingyun wasn't embarrassed when he was revealed, and after a couple of hefty laughs he said with a straight face. Ahem, it's like this, the deal between you and Red Carp has been completed. I want to find you to make another deal. I wonder if you're interested? Go ahead. Lin Chen didn't immediately agree, but just casually said. I want you to step in and bring Red Carp to level 10 before Jianghai University. Mo Qingyun said with a straight face, as payment, I will provide you with a location for a rank 4, level 10 boss. A rank 4 boss? Lin Chen's eyes immediately lit up. For every monster, there is a class. Under the same level, the higher the grade, the more terrifying its strength, equivalent to the quality of equipment and skills. But again, the higher the grade of the ferocious beast, the more and better equipment it would drop. Although it's a 4th rank boss, it's only level 10, so it's not worth mentioning to the current me. And, under the influence of the spirit of greed, 100% of the loot is gained twice. That means it's equivalent to 2 4th rank bosses. Lin Chen couldn't help but nod excitedly after weighing the pros and cons slightly in his heart. It's a deal that can be made. Okay, I promise. Lin Chen promised. Here are the coordinates of that monster. Mo Qingyun also had a happy face and directly handed over a token, but this boss is located deep in the wilderness, so you have to be careful. Aha! Lin Chen nodded without a care in the world. The wilderness was the area outside the gathering place, filled with ferocious beasts and very dangerous. Ordinary professionals only dared to enter the wilderness if they formed a group, and they didn't even dare to go deeper into it. But for Lin Chen, it was only slightly bigger than the Abyssal challenge. After slightly checking the information on the token, Lin Chen left a sentence that said wait for me to come back and went straight out the door. Looking at Lin Chen's distant back, Mo Qingyun revealed a satisfied smile. Hey, now that you've been allowed to soak with Red Carp for a month, it's going to be hard not to get attached. Let's see if you can capitalize on that, Red Carp. Riding on the back of the deadwing mantis, Lin Chen flew through the air at high speed, looking down at the forest below. This is the land of the shadowy? In my last life, I didn't have time to explore this place before I left Jiangnan City. This fourth order boss, Molten Fire Troll, was a famous existence at the time, and in order to kill it at first, the four great families of Jiangnan City had spent a lot of effort and resources. I didn't expect that in this life. Mo Qingyun was the one who gave me the coordinate location of this boss. It's really an unexpected blessing. The forest below was reckless and green, but it was with a black gas. The land of darkness. This is the wilderness away from the gathering place, and it's extremely dangerous. Simply by passing by, Lin Chen looked downwards and was able to spot many ferocious beasts looking at him from the ground, letting out threatening low growls. It seemed that if it wasn't for the fact that one's flying winged wasp and deadwing mantis were able to possess the ability to fly, I'm afraid that they would have encountered quite a bit of trouble on the way. No wonder everyone wants to have flying mounts, this terrain advantage is too great. Lin Chen couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. Just when he was somewhat relieved, a group of figures suddenly surfaced in front of him and launched a fierce attack without a word. It's the Iron Beach Crane. This kind of ferocious beast's attack power is not good, but its defense is excellent, and its speed is extremely fast. Even if it is usually gathered in a group, it's very difficult to deal with. Lin Chen quickly derived information about the group of ferocious beasts in front of him. One could only see about 30 Iron Beach Cranes, forming an encirclement that surrounded Lin Chen and the deadwing mantis, launching fierce attacks. Although the level of this group of Iron Beak Cranes, most of them were between level 5 and 6, the deadwing mantis could mow down a group of them in seconds with a lift of its hand. However, they could not resist that they were too many, and there was a Lin Chen on his back, his hands were tied, and he could only passively defend himself, which was very stifling. Stop, let me do it. Lin Chen gave a direct order for the deadwing mantis to stop. Then, a hand was raised. Phew! Only a black flame was seen, floating abruptly in the air. The flame seemed like burning darkness, filled with an incredible aura of death, and just by giving one a look, it was as if one's soul would be drawn into it. This skill was none other than the soul fire that Lin Chen had just learned. Go! With a low chant, the black soul fire then condensed into a ball of fire and smashed onto the nearest Iron Beak Crane. Thumbs up! You have killed the Iron Beak Crane X10 and gained experience X 5000. Only to see in front of them, the small fireball that was no more than the size of a palm burst open and directly wrapped a group of Iron Beach Cranes, instantly devouring them. Good power. Lin Chen couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. This soul fire, aside from the damage being tied to the number of summons, actually had a hidden characteristic. That is to create various shapes with soul fire, which can also cause different damage. Just for example, simply wrapping the enemy and burning with the creation of soulfire, such damage is only the base damage of soulfire. However, if the flames are shaped as fireballs, the damage is increased by 10%. If it's flame ray, the damage is increased by 15%. Flame chains, 20% more damage. If it was a flame phantom bird, or even mimicked as an immortal bird, or even a fire dragon, then the damage would be boosted to a very terrifying level. In short, the more complex the form, the higher the damage. Chapter 72, Fused Again, Molten Flame Flying Insect. But likewise, the more complex the shape the soulfire was transformed into, the higher the spirit power and level required. Nowadays, Lin Chen could at most change a few elementary shapes such as fireball, firewall, firechain and so on. But as his mental power and level grew, the shapes under his control would only increase. Go! Throwing out a few fireballs at random, he directly killed the remaining dozen or so Iron Beach Cranes, and after harvesting a wave of experience, Lin Chen converted the corpses of these Iron Beach Cranes into energy points before nodding his head in satisfaction. Soulfire's damage is terrifying, but it just consumes a bit too much mana. Lin Chen glanced at his blue bar. Just by manipulating soulfire for less than a minute, his mana value had already dropped by as much as half. There was no way around it. Soul Flame was a percentage consumption of mana value. Even if one had more mana value, it wouldn't help. One had to have a sufficient mana recovery speed to make it work. It would be nice to have an equipment that provides a huge mana recovery speed, otherwise recovery can only rely on mana potions. Lin Chen pondered as he took out a bottle of blue pill from his backpack and drank it. Potion of Mana, after use, restores 20% of maximum mana within 5 seconds, effect cannot be stacked. Mana potions are commonly known as blue vials, and their counterparts, life potions, are called red vials. Almost every professional has several sets of red and blue vials tucked away in their backpacks. Because most professions either lack blue or have no means of life recovery, or both. However, equipment that restored mana value was extremely rare, so Lin Chen just casually thought about it, then shook his head and drove the deadwing mantis towards a spot. After flying for nearly half an hour more, Lin Chen saw a volcano that was spewing lava, suddenly appearing above the earth. Before he looked happy, finally, we're here. This is the famous Molten Fire Fortress. This place was originally uninhabited at all. This was because although there were no ferocious beasts here, there were violent earth and fire elements all over the place. Although these monsters were generally around level 8, they were ridiculously numerous, and after hitting one a bunch of monsters would come pouring up. Plus, the equipment popped out by this group of monsters was also pitifully small, and amongst its drops was a material called Molten Fire Core, which was of rare quality, but no one knew, up to now, what purpose it served. As a result, gradually this place became a deserted place, with very few people coming to this kind of place where the difficulty was high and the drops were still particularly low. Until today. I see, you need to follow the order and activate the 5 rooms around the Molten Fire Fortress to summon the 4th rank boss, Molten Fire Troll. Lin Chen couldn't help but nod his head as he looked at the information coming from the token, and then jumped down to the ground in a single leap. Just after stepping onto the land of the Molten Fire Fortress, a group of monsters surrounded them. Name, Fire Elemental. Rank, 8. Life, 240. Power, 7. Agility, 6.7. Spirit, 9.2. Skills, Fireball, Ignition, Lava Shield, Molten Ground. A fire elemental is a purely elemental creature, covered in lava and flame, with no bipedal legs, instead floating directly in the air. The fire elementals were all natural fire mages, and had almost no intelligence, only instinct, and at this moment, after seeing Lin Chen land, they launched a frantic attack without a second thought. Deadwing Mantis, finish them off. Lin Chen faintly commanded. The Deadwing Mantis lifted its wings and rushed out like black lightning, slicing a fire elemental in half with a single slash. Then, like a god of death, he was among the fire elementals, killing them like cutting grass and vegetables. For other professionals, the swarms of fire elementals here could be troublesome. But for Lin Chen, it was experience sent up for nothing. Your summoner has killed a fire elemental and gained experience x500. Your summoner has killed a fire elemental and gained experience x500. Your summoner has killed a fire elemental and gained experience x500. Soon, under the frantic killing of the Deadwing Mantis, the fire elementals directly fell in heaps, turning into Lin Chen's experience. Well, what is it? Just as he wanted to go in the direction of the first rune, Lin Chen was able to find a gemstone amongst a pile of white equipment. Pick it up and take a look. Name, Molten Fire Core. Type, Material. Quality, Rare. Description, the core essence of underground lava, with surging fire energy. So it's the Molten Fire Core. Lin Chen suddenly realized. In his last life, he had also heard of this kind of waste material, but just hadn't personally seen it. This Molten Fire Core. Also worthy of being called waste, it is really the people of Jiangnan City, looking for all the recipes, cannot find the role of this material. As a result, the Molten Fire Core also became something that many merchants kept in their boxes because they simply couldn't sell it. Skimming his lips, Lin Chen was about to throw it away. Who knows just then? Ding! Special templates have been found that can be fused to evolve specific bug races. Ha! Lin Chen's eyes immediately lit up. This Molten Fire Core, is it actually a special template? Hiss. That's a lot of money. Immediately, Lin Chen directly entered the Mastery World and placed the Molten Flame Core in front of the stone monument. At once. Ding! Special props detected, please select the operation you want to perform. Fusion. Lin Chen said without hesitation. Please select the bug units to be fused. Lin Chen pondered. Blade Worm? Now that I've got Deadwing Mantis, even if it's fused, the function is duplicated. As for the Stinger Bugs and Brain Bugs, are both long-range units, I have enough firepower right now. Then go with the Flying Winged Bee. Lin Chen nodded. Fusion Flying Winged Bee. Are you sure you want to fuse the two? Confirmed. A low drink. Instantly, a light bloomed from one of the flying winged wasps in front of him. Immediately afterward, a huge, hideous, fiery red insect race emerged in front of them. Name, Molten Firebug. Rank, Second Order Insectoid. Agility, 9.2. Power, 8.5. Spirit, 9.5. Skills: Lava Spit, Molten Fire Bomb, Dive Bombing, Lava Shield, Molten Fire Ring, Wind, and Fire Flash. The molten fire flying insect was about 3 meters long, with a horrifying wingspan of as much as 5 meters, and it looked as if the overall shape was like a combination of the evil dragons of the West and some sort of insect race, appearing even lighter and more agile. This fusion, however, didn't seem weird, but instead, it made its overall appearance carry a bit of coldness, and a bit less of the dominance and majesty of the dragon race. Good. Lin Chen's eyes immediately lit up. This molten fire flying insect, it seemed that although its attributes were a whole lot worse than the Deathwing Mantis that had also fused and evolved. But know that the molten fire core, which was nothing more than a rare quality drop item, could easily be popped out on a fire elemental. That is to say, molten fire flyers, fully mass-produced. Chapter 73, Stormtroopers, Strength Surge. Good. This harvest, that's considered big. Lin Chen nodded in delight. Originally, I thought that there was only one boss reward this time, but I didn't realize that there was an unexpected bonus. Sweep this place clear of fire elementals first. Lin Chen's mind moved. An army of bugs surfaced around them, hundreds of them filling a clearing around them. Go, clear out all the fire elementals in the surroundings and bring back the equipment. Lin Chen directly gave the order. Receiving the order, the insect race army dispersed in all directions like a tidal wave and went to kill the fire elementals and earth elementals in the distance. Within moments, a constant beeping tone came to his ears. Your summoner has killed a fire elemental and gained experience x500. Your summoner has killed a fire elemental and gained experience x500. Tisk, receiving experience while lying down. I guess I'm the only one who can do that, right? Lin Chen pulled out a recliner from his backpack and comfortably sat on it, taking out a fan and blowing on it while thinking somewhat prettily. The normal professionals, here, were avoiding those fire elementals, staying as far away from them as they could. Only you, yourself, can use this place as a treasure trove for brushing experience in molten fire cores anymore. Lin Chen yawned, and after ordering the Deadwing Mantis to escort him by his side, he actually slept directly on the recliner. That sleep was over 2 hours. Lin Chen was woken up by a prompt. Ding! Your level has risen to 9 and you have gained 1 attribute point, please choose to allocate it. Opening his eyes and rubbing them, Lin Chen was a bit surprised, so fast to level 9? I was hoping to suppress my leveling, looks like I'll have to call it a day back there. Although the threshold for enrollment in Jianghai University is the 10th grade. The threshold of level 10 was such that the average professional would need to expend a great deal of spirit and resources to barely make it. But for Lin Chen, he did have to be careful about how fast he upgraded before he upgraded too fast. After all, if Lin Chen was determined to upgrade with all his might, a little bit of hard work in a month, not to mention level 10, even level 15 would be possible. But Lin Chen couldn't do that. The wind will destroy the wood when the wood grows taller in the forest. Before possessing enough self-protection strength, Lin Chen did not wish to attract too much attention from others in the middle of Jianghai University. Besides, boosting 1 or 2 levels wasn't much of a boost for Lin Chen. It is important to realize that his strength depends on sufficient quantity and quality. Leveling, which just gives a few attribute points. After casually adding attribute points to spirit, Lin Chen stood up and stretched, yawning in the process. Taking a slight glance at the backpack, Lin Chen couldn't help but be a little surprised. 34 molten fire cores already? Oh, that means I can fuse 34 molten fireflies. Who knows, just as he tried to perform the operation, Lin Chen was dumbfounded. Not enough energy points? I still have over 10,000 energy points here, how come I don't have enough? Only Lin Chen stood before the Sovereign Stone Tablet, wanting to perform a fusion. However, Lin Chen was prompted that there were not enough energy points. Let's see. Gee, so that's what happened. Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh. It turned out that to perform fusion bugs, each of them required 3,000 energy points, and that was just the most basic requirement. Fusing a Deadwing Mantis, for example, required as many as 5,000 energy points. It was only a while ago, when Lin Chen had been busy with other things and hadn't paid much attention to energy points, that he hadn't noticed this anymore. Energy points, I'm so short of them right now. Lin Chen couldn't help but shake his head, only to feel a pang in his teeth. When he had just obtained the Insect Master, he had thought that the role of the energy points was only one of breeding the insects, and had not been too attached to it. I didn't realize that it actually works great in every way. Gee, I'll have to pay more attention in the future. However, how should energy points be obtained in large quantities? Lin Chen pondered. Theory. All items rich in energy can be broken down into energy points. For example, the corpses of ferocious beasts, and some materials. Of course, so can equipment. All things considered, it's still the route of white equipment decomposing into energy points that is the most cost-effective. Lin Chen sighed, in the future, just acquire a large amount of white equipment to decompose into energy points. Having made up his mind, Lin Chen looked at his remaining energy points again, and after a little bit of calculation, he fused and evolved all 4 of the remaining flying winged bees into molten fire flying insects. The numbers are a bit low now, it's time to expand the military a bit. Looking at the remaining energy points, Lin Chen mooched his chin and decided to start storming the army a bit. Breed 100 knife worms, 50 stinging worms, 50 brain worms, and 10 flame worms. Ding! Total consumption of energy points x 3,750. Is it confirmed? Confirmed. Successful conception. At once. Densely packed around them, a swarm of newborn bugs surfaced. Lin Chen's army expanded again. Present-day troop strength. Knife worms, 300, stinging worms, 100, brain worms, 100, flame worms, 30, iron-armored knife worms, 4, molten fire flying worms, 5, and deadwing mantis, 1. It's still a ways off from covering the sky, but it's starting to take shape. Nice. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. As the number of summons increased, his attributes skyrocketed. Now, although his level was only 9, his power had reached a terrifying 25.4. With this panel, it was already comparable to some level 20 professionals. The more summons I have, the stronger my panel gets. And that's simply with less than 600 swarms. I really don't know how far my strength would soar if I had millions, or even trillions of bug swarms. Lin Chen had some fire in his eyes. In his last life, although Lin Chen was also on top of the world, he still needed to bow his head in the face of the entire behemoths of the Dragon Kingdom and the Mi Kingdom. But in this life, if he grew up, he could even make the world bow down. But just then. Your summoner, Blade Worm, slain. Your summoner, Blade Worm, slain. Your summoner, Blade Worm, slain. Successive beeps, ringing in his ears. In a moment, up to a dozen or so knife worms were killed. This sudden change couldn't help but cause Lin Chen to frown, his heart somewhat surprised and puzzled. What the hell? Your own knife bug, actually killed? It was important to realize that these fire elementals, while high in level and good in damage. But after all, they were elemental creatures without any intelligence, and under the siege of the knife worms that could be called war machines, there was only a share of being harvested and slaughtered. Did they encounter some powerful monster? Or did you meet another player? Lin Chen frowned, and after recognizing the direction, he jumped onto the back of the deadwing mantis and flew quietly towards a spot. Chapter 74, The Plot of the Islanders. Meanwhile, the other side of the molten fire fortress. Only to see a group of people standing before a lava lake. The group numbered around 50 or so, each dressed in traditional island attire. The 2 people in the lead, however, were an old man and a young man. Hey, Fujimoto Harakoan, your Batusai chop has risen to level 3, and the damage has increased quite a bit again, haha. A short, dry, thin old man in traditional island dress couldn't stop pandering to the man in front of him. The man in front of him is a young man dressed as the so-called samurai of the island. Only a set of clothes on its body to wear up, but looks a little incongruous. Look, very funny. Young Fujimoto Hara couldn't help but smile smugly at his words. Hehe, Akita Kenta-san, it's thanks to you assisting me. Well, if it wasn't for your aura of Amaterasu, my damage wouldn't have been so high and I would have been able to cut down all of these bug monsters in one hit. Where? The dry and thin old man Akita was humbled in a continuous voice. Right. Akita Kenta's eyes twinkled, and he suddenly looked at the bug corpses on the ground as if he remembered something. These monsters, there's no experience for killing them, and the scrying technique doesn't work. Could they be some kind of special monsters? None of this matters. Fujimoto Hara waved his big hand. Akita-san, don't forget that father sent us to the Dragon Kingdom to create havoc. This is the way to avenge the year, when those damn Dragon Nation people killed my grandfather. Back then, my grandfather was merely killing a few ungrateful, not even professional pariahs within the Dragon Kingdom, and the Dragon Kingdom officials actually directly pronounced a death sentence? Fujimoto Hara looked unusually angry. To know. In their island, a professional who kills an ordinary person just needs to pay a certain fine and that's it. There are even noble professionals who kill professionals on the street for fun, and it doesn't cause any trouble. Who knew that in the Dragon Kingdom, just a few people killed on a whim, his grandfather was directly sentenced to death, and even the island's official intervention was useless? Fujimoto Hara's mouth opened and he said something that would definitely shock outsiders to the core. Since we've gotten word that by activating the Molten Fire Fortress, we can make this volcano erupt and directly flood the entire Jiangnan city, let's go ahead and do it. Hey, this is the price you pay for daring to kill our islanders. Autumn Kenta also nodded very approvingly, then turned his head and asked, Han Chang, is it true what you said about the ruins of the Molten Fire Fortress being nearby? A man stepped out of the crowd behind him. The man was also wearing one of the Huban army's uniforms, with a somber look on his face. It was the leader of the Huban army in Jiangnan City, Han Chang. It was a misadventure to say the least. Just a few months ago, this line of islanders, in the name of tourism, came to the Dragon. As soon as he arrived, he hooked up with Han Chang, the top brass of Jiangnan City. The other executives were fine, but Han Chang himself was a guy who could do anything for strength and life. As it happens, these people on the island often give out equipment or consumables as gifts. As a result, they are quite intimate with each other. After a while, the island side also knows that Han Chang is the guy who is only interested in profit and is tyrannical, and can do anything for strength. So they came right out with the plan of wanting to take revenge by creating widespread chaos in the Dragon Kingdom. Who knows? Han Chang is tyrannical and bottomless though. But the head is not stupid. It would be easy for him to kill someone. Directly creating widespread panic chaos? This is making the Dragon Kingdom war god himself come down to investigate. He didn't think that he could get out from under the war god's investigation. Therefore, the request of the islanders was decisively rejected. It wasn't until that day, when Lin Chen threatened that he would take revenge in the coming day, that Han Chang felt fear. That's right, it's a death either way, so it's better to kill Lin Chen first, then follow these islanders and head to the island. With this in mind, Han Chang directly agreed to Fujimoto Hara's request without saying a word, and revealed all the secrets he had treasured for many years. Mr. Fujimoto, Mr. Rakita, I was absolutely right. I happened to obtain a prop a few years ago before I learned about the opening method of the Molten Fire Fortress and hidden bosses, only I wasn't strong enough to open them. Now offer it to you, as long as the two of you put to death the Lin Chen who was going to come over later on. Han Chang said. As soon as he mentioned the word Lin Chen, a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. Lin Chen? Oh, as you mentioned before, the condition of cooperation is that this fellow must be killed. Fujimoto Hara said with some interest, don't worry, as long as we let this volcano erupt, Jiangnan City will definitely be in chaos. When the time comes, I will step in and directly kill that Lin Chen. Assassination, that's what we, the noble ninjas of the island, are best at doing, huh? Han Chang reminded, Mr. Fujimoto, please note that this Lin Chen is no ordinary professional, so please be careful. To know. This Lin Chen, but he was an existence that could go through two moves with even him. If he didn't have the evil suppressing chain in his hand, I'm afraid it would have taken some effort to take him down. I'm a level 20 professional and have several pieces of transcendent equipment. My strength is first class even among the young of my family. Against a mere level 8 minor character in the district, could it still miss? Fujiwara said unhappily. I didn't question you. Forget it, I can't be present for this one, I'd better go. You will remember the compensation given to me at the time, as well as the issuance of island citizenship to me. Han Chang sighed and said casually. If he hadn't been unwilling to leave traces and be traced back to his own doing, I'm afraid Han Chang would have done it on his own long ago, and wouldn't have resorted to people like Fujimoto Hara. Shaking his head, Han Chang handed over the method to activate the Molten Fire Fortress and left the place. And in the meantime, hundreds of meters away from them, behind a boulder, Lin Chen couldn't help but raise an eyebrow as he held an image crystal. This crystal is a consumable item that can leave images and sounds just like a camera. This Han Chang, he actually wants to link up with the islanders and create a mess, and in Dragon Country proper, his hometown? I originally thought that you were just murderous and tyrannical. I didn't realize that it was already possible to go as far as genocide. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes and looked downwards. Huh, an islander? Since you're here, you might as well leave your life behind. Lin Chen sneered, slapped the deadwing mantis underneath him, and his body was like a ghost as he quietly flew to a spot. Chapter 75, Are all the bosses of the Dragon Kingdom this powerful? About 2 hours later, Fujimoto Hara and his party, with great effort, finally activated all the runes. Only in an instant, the massive volcano that was the molten fire fortress erupted countless lava that covered the sky. And in the crater of the volcano, a figure that was more than 10 meters huge quietly emerged. It was the boss of the molten fire fortress, the molten fire troll. The molten fire troll is a giganticized fire elemental, wielding a giant axe and wearing hardened armor, with the lower half of its body rooted in lava like a vortex, constantly sucking in the energy of the earth. This was one of the reasons why the molten fire trolls, even though they were only level 10, had made the Jiangnan city professionals of the latter days so miserably depleted. As long as the volcano stayed up, then it would bleed back at a crazy rate. According to some latter-day occupations, molten fire trolls bleed back at a rate of roughly 50% of their maximum life per second. And even serious injury could only reduce the molten fire troll boss's life regeneration by just half, or 25% per second. But even so, the molten fire troll, as a 4th rank boss, had a terrifying blood volume of 15,000 and recovered roughly 3,750 life value per second. Looks like, as long as the second damage reaches 3,750 or more, it seems that slowly grinding will be able to wear down the molten fire troll. But actually, molten fire trolls could use the power of the volcano to unleash lava blasts because their backs were in the middle of the volcano. And it can summon an almost endless supply of fire elementals to help. Therefore, when the molten fire troll of the previous generation first appeared in the world, many professionals were killed here, and its ferocity lasted for more than a month before the secret was found to overcome it. And at the moment, this is the molten fire troll? Fujimoto Hara looked at the huge fire elemental and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. According to Han Chang, as long as we kill this boss and then open the last rune, we'll be able to teleport to the underground lava temple and then gain control of the entire volcano, huh? It's not too late, young master, let's do it, Akita Kenta nodded, also looking forward to it somewhat. Both of them were very excited at the thought that they would be able to kill a city's worth of Dragon Nation people later on. Eat my Batusai chop. Fujimoto Hara laughed coldly, drew the katana at his waist, and with a steep flash of coldness, his sword energy shot towards the huge lava giant. Blade/rare, draws a bladed weapon to deal ranged damage. Damage factor is related to proficiency. Proficiency, a talent unique to Fujimoto Hara's profession, Island Samurai, Bowmaker's spirit. The more times you use a skill, the more proficient that skill becomes, eventually reaching the point of XX Immortal. My Batusai chop, although it hasn't reached the point of Batusai chopping immortal yet, it's close. Together with the attributes of my 3 pieces of transcendent equipment, as well as my level 22 rank, of killing a level 10 boss in seconds should be a breeze, huh? Fujiwara thought smugly. However, the expected situation of the molten fire troll directly falling down did not appear. In its place, a full-blooded boss looked at the short, frustrated islanders with a hint of mockery. Roar! The molten fire troll let out a roar. Behind them, a pillar of lava shot straight up, instantly killing the 3 island guards. What? Fujimoto Hara was alarmed. He completely did not expect that. Not only did he not kill the molten fire troll with this strike, but instead, he did not even rub off a trace of the other party's blood skin. How is this possible? I'm the strongest of the younger generation within my family, how can I not even rub off a bit of blood from a level 10 boss? This can't be right. In the face of Fujimoto Hara's astonishment, the molten fire troll roared once again, and the crater ejected lava like rain, falling like rain on top of the platform in front of the fortress. This is also the later generations of Jiangnan city professionals, the most headache lava fire rain. This skill not only dealt high damage, but was also extremely difficult to dodge, so dense that it was like real rain. An ordinary professional who took a hit would not only receive a large amount of flame damage, it would even be hooked up to the Aftermath Entanglement debuff, which would directly reduce the speed of movement by 30%, making it even more difficult to dodge the rain of fire. Only certain tank professions can barely carry this skill, but basically the blood level will also drop by half. Fujimoto Hara was completely dumbfounded. This is a level 10 boss, are all the bosses in Dragon Kingdom this powerful? It's not common to see an island boss, even one this powerful at level 20? No wonder the Dragon Kingdom is full of talents, so the monsters are so powerful. Fujimoto Hara roared as he maneuvered in a panic to avoid the lava rain falling from the sky. Spread out! Kenta Akita commanded in a panic, watch out for attacks, I'll heal you, don't run around. However, at this moment, the group of guards that originally followed behind Fujimoto Hara had long been dead and disorganized, which cared to listen to his command, and one by one dodged the boss's attack in fear. Many people took a hit of lava and were burned straight to ashes. You can see the horror of molten fire trolls' damage. Young lord, why don't we retreat first? Although taking revenge on the Dragon Nation is a big deal, what's more important is your safety. Seeing this situation, Akita Kenta swallowed his saliva and proposed. Yes. Fujimoto Hara agreed without saying a word. Just kidding. This boss, however, had only released 2 skills, and almost destroyed them in a group. Does anyone know if it will go berserk and is there a stage 2? At that time, even if they were twice as numerous, it was estimated that they would all be destroyed here in a group. Turning around, Fujiwara just wanted to leave the place. But the eyes saw a frightening image. Only to see a swarm of insect beasts in various forms. At some point they had stood behind themselves, roaming the mountains. And a young man, who was standing on a flying bug beast with his hands behind his back, looked over with interest. It was Lin Chen. Seeing that he had turned around, Lin Chen smiled and said, "Thank you, for tricking the molten flame troll's lava fire rain out. Otherwise, I'm not really good at fighting this boss, huh? But your usefulness has run out. As the saying goes, only a dead islander is a good islander. I'd better send you straight on your way." Fujimoto Hara's eyes widened at once. "Who is your excellency? How long have you been following us? Dead people don't need to know so much." Lin Chen spoke indifferently. A wave of the hand followed. Kill. Behind them, 100 stinging worms, as well as 100 brainworms attacked in unison. In an instant, short spikes and fireballs swept through the sky like a dense storm. Not good. Fujimoto Hara was instantly startled and hastily shouted out in a low voice, "Style God's Shield." Chapter 76, Death to All. Instantly, a translucent and hideous monster emerged in front of Fujimoto Hara and Akita Kenta, and when the short spikes and fireballs struck, a layer of ripples rippled out from the monster's body to ward off the damage. What? In just one attack, my style shield dropped most of its charge? Fujimoto Hara's eyes widened, his face filled with horror. Even his breathing was rapid, his heart thumping. This is the transcendent equipment my father gave me. Even a mage of the same level can't break through a normal shield with all their might. This person, why is he so powerful? He is a summoner. But our island's summoner wouldn't be this strong. Looking at the mountains of insect beasts, most of them even didn't make a move, apparently retaining the appearance of remaining strength. Fujimoto Hara couldn't help but swallow his saliva, then said tremblingly, "This excellency, I am the young master of the Fujimoto family of the island nation. No matter who you are, please stop for the time being, and I will definitely repay you." On the surface, Fujimoto was begging for mercy, with a very sincere look. But in his heart, Fujimoto Hara was in a state of shock and anger, gritting his teeth. "How dare you destroy my equipment? When I go back and tell Lord Father, I will definitely torture you to the point of begging for death." The Fujimoto family? Lin Chen froze for a moment when he heard that name. The name of this family, nowadays, is not very loud, just a small, unimpressive family in the island. But in the latter days, the Fujimoto family rose rapidly within a few years, going straight from being a small, unorthodox family to one of the island's top-ranking families. The reason behind this is rarely known. However, Lin Chen, who was at the top of the world in his previous life, knew a bit of the inside story. It is said that in the last life, the Fujimoto family hid a key to the abyss, and after they expended great effort to pass it, they obtained a divine artifact, thus allowing in the entire family to chicken out. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes in thought. I just don't know, what exactly is the quality of that divine artifact and what exactly is its effect? Oh, since I was informed of this life, it's better to give this equipment to me. Lin Chen had weighed the pros and cons in his heart, but his face was light and breezy. Then, blandly, he spoke, "Fujimoto family? Never heard of it, you guys are better off dying." After saying that, the several molten fire-flying insects behind him roared in unison, then opened their hideous mouths, and terrifyingly high-temperature flames shot out in unison. Lava spit. Despicable Dragon Nation, you actually sneak attacked? Fujimoto Hara and Akita Kenta had never thought that Lin Chen would suddenly make a move, and caught off guard, they could only pull out that style shield, and barely resist. However, transcendental equipment? Even transcendent equipment has a resistance ceiling. Lin Chen saw this but laughed coldly. As expected, under the siege of 5 molten fire-flying insects, Fujimoto Hara and Akita Kenta saw in despair that the style shield finally shattered with a bang. Lava spit sprayed onto their bodies, and both of them immediately dropped most of their blood bars. Ah! Damn you Dragon Nation! You actually struck out at me, my father won't let you go. Fujimoto Hara was covered in flames and couldn't help but wail in agony, miserably. Kenta Akita was also screaming miserably as he kept begging for mercy, hoping that Lin Chen would spare them. However, Lin Chen just looked at all of this indifferently, not faltering in the slightest. Let them go? Just kidding. In the last life, these people didn't let the volcano completely erupt and destroy the entire Jiangnan city though. However, it had also activated some of its power, leading to the deaths of many professionals practicing in the wilderness in Jiangnan City. Plus, there's a long-standing feud between the Island Nation and the Dragon Nation. Facing these guys, Lin Chen didn't know what it meant to be merciful. Your summoner has killed profession, Fujimoto Hara, gaining experience x 1100, sin value +1. Your summoner has killed professional, Kenta Akita, gaining experience x 1100, sin value +1. A few moments later, 2 prompts rang in his ears. Lin Chen sneered and stepped forward to pick up the equipment that the 2 had exploded. This Fujimoto Hara is quite rich, actually carrying 3 pieces of transcendent equipment on his body? Lin Chen couldn't help but be surprised. The average level 20 professional, very few people could have transcendent equipment, and it was only the young master of such a small family that could have such a luxurious configuration. One of these transcendental equipment was the God Shield that had just been taken out and used, but it was already showing that it was running out of power, so I didn't know how to recharge it. As for the other 2, one was a katana, and the other was a stone look-alike. Teleportation Shrine Stone, when consumed, immediately teleport to another location recorded by the Teleportation Shrine Stone. Currently recorded location, Blue Star, Island, Fujimoto Family Enshrinement Shrine. Teleportation God Stone? Lin Chen couldn't help but grin. Originally, I was worried that I wouldn't know how to get to the Island Nation in the future, but now it's really a sleepy head that comes with a pillow. But now is not the time, let's save this for later. After collecting the Teleportation Godstone and a few pieces of equipment, Lin Chen turned his attention to the boss in front of him, the Molten Fire Troll. At this moment, the Molten Fire Troll had already killed the so-called island ninjas in front of him, and also looked towards Lin Chen, letting out a roar. Without the lava fire rain, I won't be afraid of you. Lin Chen smiled faintly. Blood back? High damage? Lin Chen didn't even care because he had ways to deal with it. It's simple, seconds will do. Kill. With a command, only the hundreds of bug swarms behind them all began their frantic output. Resonance. Giant fireballs. Flush fire. Lava spit. Even the Deadwing Mantis joined the fight, spitting out a mouthful of acid and hanging a serious injury effect on the Molten Fire Troll. Moments. The scene is interwoven into a sea of projectiles. The Molten Fire Troll's blood level, like an elevator ride, directly dropped by half. Although it took only a second for 25% of the blood to be restored again, there was still a small half of the blood bar that was still empty. Again. Lin Chen ordered again. A second attack followed. This time, even with the super high recovery, the Molten Fire Troll's blood level was only half. Go on. Third. Just when the boss was down to the less than 20% of its blood, the Molten Fire Troll roared, only to see countless fire elementals running wildly from all parts of the Molten Fire Fortress. This is the boss's final skill, Sacrifice. If the fire elemental is allowed to reach its periphery, the Molten Fire Troll will frantically restore its life value until it is fully bloodied. Last time, the coping strategy for professionals in Gangnam City was send a large number of low-level professionals to form a human wall to intercept them. However, for Lin Chen, there was no need for such trouble. Go! Lin Chen gave the order. Only to see countless blade bugs that were watching the battle, waving their blade arms in all directions towards the fire elementals, easily intercepting them. This is the advantage of having many bugs. Previously, bosses that required hundreds of professionals to cooperate with each other could now be easily taken down by Lin Chen. Die! Lin Chen looked towards the Molten Fire Troll that had the last ounce of blood left in it. A cold color flashed in his eyes as he made a void walk towards the front, arriving in front of its head, waving his flowing flame sword, and stabbing down fiercely. Elemental Strike. Soulfire, Fireball Spell. Die for me. Chapter 77, Molten Fire Hideout. Roar. Sensing that several powerful attacks were looming, the Molten Fire Troll's hideous face revealed a trace of humanized panic and doubt. It didn't understand at all that it had enjoyed the carnage and satisfied its bloodlust a few seconds ago. How is it that in a few seconds, one becomes a slaughtered being? However, Lin Chen wouldn't answer any of its doubts and swung the lower flowing fire sword straight down. Thumbs up. Only a soft thud was heard. The molten fire troll's head was instantly sliced in half. 1458, weakness damage. You have slain the molten fire troll and gained experience x 50,000. Spirit of Greed unleashed. Get an extra item. You've slain the molten fire troll and gained the molten fire authority. A beep sounded in his ear. Something in the shape of a key landed in Lin Chen's hand. What is this? I've never heard of this in my last life, after killing a molten fire troll? Lin Chen couldn't help but be curious and looked over carefully. Name, Molten Fire Authority. Quality, perfect. Description, after using it, you gain control of the molten fire hideout, which cannot be transferred, sold, or discarded. It's actually a hideout. Lin Chen looked at the key in his hand and was pleasantly surprised, and it's of perfect quality. The hideout, similar to the cave in the ancient culture of the Dragon Kingdom, can be lived in, but also has many other functions. To know. In today's Blue Star, even skyscrapers made of reinforced concrete were easily destroyed by high-level ferocious beasts. Only a special place like the hideout could resist the attacks of ferocious beasts or even other professionals because of its defensive spell formation. Not only that, but the hideout serves other purposes as well. For example, you can invite some NPCs into the hideout to open up special functions, such as forging, synthesizing and upgrading equipment, strengthening, black market traders. There are too many to count. It can be said that having a hiding place is almost the most basic prerequisite for a large trade union. For example, where the main headquarters of JHU is located is a large hideout covering over 200,000 square kilometers. Hideouts? I did own a few caches in my last life, only they were all sparse goods of mostly rare quality, and only one of transcendent quality. Of course, it had to do with the fact that I was at a high enough level of strength and had no intention of establishing an organization. This perfect quality hideout is quite useful for me right now. Lin Chen nodded happily. To know. The current Lin Chen, who had always been tied up in his development, was because of the parasites and the fear of exposing his cards. Now it's good to have your own hideout to go to later, whether it's for mobs or digesting gear. Here, one has absolute privacy and does not worry about being spied on by others. Go ahead and check it out. Making up his mind, Lin Chen directly used this prop. You've acquired a hideout, Molten Fire Hideout. Teleport. With a thought, Lin Chen's figure directly turned into white light and disappeared in place. This was one of the abilities of the hideout's owner. It was possible to teleport into the hideout from 100 meters around the hideout. There was a flash before his eyes, followed by a huge divine hall that appeared in front of Lin Chen. This shrine was constructed inside a volcano, and under the bottom slab was a raging lake of lava, but even so the temperature around it was very mild, and it didn't feel like it was burning like an iron plate. Looking upwards, you can see the crater, and you can see that the shrine is actually the main part of the volcano. Although the divine hall was huge, Lin Chen, who was the owner of the hideout, knew that in reality, the usable area of this hideout wasn't too large. At full capacity, the available space is just about 200 acres, which is equivalent to a larger middle school. Of course, this is viewed through the eyes of a power development. After all, so many people need to be housed. But for Lin Chen. But it is not necessary to use so much. Because he pressed on with the idea of developing his power. More than enough to live by yourself. With a hiding place, equipment, skill books, and other things that can't be used in the future can be temporarily stored here without having to go out directly. Arrange for 2 bugs to be here in the future, and if they meet with an accident in the future, they will be directly resurrected here, and they can quickly recover their strength. Huh, there's actually a spell formation present here? Lin Chen looked ahead and couldn't help but have his eyes light up. Only a few spells were seen in the corners, emitting a faint glow. Broken Lava Transformation Formation absorbs underground lava to provide operating energy for the entire hideout, and can store its excess energy as energy points or experience if there is an abundance of it currently. The formation is broken and the hideout's functionality is impaired, so please repair it. It's actually self-sufficient? Lin Chen was very excited. To know. The other hideouts can be ones that need to add their own operating energy to maintain various functions such as protective spell formations. Just like charging your cell phone or refueling your car, you need to add various materials to replenish your energy on a regular basis. And this Molten Fire hideout is actually self-sufficient and completely free of your own worries? This was quite a perk for someone like Lin Chen who hated chores. Not to mention, if the lava conversion array had rich energy, it could even be stored as energy points or experience. At that time one could collect experience and breed bugs even while sitting at home. Repairing this spell formation requires a lot of materials. And they are all very rare, TSK, not good. After slightly checking the situation of the spell formation, Lin Chen sighed and shook his head somewhat helplessly. Although the effect of the spell formation was very powerful, he himself was not in a position to fully utilize it now, so he could only put it away for now. Next, Lin Chen turned his body once and looked towards a spell formation that was emitting a faint blue light in the corner of the temple, revealing a smile. That's the whole point of the hideout. Teleportation spells. Is the teleportation spell activated? Activate. Lin Chen didn't even think about it and replied directly. At once. Buzz. With a tremor, only the teleportation spell formation in front of him bloomed with an azure light and was directly activated. Not bad, you'll be able to teleport to the hideout in the future. Lin Chen then breathed a sigh of relief. A teleportation spell formation that would allow Lin Chen to teleport back inside the hideout on top of any other teleportation spell formation. Fortunately, this one spell formation was not broken, otherwise one would have to cross hundreds of miles from Jiangnan City to go home. The hideout has a total of 462 rooms. As the owner, Lin Chen naturally picked the one with the best line of sight and set up a cozy little room with the mattresses and such from his backpack, and has since made a home here. However, after doing this, Lin Chen didn't go straight to sleep, but opened his backpack with gusto and put out a bunch of equipment. I was so busy going into the hideout just now that I didn't even have time to check the equipment that the molten fire troll popped out. Now I can finally take a look. Chapter 78, Crazy Mobs. After making some selections, 2 pieces of equipment that emitted a yellow glow and 1 purple glow were placed in front of Lin Chen's eyes, scrutinizing them. 2 pieces of superb equipment and 1 piece of perfect equipment. Dagger of Thorns Transcendent, plus 5 Strength, plus 9 Agility, plus 3 Spirit, special effect Thorns Entwined when equipped, take 50 points of true damage per second, and when dealing damage to an enemy, apply double this damage for 5 seconds. This effect is stackable against enemies, up to 10 layers. Assassin's Artifact. Lin Chen couldn't help but nod his head. This dagger, not only did it directly add 9 points of agility, for an assassin whose main attribute was agility, the boost was terrifying. Its special effects are also quite unbelievable, capable of dealing 1000 points of real damage per second to the enemy as long as the effect is fully played. For bosses below level 20, it can almost be said that hanging onto the effect is already a corpse 1, unless there is a blood return comparable to that of a molten fire troll. Unfortunately, Lin Chen was not an assassin, and after taking a look at the equipment, he placed it in his backpack, ready to sell it later. The second piece of transcendent equipment, a shoe. Butcher Spiked Boots, plus 3 Strength, plus 1 Agility, plus 2 Spirit, special effect Butcher, gain 10% lifesteal. Average. Lin Chen immediately lost interest and directly threw all behind him. Finally, turn your expectant gaze to the last piece of equipment. Perfect Gear, don't drop the ball. The attributes of the last piece of equipment were displayed in front of Lin Chen. Name, Undead Commander. Type, Weapon. Quality, Perfect. Requirements, Level 10, Strength 1, Spirit 18, Summoner Profession. Attributes, plus 2 Spirit, plus 1 Strength, plus 2 Agility. Special effect 1 Undead Leader, gain skill, higher undead summoning. Feature 2 Army of the Dead, summon creature damage increased by 30%, summoned object limit increased by 1. TSK, this equipment is just right for me. Lin Chen was overjoyed. This outfit. Tailor-made for summoners, so to speak. First of all, a skill was given directly, higher undead summoning. This was the superior replacement for Lin Chen's book of undead summoning skills, and the effect was all about randomly summoning undead. However, the chance of higher undead summoning a higher level undead was a little bit greater. Most importantly, this skill is provided by equipment, and does not take up any of the 12 skill bar slots. The second special effect is what I need. Lin Chen looked at the attributes and couldn't help but nod his head. The phrase plus 1 summoner limit could be considered quite a big boost for other summoners. Because the average summoner only has 3 or 4 summons only at around level 10, 1 more summon is 1 more strength. But for Lin Chen. And yet it didn't do much. Because he's a bug lord, his own summons are uncapped. The reason he was surprised was because of the phrase summon creature damage increased by 30%. To know. Summoner's main attribute, though, is also spirit. However, the phrase increased spell damage, which appears on some equipment, does not affect the damage of summons. And each point of a summoner's damage boosting type of words and phrases increases the summoner's overall power by a few points. It's a pity that you actually have to be level 10 to equip it. I'm only level 9 now. Lin Chen sighed. It seems that you can't suppress the level, let's upgrade first. Go brush the abyss. Having made up his mind, Lin Chen left 10 blade worms inside his hideout, and immediately afterward, with a thought, his body appeared outside of the volcano and flew towards the city of Jiangnan on his deadwing mantis. There were two main reasons why they didn't use teleportation spells. The first was a teleportation spell, which required a location to be recorded, or specific coordinates before one could teleport between two teleportation spells. This meant that Lin Chen needed to teleport to the hideout once in Jiangnan City before he could teleport between the hideout and Jiangnan City at will. The second reason is teleportation required the consumption of currency, but Lin Chen didn't. This currency is not credits, but a kind of currency material called Chaos Stone, which is also a kind of basic currency circulated among the professionals after level 10. As for credits, most of them circulated among low-level professionals and ordinary people only. After flying for half a day, Lin Chen returned to Jiangnan City. As promised, Lin Chen naturally brought Mo Honli with him when he practiced. After pushing their way across all the major abysses in Jiangnan City, the two of them quickly reached level 10 in unison. It took time, but only 2.5 days. This speed is several times or even dozens of times faster than those professionals who claim to be geniuses. Moreover, this was still the result of Lin Chen's deliberate control. Otherwise, he could have done this very easily in a day, and all he had to do was stand by and eat and watch. After all this, Lin Chen began to prepare to collect the molten flame core, a material that everyone else considered to be waste. Visited several merchant houses, then sent out a message of acquisition among the Hunters Association. In a month's time, the molten fire core in his hand was surprisingly as high as 27 pieces. After inquiring about Zhang Shun, there were actually a full 12 pieces in stock over there. Lin Chen was overjoyed and directly bought them all. However, the way Zhang Shun looked at Lin Chen at that time was wonderful. After all, this kind of material that has no use whatsoever, but Lin Chen is treating it like a treasure to be acquired in a big way? Is he out of his mind? However, Lin Chen didn't care at all. Through a month of acquisitions, he had as many as 44 molten flame cores in his hands, and his energy points had reached 87,547. With these energy points, Lin Chen once again expanded his army, this time even fusing 20 molten fire flying insects. The powerful attacks of this insect race could be glimpsed when they killed Fujimoto Hara at that time. With a few of them under siege, even the transcendent equipment quickly lost its effectiveness. It could be seen how terrifying its power was. Nowadays, Lin Chen's army was luxurious. Knifeworms, 450, stinging worms, 200, brainworms, 150, flameworms, 30, iron-armored knifeworms, 200, molten fire-flying worms, 25, and deadwing mantis, 1. And after the army expanded its numbers, his attributes skyrocketed as a result. Name, Lin Chen. Occupation, Bugmaster. Rank, 10. Power, 27. Agility, 30.4. Spirit, 37.3. Life value, 1047. Mana, 300. Skills, Chain Lightning, High Level Undead Summoning, Soul Beast Summoning, Mage's Hand, Greedy Soul, Soulfire. Equipment, Heart of Omnipotence, Chitaver Inscription, Undead Commander, Crystallized Omniscience, Blood Spider Breastplate, Quicksilver Boots, Bloodface Helmet, Topaz Ring, Blue Diamond Ring, Apothecary's Belt. A month passed quickly. Tomorrow, it was the time for Jianghai University to start. Chapter 79, Jianghai University, Opening of School. Jianghai City. As a big city in the Dragon Kingdom second only to the Heavenly Capital and the Magic Capital, the prosperity of Jianghai City far exceeded that of a small place like Jiangnan City. Lin Chen and Mo Honli walked down the street, looking around. Everywhere you look, there are tall buildings that take your breath away. Of course, there is nothing new about tall buildings, they are everywhere and can be seen caused by spending some credits. But the amazing thing about these tall buildings is that each one is actually a hideout, and all of them are above transcendental quality. To know. In the downtown area of Jiangnan City, there were only 2 or 3 hideout buildings in total, and most of their qualities were only ordinary and rare, and in this way they had also become the object of admiration and envy of the local powerful and high-ranking people. In River City, however, it is not even able to line up a number. What even made Mo Hongkarp feel suffocated was that a tall and magnificent building close to the city center with a height of more than 1,000 meters, the result she came up with after using her scrying technique was, "This is an epic hideout. Sacred Splendor Hideout? I've heard of it. It seems to be the territory of the Apocalypse Labor Union, one of the top 10 forces in the Dragon Kingdom? So their headquarters is in this place." Mo Hongli said with a sudden realization, her beautiful eyes filled with amazement. Lin Chen laughed and said, "The Sacred Splendor Hideout is not the true headquarters of the Apocalypse Trade Union. Their headquarters is located in the Silence Hideout in the Celestial Capital. It's a legendary level hideout. It's just that place is only open to some of their internal executives, and most of the members actually do stay here." Oh? Mo Hongli was a bit surprised. These things don't seem to be available on the internet. How did you know? In his previous life, Lin Chen, as a level 90 powerhouse, had also been invited to enter the Silent Hideout, and thus had seen the power of the legendary hideout and the secrets of the Apocalypse Union. But Lin Chen wouldn't reveal these secrets. "You guess?" Lin Chen smiled faintly and didn't answer directly. Mo Hongli pouted and was about to express her dissatisfaction. Just then Lin Chen spoke again, "We're here." Mo Hongliang looked forward and saw an ancient and atmospheric gate that was displayed in front of the two of them. The height of the gate, though, was much shorter than the surrounding skyscrapers. However, that kind of ancient and revealing natural, introverted atmosphere was what made it seem extraordinarily dusty, and it didn't even seem inferior to an epic-level hideout. And above the gate, 4 big words were engraved, "Jianghai University." This is the main entrance of Jianghai University. This is Jianghai University? Mo Hongli looked in front of her and muttered with some disorientation. "Let's go." Lin Chen nodded casually and pulled Mo Hongli towards the door. Who knows, as soon as the two of them got close, a terrifying repulsive force came from them, directly pushing them away. "This is a defense spell formation. We need to take out the identity token issued to us in order to enter." Lin Chen slapped his head before remembering this matter. Jianghai University, in essence, was an epic-level hideout, so it was quite normal to have a defense spell formation, and without the permission of the hideout's owner, it was impossible to enter unless it was by violent means. And this allow refers to the Jianghai University issued to the major teachers and students of the identity token, only by virtue of this, can freely enter and exit Jianghai University. The two took out their tokens and walked up again. As expected, this time, Jianghai University did not release any resistance and very smoothly allowed the two to enter. Walking along an avenue, you can see a view of the surrounding area. In between, there were a number of foreign beasts, statues, ancient trees, and other sights that were endless and beautiful, as if one felt that they were not on the blue planet anymore. Just from these decorative objects, one can see in a small way how strong the base of Jianghai University is. Of course, there can be a number of differently dressed students in a hurry, looking like they are very busy rubbing shoulders. There were also quite a few freshmen like them, who were curiously surveying the surroundings and admiring the view, unable to stop themselves from marveling. Walk a few more kilometers and you'll see the living area. There will be staff there to receive us. Lin Chen pointed ahead and said. How many more kilometers? Isn't there a car or something here? Mo Hongli directly wrinkled a small face. A few kilometers of road was of course nothing to them, the professionals whose physique far exceeded that of normal people. But she had just entered college and was eager to explore her new surroundings and didn't want to waste time on walking. If it was usual, Lin Chen would have directly summoned a few flying winged bees and would have been able to take the two of them to their destination. But flying is forbidden in the middle of Jianghai University. Unless one was a level 60 or above professional, they were qualified to fly in the air and travel freely. Don't want to walk? Oh, I see that there is a teleportation spell formation coming there that can directly teleport to the residential area. I'm just afraid that you don't have the money. Lin Chen said with a smile. I'm not that stupid to spend money on teleportation just to save a little time. Mo Hongli wrinkled her nose, looking exceptionally cute. And just as the two were casually joking around. Boom! Only in the sky, there was a sudden explosion. A fiery red figure, flying rapidly from the sky, landed beside the two. And without waiting for the surprised Lin Chen and Mo Hongkarp to open their mouths, they only saw a soft and delicate laughter coming from the midst of the smoke and dust. Hee hee, little brother, you're finally here? I haven't seen you in this month, my sister has missed you to death. The smoke cleared, revealing a near perfectly mature and delicate body dressed in a bright red cheongsam. A bright and delicate little face looked at Lin Chen as if it contained spring. This woman was none other than the flower dancing sparrow. The surrounding people were also shocked, and each one of them probed their heads to look over here, filled with curiosity and disbelief. Who is that person? How can he actually fly within the campus of Jianghai University? So pretty and well built. Hush. You'll be dead if she hears you. She's the teacher of the flower dancing sparrow, the toughest teacher in the mage department. It's rumored that last time, a male from Tiandu molested her, and as a result, he was severely injured then and there, and the place was burned to ashes. Hiss. This kind of beauty is not something I can enjoy. I'd better stay away. Wait, do you see why Ms. Hannett is looking so close to that guy? Yeah, oh, who was that guy? A group of people looked at Lin Chen and the others, filled with curiosity and disbelief. Many people were even quite hostile because of the flower dancing sparrow's intimate attitude towards Lin Chen. After all, such a beautiful teacher was quite popular among the students of Jianghai University. Not to mention the male students, even some of the female students were unable to resist its charm and went crazy for it. If Lin Chen knew that he had caused a bunch of enemies before he even enrolled in school, he would probably only feel like crying and laughing. Teacher Hua. Lin Chen nodded and coughed dryly. I wanted to pay a visit after reporting for duty, but I didn't expect you to come of your own accord. Flower dancing sparrow's pair of phoenix eyes sized up Lin Chen for a moment before she nodded. I detected it as soon as you entered the school, and the principal ordered me to let me take you to familiarize yourself with the campus, so that's why I rushed over. Then, she looked over at Imo Homely beside her and couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Yo, is this your little girlfriend? Indeed a beauty, no wonder she's always nonchalant towards her sister, giggle giggle. Chapter 80, Two Women's Bright Fighting. Sure enough, you like women who are a bit more voluptuous? Luckily, I'm not bad either, right? As Flower Dancing Sparrow said, she deliberately shook her chest, which was no less plump than Emo Hongkarp's, as if she was provoking the latter. When the two women's eyes clashed together, it was as if a spark-like substance came from the air. Hostility. Emo Homely's face was filled with wariness and hostility, and her heart was even more alarmed. A woman's intuition told her that the Flower Dancing Sparrow in front of her. Not a good one. Not by any stretch of the imagination. Teacher Hua, thank you for taking care of Lin Chen. Emo Hongkarp was wary in her heart, but on her face, she said with a smile, directly declaring her sovereignty. Oh? It doesn't matter, it's not likely that you might have to call me sister in the future. When the time comes to take care of it, there will be a lot more. The Flower Dancing Sparrow sniffed with a look of not caring in the slightest, rolled her eyes and said with a smile again. This blatant hint made Emo Homely's little face scarlet with anger, but she couldn't say anything more, so she could only look at Lin Chen with a huff. What's it got to do with me? Feeling Emo Homely's eyes, Lin Chen only felt his scalp tingle with a feeling of helplessness. These two women, how come the smell of gunpowder is so strong after just 2 words? What the hell is it to me? Unknown. This scene, in the eyes of the crowd of onlookers, was envious and jealous to the extreme. Who is this person? To actually be able to trigger this level of shura? Hiss. That's Flower Dancing Sparrow Sensei, she's actually so close to this guy? Aha. My goddess, why are you doing this to me? This guy, he can't be some second generation from Tiandu or Mordor, right? But it doesn't look like it's very strong. That's right, I really don't know what these two beauties, in the end, see in him? Maybe it's something he's good at? Specialty? What specialty? Lin Chen coughed dryly. Teacher Hua, you'd better show us around the school first. Flower Dancing Sparrow smiled sweetly, that's natural. After saying that, he led the two of them towards the front and disappeared here in the eyes of a group of people who were envious and jealous. It didn't take long for the residential area to appear in front of a few people. While walking, Hua Dancing Sparrow introduced the various regulations and layouts of Jianghai University and so on. Under its introduction, the two also had a more in-depth cognizance of Jianghai University. For example, among the Jianghai University, the common currency is not credits. Instead, it's points. Almost every university or power has adopted a point system internally. Points are earned based on contributions, and points can be used internally as currency, or exchanged for some treasured skill books, equipment, etc. within the power. Almost all services and items are linked to points for trading. For example, in the dormitories of Jianghai University, points are charged as accommodation fees. The dormitories are divided into 4 classes, which are quadruple dormitories, double dormitories, single dormitories, and detached villas. Flower Dancing Sparrow introduced with a smile. The 4-person dormitory is only guaranteed to have basic amenities and is charged 500 points per month. So expensive? Mo Homely was surprised to know. Before coming here, Mo Hongkarp has deliberately understood, know that the students in the Jianghai University, in addition to do some tasks to earn points, most people can get the points a month is only in 2,000 to 300 only. And that rent takes up a quarter of the income straight away? How can we still practice and level? The flower dancing sparrow, however, said indifferently. The double bedrooms, on the other hand, come with some perks. Besides a big upgrade in living conditions, they are equipped with a meditation room, as well as having the right to use the gravity cultivation room for 50 hours a year. However, the cost has also skyrocketed to 2,000 per month. Separate bedrooms, costing 5,000 per month, add a host of perks to the double bedding. The most important thing is the single-family home. Speaking of this, the flower dancing sparrow had a hint of dissimilarity in its tone. The benefits of a single villa, there's no need for me to introduce anything more. Not only do we have the closest location to the college's teaching center, but the environment is better too. And have all the benefits on it. But none of that matters, the most important thing is that single-family homes have a privilege that no one else can enjoy. That's double experience stones. Upon hearing this, even Lin Chen raised his eyebrows. Double experience stone? It's that Jianghai University's town treasure, the double experience stone? That's right, it's that thing that can give one, within an hour, a double experience buff. Flower dancing sparrow nodded. Lin Chen couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. I originally thought that this Jianghai University, being one of the top forces, was already enough to make me think highly of it. I didn't realize that its depth was actually so deep. Double experience stones, even in his previous life, Lin Chen had only heard of them. This prop is not an equipment, but a hideout prop that can only be placed in a hideout for use. The effect is, after placing it in a hideout, it can provide the effect of double experience to a certain number of people for 1 hour per day. To know, what is the most important thing a professional can do? Of course it's rank. And the effect of double experience can make countless people rush. The monthly rental cost of a single house is $30,000. This figure is basically what most students earn in a year, huh? Flower dancing sparrow said with a smile, then asked again. What size dormitory did you choose? Lin Chen didn't hesitate at all and firmly said, I'll choose the detached villa. Are you really going to choose a detached villa? The flower dancing sparrow was a bit surprised. I know you just got a scholarship and are quite generous with your money, but there's no need to splurge so much, right? It's fine, I'll choose this one. Lin Chen said indifferently. The environment in which he lived, Lin Chen didn't really care. It was only this daily 1 hour double experience that he wasn't going to let go of. Therefore, this single-family home has to be taken down anyway. Points? It's all just outside the body. Alright, I won't dissuade you either. The flower dancing sparrow nodded somewhat helplessly and did not dissuade. After then saying a little more, the flower dancing sparrow drifted away from this place, not forgetting to tease Lin Chen a few times on her way out, causing Mo Hongkarp to be furious again, almost wanting to fight her to the death. In a short while, Lin Chen completed the formalities for checking into the villa, and after paying the fees, he was led by the staff to the front of the detached villa. This is the villa? Lin Chen secretly nodded as he looked at the small 2-story building in front of him, as well as the accompanying swimming pool, small garden, and other facilities. I have to say, the points spent are worth it. Other than that, just this environment and atmosphere, it's much better than some bitter and pandemonious 4-person dormitory. Chapter 81, Student Council? Nothing. Walking into it, Lin Chen slightly looked around the environment for a week, and although the decor was exquisite, it was of no great significance to him. If it wasn't for the double experience stone, he wouldn't have wasted points on a place like this. After familiarizing himself a little, Lin Chen touched his phone and looked at the arrangement. Tomorrow begins with classes, classification of abyssal demons, and history of genre development. After 2 classes, the afternoon will be free. For these courses? Lin Chen wasn't interested at all. After all, in his last life, he was a level 90 blood warlock. What magical creatures and genres hadn't he seen before? He wouldn't even bother going to class if he didn't get flunked for skipping. Just then, a text message came through on his cell phone. Notice, all new students, come to the JHU Plaza to gather by 8 p.m. without fail. Jianghai University Student Union. The tone of this text message was very arrogant and raw, as if it was an order from the president of Jianghai University. But see the byline. Student Council? What is it? Lin Chen sneered, directly choosing to ignore it. The so-called student government is nothing more than a service-oriented organization that manages students on a daily basis. Put another way, no power at all. Usually pretending to be a human being, and for how good they are. Putting this matter directly behind him, Lin Chen continued to familiarize himself with the various organizations and functions of Jianghai University, immersing himself in them and nodding his head uncontrollably. So it is. There's actually a spell formation here? Not bad. A total of 10 abysses to practice in. Jianghai University is also considered wealthy. And in the meantime, on the Jianghai Square, a group of new students, gathered together in great numbers, looked with some awe and suspicion at a high platform above the square, a few figures standing proudly on it. Oh, is everyone here? I'll introduce myself. After a long time, the figure at the front opened his mouth and said aloud, I'm your senior and the president of Jianghai University's student union, Manhwa. I, myself, am a level 29 transcendent hidden profession, an elemental envoy. The freshman at the bottom couldn't help but gasp in shock at these words. Transcendent hidden profession? And it's going to be level 30 soon? This strength is too terrifying. Hiss. This strength, then our city chief estimates are not the slightest bit worse. Jianghai University, it really is a hidden dragon and crouching tiger. No wonder you're the student president. Feeling to the bottom, casting over the awe-inspiring eyes, Mang Liangyun couldn't help but have a hint of smugness flashing across his face, looking like he was enjoying this pursuit very much. But after 2 seconds, it was covered up again and resumed that majestic look as he continued, I'm convening this freshman conference for the purpose of protecting you. In order for you to avoid being harmed by ferocious beasts and magical creatures, and adhering to the purpose of supporting new students, we, the Jianghai University Student Association, have decided to gift you new students with a benefit. That is, free help. In short, it's a service where you turn in your points and we help bring in practice and such. As Meng Liangyun spoke from above, someone below also began to distribute some small manuals. When the freshmen opened the manual and took a look, each one of them frowned. This. So black-hearted. What kind of bullying is this? It's not right. Isn't that protection money? On the top of the brochure, the specifics of this so-called benefit are written. The short version is, freshmen contribute 1/10 of all their point earnings on a pro rata basis. Then, it's gone. That's right, no service at all. The so-called help only depends on the mood of the old students, and even requires additional charges. Black to the core, so to speak. What, you guys don't want to? Seeing the appearance of the group of people under the field, Meng Liangyun let out a cold drink, and the aura of a 29th level professional swept out from his body. Pressing most of the new students in the arena, their faces changed and they obediently shut their mouths. Oh, if you guys don't want to, you can also leave. Meng Liangyun sneered. But I can't guarantee what will happen to you guys at Jianghai University in the future. Think for yourself. The freshmen under the field all had bitter and helpless faces. Obviously, it's a threat. If they dared not to pay this protection fee, then the student union would do their best to ostracize them in the future. As in, those sophomore and junior seniors are fine. But they were all just freshmen, so if they were targeted by the student council, would they be any good in the future? Some may wonder why not go to a school. This is a university for professionals, not an ivory tower. The fights between professionals were full of blood and violence, definitely not some child's playground. Even in the academy, competition with each other is encouraged and martial arts are prevalent. So much so, how can one possibly go out of their way to regulate such things? You're being blackmailed? Serves you right. That's the first lesson for you freshmen, strength reigns supreme. Without strength, the only thing you can do is get slaughtered. Those who are willing can leave after signing the contract. Those who are not willing. I forgive you all for not daring to. Meng Liangyun said smugly. As expected, the vast majority of freshmen obediently signed the contract under the strong power of the student council. There were also a small number of hardened ones who chose to leave directly, but the student council was not surprised and directly wrote down their names and reported them to Meng Liangyun. Just a bunch of minor characters, a little bit of out-and-out rectification and they'll know to recognize their mistakes. Meng Liangyun looked at the list for a moment, then sneered, not caring in the slightest. There have been incidents like this before. But without exception, they were all made to kneel down and admit their mistakes. These people, too, would not be surprised. President, there's another situation, 2 people didn't show up. A bald man said respectfully. What? Who are these 2 people? Mang Liangyun instantly frowned. One is called Lin Chen, and one seems to be his girlfriend named Mo Hongli. The bald head quickly said, I've investigated all of their backgrounds, but they're just from small places without any background. No background? Oh, these 2 guys are arrogant, my orders actually dare to disobey. Mang Liangyun sneered, go, arrange for 2 older students to teach him a lesson. I'm going to make this guy kneel in front of my door and apologize. The bald head quickly said respectfully, yes, President. With that, he left the place with a few people. Mang Liangyun, on the other hand, looked at a few names on the list and coldly flicked his sleeve. Then, as if muttering to himself, he whispered, there's still 100,000 points left, so I'll be able to buy the Cloak of Frost, and then that boss, won't I just kill it at random? Thinking that his plan was about to succeed, Mang Liangyun felt in a great mood, smilingly carrying his hands behind his back as he left the place. Chapter 82, Ranking and Examination. After resting for a day in the villa, Lin Chen was in great spirits, and after casually eating something, he went out and rushed to where the classroom was. The location of the villa area was quite close to the teaching area, so after walking for not even more than a few minutes, Lin Chen arrived before a towering tower. This is the teaching area, where tens of thousands of students of Zhonghai University receive theoretical learning. Walking inside his classroom, Lin Chen realized that there were already quite a few people waiting in the classroom. Looking around, Lin Chen casually found a seat against the back seat and sat down. After a short while, most of the students in the class also entered the middle of the classroom. It wasn't until the bell rang that the sound of high heels bearing their way through the distance was heard. With a creak, the classroom door opened. A figure in a red cheongsam appeared in front of the crowd. Plump mature body curves, wrapped in black silk round and slender thighs, coupled with the devil's general delicate and charming face, and the eyebrows of the indescribable gentle flavor. Only just appearing on the stage, it attracted the eyes of all the men and even some of the women present, and almost everyone's eyes were filled with blazing heat and desire. This person was none other than the flower-dancing sparrow. Gentlemen, from now on, I will be the tutor of your mage department's class 4, and also the bishop of the class, practical application of functional spells. My name is Flower-Dancing Sparrow. Flower-Dancing Sparrow slightly moved her lotus steps and walked up to the podium, smiling faintly at the crowd. The classroom exploded, and most of the students were so excited that their faces were overwhelmed with excitement. It's actually Mr. Hannah? I go to. Great! So happy to actually have Miss Flower-Dancing Sparrow as our counselor? I'm not dreaming, am I? Whoa whoa! Is actually the famous Mr. Hannah. What a surprise! The reputation of the Flower-Dancing Sparrow was quite famous even outside of Zhonghai University, and there were even quite a few fans on the internet. However, the Flower Dance Sparrow is rarely communicated on the network, and never cared about the so-called fans of these things. After all, for her such characters, only the strength is the most important. Fans? It's something that only weaklings like Li Koan would care about. Flower-Dancing Sparrow? Is this a coincidence or on purpose? Lin Chen sat in the last row, pondering. Several lifetimes of experience had made his mind mature and cautious. Thus it could not be felt that this flower-dancing sparrow was so enthusiastic about herself that she was really looking at herself. After all, there were plenty of handsome men in the world, and with her strength and position, she could have as many as she wanted. Why did you have to fall back on yourself? There is something in me, it seems, that attracts her. Lin Chen thought in his heart, but he was unusually calm, without a single fluctuation on his face. But what's certain is that she doesn't have any malicious intent, and it seems that what she's asking for isn't some kind of equipment or something like that, which is why she's trying to pull me in. Let's wait and see what happens first. Making up his mind, Lin Chen continued to look at the flower-dancing sparrow. Seemingly noticing his eyes, the flower-dancing sparrow suddenly revealed a flirtatious smile, her autumn wave secretly sent over, again causing a group of uninformed students to breathe sharply for a few minutes. Lin Chen chose to ignore it. In the first class, the flower-dancing sparrow simply said some precautions and rules and such, and then began the lecture. However, Lin Chen didn't listen to a single word of what was said in class. After all, he knew all of these things. However, when the flower-dancing sparrow was nearing the end of the class, it suddenly said, "The freshman examination is about to begin in 3 days, so everyone pay attention to find good teammates in these few days." Only after saying that did the flower-dancing sparrow nod and announce the dismissal of the class. Freshman examination? Lin Chen froze, then remembered this matter in his head. The so-called freshman assessment is actually a test that determines a freshman's ranking in the school. All universities in the world, basically, have a ranking system. Rank all students in order of strength. Different terms and, naturally, different benefits. For example, among the Jianghai University, students between 5001 and 10,000 rankings receive 500 points per month, as well as one double experience stone. Instead, students between 5,000 and 3,001 were able to collect 1,000 points per month, as well as 3 double experience stones. Between 3,000 and 1,001, 2,000 points per month and 5 double experience stones. Between 1,000 and 501, 3,000 points per month and 10 double experience stones. Whereas the benefits earned for 500 plus placements are unique to each individual, there is no set thing. But all in all, the higher the ranking, the better the benefits you get and the higher your status will rise. It can be said that among every university, ranking is the best proof of strength. And there are many ways to get ranked. The first is naturally to participate in the challenge, this Jianghai University in hundreds of examination Abyss, according to the evaluation score in which, test the strength of the weak. The second is the fight. Between professionals, it is inevitable that there will be conflicts. Hands are again forbidden in the middle of Jianghai University. Hence the emergence of the arena as a place to resolve conflicts that cannot be reconciled with words. And it is also stipulated in the university that whenever there is a date fight, if the losing party is ranked higher than the winning party, then the latter will automatically inherit its ranking. As a result, a lot of people are about to fight each other for high rankings. This time in the Abyss, do we have to find a squad? Lin Chen couldn't help but frown as he looked at the alert on his phone. This time in the Abyss, a team of 5 was needed to work together to pass the level, as was the school's rule. This also dashed Lin Chen's wanting to go solo. Whatever, anyway, my identity as a summoner is already public, so I'll just bring them through when the time comes. Lin Chen nodded casually even after a little thought. When he was in Jiangnan City, he did not have enough ability to protect himself, so he chose to use warrior to disguise his identity. But now that he was in the middle of an epic hideout, he didn't need to hide his identity and directly filled in his identity as a summoner. However, the profession he filled out was not the insect master, but the necromancer, which was a relatively very common normal quality summoner profession. As a result, his identity didn't attract much attention. After all, elsewhere, a summoner might be sought after and envied by countless others. But this is the University of Jianghai. Though summoners are still rare and as rare as a phoenix. But not to a once-in-a-century degree. The admissions teachers, at least, are used to seeing it. There's only one class today, let's go meet Mo Hongli later. Lin Chen sighed and stood up to leave the place. Walking down the street, he was pondering, when suddenly an angry voice came from behind him, "Blind your dog's eyes, bumped into me and still want to run?" Immediately afterward, several professionals scurried directly in front of Lin Chen and blocked him. Chapter 83, The Student Council Strikes? Bumper to bumper or looking for a fight? Lin Chen narrowed his eyes, his face calm. He was thinking about things, but he could confirm that he hadn't touched anyone just now. A rank 10 professional would be living in vain if he couldn't even judge this feeling. Therefore, he could conclude that these guys in front of him definitely had ulterior motives. However, Lin Chen didn't say these words, his face remained bland as he coldly looked at the several people. "Kid, you bumped into me, what do you say?" A big bald man at the head said menacingly. He didn't hide his level or occupation, so others could see the bottom line at a glance. This big bald man's name was Lu Chang, and he was a level 14 rare hidden profession, shield warrior. "Oh, what do you say?" Lin Chen smiled faintly and didn't veto it. At this point, denying that you bumped into him would only lead you into his trap. "What? You didn't hit it? What proof do you have of that?" Therefore, Lin Chen didn't bother playing this kind of boring game at all, and directly asked a rhetorical question. Lu Chang froze for a moment, obviously not expecting Lin Chen, a freshman, to be so calm, but after reacting, he threatened viciously again. "Humph, you admit it? Then pay me 500,000 points in compensation for moral damages, or else come with me to the arena and speak with your fists." The moment. A group of people had also gathered around the neighborhood, coming over to watch the fun. When they saw the figure of Lu Chang and the others, they all pointed their fingers. "It's Lu Chang. This old sophomore guy is bullying the freshman again. Isn't he that student body president's lapdog? I guess this freshman has messed with the student council." Then this freshman can be miserable, haha. This is their usual routine, first with the freshman contradiction, and then bet on the fight. The freshman will be pulled to the arena ruthlessly ravaged, not yet won away a large amount of points, TSK, back and forth several times as a person are softened. That's despicable. I'm glad I didn't mess with these crazies as a freshman. This freshman is miserable. Oh, freshmen are dead. A group of people looked at Lin Chen with either sympathy, mockery, or simply pure gloating in their eyes. A lot of people were waiting for the joke. After all, a duel had been proposed at this time, but anyone who was bloodthirsty would not be a shrinking violet in front of so many people. And who would win between a sophomore 14-year-old and a freshman 10-year-old? Isn't that obvious at a glance? So it's those guys from the student council. Listening to the comments of the people around him, Lin Chen came to a realization. But then there was a sneer in his heart. Just because I didn't go to some meeting yesterday, you're going to teach me a lesson? Huh, interesting. Lin Chen laughed coldly in his heart, but his face remained breezy. Oh? You want to enter the arena? It's not impossible, there's just one condition. Seeing Lin Chen actually agree so readily, Lu Chang was overjoyed. Really? What conditions are you going to propose? Just say it. The conditions are simple. How about 10,000 points for this bet? Lin Chen smiled. 10,000 points? Lu Chang froze. Not only was he shocked beyond belief, even the people around him were wide-eyed. This freshman is stupid, isn't he? 10,000 points? Is he not in his right mind? Hiss. I've never seen a rush to give away money. Oh, is he from some small place and really thinks he's some kind of genius? Genius? Oh, the last thing that's lacking in Shanghai University is geniuses. The group sighed and shook their heads. 10,000 points? Lu Chang's eyes lit up, but then said suspiciously, "You're a freshman, do you have that many points?" Lin Chen smiled faintly, and without speaking, he directly pulled out a stone, then took out his identity token and swiped on it. This stone is called gambling stone, is a common props, often used in gambling. Its usage is also very simple. The two parties of the betting fight will temporarily store their points in it, and once the winner is divided, the points will be automatically transferred to the victorious party. The number 10,000 appeared on Lin Chen's betting stone, representing that he had transferred 10,000 points into the stone. This kid really has 10,000 points? Lu Chang was shocked. One should know that he had only saved roughly 3,000 points in a whole year at Shanghai University. How did a freshman get a whole 10,000 points? But then, Lu Chang's doubt changed to ecstasy and greed. Ha, your kid really dares to propose such a big bet? Okay, I'm going to win this 10,000 points today. Lu Chang's eyes lit up, and he immediately danced around with excitement. Quick, I'll go borrow some points. These 10,000 points are a free gift. There's no way I don't want them. With that, Lu Chang directly picked up the phone and began to borrow money one by one. In the end, it was the so-called president who reluctantly lent out 7,000 points and asked Lu Chang to return 8,000 points before it was over. So much for that. Hey kid, thanks for the points. I'll let you know what the consequences of disobeying are. Lu Chang said with a cold smile. Lin Chen didn't even bother with this guy, and after casually glancing at the numbers on the gambling stone, he nodded. Alright, let's go to the arena. The two men looked different as they walked towards the arena. Most of the people watching around them followed suit. They wanted to see how this bold freshman would eat his own words and lose 10,000 points. Not long after, the two entered an arena. The arena was simply decorated, except for the necessary furnishings. The rest was one square platform after another in the shape of a ring. But these weren't ordinary rings, they were buildings made after being protected by special spell formations and using space spells to expand the interior space. It looked small on the outside, but inside it was actually the size of 10 soccer fields and impenetrable enough for most professionals to fight to their heart's content in it. And at the moment, above the ring, Lin Chen and Lu Chang looked at each other from a distance. Kid, if you're sensible, just admit defeat. Lu Chang sneered as he waved the shield in his hand. Seeing as you've sent me so many points, I won't make things difficult for you. If you just admit defeat, I can still let you off the hook. Otherwise, I'll break your arms and legs, so you'll realize what it means to be worse than death. Facing Lu Chang's threats, new students, in general, are very nervous. However, on the contrary, Lin Chen was bland and unperturbed, and even pulled out his ears as he said indifferently, I'll give you the same words, and if you admit defeat now, I can still let you off the hook. Chapter 84, You're actually a summoner? The moment these words came out, The crowd watching from the field exploded directly as if a huge stone had been thrown on the surface of a calm lake. What? Did I hear you right? This kid, he's got a tough mouth. Oh, he doesn't think that he can beat an opponent who was 4 levels above him, does he? This man may be a little famous in his hometown, so he's so arrogant, but he's forgotten that this is Jianhai University, and everyone is no worse than him. Hee, not to mention Lu Chang's profession is a shield warrior, very advantageous in a single combat situation. That's right, Lu Chang's overall strength may not be great, but if he goes one-on-one within the arena, any professional who exceeds his level 3 will have a hard time winning against him. A group of people looked at Lin Chen with mockery in their tone and eyes. Not a single person felt that Lin Chen would be able to win this match. Although Lu Chang's strength was considered to be at the bottom of the list amongst the sophomore veterans, he was at least a level 14 professional, which was a full 4 levels higher than Lin Chen. Moreover, the shield warrior profession has a high level of damage reduction and shielding, and in particular, he has a skill that can be called a 1v1 rogue skill. Reloaded, locks onto a target, reducing its damage to you by 30% and restoring 5% of its maximum life for each damage dealt. In itself, Lu Chang was a tank profession with very high damage reduction. The reloaded, in turn, was giving him extremely terrifying durability against solo targets. Even when facing a professional who was a bit lower level than himself, Lu Chang was even able to not lose blood, but instead, he was able to regain blood. That's the skill. It made Lu Chang, despite his low level and weak strength, able to be among the arena, and even the professionals who were 3 levels higher than him had a big headache and didn't want to fight with them. This is also Lu Chang, who dares to make a big statement of the bottom. Very well, little Lin Chen, you've successfully angered me. Lu Chang licked his lips and fished out a shield from his backpack while smiling fiercely. I'd like to see if your bones are as hard as your mouth. When I break your legs, I hope you'll still be able to say those words out loud. After saying that, Lu Chang directly activated the skill, Reload. Instantly, a shield-like icon appeared above Lin Chen's head. Kid, I'll let you strike first, don't say I'm bullying you. Lu Chang said smugly. Lin Chen grinned, are you sure you want me to make the first move? Kid, even if I stand here and let you fight, I guess you won't be able to break my defense, even if I let you make the first move, so what? Lu Chang was very arrogant. Then I'll do as I please. Saying that, Lin Chen directly let out a low shout, out. Light flickered, only to see the hideous deadwing mantis, floating in front of the crowd. Summoner! At once, the spectators on the ground and Lu Chang in front of them were all wide-eyed and surprised. This Lin Chen in front of him was actually a summoner. He's actually a summoner? No wonder it's so grounded, so it's a summoner. If it's a summoner, it's understandable to be so arrogant. So it is. But even if it's a summoner, it's not enough to worry about until it grows up. That's right, and summoners are notoriously weak in the arena. Now, this will also teach this little guy a lesson, letting him know that although summoners are powerful, they are not invincible. The audience was a bit surprised, but quickly reacted and then shook their heads. Even now, no one thought that Lin Chen would win. This is because the arena has restrictions on many professions for the sake of fairness. And the limit for summoners is only 3 summons can be summoned. One must know that summoners could all win with quantity, and if they could only summon 3 summons, for the vast majority of summoners, it would be equivalent to breaking one of their arms so badly. You're actually a summoner? Oh, but it doesn't matter, you still can't win against me. A trace of surprise flashed in Lu Chang's eyes, but he quickly resumed sneering. He was aware of the weakening of summoners in the arena. If it was in the wilderness or in the abyss, Lu Chang wouldn't dare to mess with a summoner even if he had 100 guts. But this is an arena. And, he's got the student body behind him. This makes Lu Chang fearless. Within the arena, there is a limit of 3 summons. I just don't believe that a mere 3 summons can defeat me. Lu Chang said proudly. Oh yeah? Lin Chen smiled. All it takes to defeat you is a summon. Before the words fell, Lin Chen pointed forward. Go! Shasta! The Deathwing Mantis lifted its wings and attacked forward like a black and white god of death. Phew! Ding! Lu Chang only felt a flash in front of his eyes, followed by a huge force coming steeply from the shield, almost vibrating it away. What? Lu Chang was alarmed. To know. He was a shield warrior who majored in strength, with a whopping 24 points of strength. With this power, he could easily push away even a small car, not to mention a shield. This summon in front of him, it was just one attack, and he could barely hold his shield? How powerful should this summon be? The scene was also in an uproar. So fast. Hiss. What kind of summon is this? So strong. I didn't see it wrong, did I? One strike repelled Liu Chang? This is a summon from a level 10 professional? Countless people simply couldn't believe the scene in front of them. Only Lin Chen on the field, with a faint smile at the corner of his mouth and his hands in his pockets, had a very cozy and indifferent look. The Deadwing Mantis was naturally not this strong originally. However, over the course of a month, Lin Chen had used the Infinite Evolution talent to consume nearly 10,000 energy points, allowing it to evolve 3 times. After evolving 3 times, the Deadwing Mantis did not appear to have any new traits or skills. But its base 3-dimensional attributes, however, had skyrocketed. Present-day Deadwing Mantis. Strength is up to 31 points. Knocking Liu Chang back with a single strike could be considered easy. Hiss. The Deathwing Mantis hissed up to the sky and once again killed towards Liu Chang. No good. Alarm bells were ringing in Liu Chang's heart, and he wanted to retreat in fear. However, the Deadwing Mantis would not do as he wished, directly bouncing its hind limbs and popping up in front of Liu Chang, spitting out a mouthful of acid from its mouth while swinging its blade arm. Boo! Your equipment, crystal steel shield is broken. The acid of the Deadwing Mantis had just touched the shield, and the large shield in Liu Chang's hand directly broke open. What kind of skill is this? No good. Liu Chang was on the verge of tears. He was a shield warrior, relying on a shield for both attack and defense. Now that the shield had actually been breached, he was now the equivalent of bare hands. I admit defeat, I admit defeat. Liu Chang hastily shouted out to admit defeat. The Deadwing Mantis in front of him also stopped at once. See it at. If not for Liu Chang's quick mouth. The Deadwing Mantis was afraid that it would really follow Lin Chen's orders and directly remove Liu Chang's legs. Chapter 85, The Freshman Examination begins. Victory and defeat had been decided. As soon as Liu Chang's words fell, he saw the arena teleport the 2 figures out of the ring. Under the field, there was a dead silence. Everyone was staring at this with dumbfounded disbelief at the scene unfolding in front of them. A summon that directly defeated a professional who was 4 levels higher than his own rank, in 2 moves? Even if Liu Chang hadn't conceded defeat so crisply, it's very likely that he would have been dead by now. From start to finish, Liu Chang didn't even have the ability to fight back. What kind of summon is this? It's too powerful, isn't it? Admitted defeat? Oh, it's a shame that I didn't manage to break your dog's legs. Lin Chen smacked his lips, somewhat disappointed, and sighed in his heart. It seems that with only 2 evolutions, the Deadwing Mantis is still a bit weaker. If the average full attribute reaches 40 points, I guess this guy doesn't even have the time to react, right? If the others knew what he was thinking, they would definitely be so angry that they would spit out a mouthful of blood. Good lord, a level 10 summoner's summon that can defeat a professional 4 levels higher in 2 moves, and you're still too weak? What are other summoners' summons then? Full of weaklings? But fortunately, there is an income of 10,000 points. Lin Chen looked at his account, and sure enough, there were already 10,000 more points quietly on it, so he couldn't help but nod his head prettily. Points are very important and more is better. Lin Chen. Liu Chang took a deep breath and walked over, looking at him with a spiteful expression. Give back my 10,000 points, or else this is going to be a big deal. Lin Chen sneered, give it back? I haven't heard of such a rule where I have to return the bet after winning it. Humph, Lin Chen, these points were lent to me by our president. Do you even dare to swallow the points of the student president? Liu Chang said coldly, directly bringing out the backer behind him. To know. He had borrowed 7,000 points, plus his entire fortune, before he could barely scrape together enough money for the bet. The original idea was a sure thing. Who knew that he had encountered Lin Chen, a fellow whose strength and level were not matched at all? Your chairman's points, just let him take them himself, I'll be there any time. Lin Chen laughed coldly, and then, not caring what the people around him did, he directly walked out of the arena in large strides. Okay, Lin Chen, you wait. Seeing Lin Chen's distant back, Liu Chang gritted his teeth, took out his cell phone, and dialed a number. Hello? President, it's not good. You listen to me, that Lin Chen. The news of Lin Chen's defeat of Liu Chang spreading amongst the freshman group in just one night. Many freshmen's first reaction after hearing the news was shock. After all, They were aware of the strength of these older students, and the general level was around level 15, with extraordinary strength. Immediately afterward, it was a feeling of relief. It's as if you took a sip of iced Coke on a hot summer day. Let's see how this group of old students can still be wild. That's right, now Lin Chen has given us a hard face, Lin Chen is mighty. Lin Chen, you're my boy god. Most of the new students were supportive of Lin Chen's move. But there are a few rat turds who are shading up. Oh, must have cheated. That's right, if it wasn't for cheating, how could Lin Chen beat the older students? I advise everyone not to resist, obediently surrender your points. The old student is too powerful, it's not something we can resist. So what if Lin Chen can defeat Lu Chang? When those real experts from the student council step in, he'll be a dead man too. That's right, so much of a show-off, really think you're somebody, And over at the student council. What? You lost all 7,000 of my points? Meng Liangyun jumped up with a slap on the table and yelled at the other end of the phone with a wildly angry face. That's 7,000 points, 7,000. How can you lose to a freshman, you rice bucket? Beside them, a few of Meng Liangyun's beloved ones were all trembling with fear at the moment, not even daring to gasp loudly. On the other side, Lu Chang was sweating profusely and panicked as he explained, Lord Chairman, please don't be angry, it was that Lin Chen who didn't know what kind of cheating method he used to win against me. Meng Liangyun didn't wait for Lu Chang to explain, he was splitting his head and cursing angrily, waste. To be actually defeated by a freshman, and you still have the face to explain to me? I'm telling you Lu Chang, don't look like you followed me for so long, I'm limiting you to pay back my 7,000 points within January, otherwise, you'll just have to wait. Meng Liangyun said and hung up the phone, not giving Lu Chang on the other side the slightest chance to explain. Hang up. Meng Liangyun was still furious, and his face, which was still somewhat handsome, was now full of distortion and irritation, looking exceptionally terrifying. After a long time, as if he had thought of something, he let out a cold laugh and muttered in a general low voice, very well, Lin Chen, I didn't expect that you actually had this hand. But just wait, my points aren't that easy to come by, I'll make you spit them out 10 times next time. Lin Chen didn't know anything about all of this. In the past few days, he basically stayed in the villa except for classes, familiarizing himself with the various rules and contents of Jianghai University. I see, this test is always a team test, 5 people in a team, racing the abyss. And there are a total of 9 assessment abysses, with varying degrees of difficulty, and in general the further back the abysses are, the more difficult they are. The squad needs to try to clear the more difficult abyss within 3 days to get the results, and finally rank them in order of their total score. Lin Chen looked at the description of the rules on his cell phone and his mind was clear. This is a rule that works against itself. Because he's the equivalent of carrying 4 teammates with a heavy load. However, even with 4 teammates in tow, Lin Chen was confident that he would be able to easily achieve first place. The top-ranked team is actually rewarded with 5 double experience stones, as well as a set of rare equipment? Gee, this had to take first place. A hint of joy flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. For him, double experience stones were a good thing. Unlike other professions, as a bugmaster, Lin Chen needed 10 or even dozens of times more experience to upgrade than other professions. This led to the fact that despite Lin Chen's strength, the further back he went, the slower he upgraded. Therefore, something like the double experience stone was of vital importance to him. This was why Lin Chen had to spend such a huge amount of money to take the right to live in a villa. Not for comfort, just for the double experience stones. It's about to start. A notification came on his cell phone, and Lin Chen picked it up and walked out of the house. Today. It was the day the examination abyss opened. Chapter 86, Lin Chen, are you deliberately pissing me off? Arriving at the examination site, Lin Chen quickly found his team amongst the vast crowd. It was a squad of 4, 2 men and 2 women, who looked as if they had known each other for a long time, and were currently looking at him with cold eyes. Hello guys, I'm Lin Chen, a level 10 summoner. Facing the eyes of the crowd as if they were trying to eat people, Lin Chen, however, opened his mouth without the slightest bit of pressure. What's so good about being on the same team as you, it's really bad luck. In the team, a tall female mage with a somewhat slightly cold temperament hugged her chest and snorted coldly with a very disdainful look. Lin Chen, right? I advise you to quit the team quickly, don't bring us trouble, we can't afford to mess with the student council. A tall knight also shook his head, his tone was filled with indifference. The one remaining female priest and the bald warrior did not say anything, but the contempt and impatience in their eyes were projected without concealment. The refusal was obvious. So it's the student council. Catching the keywords in the mage's words, Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. These people, fearing retaliation from the student council, ostracized themselves greatly. But that's human nature. After all, the power of the student council, for this group of freshmen, was really a mountain that could crush them to pieces. Now that Lin Chen had offended the student council, it was only right for them to seek to protect themselves. Lin Chen, if you have any self-knowledge, quit the team yourself. The iceberg beauty female mage spoke condescendingly, as if she was gracious and very arrogant. Besides, even though you're a summoner, you're only at level 10. Everyone knows that summoners before level 30 are notoriously weak in battle. You'll just be a liability if you join our team. The summoner is very powerful. This was the perception of everyone on the blue planet. But really only some people know. This is true, but only for summoners after level 30. Summoners before level 30 also possessed a certain amount of combat power, but overall, they were nothing more than an ordinary profession. This was because summoners before level 30 had very little ability to save their lives, and could easily be killed by monsters or other professionals, using decapitation tactics. Only after level 30 would a summoner become a true summoner, an existence that could defeat 10 with 1. But before that? A summoner is just a normal law profession. Even because Lin Chen's profession was only ordinary, his combat power was a bit weaker than theirs, which was generally of the rare or even excellent level. Yes, summoners are indeed powerful. But that's all for later. You guys want to kick me out of the team? Lin Chen spoke faintly. It's not impossible, but there's a condition. Hearing Lin Chen say this, a hint of joy flashed in the female mage's eyes, and she hurriedly asked, "Tell me, what conditions?" Lin Chen sneered, "The condition is simple, pass the level once. As long as I clear the abyss once, I'll voluntarily quit the team. In accordance with the provisions of the assessment. Individuals are allowed to form separate teams, except that the prerequisite is that there is a record of clearing the abyss. That is, it requires him to clear the level once among the predetermined 5-member team he's assigned to before he can form a separate team and solo the level on his own. Otherwise, according to Lin Chen's nature, he wouldn't even bother to say a word to these people, the female mage, and would turn around and leave. You don't come to school on your own to be aggravated. Pass once? The female mage bit her lip and thought for a moment before nodding. Alright, but you can only pass it once, and you'll have to voluntarily withdraw from the group. Start. Lin Chen said indifferently, not even bothering to answer. Let's play from the lowest difficulty once, after all, we don't even know how strong the examination abyss is. The female mage, who was clearly the captain of this team, spoke directly. This statement was recognized by all. What the captain said. Exactly. Just do it. Without asking Lin Chen's opinion, they collectively walked towards the teleportation door of the first abyss and went in. After checking on his cell phone just now, he was also aware of his team, all the names. For example, that high-minded female mage, named Mu Shanchan, is a level 11 frost mage, the grade is rare. However, Lin Chen didn't care about that, and with a cold smile, he followed suit. You have entered the examination abyss, Necromancer LV10, difficulty, normal. A moment of vertigo passed. When he opened his eyes again, the scene in front of him was replaced by a gloomy manor surrounded by a deadly atmosphere. The female mage spoke up. I looked at the strategy guide on the school forum, and they said that this abyss isn't very difficult, but the key is that the undead are constantly flowing, so it's a test of output ability. When the fight breaks out later, Ray, you'll have to suppress the undead with your holy light spell. Dick Chun, watch your defense, don't let the undead slip through. Zhao Tai, just do your best to output, but keep an eye on your bloodline and be ready to retreat at any time. As for you Lin Chen. The female mage looked at Lin Chen and sneered, just wait here, we don't like your output anyway. Whatever. Lin Chen spread his hands, looking very casual. It wasn't like he cared about the results of this one anyway. You don't have to do it yourself, so it's just as well that you're happy to do it yourself. Go pull the monster. The female mage arranged everything before nodding and signaling Knight Oaken to go trigger the monster. Receiving the order, De Chun walked inside the manor, and instantly a large swath of undead crawled right out of the ground. Zombies, skeletons, ghosts, and even ghouls. Countless undead creatures, hissing, rushed towards them. At once, Holy Light, Shield Strike, Blood Chi Slash, Ice Stab, several spells were directly released. One by one, the undead creatures in front of them fell. These undead creatures, most of which were between level 3 and level 5, thus appeared very vulnerable. Even the female priest was releasing holy light spells, easily slaughtering the undead creatures in front of her with seemingly ease. Lin Chen was in the back and couldn't help but yawn and stretch, a little sleepy. After thinking about it, he directly took out a recliner from his backpack and proceeded to comfortably lie on it with a very cozy look. The female mage, Mu Shanshan, glanced back and almost spat out blood in anger. "Good guy, we're fighting tooth and nail to kill monsters here, and you're enjoying yourself? Also, why do you have a recliner in your backpack? Is this something that should go in a backpack?" As if he had sensed Mu Shanshan's unhappy gaze, Lin Chen directly took out a bottle of coke from his backpack with a smile and painfully dried a large mouthful. Then, a belch. "Cool. You." Mushin Shanshan couldn't help but stomp her feet in anger and almost forgot to even release her spells. "Lin Chen, you're deliberately pissing me off, aren't you?" Chapter 87, Undead Archmage Blackdick. They were working hard here to kill monsters, but this guy was so good that he was actually enjoying himself. "What's this if not exasperating? I thought you said I didn't have to do anything. What do you care what I do?" Lin Chen replied lazily. "You." Mu Shanshan was so angry that she almost spat out blood, but after biting a mouthful of silver teeth, she was not able to say anything more. After all, she could only forcefully turn around and throw out ice pick after ice pick, stabbing the undead in front of her. Humph, waste of space. If you're so calculating with women, you won't be able to accomplish much in the future. The bald warrior Zhao Tai glanced at the cozy Lin Chen, a hint of disdain coming from his eyes. The great sword in his hand continued to slash the bones and remnants of the undead in front of him, looking exceptionally valiant. Especially when compared to Lin Chen, it was even more powerful. He now decided that Lin Chen was just a coward who liked to take advantage and was weak. It's a far cry from a pure man like himself. So what if it's a summoner? Nothing but a bunch of losers hiding behind their summons. How can they compare to the feeling of a warrior's blade to flesh? As if he was jealous, Zhao Tai muttered in an acidic tone. An hour passed quickly. Phew. We'll pass the level soon. Mu Shanshan looked in front of her, the number of undead that was clearly decreasing, and finally sighed in relief. It looks like it won't take more than half an hour to get through the abyss this time. That group of old students is right, this first abyss is indeed not too difficult, it's just a bit troublesome, huh? Mu Shanshan spread a smile, looking at the few males around her couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Only Lin Chen, reclining on his chair, had a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Hee, this Mu Shanshan should have bought the information from the student union, right? They gave only the first half of the information to get back at me, while the second half was hidden. That's right, necromancy manner this abyss isn't considered difficult, just need to resist the endless undead. But the most important thing they didn't reveal was, within the last stage, an undead archmage boss will appear in the abyss. Lin Chen carefully recalled the news he had seen on top of the school's website. This undead archmage, who wasn't too powerful, only had one skill to summon undead. However, its blood was very thick, as much as 8,000, and its defense was frighteningly high. The bottom line is, if the first time did not give this undead archmage a second, the undead archmage then gets stronger and bloodier over time. Even more, a constant army of undead would be summoned. The more undead there were, the harder it would be for the pro squad to deal with the boss. And the stronger the boss, the more undead it summons. Such a vicious cycle continued, and it could make quite a few professional squads, who were exposed to this boss get for the first time, feel crushed. Therefore, this abyss is also a famous DPS detector in Zhanghai University. Not being able to kill the undead archmage in seconds basically declared that the first few hours of this abyssal hustle were all for naught. However, Lin Chen wasn't so kind as to tell them this information, and only watched coldly from the sidelines. Fruity. Who dares to break into this king's manor? An eerie voice came from the depths of the manor. With that, a black gas wrapped around a huge figure emerged. It was a humanoid creature about 3 meters tall, all wrapped in black robes, revealing only 2 white, bony hands, and holding a staff that burned with maury blue flames. This is the bottom boss, the undead archmage. Damned humans, you dare to intrude into this king's territory. Prepare for death. The undead archmage looked unusually angry. Seeing this scene, the remaining 4 people in the team were dumbfounded. What? There's a boss? Is there a boss in this abyss? The intel didn't say so. Holy, this boss looks so strong. Mushinshan was also surprised for a moment, but quickly instructed, "Don't worry, it's all so simple in front of us, so I guess this boss isn't very powerful either, let's just fight it the normal way. Knights go on top, we'll just output from the back." The team nodded and quickly followed what Mushinshan said and topped off. The undead archmage also took advantage of this time to summon things like a tidal wave of undead. Not good, these undead are so high-leveled. Zhao Tai's face changed drastically when he threw a scrying spell over. These undead weren't the undead creatures that were only level 3 or 4 before. Every undead creature, the level is generally above level 7. And the types of these undead creatures have changed from the original skeletons, zombies, and ghosts. Changed to high-level undead species like the Headless Horseman, Skeleton Mage, and Annunciation Banshee. The situation dropped to an icy valley all of a sudden. The knight resisted at the front, looking overwhelmed. "Not good, Captain, these monsters have too much damage, I can't hold it." The knight shouted hurriedly. Even the female priest who was adding blood had a layer of sweat appearing on her face. "Captain, I can't add any more blood, these undead have the serious injury phrase on them. Why don't we just pull out? Retreat?" Mushinshan looked at the army of undead in front of her. If they retreated now, wouldn't their efforts for an hour or two just now be in vain? Moreover, the first time he entered the abyss, he failed to pass the level, and his own rating over the past 3 days would be lowered. "Try it first." Mu Shanshan gritted her teeth and ordered, "Let's try it first, if it doesn't work then retreat. Failing on your first abyss, and on the lowest difficulty at that, will make people laugh when word gets out." His teammates sighed at that, and they didn't want to give up so easily, so they all re-attacked. Blizzard. Mushin Shanshan even chanted an incantation under her breath, casting out her most powerful spell. Instantly, even the temperature of the air on the field dropped by a few points, and a cloud of blue transparent ice converged above the archmage's head and stabbed down hard. Phew! 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 The ice spikes were ferocious and incomparable, as if they could easily pierce through the fragile body of that undead archmage. However, boring trick, human. The undead archmage smiled coldly, letting those ice spikes hit his body as a few painless damage numbers floated out of his head. 1. 1. 1. What? Mushin Shanshan was shocked. To know. She was a level 11 frost mage, and this was again her strongest skill. Once activated, even a level 15 boss would drop a chunk of blood and attach the ice slow status. But this undead archmage, he didn't even have his blood skin rubbed off? Is this a level 10 boss? Something's not right, its attributes, life value and defense, are all growing. Mu Shanshan threw out a scrying technique and quickly discovered the problem and couldn't help but exclaim. The attributes of the undead archmage in front of him would rise by a large margin almost every time less than half a minute passed. The attributes today are at an exaggerated level. Name, Undead Archmage Blackdick. Level, 10 First Order. Life, 8,967 20% increase every 10 seconds. Strength, 34 20% increase every 10 seconds. Agility, 16 20% increase every 10 seconds. Spirit, 33 20% increase every 10 seconds. Skills, high-level undead summoning, summon Headless Horseman, summon Annunciation Banshee, summon Skeleton Mage, summon Skeleton Warrior, undead shield, group berserking, nightmare entanglement. Description, one of the 4 lords of the underworld. This panel. Not to mention level 10, even many level 20 bosses might not have such attributes. Not to mention, its attributes are still in the midst of a crazy rise, and it's only going to get harder and harder to beat. Humans, although my current strength is less than 1/10,000th of this king's peak strength, it is not something you can provoke. The undead archmage laughed strangely, and then suddenly waved his big hand, only to see a white bone cage suddenly emerge, directly in front of the number of people, to be enveloped in it. Bad omens haunt. It's over. Mushin Shan instantly turned pale. Because she was surprised to find that on her panel, there were a few more negative effects. Imprisonment. Silence. This meant that she was not only restricted from moving. Can't even put out skills anymore. Now, not to mention defeating the undead archmage in front of him, even retreating was impossible. Because leaving the abyss, but they needed to trigger the teleportation stone, and under the silence effect, they were forbidden to use any props or skills. Does that mean we're going to die here today? The despair in Mu Shanshan's heart was incomparable, and her originally beautiful face was pale and unwilling. The rest of his teammates, too, were trembling, their faces pale, and their hearts even more desperate. This boss, why is it so strong? Isn't this just a level 10 boss? It's over. The undead archmage raised his hand. It is an honor for you to die at the hands of the king. Die. Only to see that in front of them, a headless knight raised the lance in its hand and stabbed it fiercely. Muzan closed her eyes in despair. However, 1 second passes, 2 seconds pass. The expected severe pain and death, however, did not come. When he opened his eyes, he saw a ray of fire erupting from behind him, shooting madly at the undead archmage's body. The originally unbeatable undead archmage, after being shot by these flame rays, was looking miserable and shouting in pain. Ah! What are these things? It hurts, it hurts. Who set the fire? Get out! Only to see in front of him, the undead archmage's blood bar, like an elevator, was rapidly dropping. 647, weakness damage. 845, weakness damage. 1058, weakness damage. In just 10 seconds, the undead archmage's blood bar was already half empty. In the end, a fireball with a diameter of about 3 meters condensed in the air, decapitating the undead archmage terminally. You have cleared the abyss. Necromancer LV10, difficulty, normal, time, 2 hours and 34 minutes. Chapter 88, Epic Mount, Talking Bone Dragon. This abyss evaluation score, 3,541. Gain team experience x 6,000. Your team has been teleported. A beep came from his head. In the next second, the squad was collectively teleported to the square. A bunch of people were confused. What's the situation? Why is the boss suddenly dead? Who struck? Is there a bug? A single question reverberated in the heads of Mu Shanshan and the others, causing them to be both surprised and puzzled at the same time. The surprise was that it was able to come back from the dead and leave a small life behind. But the quandary is, who did those flame rays, those giant fireballs? You have to know that this is a single copy, which can only be entered by a single person or a small team, and each abyss is independent, so other people can't get in at all. Suddenly, Mu Shanshan looked over at Lin Chen, who had a cozy face and even couldn't help but yawn, as if he had just woken up from a nap. Did he strike? But a second later, Mu Shanshan shook her head and vetoed her thoughts. No way. The attack just now that managed to kill the final stage necromancer in 10 seconds was definitely not something a level 10 summoner could do. And those skills, they should be spells, right? There's absolutely no way it's Lin Chen. It's probably some kind of hidden mechanism, similar to a mechanism kill or something like that, otherwise it really wouldn't be appropriate to put in such a difficult boss for a level 10 assessment abyss. Musen nodded in approval. Then he coldly spoke, Lin Chen, we've completed the abyss, it's time for you to withdraw from the group yourself. As for this taking you through the abyss this time, we won't charge you anything, it's just for you. Mu Shanshan was very cold, as if she had thrown a bun to a beggar, with an attitude of condescending charity. After all, in her opinion. This time, Lin Chen didn't even make a single move, and it wasn't himself and the others who killed the boss? For Lin Chen to be able to mix so much experience was already a boon to himself and the others. Oh, then I have to thank you more? Lin Chen smiled. There's no need for you to thank me, it's better for you to withdraw from the group. The female priest in the group spoke up, with a disgusted look on her face, if it wasn't for you, the abyss wouldn't have been so hard to beat this time. A piece of trash. The warrior even sneered, Lin Chen, next time you want to find another team to lead, it won't be free, huh? Oh yeah, I forgot, you won't necessarily find the next team, ha. In the face of these people's mockery, Lin Chen didn't have the slightest fluctuation within his heart. Only a trace of coldness flashed under his eyes as well. He wasn't some great kind man who could remain indifferent in the face of someone else's malice. He wouldn't mind teaching these people a lesson if he had the chance. Of course, not now. After all, hands are strictly forbidden on school grounds. Teammate, Lin Chen, quit the team. Dryly and directly retiring from the troop, Lin Chen didn't even bother to say a word and directly walked to a corner, closing his eyes and resting his mind. This punk is finally gone, now we can rest assured. When the female priest saw Lin Chen so painfully happy, a hint of joy flashed in her eyes and she spoke with a smile. Mu Shanshan also nodded, go find a strong teammate, now you don't have to worry about being targeted. Looking at Lin Chen sitting on one of the chairs with his eyes closed, he again sneered disdainfully in his heart, actually resting? This person is hopeless. Which one of the freshmen in these 3 days didn't hate to even stay awake to brush their copies to save evaluation points? And this guy, Lin Chen, was just resting up? This person had such a nasty personality, no wonder he was targeted by the student council. A few people looked at it and couldn't help but shake their heads, with a look of looking at a rotten wall, and then directly left the place, as if they were avoiding the plague. What they don't know is that, in reality, Lin Chen wasn't closing his eyes at all. Instead, he submerged his consciousness into the world of dominion, dominating the world within. Lin Chen sat underneath the stone monument, turning over a piece of rope in his hand with a somewhat odd expression on his face. Killing this boss actually dropped a rain? What the hell is this? Just now, when he killed the undead archmage, it was naturally Lin Chen who made the move. He had known this for a long time, so he had arranged for flame worms and brain worms in advance to ambush his teammates at the rear where they couldn't see them. When it was finally over, it killed the undead archmage in one fell swoop. But to his surprise, the boss actually popped a rain out for him. Name, Undead Archmage Blackdick's Reigns. Quality, Epic. Description, after consuming, obtain the mount, Undead Archmage Blackdick. On the blue planet, the mounts are really strange and everything. But most of them are horses, griffins, donkeys, and the like. To a lesser extent, there may also be some kind of bats, birds, and those kinds of things. But I've never heard that there are humanoid mounts. What the hell is this? Whatever, use it first. Lin Chen directly used the reins. You have used the reins of the undead Archmage Blackdick and gained a mount. There was a flash of black light. A giant skeleton dragon with a wingspan of over 20 meters and a length of about 10 meters appeared in front of Lin Chen. The bone dragon's body was tattered beyond recognition, but a hint of azure blue color could be vaguely seen circling around its wingspan. 2 spots of ghostly blue soul fire blazed in the eye sockets. And the thick and glistening white bones, even without the flesh and blood, could let one know just how terrifying their strength was. Roar! Who dares to alarm the Lord of the Underworld, the Lord of all laws, Lord Blackdick? As soon as the bone dragon appeared, it roared. The surrounding insect armies of bladeworms, flameworms, brainworms, and other insects stationed here quickly surrounded the area. Haha, I'm just kidding, I've been dead for I don't know how many years, or I'm still the supreme of all laws. Blackdick smelled a hint of danger from these insects, shivered, and let out a dry laugh in a hurry. Immediately afterward, he placed his eyes on Lin Chen and brought his massive head over, carefully surveying it. Ha, aren't you the little guy from the team in the abyss just now? Did you bring me out of that hellhole? But it's good, this king is suffocating in that place. It's outrageous that the Lord of the Underworld actually has to accompany someone in a play and be killed one at a time. Oh yeah, who are you again? Lin Chen's head was filled with black lines as he looked at the gigantic bone dragon. It turned out that the real body of that so-and-so archmage was a bone dragon. No wonder it can be your own ride. However, this bone dragon was a giant dragon race in the West in its lifetime, and was considered a higher race. What's with the chatterbox look? I am your future master, my name is Lin Chen. Lin Chen said indifferently. Master? Blackdick had been prepared for this, but he still bristled at the words. Well, I wasn't planning on resisting when I was first captured here anyway. But master doesn't sound good, better call you boss. What do you say, boss? Blackdick looked at Lin Chen with some excitement, an exuberant look on his face. Boss, can you get me 2 female dragons? I've been holding them back for hundreds of years. If a mother dragon won't do, something else will, as long as it's a hole. Lin Chen, with a black line on his head, hurriedly stopped Blackdick's tiger and wolf speech. Stop, 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 stop. What mother dragon? You're a skeleton frame and you're thinking about that kind of thing. Do you have that power? Blackdick instantly responded, yeah, I'm a skeleton now. So that means my 18-meter killers, they're all gone? Look down. Sure enough, underneath Blackdick, there was nothing but white skeletons. What should have been there was only an empty space at the moment. I forgot, I'm a eunuch. Blackdick couldn't help but cry, and couldn't help but let out a long cry to the sky. Cut the crap and roll over here to show me your attributes. Lin Chen cursed angrily. Name, Undead Archmage Blackdick. Type, Mount. Quality, Epic. Rank, 10. Power, 21. Agility, 22.5. Spirit, 27.3. Talent I Sky Overlord. When activated as a mount, flight speed is increased by 360%. Talent 2 Dragon. Physical damage taken is reduced by an additional 20%, and magical damage taken is reduced by an additional 30%. Talent 3 Lord of the Undead, +2 to all undead skill levels. Talent 4 Heart of the Blue Dragon, mana recovery speed increased by 300%. Skills, Astral Fire, Mana Burst, Source, High Undead Summoning, Summon Headless Horseman, Summon Enunciation Banshee, Summon Skeleton Mage, Summon Skeleton Warrior, Undead Shield, Group Berserking, Almond Wrap. After reading the attributes, Lin Chen couldn't help but nod his head. Worthy of being an epic level mount, this attribute is a bit heaven-defying, it can almost catch up with me. And that's only level 10, I wonder how strong the attributes will be in the future. With this mount, it will be much easier to catch the road in the future. Even if it's a no-fly zone on campus, it's not in the abyss. And it's important to realize that. Mounts are also a type of summon. Lin Chen grinned. In the future, one's elite summons, one more. Strength skyrocketed again. Holy, boss, you're a summoner, right? All these bugs are your summons? This is too sick. Black Dick looked around and saw the densely packed bugs around him, and couldn't help but feel his scalp go numb and outright dumbfounded. Aren't you also capable of summoning so many summons? I see that the number of undead you summoned when you were in the abyss was less than me. Lin Chen didn't answer, but said indifferently. Hee, that's just the system helping me break through the upper limit of summons, otherwise even when I was still alive, I wasn't this strong. Black Dick said with a shake of his head, looking a little intimidated and disgusted at the mention of his days in the abyss. System? Lin Chen frowned. Right, just now you said that you were captured and imprisoned in the abyss as a boss. What happened? Chapter 89, Highest Difficulty Abyss, Dark Ruins. Black Dick was silent for a long time before biting his big head. I'm not sure exactly what happened. All in all, one day I was caught in the abyss and a system passed me information to be a boss or something like that. And then this system, which transmitted the language on your blue planet to me, allowed me to speak. And then you came along, boss. Lin Chen frowned. In his last life, being at the top of the world, he was also able to perceive some truths about the blue star. But even with the strength and status of his last life, he knew very little, and even before he had time to explore, he was stabbed by Lin Qingxue. Forget it, that's not what I have to worry about right now. Lin Chen shook his head and threw these thoughts out of his mind. The most important thing for himself now was to recover his strength and return to the top. Everything else, let it go for a while. Your name is Black Dick? Lin Chen looked at the bone dragon in front of him. Hey, how about this name? Among our Yusak language, this name means the honor of all laws. Black Dick couldn't help but pause his chest with a very proud look, even his tail was up. The name is too long and tongue-twisting, you can just call yourself Little Black from now on. Lin Chen, however, waved his hand. What? Koro? No, absolutely not. How can I call a dog by its name when I'm the supreme of all laws? Black Dick instantly shook his head like a rattledrum and rejected it outright without even thinking about it. He has been systematically indoctrinated with human language and culture, but he knows that the name Blackie is most likely to appear on a dog. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. At that moment, the insect army behind them came together once again, eyeing them intently. Thanks for the name, boss. Black Dick was able to give and take, and immediately gave a dry smile and accepted the name. I told you, the boss to take the name that is certainly extraordinary. Small Black, this name is both mighty and domineering, the most suitable for high-end talents like me. Not right, dragon talent. But boss, can we discuss one thing? Black Dick carefully came over, rubbing his huge bony head against Lin Chen in a pleasing and flattering manner. What? Lin Chen spoke indifferently. Can you not call Blackie in front of others? Especially in front of those female dragons. Black Dick rubbed his two bony claws and laughed dryly. This depends on the situation. Lin Chen casually coped. Boss, this can't depend on the situation, I'm counting on my name to pick up girls. Boss? Boss. The plaza. Lin Chen opened his eyes, then stood up expressionlessly. The move drew a lot of attention. Many people looked at him with mocking and taunting eyes. Look guys, isn't that Lin Chen? Yeah. This guy just slept for half an hour and now he's finally awake? Just waking up now, what's the point of pretending? Tisk, even though he's a summoner, if he offends the student council, he'll still have to be kicked off the team? Let's see which team dares to take him. Although the summoner is strong, he's only level 10, it's impossible for him to solo the abyss, right? Look guys, he's actually walking towards the abyss. The crowd was a bit surprised, knowing that Lin Chen was alone now. Did he want to go solo? No. These test Abyss, although literally single-person Abyss, in fact, its difficulty is completely prepared for the 5-member team. Even for those sophomore and junior veterans who wanted to solo the Abyss, it was basically unlikely. Thus, when the crowd looked at Lin Chen's actions, they were all incredulous. Is this guy crazy? It just looks like swinging to me. Yep, guess it's just pretend. Oh, if he can solo the Abyss, I'll eat Shang upside down. The crowd showed a look of disdain. However, Lin Chen's actions in the next second nearly made their jaws drop in shock. Only to see Lin Chen walk up to the last Abyssal teleportation portal and touch the teleportation stone without hesitation, and in the next second his figure directly disappeared in place. This scene caused those present to feel a million shocks. What? He's not going to solo the hardest Abyss, the Dark Ruins? There are very few freshman teams from previous classes that have been able to clear this copy, and he actually wants to solo it? This kid is also too arrogant. Even if this kid wants to clown around, there has to be a limit, right? The people present all looked at Lin Chen's disappearing back with cold smiles. No one felt that Lin Chen would be able to pass through this abyss. And at the same time, on the other side, Mu Shanshan and the others also saw this scene. Hee, look Sister Shan, that Lin Chen was kicked out by us, is he crazy, actually daring to challenge the Dark Ruins? The female priest looked into the distance and couldn't help but cover her mouth as she laughed. The bald warrior sneered, this Lin Chen, I guess he wants to prove it to us, but he still overestimates his own strength, pure clown. Mu Shanshan had a cold face, yet in her heart, her evaluation of Lin Chen dropped another notch. Want to prove it to us? It's stupid. Daring to go to the Dark Ruins without a bit of strength is simply a death sentence. So old and so impulsive. Looks like I did the right thing, even if the student council doesn't put pressure, I'm going to kick him off the team. With this thought in her mind, Mu Shanshan nodded her head as if she was recognizing her choice, and then she led the team, once again entering the Necropolis Manor. You have entered the Abyss, the shadowy ruins. Into the Abyss. Lin Chen looked around and quickly summoned the Deathwing Mantis and Black Dick, then leapt onto the back of the Bone Dragon. In the next second, the Bone Dragon spread its wings and took off boldly. Phew! When Black Dick flapped his wings, a strong air current instantly swept 100 meters around him, fanning some of the low-level ferocious beasts that were originally eyeing the surrounding area, directly flying out. Immediately after that, Black Dick's figure appeared hundreds of meters above the sky. Not bad, much faster than Deadwing Mantis. Lin Chen couldn't help but smile in satisfaction as he stood on Black Dick's back and looked at the shadowy ruins below. Worthy of being a giant dragon, even though he had become a bone dragon, he was still the overlord of the sky. After flying into the sky, Lin Chen could see the depths of the Dark Ruins, where a cave was located. According to the information I purchased, this should be the boss of the Dark Ruins, the Poison Cat King, right? The difficulty of this Phantom Ruins boss isn't too high. The difficulty with this abyss is that there are many traps above the path that must be taken to get to the boss. Poison traps, stakes, spell traps, and even monster ambushes. These are the things that block the path of the vast majority of professionals. Yet for me, Lin Chen smiled confidently. Yet it can be skipped directly. Chapter 90, 2.5 minutes to clear the highest difficulty abyss? Why? It was simple, Lin Chen had a flying mount and could just ignore these traps and come straight to the boss. This abyss, obviously, was not designed for air defense. This led to Lin Chen being able to ride Black Dick and fly to the boss in a big way. To know. Before level 60, flying means were quite hard to find, and only certain flying mounts and pets and the like would allow a professional to have aerial means. Flying mounts, on the other hand, can be so hard to get. Let's put it this way, even among many level 6 and 70 professionals, the existence of a flying mount would not necessarily be 1 in 1,000. Not to mention these professionals whose levels were only around level 10. Blackie, go. Lin Chen let out a low gulp and slapped the bone dragon underneath him. Okay. Black Dick excitedly lifted his wings, and all of a sudden his body flew in the direction of the boss. Lin Chen stood on his back, his hands grasping the 2 bone spikes protruding from Black Dick's back with a death grip, and his entire body was as if he was going to be blown away. This speed. That's so mean. Lin Chen had a look of excitement on his face. With this speed, there was definitely no way for those low-ranked insect clans, the Deadwing Mantis and the Flying Winged Wasps, to compare. A copy of the abyss that was about 10 kilometers long, but in a matter of Black Dick brought Lin Chen to the boss. At this moment, the boss Poison Cat King was leisurely lying in front of the cave, dozing off. Beside them, a group of dark cat demon minions patrolled, and once they sensed any movement, they would raise a loud alarm, causing all the surrounding ferocious beasts to surround them and protect their leader. According to Lin Chen's intelligence, even if the traps had all been explored by the time they reached the bottom of the pass, these clusters of dark night cat demons were a headache to deal with. Because of their sheer numbers, even if their general level was around level 5, they could still be quite a threat through their terrifying numbers. There were once teams that wanted to bypass these cat demons and attack the boss directly through a group stealth prop, Trickster's Fog. But I didn't expect. These dark night cat demons, whose individual strength was not good, were the ones who possessed such a talent as counter-stealth, which directly saw through their stealth. Since then, people have given up on skipping school and have had to dutifully step on the traps and slowly grind the swarms of hundreds of dark cat demons one by one. Therefore, compared to the other assessment abyss, this, Dark Ruins, was the abyss with the highest difficulty and the one that took the longest time. Its clearance rate is less than 1%, which is predictably difficult. And even the passes are 20 hours or more in length. Even in a certain year's assessment, a small team took nearly 40 hours to clear this abyss. But relatively speaking, the rating score it gives is also very high. As long as one passes through Dark Ruins, the average evaluation score is above 300,000. It's going to be split evenly between 5 teammates, but that's at least 60k ratings each. You know, basically most of the freshmen, the ratings they could get in 3 days would only add up to 6,000 to 7,000. That rating alone is beyond the vast majority of freshmen. The Poison Cat King dozed off outside the cave, stretching in the process, looking like he was not the least bit wary. After all, its little brother was out in the realm, and it had no need to worry. Yet just at this moment. Phew! A mournful whine exploded in his ears. Poisonous Elvis instantly became alert, opened his eyes and stood up, looking towards the surroundings vigilantly. However, there was not a single shadow of an enemy present where one looked in. What's the situation? Poison Elvis was puzzled. Could it be that my ears were mishearing? However, just as it was still wondering, a second whine came from the sky. A huge bone dragon, like a mountain peak, ruthlessly swooped down from hundreds of meters above the sky, with black flames burning on its body, aiming directly at it and ruthlessly pressing over. There was a playful chuckle all the while. Here comes the little flying stick. The Poison Cat King was instantly shocked. It wanted to escape, yet the speed of the bone dragon in the sky was too fast, so fast that it even just took a step before the bone dragon's sharp claws pierced through its chest. Poisonous Elvis, dead. Ding! Your summon has killed the boss, Poison Cat King, gaining experience x 10,000. Ding! Soul of Greed unleashed. Gain an extra item. You have cleared the abyss, Phantom Ruins LV10, difficulty, hard, time, 2 minutes 34 seconds. This abyss evaluation score, 303214. A series of beeps, ringing in his ears. Lin Chen glanced at the clearance time and grimaced, this evaluation score, how come it's so low? Is it because I soloed? In general. At this time, while cleaning up the surrounding area, the dark cat demons that had fallen into a berserk state due to the death of the Poison Cat King, Black Dick turned his head and said with a smile, boss, how is it, am I fast? Not bad. Lin Chen nodded. That's not bad for a 212. I feel, though, that it could be a little more optimized. Upon hearing this, Black Dick was instantly unhappy, a look of dissatisfaction surfaced on his white bone dragon face, muttering in a voice that only he could hear, 2.5 minutes is not good enough for this score? Then other teams can easily take 20 to 30 hours, wouldn't they have to kill themselves? Boss is also too harsh, how can anyone treat their subordinates like this? I'm also a dragon with feelings. While muttering, Black Dick used his bone claws like flicking a chicken to easily kill the dark night cat demons that pounced around him. These dark cat demons. Honestly, it couldn't even rub off its bloody skin, as if tickling its bones. As for Black Dick, killing them doesn't even require the use of skills, it just needs to be flicked like a glass marble, and it's basically a corpse. Alright, let's go. Lin Chen checked the equipment that the Poison Cat King had popped out, and after realizing that there wasn't a single piece of transcendent equipment, he cursed a poor man before patting Black Dick and saying. At once, the figures of one person and one dragon disappeared into the abyss. And in the meantime, inside the Necropolis Manor. Ice Pick Spell. Mushin Shanshan's face was filled with frost, and she tried her best to chant the incantation, killing the army of undead in front of her. In front of her, a cloaked assassin was frantically outputting. One after another low-ranked undead creature fell in front of him. Seeing this scene, Mu Shanshan couldn't help but secretly nod her head, revealing a trace of a satisfied smile. I did make the right choice. After kicking out that Lin Chen, my team is now strong. I believe getting through this abyss is a breeze. She wasn't the only one who thought so, the rest of her teammates also showed satisfaction. He, it sure is a lot easier for us without that punk dragging our feet. The female priest said with a smile. The bald warrior also nodded, that's right, we now know that undead archmage only needs to be set on fire for a second during the final stage, the difficulty has dropped quite a bit, and we can finally pass the level. The knight sneered, if it wasn't for that Lin Chen being on the team, resulting in a lack of output, how could it have nearly flipped last time? It's all his fault. A few people were talking to each other, throwing all the faults at Lin Chen. And, the thought of Lin Chen now dying and living in the dark ruins made them feel a wave of relief. I wonder how that guy is being abused now? The abyss that is the dark ruins is also something Lin Chen can touch? Joke. Go out later and see if this Lin Chen fellow has long since withdrawn in disgrace. Definitely. Wait for the show. However, just as they were joking and laughing, a prompt should, at once, ring in his ears. Ding. System alert, Professional Lin Chen has cleared the abyss, dark ruins, time, 2 minutes 34 seconds. Chapter 91, The Regretful Mu Shanshan. As soon as these words reached their ears, several people immediately froze directly in place like wooden stakes. On their faces, incredulous looks of shock emerged. It was as if they had heard something unimaginable, some of their jaws almost dropped and their eyes went round. It wasn't until an undead pounced that the crowd reacted and got back into the fight. However, the cue was still like a thunderbolt, circling and exploding in his head. Lin Chen actually really soloed through the dark ruins? That's impossible. How is this possible? How is this possible? There's not a bug, is there? Soloing the dark ruins? I've never heard of that in my life. Wait, what was the time taken? 2.5 minutes. That's definitely on, isn't it? The bald warrior, the female priest and a few others, all lost their voices and roared. They couldn't accept that a punk they had kicked out had actually shown such terrifying strength after leaving them. Even Mu Shanshan had a very complicated look on her face. Lin Chen actually managed to single brush the dark ruins? Could it be that he's been hiding his strength? In that case, it turns out that the copy just now, it was Lin Chen who was making the move. We were all wrong about him. The moment. All that was left in Mu Shanshan's heart was infinite remorse. If Lin Chen was in the team, even if he casually made a move, he would be able to carry the entire team and obtain an unimaginably high score. And one actually badmouthed a fierce man who could solo the dark ruins and kicked him right out of the team. Stupid. Today, Mu Shanshan only had 2 words left to describe herself. And meanwhile, above the square. When the people in the square, after hearing this prompt, also fell into a collective dead silence. For a moment, the only sound left in the arena was the sound of heartbeats and ragged breaths, faces filled with shock and disbelief. It was a long time before anyone spoke incredulously. This isn't right, is it? I'll go, single brush the dark ruins? There hasn't been such a fierce person since Jianghai University was founded, right? Did you guys not notice the time? 2.5 minutes to clear the abyss is the point, okay? Hiss. Spectral Ruins pastime, generally in more than 20 hours, and still team results, this Lin Chen is open or the principal's bastard, can 2.5 minutes pass? I suspect it's not the same species as the others. Some were excited, some were puzzled, and as for more people, their faces were a hot mess, as if they had been slapped hard. This was because they had just taunted Lin Chen that it was absolutely impossible to pass the dark ruins. I didn't realize that people Lin Chen not only passed the test, but also set a new record in history. That's when they realized. The clown turned out to be myself. No wonder Lin Chen dared to fight against the student council so much, so he's so strong. It's said that when the headmaster was a freshman, it took him 15 hours to clear the dark ruins as well. Does that mean Lin Chen is even better than the headmaster? What's a student council? Lin Chen will be my big brother from now on. Big brother? Oh, if you're willing to be a little brother, people have to be willing to take it. Wait. Look guys, is that Lin Chen? Suddenly, the crowd looked in front of the teleportation door, only to see Lin Chen's figure, indeed, floating in front of them. Immediately, a group of people excitedly came straight up and began to sell themselves in fancy ways. Great God, Lin Chen! I want to be your little brother. Scram, what little brother? Great God, Lin Chen, you'll be my grandpa from now on. Lin Chen, do you want to take a sip of milk before brushing the map? I'm 36D. Lin Chen, I may be a little small, but I have a nice body, and I can play any tricks, do you want to consider it? Seeing this group of people fawning, Lin Chen frowned and flashed out 10 meters away from the crowd with a void walk. Then his body moved in a certain direction and quickly disappeared above the square, leaving a group of people in place full of confusion. Where's Great God Lin Chen? It was here a moment ago? Could it be the big-breasted girl who abducted it? Where are the people? 100,000 evaluation points? That should be enough to take first place. In that case, I don't need another pass. Lin Chen thought so in his heart. Instead of choosing to go straight back to the villa, he turned around and made 7 turns and walked out of the campus. Wear a mask to hide your face in the shadowy realm. Only then did Lin Chen walk to the most prosperous section of River City, casually sweeping his surroundings to confirm that no one was paying attention to him before walking inside a merchant house. This is the headquarters of the Lingxiao Trading Company. Lingxiao Merchant Bank, as the Dragon Country are ranked as a big merchant bank, Jiangnan City that one is just a branch. The headquarters of the Lingxiao Trading Company was a perfect level hideout called the Withered Leaf Hideout. As soon as he walked into this building, Lin Chen was keenly aware that the space inside was actually many times larger than the outside world. At a glance, it was clear that quite a few space props had been used to expand the hideout into this. Hello sir, what would you like to see? As soon as they saw Lin Chen walk in, a beautiful maid in a green-colored cheongsam walked over and asked very politely. I'm looking for a deacon, and I need to bid on some equipment, as well as acquire some things. Lin Chen spoke in a jarred voice. Deacon? The maid furrowed her eyebrows and said with some difficulty, I'm sorry sir, our deacons are busy, if you need to sell your equipment, you can leave it to us to handle. Apparently, the attendant felt that Lin Chen didn't have enough energy to allow a deacon to step in. After all, in the Lingxiao Merchant Guild, a deacon was not considered to be a high-ranking person though. But it's also the elite. What's more, there were only 36 deacons at the headquarters of a Lingxiao merchant company, and they generally served those high-ranking dignitaries, handling and appraising equipment for them. If everyone wanted deacons to serve them, then would the Lingxiao trading house still be open? Of course, the maid could not say these words, but only used the excuse of very busy to perfunctorily. This is my identity. Lin Chen didn't say much as he handed over a black card and said in a deep voice. The maid was shocked. She didn't expect that the plain, masked guy in front of her, whose level was only 10, actually had their Lingxiao Merchant Bank's black card. This black card, although it was not as valuable as cards such as the gold card or diamond card, it was still considered to be a valued guest of their Lingxiao trading house. Generally speaking, there was no way for a level 10 professional to obtain it without a background in sufficient strength. At the thought of this, the maid instantly became much more respectful. Mr. Juggernaut, although you are a VIP of our bank, it's really unfortunate that our deacons are attending a meeting, thus there's no way to receive you. Unless what? Lin Chen frowned once. Not that he wanted to be difficult. The truth was that what he had to do was not something that a little maid could decide. It must be at least a deacon-level existence. Unless you come up with enough. The maid explained. Chapter 92, Chaos Stones. Apparently, a black card's VIP status wasn't enough to make a deacon make a big deal out of it. After all, the black card was only the lowest-ranked VIP status amongst the Lingxiao merchant houses. It was enough for her to be truly treated as a maid, but when it came to a deacon, it was still a bit inadequate. Enough stuff? Lin Chen smiled faintly, then waved his hand. A dozen or so pieces of equipment of various shapes and sizes hovered around. The yellow light that bloomed on these equipments indicated that these equipments were all of extraordinary quality. Transcendental gear. And a dozen of them in one shot? The maid covered her rosy little mouth, her face full of surprise, and her heart even carried a deep shock. Ultra gear. In Jianghe City, although not as small as the Jiangnan City kind of place, even can cause the power and wealth to fight for that kind of cherish. But it's not the high street stuff for everyone. At the very least, in the midst of a maid's career, it would be good if she could come across a business selling transcendent equipment once a month. And this kind of customer who takes out a dozen or so pieces of transcendental equipment at once. She's never seen it before. Mr. Juggernaut. The maid's pretty face slightly reddened, and she panted vigorously with a look of great excitement. Do you really want to sell these equipments? If you really want to sell these transcendent equipment, I'll contact the deacon for you right away. It was no wonder the maid was so excited. If she led the way to introduce a deacon, she would receive a commission for every piece of equipment sold. And the commission from one piece of transcendent equipment was worth a month or two of her salary. And a commission on a dozen pieces of transcendental equipment? It's almost too much to think about. Of course, or else do you think I'm joking with you? Lin Chen said indifferently. This action also aroused the curiosity of many people, who looked over. Seeing Lin Chen actually directly pull out such a quantity of transcendent equipment, they all couldn't help but stare in disbelief. There were even quite a few people that cast over undisguised greedy eyes, as if they wanted to take these things for themselves. Feeling the gazes of these people, Lin Chen let out a cold snort and directly put away his equipment, saying indifferently, "How about it, am I qualified now? Please follow me, Mr. Sovereign." The maid didn't dare to say a single word of no, and hurriedly led Lin Chen towards a small secluded room within a secluded room, and also brought up tea and pastries. A few moments later, one could just see a woman clad in white veil, following the maid in, and as soon as she entered the room and saw Lin Chen, she smiled and nodded. "This is Mr. Juggernaut? Hello, I'm the deacon of this Lingxiao trading house, Bai Wan. I don't know if you're the one who wants to sell your equipment?" The woman named Bai Wan, clad in a white veil, looked exceptionally graceful and atmospheric, and although her delicate body was all wrapped up in layers of white veil, it was still possible to tell through certain details that her plump and chiseled figure was not exactly barren. What was most appealing, however, was the cool flavor that occasionally flowed from her face, which could not be seen to have aged. Of course, Lin Chen was no schoolboy, and was only slightly surprised at the sight. Then he returned to his usual self and nodded. "Yes, I want to sell 11 pieces of transcendent equipment, please take the trouble to see what the price is." With that, Lin Chen waved his hand and a bunch of equipment was placed on the table. "These are all transcendent quality equipment." Bai Wan's beautiful eyes lit up when she saw a glance on the table, flashing a hint of surprise. When she received the message from the maid just now, she thought the latter was exaggerating. After all, a sale of more than 10 pieces of transcendent quality equipment at once was not unheard of for their Lingxiao trading house. However, this kind of sale is usually a scene that only occurs when those fixed big customers, such as other big powers, dispose of their equipment. It was still rare for a person to come straight to the door and sell so many high-quality equipment. But now, after seeing so many equipment on the table emitting a yellow glow, Bai Wan realized how wrong one is. After calming her heart for a moment, Bai Wan began to carefully appraise it. After a moment, he turned to Lin Chen and solemnly said, "Mr. Juggernaut, these pieces of equipment of yours, in total, can be sold for about 36.87 million credits, or exchanged for 5,000 credit points from this merchant bank, or for 5,000 chaos stones. May I ask how you intend to settle?" Generally speaking, in the major merchant houses on the Blue Planet, the currency in circulation is not only the legal credits, but also the merchant house's points and chaos stones. The points of these merchant houses were similar to the point systems of the major universities, and were able to exchange for various high-end equipment, skill books, and so on that could not be bought with credits. The chaos stone, on the other hand, was a very special type of universal currency that circulated among the group of level 10 and above professionals. First of all, chaos stones can be popped from any level 10 plus abyssal or wilderness feral beast. Chaos stones are useful for many things. For example, it's possible to directly change all the wordings of a piece of equipment up to transcendent quality. For example, a piece of strength +2, agility +1, spirit +3 equipment. Under the cleansing of the chaos stone, it is possible to become strength +1, agility +3, spirit +4 directly. These values, completely randomized. Of course, the values will change in line with the quality and level of the current equipment, and will not be too outrageous. And chaos stones have the potential to add a randomized special effect to a piece of purely attribute equipment that would otherwise have no special effect. But the odds of this, let's just say it's more pitiful than even a certain goose game. As a result, chaos stones are rarely used here. What the chaos stones really do is another. That's increase life expectancy by 1 day after use. That's right, longevity. On top of the blue star, professionals who reached level 15 and beyond could clearly see that they had a remaining lifespan. The Chaos Stone, on the other hand, can directly increase life expectancy by 1 day after use. And in addition to that, Chaos Stones were used in many ways, such as using the materials consumed by teleportation spells, which were equals Chaos Stones. As a result, Chaos Stones became the most basic currency that circulated amongst the professionals. In the midst of the Lingxiao trading house, it was naturally no exception. Exchange them all for chaos stones. Lin Chen said in a deep voice, then handed out a list. I still need a few more things, and I wanted to ask if your merchant bank has any. Actually, getting the deacon to help procure supplies was Lin Chen's main purpose. Otherwise, it would be the most cost-effective for him to sell the equipment to the school, as it could be directly exchanged for academy points. In the middle of Jianghai University, the value of academy points was a bit higher than chaos stones. Oh, these things? Baiwan took a look at the list and immediately felt a bit of a headache. Chapter 93, Flower Dancing Sparrow's Doorstep, Bloody Garden. It wasn't that the things on the list were so cherished and highly valued. Rather, these things are, well, too cold. Molten fire core? I haven't even heard of this. What kind of material is it? And this undead essence seems a bit impressive to me. But as for whether or not it is there, it can't be confirmed. Soul of Greed? This skill we do have some inventory, but the inventory is not too much. After all, this kind of skill, the burst rate is extremely low at the same time, the effect is also very ribbed, many people even directly lazy to pick up. On this list, it contained the things that Lin Chen desperately needed at the moment. Includes the Molten Fire Core, that fuses the Molten Fireflyers. Fusion of Deadwing Mantis, Undead Essence. As well as the Greedy Soul skill. This skill was the one that Lin Chen was currently most eager to obtain. After all, double drops, but they smell so good. Baiwan looked at the list, her eyebrows locked in some difficulty. But after thinking about it, he still said to Lin Chen, Mr. Juggernaut, I will do my best to help you acquire these things, and once I have news, I will notify you, please don't worry. Good, this is my contact information. Lin Chen smiled faintly at this, and then handed over a contact information. At this moment, a maid also handed over a small bag that was bulging with all chaos stones. Here are your things, please keep them. The maid said very nicely. Lin Chen took it, waited slightly, then put it away in his backpack, casually said hello, and left the Lingxiao trading house. Looking at Lin Chen's distant back, Baiwan had a hint of solemnity in her eyes. After a long time, he sighed and said to his maid, go and check out the background of this juggernaut. This man, extraordinary. Back at the campus, Lin Chen hadn't had time to take a break. Then he received a communication from Mo Hongley. Hee, congratulations on getting the best score for a freshman, Lin Chen. Mo Hongley said in a somewhat flirtatious tone, but of course there was also a hint of surprise. She really didn't expect that Lin Chen would actually be able to clear the dark ruins in such a short period of time. It was important to know that amongst this academy of the functionality department, where she was from, there wasn't even a team that had cleared the phantom ruins yet. Not to mention that Lin Chen was still brushing alone. Generally average. Lin Chen smiled, right, how's the situation over there? Do you want me to take you? Mo Hongkar bristled, I already have a team, I just cleared the necrotic manor coming up, and my score was not bad. Whatever then. Lin Chen said. The two chatted for a while before hanging up the communication. And just as Lin Chen was about to wash up and rest, suddenly, a mature and soft voice came from outside the villa. Little brother Lin Chen, sister is here to see you, open the door. Looking out, only to see the flower dancing sparrow wearing a slimming cheongsam with high-heeled black silk on her feet, but at some point, she stood outside the door. Lin Chen's scalp tingled, and he directly opened the door obediently. The flower dancing sparrow's lotus steps moved slightly, gently walked inside the room's door, and gave a light laugh after looking around. Hee, it's quite clean. Lin Chen coughed dryly and opened the door. Teacher Hua, is there something you want to see me about? Can't I come to you if there's nothing going on? The flower dancing sparrow pouted with a disgruntled look, and a hint of pettiness was even revealed in her eyes. The mature and charming flavor came from that. If it was any other man, at this moment, it would have been evil fire-stalking and ugly. However, in his 3 lives, Lin Chen was no willful panhandler. After a slight agitation, he suppressed the charming thoughts in his head and his face was calm. Teacher Hua, what exactly do you have going on? Just say it. Lin Chen said. What's the matter, can't my sister even come to congratulate you on winning first place for the freshman of the year? Seeing Lin Chen's indifference, the flower dancing sparrow was a little surprised, but soon covered her little mouth once again and said with a delicate smile, while also crossing one of her jade legs. At once, the cheongsam, which was already high-forked, revealed a shocking view under these movements. A piece of snow white is shown in front of you, together with the soft and elastic texture. There's only one word for it. Run. Cough, teacher. I have something to do later. If there's nothing else, I won't keep you. Lin Chen coughed dryly, only feeling a little topsy-turvy. It is indeed true that he is strong-willed. But a man of blood and guts, too. Not to mention, he's only 18 years old this year, physically. It's when it's at its most violent. How can you stand being teased like that? Not to tease you. A hint of cunning flashed in the eyes of the flower-dancing sparrow, as if the prank had succeeded, before she said with a straight face, "But I did have a favor to ask of you when I looked for you." "What is it?" Lin Chen was a little surprised. He didn't think that the flower-dancing sparrow really had something serious to look for himself. This matter is neither big nor small. Flower-dancing sparrow thought for a moment. Do you know that about 300 kilometers away from the gathering place in River City, there is a place called Bloody Garden? Bloody Garden? Lin Chen's brows furrowed, and then a hint of surprise flashed across his face as if he remembered something. Could it be that Bloody Garden, where the surrounding 100 miles are occupied by plant-based monsters and is still expanding? Flower-dancing sparrow nodded. That's right, this is the area. This place has seriously threatened the security of our River City, so someone needs to go ahead and eradicate it. When I think about it, you're the only guy who fits the bill, huh? I wonder if you'd like to take a walk. Lin Chen's face was a bit odd, but he directly asked the most important part, what's the reward? He wasn't some innocent schoolboy who was willingly wasted by a woman dangling a sentence. No reward for a wasted trip? No way. You little fellow, does sister still want a reward for begging you? The flower-dancing sparrow said somewhat angrily, her towering chest immediately fluctuating like the waves of the sea. Forget it if there's no reward, I'm busy. Lin Chen didn't eat this at all and lazily rebuffed. How about rewarding your sister with a fragrant kiss? The flower-dancing sparrow licked her rosy, full lips and threw a wink towards Lin Chen. Negotiable. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, somewhat moved, but he still rejected it outright. Just kidding, your own time is precious. After this is accomplished, you will be rewarded 10,000 credits, okay? The flower-dancing sparrow said as she saw that all of her beauty tricks actually failed, and immediately huffed and ducked her feet. That's okay. Only then did Lin Chen nod. This matter, I'll take care of it. Chapter 94, Traveling to the Bloody Garden. Eventually. In the midst of the flower-dancing sparrow's grumbling eyes, Lin Chen promised in one breath that he would take care of this matter. Only after sending the flower-dancing sparrow away did Lin Chen reveal a hint of a smile. A garden of blood? Is this a test for me? It seems that the great strength I've displayed has made certain people take notice. To be honest, although there were a lot of monsters in this bloody garden, the general level was around level 10. Even if there were a lot of monsters, which of these powerful people, the flower-dancing sparrow, could not overpower them with their hands? This must be some higher-ups in the school, who saw their potential and wanted to test themselves to see if they were worth cultivating. But even if you don't let me go, this bloody garden, I wouldn't miss it for the world. A mysterious smile emerged from the corner of Lin Chen's mouth. This bloody garden, when flower-dancing sparrow brought it up, Lin Chen remembered. In the last life, a big event happened at this node. That's a team that was ordered to go forth and clear out the bloody garden. As a result, a growing 4th rank boss was found in it, about to break through to the 5th rank. This boss was the famous Flower of Corrupted Blood of the latter days, whose appearance had claimed nearly 200 professionals in River City. It wasn't that this Flower of Corrupted Blood itself was so powerful. Rather, the environment that the Flower of Corrupted Blood boss was in was highly poisonous. Every second, it deals 30% of its maximum life value in toxin damage to the team that is in it. Some people had just entered the middle of the field of the Flower of Corrupted Blood and were poisoned to death before they could even react. It was only when the high-ranked professionals in the back stepped in and killed them from afar that the Carrion Bloodflowers massacre was stopped. But even so, the Flower of Corrupted Blood boss still caused the casualties of over 200 professionals. Sure. This casualty figure, placed above the blue star, is nothing. What really made Flower of Corrupted Blood famous was one of its limited drops. Haha, this is a double win. Lin Chen was in a great mood, and after casually looking at the events, he directly walked out of the villa. After exiting the campus and arriving outside of River City, Lin Chen directly summoned Black Dick and leapt onto the dragon's back. Boss, where to? Black Dick cocked his tail, looking excited. TSK, the sky, these clouds, your blue star is so beautiful, it's not even close to the world before I died. But boss, that world of yours where you put bugs is much worse, grey with no aesthetics at all and all silly bugs. If I just decorate it and get a few little female dragons to raise, wouldn't it be beautiful? Plus. Just released, Black Dick rattled on. It could be seen that the time spent as a boss in the abyss had suffocated it this one. Cough, shut up. Lin Shen directly slapped the bastard on the head. Fly towards the east, go. Boss, you're too good at squeezing dragons, do you have any dragon rights? Black Dick was somewhat aggrieved at being slapped, but due to Lin Chen's lustful authority, he could only obediently vibrate his wings and fly into the sky. Seeing this scene, some of the surrounding new professionals who were practicing leveling couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, and somewhat enviously looked towards the huge dragon that flew towards the middle of the sky. What's this? The ferocious beasts have attacked the city? You don't even know this? It's a flying mount. Holy, it's actually a flying mount? This thing is way too rare. Gee, I wonder which one of the big boys is going out on an errand. I'm so envious. How nice it would be if I had a flying mount. What's the use of being envious? Those who can obtain flying mounts are basically Big Brother level existences now. You, a small person, should just honestly hack your blood-toothed pig. Lin Shen didn't hear their conversation and didn't care at all. Above the sky thousands of meters high. Lin Shen was in a good mood as he looked at the sesame seed-sized buildings underneath, and the rapidly receding clouds. I have to say, Little Black, you're quite fast. Lin Shen couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Black Dick immediately laughed. He, what is this? My current speed is nothing compared to my peak. What's that saying? Man, it's all about speed. And I, the fastest man. Male enhancement dragon. Lin Shen heard a head of black lines and couldn't help but pat Black Dick's head. Little Blackie, that's not a good thing to say. Forget it, talking about something with you, a dragon who doesn't even have a dicks, is like a eunuch talking about a greenhouse. Lin Shen decided to spare the pathetic dragon. After flying for nearly an hour, finally Lin Shen saw an area that looked like a blood-red swamp all over the place. From a distance, it looked as if a scar had been opened above the blue star and was bleeding out. This is the Bloody Garden? Gee, I've heard a lot about you. Hundreds of meters away from the Bloody Garden, Lin Shen ordered Black Dick to stop and burrow into a patch of trees. In front of him, there was a team that was fully focused on dealing with some plant-based ferocious beasts in front of them. These, the team that discovered the flower of corrupted blood in the last life? Lin Shen took one look and identified them. However, what made Lin Shen a little surprised was that this team wasn't entirely from the Dragon Kingdom. In the midst of it all, a musket-wielding, blonde-haired, blue-eyed man with distinctly foreign features. This information, on the contrary, was not officially released in the last world. Let's see it first. Instead of spooking the snakes, Lin Shen summoned the Deadwing Mantis, and after mounting it, he silently flew above their heads, hiding his figure with the help of the dense shrubs. Damn it, are all the ferocious beasts in your Dragon Kingdom so difficult to fight? The blonde-haired, blue-eyed man, a level 11 hidden profession, musketeer, was currently outputting while complaining. The blood level of these, corrupt dead vines, is so damn high that I didn't even kill them after 10 shots. My bullets are expensive. The blonde grumbled with great displeasure. Beside him, the warrior who was resisting damage in front, and the mage next to him couldn't help but frown, looking a bit disgruntled, but didn't snap. But a somewhat short and fat female pastor next to her was alarmed and terrified, apologizing up to the blonde. I'm sorry, Mr. Smith, it was our fault. I'm so sorry for making your experience unpleasant. I'll pay for it. Seeing the priestess in this state, the mage next to him couldn't help but speak up. Chai Huan, we brought him upgrades for free, let's not talk about him complaining about things like a grandpa. Why do you have that attitude too? Gave him face? Chapter 95, I forgive you? The mage's name was Lu Han, and he was the president of a small labor union in River City. The few people around him, all but the foreigner, were members of his union. In the past few days, they had taken aim at the Bloody Garden, which was not far from River City, and planned to practice in this place where there were many high-level ferocious beasts. After all, this place hadn't been explored yet, so something good might come out of it. However, just as they were about to move, the female priest Chai Huan in the group was suddenly bringing back a foreigner. He also said something about showing our great nation's demeanor and etiquette in taking this foreigner to practice for free. A great power? A state of etiquette? Lu Han only felt outrageous. He knew that this Chai Huan, usually a little foreign admiration, not move the free rice, foreign men are the real men, these words on the lips. But it didn't occur to me that it would be so outrageous as to bring back a foreigner directly. What's the difference between that and rushing to give away X? But Lu Han had no choice. There were only a few people in this small union of theirs, so they couldn't just kick the priest directly out of the team, right? Therefore, the crowd could only hold their noses and admit it. But what I didn't expect was, this foreigner, Smith, was treating them as if they were ingrates, and complaining all the time. It's as if you're superior. Chai Huan this guy, but also always take the accent to take the blame, with a slave like that called a fearful, afraid to serve not good like. What do you mean? Chai Huan opened his mouth, crossed his arms, and said in an overbearing manner, he's a distinguished guest from the United States, so what's wrong with complaining a little? Can't we be a little more generous? You're still talking about a state of etiquette, but it's not okay for a foreigner to come and say a few words? It's too glassy-eyed. A state of etiquette? Glassy-eyed? Nice guy. Lu Han's heart went straight to the good guy. So it's our fault for taking the Smith to practice for free? Are foreigners so noble that we have to listen to everything they say? This Chai Huan, it's too outrageous. Several other people, looking at Chai Huan, also revealed an unhappy expression, clearly displeased with him. Forget it, Sheer. Just then, Smith suddenly spoke up. He was only seen shaking his head and sighing with a disappointed look. Huan, don't be angry, I've already forgiven them. It's not your fault. Forgive us? Lu Han's eyes glazed over as soon as the few people heard these words. What's the deal? You just forgive us? You're being generous, aren't you? Chai Huan, however, looked at Smith with admiration. Mr. Smith, you are really too generous, worthy of being a civilized Meg. Not like this group of Dragon Nation people. Is too barbaric. Saying that, Chai Huan also looked at Lu Han's few people, revealing a look of contempt. Lu Han was instantly furious and just wanted to open his mouth, who knew that just at this moment. Phew! A mouthful of venom was spat from the depths of the bloody garden. Not good, prepare to fight. At this moment, Lu Han couldn't care less about being angry. He immediately roared and commanded, his mouth rapidly chanted an incantation, and an ice cone flew into the bloody garden. The rest of his teammates, also alert, rushed to get ready for battle. Not long after, a dozen or so vine monsters were displayed in front of the crowd. Corrupt Dead Vine LV12, Life, 3478, Strength, 15, Agility, 11.7, Spirit, 17.3, Skills, Lash, Sao, Bloodsucking Aura, Corruption Diffusion, Acid. Corrupt Withered Vines again. A few people suddenly turned pale. This corruption of dead vines. It is a first-order monster. Compared to ordinary ferocious beasts, its damage wasn't very high, but its blood and defense, both went up a notch. Not to mention that they also had a skill called Corruption Diffusion, which could cause the team to all be tainted with the depoisoning debuff, making it very difficult to fight, and if you weren't careful, you'd be left empty-blooded. Just one corrupt dead vine was enough to give them a headache. And there were actually a dozen or so corrupt dead vines in front of them? A few people instantly blushed. Not good, let's retreat. Lu Han, as the captain, saw that it was not good and directly ordered, wanting to wait for the car. However, just then. Shoo shoo shoo. Another dozen or so corrupt withered vines came out from behind and to the side, directly wrapping them up in them. What? They actually know siege tactics? Lu Han was shocked. General low-level ferocious beasts, there is no intelligence, and only high-level ferocious beasts like humans, can spit out human language, has no less than human intelligence. But these corrupt and withered vines are the ones that know how to lay siege to. Now, there was no way back for them. What to do, Captain? The warrior looked at Lu Han and swallowed. It's all your guy's fault, I'm telling you, if you let something happen to Mr. Smith, it could cause a diplomatic incident. Chai Huan was likewise a bit scared, but still had the guts to blame Lu Han and the others. Even at this time, she still does not forget to defend foreigners, so it can be said that she is sincere. But Smith didn't eat this, and directly pushed Chai Huan with a furious push, Fark. It's all because of you, Dragon Kingdom. If you didn't have to stick to me on the street to curry favor with me, how could I come to such a place? Fark. I should never have trusted you, Dragon Kingdom lowlifes. When I get back to the Consulate General, I'm going to file a serious complaint against you guys. Just between their words. Nearly 50 corrupt wither vines around them had moved, and they extended the tentacles that were like withered vines, directly jerking the warriors at the forefront away. This was followed by a frantic attack on the remaining few. The tentacles were like airtight whips, messing up Lu Han and the others. The situation has taken a sharp turn for the worse. It looked like it wouldn't take more than a few minutes for them to die here. In the hearts of the people, they were filled with despair. Who knows, just then. Roar! A roar came from the sky. The crowd couldn't help but look towards the sky in surprise. At this look, each and every one of them was wide-eyed and shocked. Only to see several reddish-bodied alien beasts swooping over from the sky, spitting flames from their mouths and slaughtering the corrupt withered vines on the field. The corrupt withered vines that were unbeatable and powerful just now, under the flames of these foreign beasts, they were like earth chickens in a ditch, collapsing one after another. The scene quickly turned into a one-sided slaughter. The corrupt withered vines screamed and tried to escape, but their speed was as good as child's play in front of a foreign beast that could fly, and they were quickly caught up and then killed. 3 minutes. In just 3 minutes, the corrupt withered vines that had threatened their lives just moments ago were all slaughtered cleanly and turned into puddles of ash. The crowd couldn't help but freeze in place, dumbfounded. Chapter 96, Foreigners, Very Noble? The heart was shaken beyond measure. They really didn't expect that the corrupt withered vine, which was almost invincible in their own eyes, was like a dish of food in the eyes of these foreign beasts, and could be killed casually? That's too big a gap. These don't seem to be ferocious beasts? Luhan threw out a probing technique, but realized that he couldn't search for any information about those ferocious beasts at all. Moreover, those crimson alien beasts, which had no intention of attacking them at all, were instead hovering in the sky. The next voice also confirmed Luhan's suspicions. How long have you been here? A voice came from the sky. When the crowd followed the sound, they saw a youth standing on a foreign beast that seemed like a praying mantis, flying in the air and looking at them coldly. It's a summoner. Seeing this person, in the hearts of those present, such a sentence popped out. And, still, a very powerful kind of summoner. Luhan swallowed his saliva and respectfully said to the youth, This lord, we have been here for 2 days. This youth was none other than Lin Chen. He was beside him just now, taking it all in. 2 days? According to the records of the last life, it was on the 2nd day that they discovered that flower of corrupted blood boss, so it looks like I still need to follow. Thinking of this, Lin Chen nodded and flew down with a slap of the deadwing mantis. In that case, you guys might as well follow me. With that, Lin Chen directly sent over a group invitation. Professional, Juggernaut, sent an invitation to form a group, do you accept? Team up? With us? Luhan couldn't help but widen his eyes in some disbelief. This powerful summoner actually wants to join us, what is this? What, unwilling? Lin Chen asked indifferently. No. No problem. Luhan swallowed his saliva and hurriedly accepted the invitation, allowing Lin Chen to join the team. And he didn't dare ask for reasons. After all, just by looking at those crimson alien beasts in the sky, one could tell that the strength of this summoner could definitely slaughter all of them easily. This isn't an urban area, no one would notice even if they did. Who dares to talk too much? Very well, do whatever you guys originally planned to do, just pretend I don't exist. Lin Chen said indifferently. Luhan responded awkwardly and then said, This lord, we originally intended to kill some of the ferocious beasts here along the edge of the Bloody Garden, and we are now planning to head southeast. It's fine. Lin Chen nodded casually. Luhan and the others prepared themselves before continuing towards the southeast. But as they walked, Smith, the foreigner in the group, was surprised when he cried out, Look, you guys, there's a pile of rotting dead vines there. Sure enough, if you followed his arm, you could see about a dozen corrupt withered vines, patrolling the edges of the Bloody Garden. Although these corrupt dead vines are hard to fight, the experience is given very high, now I can immediately rise to level 10. Smith said with some excitement, and with that, he pulled out the musket in his hand, wanting to lure the monsters. Wait! Lin Chen's voice, coming from behind, stopped him. Can you handle so many corrupt withered vines by yourself? Or are you going to let us clean up these monsters while you continue to enjoy them all by yourself? Lin Chen said with a cold smile. Smith instantly frowned with a very unhappy look and asked rhetorically, Aren't you very powerful, being able to kill so many corrupt withered vines? What are these ferocious beasts worth? Just now, Lin Chen, just by raising his hand, had killed so many corrupt withered vines. And the number of corrupt withered vines in front of him, which was much less, wasn't a difficult task for Lin Chen. Not bad, it would indeed be easy for me to destroy these corrupt dead vines. Lin Chen sneered, but the point is, why would I want to help you practice? A hint of annoyance surfaced on Smith's face, damn. Do you know who I am? How dare you talk to me like that? Beside him, Chai-Huan also blared angrily at Lin Chen. You're so powerful, what's wrong with helping Mr. Smith? He's an international friend, don't we have any great country manners? A great power? Lin Chen smiled. Does the meaning of great nation style mean helping some foreigners, who are worse than scum, to bully their own people? Just as he wanted to speak, Lu Han beside him roared, Chai-Huan, Mr. Juggernaut saved our lives, is this how you repay your savior? Lu Han, what do you mean? Is it wrong for me to want foreigners to have a better impression of our dragon country? Chai-Huan was instantly unhappy and said to Lu Han with his teeth and claws open. A better impression? Lin Chen couldn't help but grin. You don't think that if you're nice to foreigners, they'll be grateful, do you? Joke. People will eat and drink your food and only think you're an ingrate, a fool for money. It's time to despise you, or not. There is only one way to be seen by others, and that is through strength. Strength, that's all. Otherwise, the nicer you are to people, the more they think you're being a. As Lu Han and the others listened, they couldn't help but nod secretly in their hearts. That's right, the nicer you are to others, the more those people take for granted. However, if one is strong, then those people will come forward and kneel down as dogs. This is the Dragon Kingdom's old saying, fear the might but not the virtue. What do you mean, do you want to jeopardize international relations? Chai-Huan was so disliked that he was speechless and could only stammer out the sentence. International relations? Even if I break it, so what? Could it be that between Rice and the Dragon Kingdom, the relationship is good? Lin Chen sneered. Chai-Huan, you two go away, we have a small temple in this team, we can't keep you. Lu Han said in a cold voice, saying dryly, directly kicking the two out of the team. Teammate, Chai-Huan, has been asked to leave the team. Teammate, Smith Morgan, who has been asked to leave the team. Saying that, Lu Han led a group of people and left this place directly without looking back. Leaving the two of them, Smith and Chai-Huan, standing in a daze. Damn it! Smith cursed angrily, then sneered, dare to be so rude to me? Oh, good. I had also planned that for this mission, I would be a little more cautious and not be too flashy. Now it seems that it is you dragons who seek your own death. With that, Smith pulled a small piece of iron from his pocket and scratched on it twice. Then, fixing his mind, he looked in the direction that Lin Chen and the others had gone far away and directly chased after them. Chapter 97, Flower of Corrupted Blood, Terrifyingly Poisonous Aura. At the same time, Lin Chen and the others walked along the edge of the bloody garden. In fact, he had long since discovered the two Smiths following behind him, only that he had never poked and prodded. I'd like to see what you two are trying to pull. Lin Chen sneered. If these two really dared to make a move against him, he would not stay his hand. After walking for half a day, there are only sporadic bits of corrupt withered vines and other ferocious beasts on the road, not to mention that corrupted bloodflower boss, even the higher level monsters, have not appeared. This caused Lin Chen to be somewhat puzzled. I do remember correctly, they encountered that corrupted bloodflower boss the next day and were all killed in a group. But now it's almost dark, but there's no movement at all? Does it mean that? Suddenly, Lin Chen thought of something. Smith. Could it be this guy? On second thought. In the last life, among the official reports, only a few names of people from the Dragon Kingdom have been mentioned, and no foreigners have intervened. In that case, this matter definitely has nothing to do with him. At this thought, Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. It seems that this matter may be a little more complicated than one would have thought, for example. In that case, this Smith fellow should have some kind of prop that can draw the flower of corrupted blood here. Then I will fulfill you. Lin Chen sneered in his heart and turned around, then said to Lu Han, take a rest first, let's wait here. Lu Han froze for a moment and nodded in agreement as well, yes. Several people then sat down and began to rest. Lin Chen leaned against a large tree and began to rest his eyes. It looked as if he was slacking off, but in reality, Lin Chen had long since secretly dispatched the deadwing mantis, flying silently behind himself to monitor the situation of the two Smiths. At the moment, it was just a matter of luring the two into the bait. Sure enough. Behind a large tree more than 100 meters away from Lin Chen and the others. Smith watched the scene before him excitedly, a cold color flashing in his eyes. Ha, good. You guys have finally stopped, so it looks like now, I can use Val's blood to lure the flower of corrupted blood boss. Humph, you guys wouldn't have guessed it, but I didn't come to the Dragon Kingdom this time, not to travel or anything, but to give you guys a gift. When you guys see the flower of corrupted blood boss, you'll probably be dumbfounded, right? Ha ha. That boss's poisonous aura is capable of enveloping 100 meters around it. Even if this juggernaut is strong, he will surely die. As soon as he thought of this, Smith felt his heart feel free, and with a flip of his hand, he took out a blood-red crystal. The moment this crystal stone surfaced, a sweet and foul-smelling smell of blood surfaced around it, making people want to vomit when they smelled it. Great! Beside him, Chai-Huan looked at the blood-red crystals, and a look of excitement appeared on his face. Lord Smith, if this riot is created, then how much of a bonus will the Rice officials, with us? Don't worry, it's enough to last you a lifetime and it will be issued to you as a citizen of Rice. When this matter is done, you'll be a citizen of Rice. Smith looked at Chai-Huan, a hint of mockery flashed in his eyes, but on the surface, he said in a breezy manner. That's good. I've always wanted to become a citizen of Rice and get out of this damned barbaric country. Now I've finally gotten my wish. Upon hearing this, Chai-Huan was incredibly excited and cheered. Let's get out of here, the vine of corrupted blood boss is coming soon, be careful not to be late to its poisonous aura effect. With a wave of his hand, Smith led Chai-Huan away from this place. And far away. Sure enough. Lin Chen opened his eyes and couldn't help but sneer. It turns out that in the last life, the tragic deaths of hundreds of professionals were not a coincidence, but a disaster that someone had deliberately created. In this life, with me, the tragedy of the last life will never be repeated. But suddenly, Lin Chen remembered something like that. That Chai-Huan seems to be among the list of people who died in the last life, doesn't he? In that case, this guy is somewhat being sold and helping to count the money that flavor. Just as Lin Chen was pondering these questions. Hiss. A creepy sound came from the depths of the bloody garden. Immediately afterward, a huge ferocious beast surfaced in front of several people. The main body of this ferocious beast was a mass of vines, which took on a blood-red color, with countless vines extending out around it, as if they were tentacles. And above its head, but a brightly colored flowers, like the heart generally pulsating, trembling looks particularly demonic. With just a glance, Lin Chen knew the identity of the visitor, flower of corrupted blood. Name, rotten blood flower. Rank, 12 4th order. Life value, 9,574. Power, 32.7. Speed, 17.4. Spirit, 39.5. Skills, Aura of Poison, Sowing Seeds, Summon Remnant, Bloodstorm, Slap, Earth-Sucking, Scorching Heat Plague. Description, a monster created after absorbing aberrant blood. Luhan, you guys back up 200 meters, I'll deal with this boss. Lin Chen let out a low gulp, then directly summoned Blackdick and flipped over to fly into the sky. Luhan and the others very obediently backed up to 100 meters away from the book, and with a hint of admiration and envy in their eyes, they looked towards Lin Chen's stance as he stood on top of Blackdick's back and muttered out. Lord Juggernaut. Is too strong. This is a dragon? Gosh, he actually has more than one flying mount? So strong. And at the moment. Hiss. Feeling the pressure brought by Blackdick in front of him, the flower of corrupted blood directly slapped its vines and let out a strange cry, and the surrounding 100 meters were covered by a dark green field. Virulent Aura. Poison Aura alters the current terrain, causing all enemies within range to suffer 30% of their maximum life value in toxin damage per second, with an additional critical injury effect. This skill was, arguably, the most headache-inducing skill of the flower of corrupted blood. It deals 30% of max life value toxin damage per second, and it's a full screen skill, so there's no way to dodge it. For those professions with lower toxin resistance, it was simply a symbol of death. Previous. Hundreds of professionals surrounded the flower of corrupted blood. As a result, under the influence of the poison aura, more than 200 occupiers died en masse in less than 4 seconds. Didn't even have time to fight back. Lin Chen naturally knew the power of this aura, so he directly charged into the sky on Blackdick, circling around with it. The current range of the bug units is too close to engage. For once, it's up to me and Blackdick. But Lin Chen looked at the flower of corrupted blood below, and a cold glint flashed through his eyes. Dealing with a district mini-boss is also a breeze. Chapter 98, 1/2nd Boss, 3 lives owed backwards. Boss, look at my atomic spit. Between opening his mouth, Blackdick spewed out a mouthful of grayish-white dragon breath flames that landed on the body of the flower of corrupted blood. Boom! 307, restraining damage. However, the damage from this bite of dragon breath flame did not even rub off the skin of the corrupted blood flower. Holy, boss, this boss is too ruthless. Black Dick looked dumbfounded. He was an epic level mount, equivalent to the template and attributes of a 7th rank boss. But this bite didn't even break his defense? It's too much of a loss of face. Save your strength. If this boss was so easy to take down, it wouldn't be recognized as one of the most disgusting bosses. Lin Chen said indifferently. The flower of corrupted blood looks unwieldy, as if it were a living target. But one of its hidden characteristics is that by rooting its roots in the dirt, it can absorb the power of the earth and gain a high level of damage reduction and blood recovery. To kill this boss, you have to use a specific method to do so. Black Dick listened in confusion. Boss, what method? Do you need me to make a move? Of course I will. Later on, you can just try to fly in a circle as close to the edge of that poisonous aura as possible. Lin Chen said in a deep voice. Alright, I'll fly. Black Dick excitedly flapped his wings, and all of a sudden, his body was like a phantom, sticking to the edge area of the poisonous aura, and began to hover. Hiss. Seeing that Black Dick was actually so bold, the flower of corrupted blood boss became infuriated and directly pumped its blood-red vines, whipping them. For any professional, these vines were very difficult to dodge and could only be resisted. However, it was a piece of cake for Heidick, who was a former sky overlord. It was seen that although it was huge in size, its body was light and athletic like a falcon, dodging the attacks of the tentacled vines, and from time to time, it also spewed out a mouthful of grayish dragon's breath to repel the vines. And at the same time, Lin Chen was staring intently at the brightly colored flower on top of the head of the flower of corrupted blood. That was the very essence of the flower of corrupted blood, and its greatest weakness. The only way to kill the flower of corrupted blood was to start from this place. Soulfire. Aiming for the right moment, Lin Chen let out a low gulp and directly launched the skill. Instantly, a black flame arrow was shot towards the top of the corrupted blood flower's head. 1578, weakness damage, restraining damage. The flower of corrupted blood ate the pain and roared in anger, suddenly exploding wildly. Countless vines slammed down hard towards Lin Chen, while mouthfuls of acid sprayed out from the vines. This damage, enough! And above Black Dick's back, Lin Chen saw this damage and his face lit up with joy. On the blue star. For weakness damage, the damage multiplier is 1.5x. And the restraining damage, which is 2x. The two are separate calculations and cannot be multiplied. In other words, the base damage that he had inflicted just now was at least as much as 600 or 700. With the keen insight of a professional of decades, he quickly made a judgment. This damage, it was enough. Go! With a slap of Black Dick, Lin Chen's figure quickly soared into the sky. At the same time, there was a low gulp in his heart. Resonate. Resonance, Brainbug limited skill. When activated, all brainbugs in the area will be mentally connected together. Superimposed shared mental power. Can activate more powerful spell skills. Lasts for 20 seconds. Cooldown, 8 hours. At that instant, a white light erupted from Lin Chen's body, a sign that his spiritual power had skyrocketed. Generally, the skill, Resonance, is a buff used by brainworms. However, Lin Chen, as the insect master, could also use all the skills of the summoned objects. In other words, he had now connected his mental power into the insect network, temporarily bringing together the mental power of all the brain bugs and supplying it for his own use. Current mental strength, 195.7. 195 points of mental energy? Yes. Lin Chen smiled in satisfaction. Bug Race Lord, it's really extraordinary. It actually allows me to be at this level and receive such a powerful increase in mental power. I'd like to see, under this mental power increase, so what if you're a 4th rank boss? Between the words, Lin Chen moved. Void walking. Lin Chen directly dodged and jumped off of Black Dick's back, leaping and flashing in front of the flower of corrupted blood. Immediately after that, a long sword in his hand that was condensed from black soulfire, with red, white, and blue colors flashing on it, directly aimed at the body of the flower of corrupted blood and stabbed down fiercely. Elemental Strike. 4.87 W, weakness damage, restraining damage. This strike. Lin Chen used soulfire and condensed it into a longsword as a weapon. The sensory electricity from Elemental Strike, in turn, increased the damage taken by the flower of corrupted blood by 50%. Coupled with the original high damage utility of Elemental Strike, as well as the terrifying bonus given to Soulfire by Spirit Power. With such a horrible addition, this hit came down. The flower of corrupted blood also owed Lin Chen 3 lives in reverse. You have slain the flower of corrupted blood 4th order and gained experience x 42,000. Ding! Your level has risen to 11 and you have gained 1 attribute point, please choose to distribute it. Spirit of Greed unleashed. Get an extra item. You have slain the source of corruption and gained Valkyris Prestige 1. A series of beeps went off in his head. Lin Chen, however, wasn't careless and instead looked at his blood bar. Only a third of blood left? If I wasn't able to revive infinitely, I wouldn't dare to approach the side of the flower of corrupted blood. Realize that the closer you get to its side, the worse the aura effect you receive. In just less than a second, the blood bar on Lin Chen's body had dropped by most of the way. If he didn't die from that blow, he was probably going to be poisoned. Still, it looks like my damage estimation wasn't too bad, at least the experience from my previous life hasn't disappeared. Lin Chen smiled confidently. Damage calculation is a lesson that every professional needs to practice. Judging whether a monster can be fought or not, and how long one takes to take it down, is a very advanced study. Lin Chen, who was a level 90 powerhouse in his last life, is already skilled in this path, and can even reach the level of art. Drinking a bottle of blood pill and watching his life recover little by little, Lin Chen waved towards the few people in the distance. Come over here and pick up the equipment, all of you. The few people in the distance were almost petrified at the moment. They had just been in the distance and had only seen a scene. That was Lin Chen riding a bone dragon, flying around in the sky. Then suddenly a slash takes out the boss. They were even skeptical. Would this boss not be much stronger than a normal monster? But that cold, 4.87W, damage number was a reminder of how ridiculous their thoughts were. Chapter 99, Open the Door, Delivery. Nearly 50,000 damage in one slash? Is this the damage that can be dealt at this level? Lu Han and the others, at this moment, were all sucking in cool air in disbelief of the scene in front of them. Keep in mind that they fight small monsters with almost no defense, and usually only do a few hundred damage or so with one skill. The high-level bosses, however, have the attribute of damage immunity, and are generally immune to more than 40% of the damage. That means that if this slash is placed on a small monster, the damage can be doubled one more time. Is he really a summoner? How come the melee combat is also so powerful? Lu Han let out a bitter smile as he was shocked in his heart. Looking at the staff in his hand, he only felt. What a difference between people. Let's go. Lu Han said in a deep voice, no matter what, we have to go over there and take a look before we say anything. With that, a few people walked towards Lin Chen's direction. And at this moment, Lin Chen was holding an item in his hands with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Sure enough, this equipment is bound to drop. This time, the aspect of my defense dimension can also be solved by a piece of equipment. Name, Blood of Thorns. Type, Armor. Quality, Perfect. Requirements, Level 10, Strength 12, Spirit 30. Attributes, +9 Spirit, +7 Strength, +7 Agility. Special effect Bloodbath, Elemental Resistance Ice, Fire, Electricity +60%, Corrosion Resistance +60%, Chaos Resistance +60%. Resistance is a very important and basic attribute of defense on the blue star, and it is multiplied for any source of damage, so as long as it is a profession, it will try to stack as high a resistance attribute as possible. After all, it's pure and simple hard damage reduction. And 60% resistance means that the source of damage in this area is directly reduced by 60%. Just for example, the poison aura of the flower of corrupted blood deals 30% of its maximum life value per second. With 60% corrosion resistance, its damage was only 12% per second, leaving more room for Lin Chen to maneuver. This piece of equipment, which was dreamed of by an unknown number of tank professions in later generations, although the quality is only perfect, it's no more effective than many epic equipment. Lin Chen smiled faintly and directly equipped it. This raised his defense dimension by a large margin. Of course, these resistances, along with his Voidwalker's first talent, Form of the Void, all damage received is reduced by 50%. It wasn't multiplied and counted, but rather judged twice. That is to say. For example, when Lin Chen received corrosive damage, the damage he received would be reduced by 50% by Shape of the Void, and the remaining 50% would then be exempted by resistance. Although it could not achieve the effect of 100% free from injury, but still brought a large number of damage immunity effect, the defense aspect has been improved by a large margin. The rest of. Lin Chen looked at the equipment on the ground and shook his head. The rest of this equipment didn't even have a single piece of transcendent quality equipment. But there were 14 chaos stones dropped, which was a surprise. Randomly picking up some of the more valuable equipment and putting it into his backpack, the rest was thrown on the ground, and Lin Chen didn't even bother to pick it up and break it down into energy points. When he saw Lu Han and the others coming over, he said indifferently, "The rest of this stuff, you guys can share it, as a way of repaying you for letting me into the team." Looking at the equipment all over the ground, Lu Han and the others were ecstatic at the news. So much gear? So many of them are of excellent quality, this is a fortune. That's a lot of gear. Among the equipment on the ground, many of them were emitting a faint green or even blue light, which indicated that there were excellent quality or even rare quality equipment among them. The price of these equipment was enough to cover their union's expenses for a few months. "Lord Sovereign, this is too expensive, we..." Lu Han stammered a little, obviously a little embarrassed. "It's fine, the truly valuable equipment has long since been taken away by me, these are your rewards," Lin Chen casually said. If it wasn't for Lu Han and the others, it was estimated that that flower of corrupted blood boss wouldn't have shown up. It's only right to give them a little reward. What's more, these things can't be taken away by themselves, so it's just a good idea to throw them away. "Thank you, my lord." Lu Han became even more excited, saying thank you while his hands and feet kept stuffing equipment into his backpack. And as soon as he looked up, Lin Chen's figure disappeared. Although puzzled, but after looking around the week also did not find Lin Chen's silhouette, Lu Han also knew that this kind of big shot, not their own random can be befriended side, can only focus on looking at the pile of equipment in front of them. What they hadn't noticed was that Lin Chen was already high in the air in the distance at the moment, chasing in a direction. "Boss, do you want me to do it later? I can skewer that pair of dogs with one claw." Black Dick flapped his wings excitedly. "You guy, you actually know about dogs and men?" Lin Chen was deeply surprised. It was important to realize that although high-level bosses possessed intelligence, their languages were force-fed into them, and most of them didn't know the exact meaning. "I didn't realize that this bone dragon actually knew what dog and man meant." "Hee, that's for sure, and I know an old saying from your dragon kingdom." "What?" "Chopping up the roots." Jia. Black Dick laughed. "You're laughing at this." Lin Chen immediately had a black line. This bastard didn't just know all sorts of tropes about the dragon kingdom. Even the internet has learned the terrain? Jia. You think you're a fictional villain. Just make your move later. Lin Chen sighed. The shot in Dog Man and Woman in the mouth of one man and one dragon naturally referred to Chai Huan and Smith. These two guys. One has evil intentions and the other is a traitor to the enemy. In Lin Chen's eyes, they were all capital offenses. Naturally, they won't let them go easily. In the meantime, River City Fringe. These fools are probably all dead by now, right? Smith looked at the rear and couldn't help but let out a wicked laugh. Later on, I'll release the news and have the Dragon Kingdom professionals go to support them, and I'll be able to kill and injure them. By the time they reacted that something was wrong, I had already passed through the teleportation array and returned to Rice, Smith felt like a genius for setting up this chain of traps. Excellent, Mr. Smith, our plan was very successful. Chai Huan came up and said with an ingratiating face, "I won't forget your favor when we get to Rice." Smith cringed instantly. He does have a big bonus for stopping this operation. But he wouldn't want to, for example, divide that prize money among other people. A mere dragon nation, how dare you ask me for money? Seek death. At that thought, Smith couldn't help but feel for the musket at his waist. Just as he was about to make his move and finish this dragon woman with a single shot. In the sky, however, there was a howling wind. Before he could react, a sardonic laugh was ringing in his ears. GG. Open the door, delivery. Chapter 100, Legendary Greedy Soul. What? Smith was dumbfounded. He was puzzled as to why he had heard such a phrase. But that was the last thing on his mind, Because the next second. But a sharp bone claw pierced right through his chest. The next slide up and down immediately sliced his body, with its leather armor, into symmetrical halves. You have killed professional, Smith Morgan, +1 sin value. To his death, Smith never reacted to who had killed him. At the sight of Smith's gruesome death, Chai Huan screamed in terror, looking above Smith's corpse in horror at Black Dick's tall, mountain-like figure. It wasn't the bone dragon that was Blackdick that frightened her. Instead, it was a tiny silhouette standing above the back of the bone dragon. Lin Chen. You know you're afraid now? Lin Chen sneered and jumped down, walking over to Chai Huan. If you had known fear when you betrayed the Dragon Kingdom, would you still be in this position now? If your plan succeeds, it will kill hundreds of Dragon Kingdom professionals, do you know that? Chai Huan shivered, dumbfounded by the question, and could only sit on his butt on the ground, tears streaming down his face as if he was remorseful. Lord Sovereign. I know I'm wrong, I really know I'm wrong. Please let me go. I will repay you. Lin Chen laughed coldly and shook his head. It's not that you know it's wrong, you just know you're going to die. Saying that, a strand of black flame appeared out of thin air and burned fiercely on Chai Huan's body. Ah! Chai Huan rolled all over the ground in pain, trying to extinguish the flames on that body, but all she did was in vain, and in less than 10 seconds, her entire body was scorched into a puddle of ashes. You have killed profession, Chai Huan, sin value +1. The beeps sounded in his ears. Lin Chen looked at the ashes on the ground and patted Black Dick behind him, who, with a lift of his wings, blew them away and floated down into the sky. As for Smith's corpse, Lin Chen didn't waste it, and directly threw it to the nearby ferocious beasts, letting them have a full meal. Only after disposing of the two people's corpses did Lin Chen roll over onto the dragon and fly in the direction of River City. In the meantime, Zhanghai University, within a large hall. Flower Dancing Sparrow, how is the poison on you? An old man sighed as he looked at the charming woman in front of him with concern. The woman smiled sweetly. Thank you for your concern, headmaster, it's much better now, but you still need that thing if you want to eradicate it. These two people, one was the president of Zhanghai University, Lei Yan. The person beside him was none other than the Flower Dancing Sparrow. Thunderflame said in a deep voice, since the last time the ferocious beasts attacked the city, you were affected by that epic boss's venom during the battle, and you still haven't healed up to now, and you've even gained 70% less experience under the effect of the venom debuff. If you don't remove the effects of the venom, you won't be able to go any further in this life. Teacher Hua, you sacrificed yourself for the entire River City along with Zhanghai University, we will definitely make more compensation for you in the next few years. Flower Dancing Sparrow laughed and shook her head. Principal Lei, if you hadn't recruited me to enter Zhanghai University in the first place, I guess I would still be nothing more than an ordinary little girl. How could I have awakened the special profession, the Dragon Sparrow Illusionist? You've done me enough favors, I can't ask for any more of these things. Lei Yan shook his head. These are two different things. If you don't take these resources, how can you curb the development of those venoms? This is for your sake, and likewise for the school in River City. Only after hearing this did the Flower Dancing Sparrow sigh and nod. In that case, fine. Only then did Thunderflame reveal a small smile. That's good. The two were chatting. Suddenly, Thunderflame froze, his face suddenly surprised. Ha! This Lin Chen brat, actually so fast, completed this mission? Saying that, Lei Yan flipped his hand and took out a token from his backpack, half closing his eyes to read the information inside. Bone Dragon Mounts. Foreigners. And seconds to kill 4th rank bosses? Hiss. This Lin Chen kid, he's really something. Thunderflame opened his eyes and let out a loud laugh, which shook the Great Hall slightly. Lin Chen completed the Bloody Garden quest? Flower Dancing Sparrow also asked suspiciously, it's only been less than 3 hours, right? Here from that Bloody Garden, but a full 300 kilometers, he cannot fly, a round trip is estimated to be half a day, right? According to the information that came back from the ghost sentinels that I sent over to observe in secret, that Lin Chen kid has a bone dragon mount that can fly. Thunderflame laughed out loud. The speed of this bone dragon mount can reach subsonic speeds, and a distance of 300 kilometers is simply simple. A flying mount. The Flower Dancing Sparrow couldn't help but be amazed, her flirtatious pretty face somewhat shocked for the first time. Even I don't have a flying mount, how did Lin Chen obtain one? Lei Yan smiled and shook his head, who knows? There are too many secrets in this kid, even I can't see them. By the way, there's a piece of news you'll probably be more than a little surprised to hear. This kid killed that corrupted Bloodflower boss with just one move. One move? The Flower Dancing Sparrow let out a delicate cry, and instantly both of her phoenix eyes blossomed with light. He really only used one skill to kill that corrupted Bloodflower boss? That's right. Lei Yan nodded, that Lin Chen, being a summoner, didn't realize that his main body strength was even stronger. It seems like it was a very wise thing for me to send you to recruit Lin Chen into Zhanghai University. Although it's not clear what this Lin Chen's true occupation is, it's definitely not some necromancer, and the grade is definitely not lower than Transcendent. To be able to recruit such a genius, the revival of my Jianghai University is expected. Thunderflame was excited beyond belief. I just don't know, just how strong is Lin Chen? Thunderflame mumbled again. In the meantime, Lin Chen returned within the city limits of River City. However, he didn't immediately return to the school district, but instead headed to the Lingxiao trading house. Mr. Juggernaut, the matter you entrusted us with has now come to fruition. Here are the skill books you need, and an excellent quality building, check it out. As soon as he entered the merchant house, the maid who had received Lin Chen before had her eyes light up and directly walked up, saying respectfully, handing over a parcel filled with items as she spoke. Receiving it, Lin Chen was overjoyed. There are actually 3 copies of Spirit of Greed? Now, it's possible to raise the skill to the legendary level. Without hesitation, Lin Chen directly learned these 3 skills. When he looked at the skill again, the attributes were sky high. Name, Soul of Greed. Type, Skill Passive. Quality, Legendary. Rank, 7. Range, 0. Consumption, 0. Requirements, Level 1. Effects, when killing monsters for loot, there is a 140% chance of getting additional random loot. The effect of 140% chance to get additional random loot means 100% chance of getting an extra item. And 40% chance to get an additional item again. If I continue to evolve further, I'll be able to obtain 4 or 5 pieces of loot at a time, right? Lin Chen felt his blood boil just thinking about it a little. What does Lin Chen lack the most? Combat power? Rather, it's a resource. As a Bud Lord, Lin Chen needed dozens if not hundreds of times more resources and experience to grow than other professions. And if this greedy soul grew to a high rank, for Lin Chen, the development time would drop by as much as half. Not bad. Lin Chen took a deep breath, and then immediately looked at the package, another item that was emitting a shimmering light. This hideout building. Yes. After slightly checking his attributes, Lin Chen was beaming. Chapter 101, Resource-Based Building, something happened to MO only. Name, Void Extraction Tower. Type, Hideout Building. Quality, Excellent. Effect, when placed in a hideout, it produces Chaos Stones x10 every 24 hours, and each level of hideout quality increases the effect by 100%. It's actually a resource-producing type of building, which is really rare. In the middle of the hideout, you can invite NPCs in, and you can also place various buildings. Among the buildings are divided into several types: attack, defense, functional, and resource categories. Of these, attack, defense, and function types are naturally, needless to say, very common. Resource-type buildings, however, are very rare. Resource-type buildings, as the name suggests, are buildings that produce certain resources. Some buildings produce experience, some produce materials, some produce credits. There are even buildings that can produce equipment. Arguably, with resource-based buildings, hideout owners can literally make money lying down. But again, resource-type buildings are rarer and more expensive. For example, this Void Extraction Tower, Lin Chen looked at the price a little bit and couldn't help but have his scalp numb. 10,000 Chaos Stones. To know. He had only earned 5,000 Chaos Stones by selling a dozen pieces of transcendent equipment himself. It's not worth half as much as this building. However, the price is a bit expensive, but it's worth every penny. Lin Chen nodded in his heart. This Void Extraction Tower's characteristic, each level of hideout quality increases the effect by 100%. In other words, placed in the middle of one's Molten Fire hideout, this Void Extraction Tower could produce 50 Chaos Stones per day. Do the math and you'll be back on your feet in most of the year. Going forward, it's all pure profit. If coupled with some other feature type that enhances the effect of the hideout building, that payback is faster. It's a pretty good deal any way you count it. Immediately, Lin Chen nodded. I'll take this building, but I can't afford to pay this price. For now, can I get credit? Before the words fell, a clear and cold voice came from the side. If Mr. Juggernaut wants to take credit, we naturally welcome it, but credit is not necessary. I do have a proposition here. I can give this hideout building over to you. Between words, a beautiful young woman clad in a light veil and with a high and cold temperament moved slightly with her lotus steps and walked in a graceful manner. This woman is none other than Bai Wan. Oh. What does Deacon Bai propose? Lin Chen said cautiously with a frown. He didn't think that Bai Wan would give these things to himself for nothing. Sure enough, Bai Wan smiled faintly and stretched out her vegan hand to point to a spot. Mr. Juggernaut, this is not the place to talk, let's go to the tea room to talk, how about it? Lin Chen nodded after a brief thought and followed Bai Wan. Entering a small, secluded room, the two sat down. Lin Chen immediately spoke, Deacon Bai, just tell me what exactly you want me to do, no need to beat around the bush. Mr. Juggernaut is indeed straightforward, so I don't need to beat around the bush. Bai Wan smiled sweetly and then shared her proposal. It turned out that Bai Wan lacked a material called storm crystal in her hands for refining and equipment. And this kind of storm crystal was only produced in an abyss, thunder ruins, hundreds of kilometers away from River City. However, the requirements to enter this thunderstorm ruins were below level 15, and as Bai Wan was already level 22, there was naturally no way for her to enter it to obtain materials. That was why she thought of Lin Chen. Well, if that's the case, there's no excuse for me to help out with a run. Lin Chen nodded casually, but I have a question. Professionals below level 15 abound in this river city, so why must Deacon White ask me to go forward? Bai Wan smiled sweetly, a trace of relief appearing on that cool face, and then explained, Mr. Juggernaut is joking, I'm afraid that if we look at the entire river city, there are no more than one handful of young talents who can have the strength of Mr. Juggernaut. The difficulty of the thundering ruins is quite terrifying, and it's very difficult to pass at a low level. And, the prerequisite for obtaining the final reward, Storm Crystal, is that pass the level alone, not in a group. After I thought about it for half a day, there's only one summoner that possesses this kind of strength. What's more, only an existence with a flying mount like Mr. Juggernaut can circumvent some of the traps in the Thunder Ruins. Hearing those words, Lin Chen wasn't surprised in the slightest. When Lin Chen left and entered the city, he hadn't hidden his bone dragon mount Blackdick in the slightest, so quite a few people had seen it. As long as one had the heart to do so, it was easy to pinpoint Lin Chen's identity by inferring from factors such as dress and events. If by now, the Lingxiao Merchant Company didn't even know his identity and details, Lin Chen would be surprised. Since that's the case, then I'll agree to it. Lin Chen smiled faintly and nodded. 7 days, within 7 days, I will bring that thunder crystal. After saying that, Lin Chen got up and left straight away. Looking at Lin Chen's distant back, Bai Wan was instantly relieved. Couldn't help but mumble. Why, when he is so much inferior to me in terms of level, do I have a feeling of trepidation when I am around him? Is a summoner really that much stronger than a normal profession? Walking out of the Lingxiao trading house, Lin Chen was in a good mood as he returned to the campus and came before a teleportation spell formation. Teleporting to the Molten Fire hideout will cost Chaos Stones X282, do you confirm? How expensive? Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a pang in his teeth. The farther the distance between two teleportation spells, the more flux would be consumed. Consuming nearly 300 Chaos Stones in one go caused Lin Chen to feel a bit of heartache. Forget it, it's necessary wear and tear, and besides, you'll be able to lay back and collect your money later. Thinking of this, Lin Chen extended his hand and chose to confirm. At once. Buzz. A flash of blue light. In the next second, the surrounding scenery instantly changed, transforming from a scenic school district to a molten fire hideout with lava flowing everywhere. Pulling out the void extraction tower, Lin Chen installed it in a more remote part of the hideout. Ding! Installation complete. A prompt came. A small tower, about 3 meters tall, appeared in front of them. Void extraction tower produces Chaos Stones X50 every 24 hours, time remaining in current cycle, 23 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Nodding in satisfaction, Lin Chen sighed in relief. Next, as long as the energy supplying spell formation is repaired, this hideout will be complete. In the future, it will be necessary to purchase some attack type and defense type buildings as well as spell formations to build this place up. Lin Chen pondered in his heart. Who is right now? A message that suddenly reached above the communicator. Brother-in-law, it's a big deal. Something's happened to my sister. The person who sent the message was none other than M.O. Hongli's sister, M.O. Honglu. Chapter 102, Assassin, I actually provoked Lin Chen? Lin Chen's heart fluttered and he immediately made a call. As soon as the call was answered, he asked in a deep voice, what's going on? M.O. Honglu's tone was very anxious, wailing and sobbing, brother-in-law, my sister should book something happened, you quickly go and save her, oh. After a few words of conversation, Lin Chen realized that Mo Honglu and Mo Honglu possessed a piece of equipment called the concentric necklace, which allowed them to sense each other's situation. And just a moment ago, Mo Honglu suddenly felt that the Mo Honglu on the other end was in a crisis, and it was still a not-so-small crisis. That's why he called and asked for Lin Chen's help. Can you determine the general location? Lin Chen asked in a cold voice. Can. Probably be the direction of the northeast. I can feel her side seems to be very cold, but the specific situation is not known. Mo Honglu sobbed. Alright, I'll go right away. Without saying a word, Lin Chen activated the teleportation array and directly teleported back to River City. Once he was out of the school district, Lin Chen didn't hesitate to summon the Bone Dragon, Black Dick, and soared into the sky, causing many people below to look up and cast envious glances over. Fly north, full speed. Lin Chen commanded in a cold voice. Sensing that Lin Chen wasn't in a very good mood, Black Dick didn't dare to say anything more than, "Okay, boss." Spreading his wings, he raced along in the designated direction. In the meantime, wilderness, above a grassland. A dozen people stood in front of a cave, probing their heads and looking towards the inside with some anticipation and awe between their brows. Hey, big brother, we've been blocking this for over an hour, do you think she's dead or not? A bald knight asked to a dry, thin, cloaked assassin. The assassin grunted coldly, told you not yet. That has been hit by my cold poison and is taking frost damage at max life every second, I'll get an alert if she dies. Since there's no hint, that means the is still alive in the cave. The bald knight couldn't help but shrink his neck, revealing a hint of fear and anger. This is really powerful. A dozen of us sneak attacked and froze, but she escaped and killed one of her brothers in return. Even if Lin Chen is powerful, how come the women around him are so powerful too? The assassin waved his hand impatiently. If it wasn't powerful, Lord Chairman wouldn't have sent us to capture this woman to blackmail Lin Chen. Cut the crap, let's try it once and see if we can catch her. Speaking of this, a glint flashed in the assassin's eyes and licked his lips. If we can catch it, hey. Chairman didn't say he wanted a clean Mo Hongkarp. I'll taste the pussy first. TSK, this Mo Hongkarp's figure is really nothing to write home about. No wonder she can be named as one of the freshmen's top 3 beauties, comparable to that Luoli from the heavenly capital and the magic capital's snowy cold water. Go! With a command, a dozen people carefully stepped into the cave. And deep in the cave, Mo Hongkarp sat on the ground, hearing the conversation of the people outside. She couldn't help but a hint of despair flashing above her pretty face. She was originally commissioned by someone to come here to help with leveling. Who knew that it was actually a scam? As soon as she showed up, Mo Hongkarp was chased by a dozen or so professionals. Fighting as hard as she could, she barely managed not to get caught red-handed. But he was also seriously injured. Now, his body was even hit by a layer of cold poison. All the action speed was reduced by 30%, not to mention that he suffered a lot of frost damage every second. If it were not for the fact that Arbiter of the Holy Flame is a perfect quality profession with a very sufficient amount of healing, she'd be a corpse by now. But even then, she didn't have the strength to resist. One could only listen, as the footsteps outside came closer and closer, as if they were symbols of desperation. Lin Chen. At this moment, Mo Hongli bit her red lips, her face pale. Am I really going to die? What a shame. Lin Chen. Just when Mo Hongli was rambling. In front of them, the assassin and the bald knight, among others, had found their way deeper into the cave and saw Mo Hongli's figure. Ah, boss, this is dying. Don't move, let me do it. Humph, dying? But it doesn't matter, it's not like that guy Lin Chen knows about it anyway, and the corpse will be able to threaten him when the time comes. The assassin let out a sardonic laugh, then took out the dagger coated with blue poison and emitting frost at his waist, and took a step forward. Little, you're proud enough to make a dozen of us go through so much effort. But in the end, it fell into our hands, ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Old man see you little pussy on fire, before you die let old man comfortable. Saying that, the assassin let out an evil laugh and stretched out a pair of big hands, so he was going to touch towards Mo Hongkarp's pair of towering. Just then. The change is steep. Seek death. A roar came from the middle of the sky. Immediately after that, the top of the cave was suddenly lifted by a huge bone claw, revealing the figures of a man and a dragon, proudly standing between heaven and earth. This person was none other than Lin Chen. Without any nonsense, an insect race emerged from the void. Knife bugs, brain bugs, stinging bugs, molten flying bugs, dead wing mantis. All of them gathered around, eyeing the dozen or so people in front of them with murderous intent. And Lin Chen even directly jumped off of Black Dick's back and blocked in front of Mo Honley, quickly taking out a bottle of healing potion from his backpack to feed it to her. Lin Chen. Mo Hongkarp's eyes were filled with tears, and her towering chest rose and fell together, indicating how surging and agitated its owner's mood was. Lin Chen. With a sob, Mo Honley jumped directly into Lin Chen's arms and let out a loud cry. If Lin Chen hadn't appeared in time, Mo Hongkarp would be at the mercy of these guys the next second. Alright, it's alright. Lin Chen patted Mo Honley's slender back and comforted her in a fine voice. After instructing a molten fire flying insect to protect Mo Hongkarp. It was only then that Lin Chen turned his gaze to the assassin and the others. At this moment, his eyes abruptly switched and became unusually cold and cruel. Tell me, what kind of death do you want? The words were not yet spoken. Hundreds of bugs around them, as if they felt the anger and killing intent of their masters, hissed up to the sky, stretching for hundreds of miles and resounding through heaven and earth. A moment in time. The low-level ferocious beasts within hundreds of miles even shivered in front of this terrifying sound wave. As for the assassin and the others in front of Lin Chen, they were all plunged into deathly silence and shock. They looked around them at the insect hordes that were like a tidal wave. As well as Lin Chen, who stood on the back of the bone dragon, as majestic and powerful as a heavenly god. In his heart, he couldn't help but feel a million shocks. Is this Lin Chen's true strength? I can't believe. I actually tried to touch his woman? I'm such an idiot. Endless regret welled up in the assassin's heart. If he could go back in time, he would definitely want to give himself, who had taken on the task of kidnapping Mo Hongkarp at the president's place, a hard slap in the face. Such a strong man is also something you can mess with? Run. Run. It was the only thing on the assassin's mind right now. He didn't even have the courage to make a move. He turned around and opened his stealth technique and tried to escape. However, the corner of Lin Chen's mouth floated up in a mocking arc. Stealth? You don't think that you can get away with such a clumsy trick in front of me, do you? Chapter 103, even if you ride me, you still fall in love on your back? Kill. A command. Only 5 molten fire flying insects fluttered their wings and flew in one direction like cannonballs. Immediately after that, lava was spat out from his mouth, instantly flooding the entire surrounding area of 100 meters, turning it into a sea of lava. Ah! The assassin screamed miserably, and his original invisible figure once again emerged, woefully dodging the lava on the ground. Found it. I don't have anti-cloaking means, but just carpet bomb. Your assassin's stealth, but it will show up as soon as it takes a little damage. Lin Chen's eyes flashed with brilliance. With that, he raised his hand. The figure suddenly disappeared into the air, and even space shook slightly. Next. Then he appeared beside the assassin. A long sword condensed from soulfire was gently swung, and one of the assassin's thighs was chopped off alive. Ah! The assassin cried out in pain and fell to the ground, his head covered in cold sweat and his face in agony. Say, who sent you? Lin Chen asked coldly. Can I spare my life if I say so? The assassin swallowed, his face pale as he asked, his tone shivering. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. Are you bargaining with me? No, no, no. The assassin suddenly trembled and waved his hands. I said. Swallowing hard, the assassin told him everything. The president called me over yesterday. It's that guy Mang Liang Yun, the student council president. He asked me to kidnap your woman and then be able to use it as an opportunity to threaten you. Listen to the assassin's account. Lin Chen's heart was filled with killing intent. A smile emerged from the corners of Ryoga's mouth. Mang Liang Yun? Was going to just teach you a lesson. It seems that you, this fellow, are seeking death on your own. In that case, I won't be soft. Thinking so, Lin Chen let out a cold smile and once again raised the soulfire longsword in his hand. The assassin was instantly shocked. What are you doing? I've told the truth, why do you still want to kill me? The corner of Lin Chen's mouth raised in a mocking arc. When did I say that I wouldn't kill you if you told the truth? With that said, Lin Chen raised his longsword high and gently stabbed down amidst the assassin's desperate and fearful eyes. The assassin in front of him instantly broke in two and died. After resolving the assassin. Lin Chen looked towards the distance, the bald knight and the others who were too frightened to move, and let out another cold laugh. He wasn't in the habit of, well, letting his enemies go with a good heart. If you cut the grass, you have to get rid of the roots. Kill, leave no one behind. Lin Chen's lips flicked as he directly gave the order. The insect army immediately swooped in. In less than a few minutes, the professional squad of a dozen or so people had become a mangled corpse. With a leap, Lin Chen jumped onto Black Dick's back. Lin Chen. Just as soon as she got on her mount, Mo Honley flung herself into Lin Chen's arms with pearly blossoms. 2 lines of clear tears crossed the delicate cheeks, so that it is even more added a few points of delicate flavor. Alright, I'm here, don't be afraid. Lin Chen patted her shoulder and comforted her softly. By the way, your sister has been very worried about you, why don't you make a phone call first to report your safety? After Lin Chen's reminder, Mo Honley realized this layer, and immediately nodded and took out his cell phone to call Mo Honley then. Hello? Is it sis? As soon as the phone was connected, Mo Honlu's anxious voice came from over there. It's me, I'm fine now. Mo Honli said softly. Oh. Sister, you scared me to death. Dad almost ran straight to River City just now. Mo Honlu was instantly relieved, but there was still a trace of fear in her tone. What's going on, sis? Mo Honli thought about it and sighed. This matter is complicated, I'll tell you about it later. The two chatted for a while before hanging up. How is your wound? Do you need to go to the medical department for treatment? Lin Chen asked with concern. Mo Hongkarp shook her head. I'm a healing profession myself, I can handle this wound on my own, don't worry. Alas, it seems that you're still not safe enough on your own, it's better to move in with me in the future, so that I can at least take care of you. Lin Chen thought about it and added. Mo Honli nodded, then asked with scarlet cheeks, is it just to take care of it? Not for anything else? Lin Chen froze for a moment and coughed dryly, cough cough. This. In this moment, the bone dragons underneath couldn't help themselves, and Black Dick swung his bone claws fiercely, as if venting his anger, and huffed, Boss, even if the two of you ride me, you're still in love on my back? That's not fair. Also, the main mother, a girl, is so suggestive. Boss, are you a man or not, can't you be more direct? Pissed off. Black Dick was righteously indignant and very angry. He looked at these two people who were making love to each other as if they were eunuchs entering a greenhouse, and could only stare at them. I think you have itchy skin. Lin Chen kicked the bone dragon at his feet without any good humor. Boss, I don't have any skin, I only have bones. Kicked in the face, Black Dick grunted twice in protest. Besides, Mother Superior, I'm anxious for you. Black Dick continued to prattle on. You see, my boss is such a strong man, there won't be 10 or 8 women around him in the future? You're too shy to ask now, you won't get a chance later. He. Think back in the day, I, Black Dick, was also once the father of all laws, and there were 1 or 2 female dragons around me, not to mention 700 or 800, right? A strong man should rightfully have more mates. Ugh. Boss, don't kick me, I'm sorry. I'll shut up. Lin Chen's head was full of black lines when he heard 700 or 800. And a couple of heads. How did you put together 2 numbers that span such a wide range? Just then, Mo Hongkarp, who had heard Heidek's nagging, had an unpredictable expression on her small face. Shy, confused, and unsure. Eventually it transforms into firmness. Lin Chen. I know you have a crush on me too, you just haven't been talking about it. I know that I don't deserve you, but I just want to be with you. Can I not be your wife, but just one of your women, please? Saying that, Mo Honli suddenly undid her leather armor, revealing an unmarked shirt inside, completely exposing it. Then, gently embrace it. A softness came like a wave of water. With a warm fragrance and soft jade in his arms, Lin Chen instantly stood upright. No matter how much he suppressed his emotions, Lin Chen was, after all, a bloodthirsty man. At this moment, if he was not moved, he definitely could not be called a man. Lin Chen. I want to give myself to you. Mo Honli directly kissed up, her soft and delicate body clinging as if it was cotton wool. Okay. I am coming. Lin Chen swallowed, then directly collected Black Dick and all the insectoids. Next, a bed was released and Mo Honli was placed horizontally on it. Finally, like a vicious wolf, he pounced. Chapter 104, Examination Reward in Lawful Loli Luoli. 5 hours later. Lin Chen realized two things. The first is why they say women are made of water. Because the mattress he had put in his backpack was all wet. The second thing is what a bug lord, the peak power of the world. It looks scenic. But it all has to go weak in the knees when it comes to certain people. Back to the school district. Lin Chen first settled Mo Hanli down. This girl almost fainted from dehydration, but luckily Lin Chen had a Coke with him in his backpack and was able to replenish her energy. By now, though, his legs were also weak, and he was still shaking a little. After settling Mo Hanli, Lin Chen received a notification. This freshman assessment is complete and the results have been settled. First place, Juggernaut, rating score 103214. Second place, Li Hongshan, rating 10245. Third place, Snow Watercold, rating 5584. Fourth place, Luo Li, rating 5387. Unsurprisingly, he was in first place. And the evaluation score, which is nearly 10 times more than the second place. This was still the rating that Lin Chen, after passing through the dark ruins closely once, had arrived at. If Lin Chen these 3 days, all the time will be used in speed brush dark ruins above the words. The score it comes up with can definitely reach a point where people are smacked in the face. The results are out? I just wonder what the rewards are. However, I heard that the rewards need to be picked up in person from the counselor. Lin Chen looked at the message with some delight, but soon realized something and frowned. Flower dancing sparrow. When he thought of this flirtatious and voluptuous woman, Lin Chen's legs, which were already a bit weak, softened even more. Forget it, she can't eat me alive, what am I afraid of? Thinking of this, Lin Chen fixed his mind and walked towards the flower dancing sparrow's office. After knocking on the door and hearing a soft "please come in," Lin Chen pushed open the door and walked in. Flower dancing sparrow was sitting in front of her desk, talking to a few students, and both of her eyes lit up when she saw Lin Chen. "Student Lin Chen, you're here, please have a seat." When the name was shouted out, the few people who were originally in front of her couldn't help but cast their eyes over, looking Lin Chen up and down. He's Lin Chen? That Lin Chen who took the national first pass trial abyss achievement, a summon that defeated a veteran, and the first place in the examination? It looks pretty cool. The flower dancing sparrow waved her hand and turned to the group. "I know about you guys, I'll take care of it, go back first." The crowd then nodded and walked out of the office, not before closing the door behind them and passing. Waiting for the people to leave, originally in front of the others, the flower dance sparrow, who was still a bit proper, immediately changed into that seductive figure, smilingly asked, "Lin Chen, little brother. How, want a sister again? Or have you considered it and are ready to do things with your sister right here?" Lin Chen coughed dryly and said softly, "Teacher Hua, I'm here because I want to receive my assessment rewards, I don't know what they are?" "Then what do you want?" Flower dancing sparrow smiled sweetly and stared straight at Lin Chen. "It better be 100 double experience stones or something like that." Lin Chen's mouth opened and he spat out an idea. Flower dancing sparrow couldn't help but roll her delicate eyes. 100 double experience stones? You really dare to think about it. This kind of thing, 1 or 2 would be fine, but hundreds of them at once, even I can't take them out. Never mind, I won't tease you, here's the list of your rewards, see for yourself. Saying that, the flower dancing sparrow handed over a list. Taking a look, Lin Chen nodded thoughtfully. 10 double experience stones, and 3 pieces of transcendent equipment? Not bad. But the last reward is a choice between 3 items, kind of hard to pick. Lin Chen looked at the last reward and was a bit indecisive. Reward 1, double experience stone x 10. Reward 2, points x 10,000. Reward 3, chaos stone x 1000. These 3 items? For Lin Chen, every single one of them was a good choice. After thinking about it, Lin Chen still decided to choose the double experience stone reward. After all, points and chaos stones, both could be earned. But this double experience stone thing, you can't buy it with points. Teacher Hua, I choose reward 1. Lin Chen said straight away. Well, I guess you chose this one too. Flower dancing sparrow said with a delicate smile, I've observed that the level required to upgrade your profession is much higher than other professions, so choosing the double experience stone is a very wise choice. Here's your reward. With that, the flower dancing sparrow took out all the rewards from her backpack and handed them to Lin Chen one by one. Thanks, Teacher Hua, I'll leave first. Only after the inventory was completed did Lin Chen sigh in relief, and with a greeting, he wanted to leave. Cluck 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 cluck. Isn't little brother going to stay? It's getting late, and sister is still waiting to tell you a bedtime story. The flower-dancing sparrow raised her eyebrows and giggled. As she laughed, her chest was in waves. Farewell. Lin Chen fled and ran out of the office, leaving behind a string of silvery laughter. Walking out of the office, Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he wanted to go back to the villa to rest, a petulant shout came from behind him. You're Lin Chen? Looking back, he saw a young girl with a petite figure, wearing a small black dress, and on her feet were white silk that symbolized purity as well as small leather shoes, looking quite delicate and youthful as she walked over. Something wrong? Lin Chen asked indifferently. I saw your results. You must have used a flying mount to cheat in order to pass the dark ruins so quickly, right? The girl in the western dress crossed her arms and said with righteous indignation. So what if it is, so what if it isn't? Lin Chen smiled faintly. He took 2 looks at the young girl and recognized the person. It is the so-called freshman 3 big beautiful one of the Luoli, in the freshman is very popular, and can even overshadow Mo Hongli and another blue water cold. This woman, as her name suggests, is indeed a legitimate loli. Her height was estimated to be just barely 1 meter 5 only, and a small face appeared unusually delicate and full of collagen, looking as if it was as delicate as a porcelain doll. However, what was amazing was that this woman's figure was not barren, and although it was not as rippling as the flower-dancing sparrow or Mo Hong carp in general, it could be called a fine branch. For certain people who liked this type of person, Luoli's attraction was much higher than even women like the flower-dancing sparrow. At this moment, Luoli was staring with wide eyes, one hand crossed and one finger pointed at Lin Chen in a furious manner. You'd be cheating if you used a flying mount. Do you dare to compete with me and split the difference? Chapter 105, Traveling to the Thunder Ruins, Blood Sword Workers Union. Don't dare. Lin Chen said directly. Yu Luoli's eyes widened, completely not expecting Lin Chen to actually say that, and she couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Reacting, she then stomped her little foot in anger. Lin Chen, you're not a man. Lin Chen shook his eyebrows. Do I need to prove to you whether I'm a man or not? Above Luoli's white and delicate cheeks, a blush covered her, and she said angrily, you don't even dare to accept my challenge, so what qualifications do you have to be number 1? If you say it is, then it is. Lin Chen didn't even bother to explain, lifting his leg and walking away. He was so busy, where did he find the time to bother with a little girl about these things? What Lin Chen was looking at was the rewards of the examination. As for the name and all that, it doesn't matter at all. It's just a vanity. Wait, Lin Chen you. When Luoli saw that Lin Chen didn't give the slightest bit of face, she couldn't help but feel anxious and hurriedly chased after him. But how could her 2 short legs catch up with Lin Chen? Just after running 2 steps, the Lin Chen in front of her directly disappeared. Exasperated, Luoli could only dodge her feet in place, but she could do nothing to sulk. Lin Chen. You wait. In the meantime. Inside the student union office. What? All 14 of the older students we sent were killed? Not one left? Mang Liangyun's eyes widened as he looked at a list, and even his voice trembled. These people, they're all level 14 or higher professionals. Catching a mere level 11 Mo Hong carp, or a support profession, should be a breeze. How did it come to this? Mang Liangyun really didn't understand. These 2 sides are so evenly matched in terms of battle power, why can they let a support profession run away with it? And all of them were also countered. President, could it be that Lin Chen who made the move? At the bottom, one person couldn't help but say. Lin Chen? That's possible. Mang Liangyun nodded, but a trace of shock still flashed in his eyes. But even if it's Lin Chen, it's shocking enough to be able to achieve such a level. Even though he's a summoner, he's only level 11. Why is he so strong? Mang Liangyun was puzzled. Summoner is strong. But that's all after level 30. How could Lin Chen, a level 11 summoner, have such a terrifying battle power? President, what should we do next? Someone asked with a sigh. Mang Liangyun pondered for a moment and said, with the loss of so many people, the school will definitely ask about it, we'd better be honest for a while. But Lin Chen. Humph, after killing so many of us, you're already a certain death in my mind. A hint of killing intent flashed in Mang Liangyun's eyes as he muttered. The next day. Early morning. Lin Chen got up early and opened the curtains of his room. A ray of sunlight quickly cast in, illuminating the entire room. This move, however, quickly drew the displeasure of the beauty on the bed. Well. Don't. I want to sleep. Mo Homely said sleepily. Lin Chen smiled and hurriedly pulled the curtains shut. Then after a brief wash, he left the city. It's Sunday off. Taking advantage of this time, Lin Chen decided to finish what he had promised by 1. Thundering Ruins is probably in that direction. After confirming the direction, Lin Chen summoned the bone dragon Blackdick and jumped up with a flip. Who would have thought that as soon as the bastard came out and saw Lin Chen, he cried as if he had suffered much aggression. Boss, you're also too cruel, picking up a girl on your own, and leaving me a dragon to sleep with the worms. Do you have any idea how much psychological damage leaving one of my dragons sleeping can do to a young dragon of less than 10,000 years? Lin Chen slapped Blackdick's head. Come on, cut the crap, just find you a few female dragons someday, hurry up and fly for me. At these words, Blackdick only rejoiced up. Hey, with the boss this sentence I'm relieved, although we do not have that function now for the time being, but raise a few little female dragons to see all good hey. Lin Chen listened with a black line. I don't know how this colorful dragon, whose entire body is nothing but bones, still thinks about that kind of thing in his head. But color for color, Blackdick's speed can't be denied. Once he lifted his wings, Blackdick rushed towards the direction of the Thunder Ruins. 2 hours later. Boss, we're here. A reminder came from Blackdick. Lin Chen hurriedly threw down the lamb skewers and coke he was grilling and looked up towards the front. Sure enough, a ruin stretching for 100 miles appeared ahead, deserted and silent. And in the middle of the ruins, a huge portal floated in the air. This is the entrance to the Thunder Ruin Abyss? Lin Chen couldn't help but nod. When he was some distance away from the Thunder Ruins, Lin Chen ordered Blackdick to land, while he himself traveled on foot to the depths of the ruins. After walking about a few hundred meters to the portal, Lin Chen saw a group of people that were gathered in front of the portal. There's someone here? But that's right, although the Thunder Ruins are hundreds of kilometers away from River City, but after all, it's a replica that can produce high-level materials, so naturally, there are many people who are willing to take the risk to brush it. Lin Chen nodded and continued walking towards the copy. Who knows, as soon as he approached the vicinity of that portal, he heard a chortle coming from him. That kid, don't you want to die? This is our Blood Sword Labor Union territory, if you are sensible, get the hell out of here. A spiky-headed man in plate armor shouted unhappily towards Lin Chen. On the chest of the hedgehog's head, he wore a badge with a large red blade engraved on it, which should be the symbol of this so-called Blood Sword Labor Union. Around him, many people wearing the same badge were casting glances. Mockery, disdain, indifference, and skepticism, several types of eyes were projected onto Lin Chen. If I remember correctly, the officials of the Dragon Kingdom have said that any abyss that is not in a gathering place is a masterless abyss, and everyone can enter. Could it be that I've come to the wrong place? Or is this Bloodblade Labor Union of yours so powerful that it was able to establish a gathering place here? Lin Chen spoke with a faint smile. Hedgehog Head was furious. Kid, what's your opinion? Give the old man a roll. Otherwise, I'll make you suffer. With that, the Hedgehog Head directly took out a shield and large sword, leering at Lin Chen. In the surroundings, a group of idle professionals who were not part of the Bloody Blade Labor Union also gathered around when they saw the scene. They too were all professionals who wanted to come to the Thunder Ruins to take their chances, only to be stopped by the Blood Sword Labor Union. Seeing this scene, some people couldn't help but reveal a mocking smile. Hey, this stupid kid actually dares to contradict the Blood Sword Labor Union? Who doesn't know that the Blood Sword Labor Union is famously ruthless in River City? But any professional who messes with them dies an ugly death. This kid is finished now. Some of them are a little helpless. The Blood Sword Labor Union is also too overbearing, actually occupying an entire abyss, alas. Some were kind enough to remind Lin Chen, young man, get going, the Blood Sword Workers Association is unreasonable, later that you'll be finished if you make an example of them. Lin Chen nodded indifferently, thanks for the kind words, only. I'm not in the habit of backing down. What? Upon hearing this, the Hedgehog Head instantly became enraged and looked at Lin Chen with a fierce smile. You brat, do you want to openly defy our Bloodblade Labor Union? Good. Very good. Since there's an ungrateful one, then I'll let you see how powerful the Blood Sword Workers Union is. After saying that, the Hedgehog Head's body flashed and charged directly towards Lin Chen. Hedgehog Head's speed was extremely fast, and with his skills turned on, it was even more like lightning in the eyes of outsiders, and he couldn't even capture the trajectory of his movement. On the other hand, Lin Chen, relatively speaking, did not even lift his eyelids, and had a very calm and indifferent demeanor. It was as if he had been dumbfounded, frozen in place, motionless, allowing the hedgehog to attack. In the space of a breath, the hedgehog head's large knife landed on top of Lin Shen's head, no more than 10 centimeters away, and slashed down viciously. Chapter 106, 1 move, 1 second, entering the Thunder Ruins. The crowd gasped in shock. This guy is stupid, isn't he? Can't even duck a little? Dead. It can't be helped if you seek your own death. The Blood Sword Workers Union, too, is too overbearing, damn it. Pity, another death. The crowd sighed and shook their heads. No one thought that Lin Shen would be able to escape when he was so close. This was the full force of a rank 13 professional. Even the hedgehog head's face was filled with a hideous smile, filled with bloodthirsty desire. Humph, this is what you get for offending me. I'm going to cut you in half. Who knows? When the hedgehog head looked into Lin Shen's eyes, he detected a hint of indifference and mockery, as if he was taunting him for not being self-conscious, and he couldn't help but feel a little more suspicious in his heart. Next. Void walking. With a low cry in his heart, Lin Shen's figure instantly disappeared in front of the hedgehog head. What? The hedgehog head slashed down. As a result, the imagined scene of Lin Shen being directly split in half and falling to the ground dead did not appear. In front of his eyes, there was only a patch of air. What's the situation? Where is everyone? The hedgehog was dumbfounded. As a result, at this moment, a grim voice came from behind. Brother, buying a hang? The hedgehog head was alarmed and turned his head to try to look away. But before he could make that move, a short sword that seemed to be condensed from black flames pierced through his chest. The hedgehog looked in horror, but all he saw was a clean, cold face. It was Lin Shen. However, the hedgehog head only uttered one syllable, and then fell straight to the ground, dead. One strike, just one strike, killed Hedgehog Head, the junior leader of the Blood Sword Workers Union, in seconds. The scene in front of them caused those present to stare in disbelief. What? He killed the hedgehog kid? I'll be damned, this guy is too tough. It's true that there are a few things, but there's a lot of trouble. That's right, after killing someone from the Bloody Blade Labor Union, they definitely won't let it go, knowing that the president of the Bloody Blade Labor Union, Jinyu, is the most vindictive person. I heard that the last time a man merely cursed Jinyu behind his back, he was caught leaving the city and directly tortured to death alive. TSK TSK TSK. This kid, even though he's a bit strong, there's no way he can fight against the entire Blood Sword Workers Union. Dead. After the shock had passed, the crowd was casting over towards Lin Shen, a look of regret. Good strength. But alas, soon to be a dead man. No good, he actually killed the captain? Report to headquarters. I'll contact the president right away. The people from the Blood Sword Workers Union, too, were reacting, contacting the Blood Sword Workers Union headquarters in the city while cautiously looking at Lin Shen, as if they were afraid that he would escape. Lin Shen, however, touched the teleportation stone in front of the teleportation door amidst everyone's astonished gazes. The information about the abyss in front of him appeared before his eyes. Abyss, Thundering Ruins. Difficulty, Normal, Challenge, Hard, Nightmare. Rank, 115. Type of Abyss, Solo copy maximum team size 5. Nightmare difficulty, Enter. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Shen directly chose the highest difficulty and prepared to single brush. With a flash of his body, Lin Shen entered the Abyssal copy. A bunch of people were left behind, looking at me and Miachu, all with surprise and disbelief. They don't understand. Lin Shen had killed someone from the Blood Sword Workers Guild, and he actually dared to stay here instead of just fleeing for his life? Is this guy crazy? The people from the Blood Sword Labor Union, seeing this, also immediately contacted the headquarters and reported the information. Instead of running away, he's now going to brush the abyss of the Thunder Ruins. Come quickly. Inside the abyss. Boom! Just as he stood still, a thunderbolt sounded in his ears. Looking around, only the sight of a forest appeared before him. Only the trees in this forest are all dead. Everywhere was a sight so torn apart by lightning that there wasn't even a hint of weed. Every now and then, there was thunder falling from the sky. It wasn't lifeless though. For example, there was a group of gray-skinned kobolds right in front of them, sitting on the ground and resting. A scrying spell was thrown over. Name, Storm Goblin. Rank, 11. Life, 2347. Power, 16.8. Speed, 17. Spirit, 18.4. Skills: Storm Summoning, Thunder Shield, Plasma, Lightning Chain. Description: a mutated kobold infected by the element of lightning. Too weak. Lin Chen shook his head. Though the rank is in line with his own. But in Lin Chen's opinion, this kind of monster, he didn't even have the desire to strike. Out. Lin Chen let out a low gulp, and instantly, a figure emerged around him. Knife bugs, brain bugs, stinging bugs. An army of insects, appearing around them, protected Lin Chen like a monarch. Taking out a recliner, Lin Chen set it up on the backs of the two-blade insects, allowing them to carry themselves as if they were carrying a sedan chair. Next, a bottle of ice Coke was taken out, along with a fruit platter. Take a bite of fruit and a sip of Coke. This taste cool. Let's go. With a wave of his hand, Lin Chen lazily said. In an instant, the insect race army in front of them attacked towards the front at the same time. The group of storm goblins, spotting the bug army, rushed up one by one with a strange cry. But their thin arms and legs, before they could unleash their skills, were ripped right off by the huge insect army. A cross-pollination. Even though it was a nightmare difficulty abyss, in front of Lin Chen's powerful insect army, it wasn't the slightest bit different from an ordinary abyss. What? A lot of blood? Hundreds of bugs attacking together, you can't hold out no matter how much blood you have. Lin Chen, on the other hand, only needed to lie on the chair the entire time. Eating fruit and drinking Coke. Life is that good. Suddenly. Rumble. The earth suddenly trembled. Looking forward, he saw a huge minotaur appearing in front of him. These minotaur monsters were as many as 20 to 30 heads, generally over 3 meters tall, muscular, and holding a huge axe in their hands, looking murderous and very ferocious. Name: Bullhead Pioneer. Rank: 12. Life: 4,347. Strength: 22.8. Speed: 18. Spirit: 12.6. Skills: Earth Tremor, Slash, Stone Skin, Recovery Aura. Description: the elite of the Minotaur warriors, possessing great strength in battle. Minotaur, huh? Die for me. An ordinary professional, seeing the number of these monsters, and their attributes, would surely blanch. Because it simply can't be beat. Thick blood, high attack, and comes with a blood restoration. There are even so many of them. How does this play? But for Lin Chen. These minotaurs, not a difficult group of monsters to challenge. That's living, breathing energy points. The higher the blood volume, the higher the energy points converted by recycling the corpse. These minotaurs, I wonder how many energy points they can bring me. Well. Kill. Chapter 107, New Skill, Soul Blade. Generally speaking, the higher the blood volume of an enemy, the higher the amount of energy points gained after recovering its corpse. Of course, bosses can't recover corpses, which is a limitation. Shoo. The brainworm ejected a fireball that smashed into the bullhead vanguard's body. Combined with the lava spit of the molten flying worm, and the short sting of the stinging worm. With just the first wave of attacks, a large portion of the bullhead vanguard in front of them fell. Of course, the most powerful of these outputs had to be the molten fire flying worm. Although the number was small, one of them was comparable to dozens of these basic first-order bug units like brain bugs and stinging bugs. With a mouthful of lava spit, the bullhead vanguards fell one after another like cabbages in a vegetable garden. It's worthy of being a mutant bug race. In the future, we'll have to look for more materials to fuse new bug race units. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. Then he looked to the side, killing the bullhead vanguard at a speed no less than the molten flame flying insects, or even a step faster, on the deadwing mantis. The deadwing mantis, which was fused from transcendent materials. Its abilities and attributes were naturally above the molten fire flying insect. Not to mention, it had cost Lin Chen tens of thousands of energy points and had undergone evolution to strengthen its attributes. Every time the deadwing mantis swung its sharp claws, the bullhead vanguard in front of it, the blood bar on its head would drop by a large margin. A few slashes would kill a bullhead vanguard. This is an efficiency that is comparable to that of a lawn mower. After these minotaurs were killed, they would be bitten by the blade worms and eventually turn into white light, transforming into Lin Chen's energy points. In other words, one didn't have to move at all, and the energy points would come right over like a tidal wave. Looking on with satisfaction, Lin Chen couldn't help but nod. It's just nice to have a lot of minions and not have to worry about yourself at all. What's more, the minions are numerous and strong at the same time. However, this also caused Lin Chen quite a bit of distress. Kind of hungry, want to get a little barbecue going? Or is it shabu shabu? It's so hard to choose. Lin Chen immediately frowned, having some difficulty deciding. Who said summoner brushing was easy? Doesn't it take a lot of brainpower to consider what to eat? This is a top priority. It's better to barbecue. Lin Chen still made a decision. Having just taken out the barbecue, as well as the fresh lamb, Lin Chen lit the fire and placed charcoal into it. Then, after threading the lamb, it was placed on the charcoal grill and roasted. The flavor of the lamb's fat and flavorful meat radiated out. The flavor if you sprinkle a handful of spices like cumin and chile. Simply. Lin Chen happily ate the lamb kebabs and took a sip of Coke, only to feel soothed. As he was eating, suddenly Lin Chen glanced towards his panel, and suddenly a hint of surprise appeared on his face. 100,000 energy points now? Yes. Lin Chen directly threw down the lamb skewer in his hand, and with a movement of his body, he teleported into the sovereign space. Above the stone tablet. The number of energy points had soared to as much as 100,457. Nice. Lin Chen was very pleasantly surprised. I hadn't checked for a while, but I didn't realize that the energy points had actually accumulated so much. Arguably. Energy points, to Lin Chen, were a more important resource than even the so-called school points and chaos stones. With energy points to mob. And the bug units, which are equivalent to their own strength. How should I spend these energy points? Lin Chen made a mistake. Thinking for a moment before nodding. Let's go ahead and chemicalize the Deathwing Mantis. It's one of my most important combat units, and it's only with the Deathwing Mantis that I can have a bottom in the middle of certain copies. Thinking of this, Lin Chen raised his hand, and the Deathwing Mantis that was fighting outside teleported back within the sovereign space, standing obediently by Lin Chen's side. Evolution. Lin Chen let out a low gulp. Do you confirm that you want to perform the third evolution on the Deathwing Mantis, costing energy points x 10,000? For the third evolution, it requires a full 10,000 energy points. It's so dark. Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a pang in his teeth. However, black after black, Lin Chen could only helplessly agree, confirmed. The words just fell. The Deathwing Mantis in front of him was then wrapped in a burst of white light. After a full 10 seconds or so, a flash of light passed by. The Deathwing Mantis in front of him revealed his form once again. I'm going. Lin Chen couldn't help but exclaim when he saw the Deathwing Mantis, and his eyes were even more excited. The shape of the Deathwing Mantis has not changed much. Its size, however, had grown to as much as 5 meters. The height, too, was a full 2 meters. From a distance, it looked sufficiently like a small skid steer. Of course, just increasing in size wasn't enough to make Lin Chen feel excited. What excited Lin Chen was that the attributes of the Deathwing Mantis had changed radically. Name, Deathwing Mantis. Rank, second order insectoid. Agility, 35.7. Strength, 41.1. Spirit, 29.4. Skills, Harvesting Claws, Wings, Bone Spike Jet, Desecration Aura, Acid, Necrotic Gathering, Soul Shield, Soul Blade. The three-dimensional attributes of the Deathwing Mantis, combined, had surpassed 100. Compared to Lin Chen's level, this attribute was simply heaven-defying. To know. A normal professional, at the level of 11, would be considered qualified if their three-dimensional attributes combined could break 50. Breaking 70 is considered pretty good talent. Breaking 100. It would have to be a phoenix-like existence. This phoenix feather was only one of Lin Chen's insect army. The effect of this, Soul Blade. Hiss. This is too scary. Lin Chen couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air as he looked at one of the new skills added to the Deathwing Mantis. Soul Blade, passive skill, ignores 50% of the enemy's defense effect when attacking. A passive. Directly ignoring half of someone's defense effects? This is not too sick. Wouldn't this be the same as dealing real damage when encountering some enemies with lower defense and then ignoring the general defense? Bull. Wait, it's only been strengthened 4 times and it's this powerful. What happens if it's strengthened a few more times? With a thought, Lin Chen once again activated the evolution talent. However, ding. Currently there are not enough energy points. Evolving the Deathwing Mantis for the 5th time requires energy points x 200,000. 200,000 energy points? Lin Chen shook his head with some regret. It was certain that the 200,000 energy points must have been well spent. Only now, one doesn't have so many energy points. For the rest, it's better to pop a wave of soldiers. Lin Chen nodded. His own insect army, which had suffered many deaths and injuries, was now the right time to expand the wave. Come on. After some maneuvering, an insectoid floated around. The size of today's bug population. Knifeworms, 1,000. Stinging insects, 1,000. Brainworms, 100. Flameworms, 50. Ironclad bladeworms, 10. Flying winged bees, 50. Molten firefliers, 5. In addition, Lin Chen had also taken a molten fire-flying insect and evolved it 3 times. Finally, all the energy points were, at last, consumed cleanly. The present-day insect hordes are already primed to take the shape of some insect tides. When it surrounded Lin Chen, it was majestic, as if it was protecting its monarch. Standing on top of the back of a bone dragon, he looked down on the swarm below. Lin Chen's heart was filled with a great deal of bravado, and he chanted under his breath. Now the river and the sea are returning to the guest, but in the future the clouds will be 10,000 miles away. Chapter 108, now, who's got more people? Back to the abyss. The once again expanded insect race army, slaughtering the monsters of the abyssal copies was simply not too easy. Especially the deadwing mantis after evolving 4 times, moving in such a way that even Lin Chen couldn't capture its form. In its original form, it still needed 3 or 4 slashes to kill a bullhead vanguard. Right now, only 1 slash was needed to decimate a bullhead vanguard. And, the bullhead vanguard presumably owed it a life in reverse. Yes. Listening to his ears, the constant sound of kill alerts, Lin Chen ate a small barbecue while watching the battle beautifully. Can't you describe this feeling as cozy? The flavor is good, more cumin. Lin Chen ate the meat skewer and commented on it as he did so. Suddenly. Roar! Damned humans, how dare you slaughter my heirs! A deafening voice came volubly from the distance. Only a kobold with a grey body and bull horns on his head, but unusually short, was seen descending from the sky. This monster was none other than the boss of this abyss, Stormweaver Kate. Name, Stormweaver Kate. Rank, 15 3rd Order. Life, 11,457. Power, 27.6. Agility, 14.4. Spirit, 35.7. Skills, Thunder Incarnation, Storm Summoning, Storm Rune, Thunder Shield, Stirring, Lightning Chain, Stormborn, Summon Goblin, Summon Minotaur Warrior. Description, a mutant kobold blessed with great power by being close to the storm. Holy, it's a Minotaur kobold? I must say, you two races, you play with flowers. Lin Chen just couldn't help but give a thumbs up when he saw Kate, who had cow horns. Obviously a kobold, but with bull horns? And then think of the fact that in the midst of this abyss, there is the possession of kobolds along with the use of minotaurs. Could it be that one night a minotaur and a kobold were both drunk? Lin Chen felt irritated just thinking about it, and the lamb skewer in his hand was suddenly tasteless. Human, how dare you insult the great storm weaver, you're looking for death. Lightning chain. Kate's face sank, and as soon as she swung the staff in her hand, a chain of lightning struck over. Snap. Lin Chen took a sip of coke and didn't even bother to move his eyes before a bladeworm rushed up and blocked the blow for Lin Chen. Noticing that behind Lin Chen, there were thousands of insect hordes, Kate's eyes darted wildly. What kind of monster is this? Much better. How did they get here? This insect army didn't move though. But the mere sight of the tiger gave Kate a creepy feeling. Hey, you made a move, is it my turn next? Lin Chen smiled faintly. With that, a finger was pointed at the deadwing mantis. Go! With a vibration of its wings, the deadwing mantis body sprinted over like lightning, leaving a gust of residual shadows in the air. Its speed was staggeringly fast. No good. Kate let out a cry of surprise and tried to escape, but how could it possibly have the ability to escape given the speed of the deadwing mantis? The blade flashed. Put. Kate's body broke in two. One cut in a second. This was the deathwing mantis after evolving 4 times, terrifying to the extreme. Your summon has killed Stormweaver Kate, gaining experience x 12,000. Spirit of Greed unleashed. Get an extra item. You have cleared Abyss, Thundering Ruins Nightmare, and gained Storm Crystal x1. This is the Storm Crystal, just give it to Baiwan later. Lin Chen played with the crystal in his hand, which was emitting a gust of plasma, and casually tossed it into his backpack. Looking again at the equipment that Kate had popped out, Lin Chen couldn't help but shake his head with some disappointment. The equipment dropped by the boss was a huge pile. But the useful ones are not many. Not to mention transcendent equipment, even excellent quality equipment was rare. After a little looking around, there wasn't a single piece that worked. However, Lin Chen wasn't discouraged, and directly broke down all the discarded equipment, all of it, into energy points, a sort of waste utilization. Now, it's time to go back to River City. Lin Chen was in a great mood, and after cleaning up a bit, he exited the abyss. In the meantime, outside, Jin Yu was upset. Because he had just been straddling a chick who had just arrived yesterday in a big, soft bed in the downtown area of River City, engaging in an intense physical fight. The result was a phone call that scared him and cut what had been a full 3 minutes into 3 seconds. Under the anger, Jin Yu just learned that his union's junior brother was hacked to death, and directly sent a competent henchman to go to support. And it was specifically ordered. As soon as this kid comes out, cut off his limbs and call me over, I'm going to torture him to death slowly. Dare to fight and disturb me, don't want to live. The right-hand man he dispatched was named Chen Nan, a level 15 rare hidden profession, defender. Although his level was not high, Chen Nan's battle power was formidable, and he could easily face a professional 2 or 3 levels higher than himself without losing. What's more, Chen Nan had more than 50 minions with him, all of which were level 10 or above beaters. Together with the scene, there were originally more than 40 people. Add it all up, and you've got a head count of 100. Dealing with a Lin Chen was simply a breeze. As soon as Chen Nan arrived at the scene, he ordered his men to surround the teleportation portal, just waiting for Lin Chen to appear. In the center of the area, there are no longer any idle people except for the people of the Blood Sword Workers Union. But there were still quite a few people, watching the action curiously from a few hundred meters away. Some people felt that Lin Chen deserved it, who told him to mess with the Blood Sword Workers Union. Some laughed coldly, saying that Lin Chen was out of his mind to not run away and instead go and choose to challenge the abyss. Some people were feeling sorry for Lin Chen, his strength was good, but he was going to die today. All in all, in their opinion, there was only one ending for Lin Chen today. That's a dead end. No one felt that Lin Chen could escape. After all, there were hundreds of professionals around, and one of them was standing by. Even if Lin Chen grew wings, he couldn't fly out. And at the moment, buzz. The portal shuddered. Immediately afterward, a silhouette appeared in the crowd's line of sight. It was Lin Chen. Kid, gird your loins, there's no way out for you. Upon seeing Lin Chen's figure, Chen Nan directly let out a cold cry, appearing unusually indifferent. Surrender directly, and I may consider pleading with the president to leave you a whole body. Or else. Lin Chen burst out laughing, what if I say no? Then these union members behind me won't agree. Chen Nan said smugly, a hint of arrogance flashing in his eyes. There is strength in numbers. Let alone the fact that Lin Chen was only level 11, even if he skyrocketed by 3 or 4 levels, he wouldn't be able to escape their encirclement. Who knew, but Lin Chen laughed out loud as if he had heard some kind of joke, you're comparing me to the number of people? Ha 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 ha. Good, very good. I'll show you what real numbers mean. With that, Lin Chen let out a low gulp. Around him, a terrifying figure immediately emerged. Knifeworms, stingworms, brainworms, flameworms. There were thousands of them, directly surrounding Lin Chen. Lin Chen smiled coldly and opened his mouth. Now, who has more people? Chapter 109, Chopping with a Flip of the Hand. The situation instantly reversed. Originally, the Blood Sword Labor Union, which still had the numerical advantage, was now surrounded by gawking insectoids, and was instead surrounded. The people at the scene were all frozen at the sight of this scene. It took a long time for someone to yell out. Summoner! He's a summoner! I go, so many summoned beasts. There must be thousands of them here, right? What kind of summoned beast is this? How come I've never seen it before? Much better. Hiss. This is too unbelievable. The group was in awe. It wasn't as if they hadn't seen a summoner before. However, the summoners that you see on a regular basis only have 4 or 5 summons, and up to a dozen, even if it's not bad. However, before Lin Chen's summons. Thousands straight up? The gap, it's too big. Chen Nan couldn't help but change his face drastically, and with an incredulous countenance, he looked at the surrounding insect race, his heart filled with shock. The indifference and disdain in his heart just now is now transformed into panic. Just now, he had spoken loudly, thinking that he and the others could easily crush and take down Lin Chen by virtue of their numbers. Unexpectedly, the clown turned out to be myself? Kill! Lin Chen coldly waved his hand. The insect army moved at once, directly pouncing towards the nearest members of the Blood Sword Labor Union. Ah! Ah! What kind of monster is this? I can't move. For a while, miserable screams arose as the members of the Blood Sword Workers Union were caught in a bitter battle. Of course, these members of the Blood Sword Workers Union, each of them leveled above level 10, were able to kill 1 or 2 swordworms very easily if they were to go one-on-one. But can't resist too many bugs. Every member of the Blood Sword Workers Union was surrounded by 10 sword insects. Even behind them, there were worm long-range strikes from stinging worms, brain worms, and flame worms. This is absolute crushing of numbers. Not to mention, there was also the presence of a high-level mutant bug race like the molten flame flying bugs. In addition, the deadwing mantis was like a meat grinder, reaping the lives of the members of the Blood Sword Labor Union one by one. The battlefield was a complete one-sided slaughter. It hadn't even been 10 minutes before the last member of the Blood Sword Labor Union fell under the butcher's knife of the deadwing mantis. Blood flowed everywhere and equipment exploded all over the place. In the distance, the hearts of the onlookers were shaken to the core, and one by one, even the lips of their mouths trembled, finding it hard to believe the scene in front of them. They didn't expect. Lin Chen actually directly massacred the scene of more than 100 people, all of them? That's too much to believe. In many people's hearts, they even secretly memorized Lin Chen's appearance. After seeing Lin Chen's devilish means, they all realized. In the future, there will be one more person in River City who can't be messed with. Until now. At the scene, there was only one Chen Nan left. Now Chen Nan. There was no more of the condescending and contemptuous attitude of a moment ago. All that was left was despair and panic. Who the hell are you? Don't kill me. Our president, Jin Yu, will kill you. You can't kill me, you can't kill me. Chen Nan swallowed his saliva and couldn't stop begging Lin Chen for mercy. Not the slightest bit of the high and mighty look he had just had. Your president's name is Jin Yu? Lin Chen, however, smiled slightly. Oh, I'll get to him later. As for you, better get on the road first. Lin Chen gently waved his hand. Phew. Behind him, the deadwing mantis took a step and directly pierced through Chen Nan's chest, falling to the ground and dying. Don't worry, your president will come to accompany you soon. Lin Chen let out a light laugh. He was deeply aware of the principle of cutting off the roots. Being merciful will only bring you endless consequences. Go! Summoning Black Dick, Lin Chen rolled over and leapt onto his back, slapped the bone dragon, and then flew in the direction of River City like a speeding wind. After arriving in Jianghe City, Lin Chen hoofed it to the Lingxiao trading house and handed the storm crystal over to Bai Wan. This woman was very surprised to see that Lin Chen had gotten the storm crystal so easily, and there were even a few moments of disbelief in her beautiful eyes. She was well aware of the difficulty of the Thunder Ruins, and Lin Chen had casually obtained them. How strong is he, really? Lin Chen didn't have any intention of exploring this, and after chatting casually for a few moments, he got up to take his leave. And in the meantime, River City. What? Chen Nan is dead too? Jin Yu, the president of the Blood Sword Labor Union, slammed the table and stood up angrily, his face filled with astonishment and fury. Chen Nan was a capable fighter under me, and he was actually killed as well? Not to mention the hundreds of members that were slaughtered together. This Lin Chen, how on earth did he do it? Jin Yu was puzzled. He recognized himself as a level 25 professional though. But it couldn't be done, in just a short period of time, to slaughter hundreds of professionals, all of them. What the hell is going on here? I don't care what's going on with you, since you dare to touch my Blood Sword Workers Union's people, then you don't want to live either. Jin Yu directly gave up thinking and viciously clenched his teeth. Back to the school district. Lin Chen didn't immediately return to the villa, but instead arrived at the trading house. This trading house is an official trading organization set up by the school. This is also where most students spend their points. Because it was only here that points could be exchanged for precious materials, consumables, equipment, and skill books. As soon as he stepped inside the trading house, Lin Chen's figure attracted the attention of many people. Isn't this Lin Chen? He's that Lin Chen who's been making a lot of noise lately? I'll be damned, that's pretty cool. He's very strong looking, we'd better not provoke him. TSK, I wonder who's a bit stronger between him and the recognized genius among the newcomers, that white gold star from the Tendu family? That's right, Bai Jinxing is a specially recruited student, so he doesn't have to take the freshman examination, otherwise his grades should be much better than his. The murmurs came in droves. Lin Chen walked inside the trading house with an expressionless face and stood in front of a screen. Inside the trading house, there are no roles such as reception or attendance, except for certain VIPs, who basically operate in front of a terminal by themselves. When he pulled out his identity token and approached the terminal, Lin Chen's name was displayed on it. Name, Lin Chen. Status, student. Profession, necromancer general. Rank, 11. Rank, 17,547. Points, 124,578. I'm actually ranked at over 17,000? Seeing his complete information for the first time, Lin Chen couldn't help but shake his head. I didn't expect that even after defeating the sophomore veteran and seizing his ranking, coupled with the first place result in the freshman examination, it's actually still after 17,000? After thinking about it a little, Lin Chen also nodded, knowing why. Rankings, which are not set in stone, change from time to time. Lin Chen had never gone to the arena or done the tasks issued down by the school over this period of time, so naturally the rankings were going to be squeezed down. Looks like I'll have to pay attention to the rankings next. After all, a top 10 reward is something I want. Lin Chen made up his mind. Chapter 110, Huge Boost, Legendary Greedy Soul. But it's better to buy what I want first. Lin Chen opened the trading line and carefully looked at the contents on it. I have to say that the trading house of Jianghai University is very well done. The interface is very simple and divided into many sections. Equipment, consumables, materials, skill books, other. Below these boards, they are divided into many sub-boards. Examples include summoner, warrior, assassin, and so on. You can also search for keywords, or search by demand. With a little bit of searching, Lin Chen was able to find what he wanted according to categories and keywords. Greedy soul, search. The first thing Lin Chen searched for was the soul of greed. Jianghai University's trading market, too, did not disappoint him, only to see the interface really pop up with information about the greedy soul. I can't believe it's really there. It's only one book, but it's a surprise. Lin Chen immediately smiled with a big smile on his face and directly slapped this greedy soul down. A normal quality skill book actually costs 3,000 points? This rack of people has a black heart. But, for me, it was worth it. I really don't know what kind of earth-shattering changes a mythic quality skill will have. Lin Chen nodded. Mythic quality, already the highest quality known on Blue Star. Any item, whether it's equipment or a skill or building, creates a qualitative change. Nowadays, Lin Chen's greedy soul was already of legendary quality. Learning it again will raise it to mythic quality. Lin Chen was very much looking forward to how this skill, afterward, would change. Not long after, he only saw a maid walk over with the skill book and handed it over to him with a smile before retreating. As soon as he got the skill book, Lin Chen didn't hesitate to learn it. Looking at the skill description of Greedy Soul, again, Lin Chen couldn't help but hold his breath. The skills that are available today have changed drastically. Name, Soul of Greed. Type, Skill Passive. Quality, Mythical. Rank, 7. Range, 0. Consumption, 0. Requirements, Level 1. Effects, when killing monsters for loot, there is a 200% chance of obtaining additional randomized loot, and a 100% chance of upgrading the quality of one loot item. 200% extra loot. 100% quality enhancement. What's the concept? Triple drop. As well as the quality is all increased by one level. For example, if Lin Chen killed a monster, it should drop 3 pieces of normal quality equipment. However, under the influence of Spirit of Greed, it became dropping 9 pieces of equipment. Moreover, all of these equipments that were originally of ordinary quality had turned into a higher level of excellent quality again. This is too scary. Mythic level skill, it really lives up to its name. Lin Chen nodded his head in excitement. If he wasn't within the trading hall, he was afraid that he would have jumped up and down. With this skill, in the future, won't any of my legendary or mythical equipment just explode? That's mean. After calming down a bit, Lin Chen calmed down. It's better to look at the other things first. It took a little bit of searching before Lin Chen found the second item he wanted, the giant storage bag. Giant storage bag, expand backpack space by 80 compartments. Every professional's backpack, which only has 10 compartments of storage space, unlocks an additional backpack compartment for every level after that. Lin Chen was still at level 11, and with the 30 compartments of his backpack that had been expanded by the large storage bag from before, it only added up to 51 compartments. It's really enough for the average professional. However, for Lin Chen, it was much worse. First of all, under the influence of the greedy soul, Lin Chen was bound to pick up a lot of high-quality equipment. If the backpack isn't big enough, it's just going to break down into energy points, which is very unfortunate. Another one is Lin Chen couldn't just bring equipment, consumables, or whatever in his backpack. Don't you want a barbecue stand and a cold Coke? It's one thing to practice hard, but the enjoyment can't be bad. What's a practice run without a fondue grill? Therefore, a 51-compartment backpack was never enough for Lin Chen. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Chen directly replaced the large storage bag and equipped the giant storage bag, and the grid soared to as much as 101. Now, that's enough for now. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. But again, a sigh. If only I could get the legendary mythic grade equipment, Black Hole. It's said to be a backpack with no grid cap. However, this thought only existed for a split second, and then Lin Chen shook his head, expelling this fantasy from his head. Let's see. Stealth only costs 300 points? Worth it. Lin Chen saw the last item, the one he wanted, and then smiled in satisfaction. Stealth excellent, assassin lineage limited skill, when turned on, stealth for 10 seconds, cooldown, 60 seconds. Although this stealth technique was a limited skill for the assassin profession. However, for Lin Chen, with the existence of the Heart of Omnipotence, he could learn the skills of all other professions at will. Stealth is able to improve my mobility, it's not a small improvement. After casually glancing at it, Lin Chen put up a few pieces of transcendent equipment in his backpack for auction, and then left the trading house. Just after leaving the trading house, Lin Chen hadn't even had time to go home before he saw a group of girls, who were chattering and excitedly blocking the roadside, hanging banners and various signboards on top of the school road. The group of girls was very boisterous and stood out in the otherwise tranquil campus environment. The people around them couldn't help but frown at them. Instead, the guys continued to talk excitedly as if nothing had happened. Brother Lee Kun is coming to Jianghe City soon, I'm so happy. My brother is so handsome, I didn't expect him to come to Jianghe University to start a concert, I'm too happy. Brother Lee Kun is on a national tour this time, so naturally he has to come to our river city. Come on, let's put the banner up so everyone else can see brother's handsome face. They chattered as they put up a giant banner. Above is a headshot of Lee Kun, as well as some promotional signs. For example, don't worry, Quinn will always be with you. Quinn never grows old, Quinn never falls down. And so on and so forth. Most of the surrounding students, for the most part, cringed in disgust at this crazy fan behavior. After all, normal people are the majority. But even in disgust, no one said much. These brainwashed fans are as good as, say one bad thing about his brother and they get stained. Very disgusting. Therefore the vast majority of them gave a cold snort in their hearts and directly left in a hurry. Only one person, looking at Lee Kun's avatar, sneered. This person was none other than Lin Chen. Chapter 111, Lin Qingxue is coming to Jianghe City? Lee Kun. In my last life, you instructed Lin Qingxue to poison me and rip out my heart. It was intended, after some time, to come back to you. I didn't expect that, but you came straight to my door. Then you can't blame me. Lin Chen's eyes flashed with insane killing intent. Letting Lin Qingxue go was entirely due to the kindness of her adoptive parents, and her own choice to leave her alone and break the favor. Of course, if Lin Qingxue struck out at him again in the future, then he wouldn't be polite. But Lee Kun. But it was Lin Chen who was bound to kill. Lin Chen closed his eyes and began to recall information about Lee Kun. Lee Kun, hidden profession, challenger. He was a singing and dancing trainee who belonged to the Magic City Union, Blazing Sun Union. On the Blue Star. Culture in entertainment, though not as prosperous as martial arts, is not in decline. Even certain places were a bit more impressive than Lin Chen's entertainment in his previous life. Naturally, it has spawned all sorts of singing and dancing contestants and cream puffs. Lee Cohen, on the other hand, is a very hot star in the past few years, because of its feminine and handsome face, which is sought after by many young girls. Among these people, of course, Lin Chen's good sister Lin Xingxue was also included. I have to say, brainwashed fans are so powerful. In his previous life, Lee Cohen was only a rare quality hidden professional though. However, under the donation and band practice leveling of countless brainwashed fans, it actually allowed Lee Cohen to grow to the level of 70. Later on, Lee Cohen heard about Lin Chen obtaining the Heart of the Dominator from some top-secret abyss, and somehow got Lin Xingxue's contact information from somewhere. Finally, abetting Lin Xingxue to lay hands on him. Recalling the experiences of his last life, Lin Chen's heart became a little more hostile. Exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, Lin Chen sneered, "Concert? Very good. Now that you're here, stay forever. By the way, I won't let you die so easily, I've got a surprise for you." The moment. Dragon Kingdom, Yoju. Inside the dormitory of a small, dilapidated academy. These guys, snoring and grinding their teeth, that's enough. Lin Xingxue lay on her bed, looking at her several roommates with disgust and a look of contempt. But with that thought in her mind, she didn't dare say anything more. After all, in front of Lin Chen, she was free to play her little tantrums and even make a move. Lin Chen wouldn't be angry anyway. But the others won't spoil her. At the drop of a hat, Lin Xingxue was going to be beaten. Just a few months into the school year, she's already been beaten 3 or 4 times. After the college entrance exam, with Lin Xingxue's grades, she could only go to the second most inferior university for professionals. There are also gaps between universities. Just for example, Zhanghai University, one of the 3 most powerful colleges and universities in the Dragon Kingdom, has all kinds of facilities and is very luxurious. Other than that, the footprint alone is comparable to some large cities. Not to mention the rest of the faculty and so on. The so-called university that Lin Xingxue attended. Covering an area that was not even as large as her former alma mater, the 3rd high school of Jiangnan City. Totally a pheasant university. Amenities? Faculty? That's even worse. Just for example, this tiny dormitory room, the dormitory room of the hallowed Professionals University, was actually still an 8-person dormitory. Lin Xingxue was full of complaints. She didn't feel like she belonged in a place like this. With her heartbeat, she felt that she should be a student of a school like Zhanghai University or Dragon God Academy. Just a shame. Ideals are plump, reality is bony. Even if this university she attended was the existence of the bottom of all of the Dragon Kingdom. Her grades, too, are at the bottom of the list here. Because she couldn't listen to the lessons at all, and when she practicing the abyss, she finished sloppily. The only thing she had in mind was her own brother Lee Kuan. Lying on the bed, Lin Xingxue opened her cell phone. A news story that popped right up. What? Brother Lee Kuan is going to Zhanghai University for a concert? Oh my god. I must go. The thought of Lee Kuan's brother on stage, singing and dancing figure, Lin Xingxue only felt that the aggression she had suffered, as if all the wind had dissipated, and her eyes were shooting out 2 streams of light. But where does the money come from? Soon, Lin Xingxue was in trouble. Her spending money is now picked up entirely by a couple of classmates licking their dogs. But none of these lickspittles were very strong either, so the most money they could give would cover her daily expenses. It's going to be difficult to get to River City for a concert. Whatever, just make up some excuse to get a fortune from those lickspittles. Those lickspittles, they'll probably all sell their gear to get me the money. Thinking of this, Lin Xingxue quickly pulled out her cell phone and sent a message to a few licking dogs. Sent to lick dog number 1, just woke up, accidentally knocked my shoulder yesterday, it hurts so much, I heard there is a medicine that can relieve it, but it's still short of 10,000 credits. Sent to lick dog number 2, yesterday's equipment exploded while brushing the abyss, if only I could rebuy a mace, I'd be able to milk you when I'm teamed up with you. Sent to licking dog number 3, got my eye on an outfit, do you like little dresses? Want to wear it for you. Too bad it's a little pricey. Skillfully sends several messages. Sure enough, it was only half an hour before a dog-licking transfer came through. Looking at the amount, I'm sure they sold their equipment to come up with it. But that was none of Lin Xingxue's business. After all, How can you go to see Lee Kun's brother's concert without money? Although equipment is very important to professionals, and even means a future. But all you'll lose is your future. I'll miss my brother's concert. Done. Looking at several large transfers on the screen, Lin Qingshu smiled smugly. Brother Lee Kun, I'm coming. River City. Inside a restaurant. Lin Chen, try this. Mo Honley, who was sitting in front of her with a white dress, tenderly picked up a piece of oyster and fed it to Lin Chen's mouth. Before, also thoughtfully wiped the soup around the mouth, a small daughter-in-law look, happy look, but also anyone can see. Alright, I'm all full, red carp. Lin Chen said somewhat helplessly. The two of them had spent the day traveling around River City today and went into this restaurant for dinner. As a result, I didn't expect Mo Honley to directly order a whole bunch of dishes. What oysters, leeks, seafood. There should be everything. Unable to do anything about it, Lin Chen could only eat it to death. Luckily, though, he was a big eater and had more than enough food to finish the table. However, Lin Chen wolfed down his food, and his rude eating style caused many people to frown. Many people threw over their sights, all because Mo Hong Carp in a white dress was too beautiful and charming, making it hard to forget even after a glance. But I didn't expect. This beauty is actually surrounded by such goods. How does this kind of person deserve to come and eat at Hui Xian Lu? It's too rude. It's like a flower in cow dung. Rude. Just then, a tall, courteous-looking man walked over and smiled at Mo Honley. This beautiful lady, may I invite you to dinner? The eyes of the entire room, all of a sudden, were projected over. Chapter 112, What status, daring to talk to Mr. Lin like that? Whispers came from all directions. Isn't this the only son of the Moon City Labor Union chairman, Xiong Qi? He actually came here. This guy, Xiong Qi, is notoriously horny, and when he sees such a beautiful woman, he definitely won't let go. Oh, it looks like that woman's boyfriend is going to suffer. Wait for the good stuff. The surrounding people, looking at the scene in front of them, couldn't help but reveal a look of watching a good show. Well, this beautiful young lady, I am the vice president of the Moon City Labor Union, and my father is also the very president of the union. Xiong Qi said proudly, his face flashed a trace of arrogance, and even inadvertently, revealing his body, emitting a yellow light of the 3 pieces of transcendent equipment. His level, although he was only level 14 only, because of his father, he had 3 whole pieces of transcendent equipment in his hands. Moreover, these transcendent equipment were the most top-notch existences, and their prices were 3 or 4 times more expensive than normal transcendent equipment. Normally, just by revealing himself a little bit, women would jump right into his arms. I'm sure this one is no exception. Xiong Qi is very confident. However, to his surprise, Mo Hong Carp, however, didn't hesitate at all and shook her head. I don't know you, please leave. What? Xiong Qi was instantly shocked. He didn't expect that he had already revealed his identity, and the woman in front of him was actually still oblivious to him. Miss, listen carefully, I'm the vice president of the Moon City Labor Union, Moon City Labor Union. Xiong Qi repeated, lest Mo Honley didn't hear it clearly. Who knows, but Lin Chen, who was next to him, spoke up indifferently, Moon City Union. Isn't it just a third-rate union, this kind of trash organization? Is it worth taking out and saying? The moment these words came out, the people around them all stared in disbelief. It was hard to believe their ears. Moon City Guild. Though it's not comparable to those top guilds. But for others in this restaurant, it has been quite a remarkable and large organization. Other than that, just in terms of heritage and strength, ordinary professionals wouldn't dare to call out an organization like that. And the young man in front of him, he actually dared to speak out like this. Could it be that he was out of his mind? Kid, you seek death. Xiong Qi gazed angrily at Lin Chen, his eyes filled with rage. I'll give you a chance to get the hell out of here right now and hand this woman over. Otherwise, I'll break your dog's legs. Lin Chen smiled. If not, what can you do? Seek death. Xiong Qi gave a cold shout and directly opened his skill, rushing up and trying to punch Lin Chen in the face. His profession was the basic profession, assassin. However, the 3 pieces of transcendent equipment on his body, but it gave him, not inferior to most of the hidden professions of ultra-high agility, with a surprisingly fast speed. Snap. A crisp ringing sound rang out. This voice, however, did not come from Lin Chen's face. Instead, it's Bear Flaxid's face. Only Xiongqi's body, like fragile paper, flew out backwards and ruthlessly smashed into the wall behind him. On his face, 5 fingerprints were clear. What? Seeing this scene, the people around them all gasped. It was true that Xiongqi's battle power was not considered strong. But no matter what, it was still an existence that had crushed this young man by 3 levels and had several pieces of transcendent equipment. Lin Chen was actually able to flip his hand and whip the bear slack. How terrifying was his reaction speed and strength. Xiongqi stood up, woefully out of shape, his originally clean and neat suit now in tatters and his head covered in dust. On top of that, the face was burning and hurting. This was completely unacceptable to bear chase. How dare you hit me? Do you know who I am? You're dead. Just then. Son, what happened? Suddenly, a muffled voice came from outside. Only a rough middle-aged man could be seen, slowly walking in. Behind them, followed by a group of aggressive guards. The aura was very domineering and arrogant. Upon seeing this person, the crowd exploded. Holy, Xiong Haotian is here? Hiss. Moon City Labor Union President Xiong Haotian, he actually really came. I heard about it. Today is Xiong Haotian's 50th birthday, and it's not exactly a coincidence that they're having a banquet here. This time, this kid is really going to be finished. That's right. Xiong Haotian is notoriously protective. It's said that a person who merely cursed his son before was beaten by him and had his leg broken. This guy slapped his son directly in the face, or on top of his birthday party? Ha, this is really going to be dead. A group of people looked at Lin Chen with gloating eyes. When Xiongqi saw Xiong Haotian, his eyes also lit up and he directly walked over. Father! You're finally here. Father, this fellow innocently beat and scolded me, and also verbally abused the entire union out of his mouth. Please make sure you punish this person severely. When Xiongqi opened his mouth, he shifted all the blame onto Lin Chen. Oh? Xiong Haotian sniffed, his brows furrowed, and his air of non-irritation burst out, causing the people around him to tighten their hearts. Really? Don't worry, son, I'm sure I won't spare this man. Xiong Haotian said while looking at Lin Chen's face. When he got a good look at his face, the whole thing froze. The head went blank, as if it had been struck by lightning. It took a long time for 2 words to pop into his head. Lin Chen. Isn't this Lin Chen? How did he get here? Xiong Haotian knew Lin Chen. This was because just a few days ago, he had been present when Lin Chen had slaughtered the 100 members of the Blood Sword Labor Union. At that time, Lin Chen's image of being like a demon god was deeply engraved in Xiong Haotian's head. For several days in a row, I slept at night with nightmares. Xiong Haotian thought to himself that his Moon City Labor Union was a step behind the Blood Sword Labor Union in terms of power, but it wouldn't be too much worse. But he wouldn't think that he would be able to do, as Lin Chen had done, the level of easily slaughtering hundreds of professionals and still have some strength left. Xiongqi he actually messed with this god of fury? I'd rather go to war with the Blood Sword Labor Union than mess with this kind of monster. At this moment, Xiong Haotian's heart was filled with bitterness. That's right, Lin Chen's rank was a bit lower. But so what? People are strong. And, the lower the level, the more room for future growth. Xiong Haotian simply didn't dare to imagine how terrifying Lin Chen would be when he grew to the same level as himself. Father, what's wrong with you? Just as Xiong Haotian was rambling, Xiongqi asked suspiciously. You quickly take him back. I want to ruthlessly torture this guy, let him beg for life, beg for death. Snap. Before the words could be spoken, Bear Cheeks received a big smack in the mouth. At once, the other side of Bear Chase's face also had 5 more fingerprints. Shut up. What kind of status do you have, and how dare you talk to Mr. Lin like that? Xiong Haotian roared angrily. Chapter 113, Spirit of the Storm, Blood Sword Guild's moves. Xiongqi all froze, staring blankly at his father as if he was recognizing him for the first time. Immediately after, Xiong Haotian walked forward and said very respectfully, Mr. Lin, my doggy son is young and has offended Mr. Lin, please forgive me. See this scene. The people around him were like throwing a huge stone on a calm lake, setting off 1,000 waves. What? Did I hear you right? Xiong Haotian, actually apologizing to this guy? Gulp. Am I dreaming? Who is he that he can actually make Xiong Haotian soften? For a moment, the scene resounded with sounds of sucking in cool air and swallowing saliva. Who is Xiong Haotian? president of the Moon City Guild. Such a character, though not considered the top person in River City. But it's also at least good enough to be among the powerful. For them, it was a completely remote existence. Why would such a person apologize to a seemingly unknown kid with an unusually sincere attitude? This is too crazy. You recognize me? Lin Chen smiled faintly. A few days ago, at the Thunder Ruins, I witnessed Mr. Lin's majestic appearance and was impressed and admired. Xiong Haotian swallowed his saliva and said cautiously. So it is. Lin Chen nodded. At this time, Xiong Qi spoke again. Father, what's wrong with you? This man just hit me, you should quickly step in and teach him a lesson. Why are you talking to him like that? Poor Xiong Qi, already a little dizzy in the brain from the 2 slaps, couldn't distinguish the situation at all. How dare you? Xiong Haotian directly kicked over, knocking Xiong Qi to the ground, while angrily chiding, you dare to offend Mr. Lin, and you're still blabbering about it here, you're the one who's looking for death. After saying that, Xiong Haotian was ruthless and directly kicked above Xiong Qi's calf. Click. A crunch. Bear Flaxseed's leg was cut off by a direct kick. Ah! Xiong Qi clutched his leg and cried out in pain, his face pale and covered in a weak sweat from the pain. Mr. Lin, please forgive my canine son for his stubbornness. I wonder if I can spare him this time for the sake of my face. Xiong Haotian swallowed his saliva and turned to Lin Chen, his attitude humble. Xiong Haotian knew that he had to break his own son's legs, and this was to do it to show Lin Chen his attitude. Otherwise, if Lin Chen was allowed to make a move, the consequences wouldn't be as simple as breaking a leg. Well, fine. Lin Chen said indifferently, but let your son be honest in the future, if he messes with my head again. Then I won't be polite. Yes. Xiong Haotian swallowed his saliva, and his heart was a little thankful. Fortunately, it seemed that this Lin Chen was not a murderous person, otherwise the 2 of them would probably have to be accounted for here today. Mr. Lin, today happens to be my birthday, could I have the honor to ask you to please attend? Xiong Haotian seemed to have thought of something and asked again. By the way, there is an important thing to inform. Important matter? What important matter? Lin Chen asked softly. Hey! Mr. Lin, don't blame me, there are many people here, if I can find a secluded place, I am willing to tell everything one by one. Xiong Haotian looked around and said with some request. After thinking for a moment, Lin Chen smiled gently at Mo Honli. Honli, you go back first, I'll be busy with something. Mo Honli nodded, okay, remember to be safe. Only after Mo Honli left did Lin Chen follow Xiong Haotian to the upstairs. As expected, a luxurious banquet had been arranged here in advance, and at this moment, countless handsome men and women were all mingling and exchanging cups on top of the banquet. After coming to a small secret room and serving tea, Xiong Haotian went and kicked out all the maids. Speak, President Xiong. Lin Chen said indifferently. Mr. Lin is really straightforward, since that's the case I won't beat around the bush. Xiong Haotian laughed, then changed to a solemn expression and said, I wonder if Mr. Lin knows that you've completely pissed off the Blood Sword Guild's president, Jinyu, and he's even already threatened to do everything in his power to decapitate Mr. Lin, no matter what the cost. It's a matter of course, I could have guessed it. What kind of information is this? Lin Chen sneered, if this is the thing you're talking about, then I'd better leave first. With that, Lin Chen wanted to get up and leave. Mr. Lin, please wait. Xiong Haotian was in a hurry and hastily got up to stop him, then said, don't be in a hurry, sir, please listen to me. Mr. certainly knows that the Bloodsword Guild will not rest in peace, but do you know the next move of the Bloodsword Guild? Lin Chen narrowed his eyes, you know? Of course I know. Xiong Haotian laughed and narrated everything. It turned out that Xiong Haotian's Moon City Guild was in a hostile and competitive relationship with the Blood Sword Guild. The Blood Sword Guild had always viewed the Moon City Guild as a thorn in their side and wanted to remove it. However, although the Moon City Guild's overall strength was slightly inferior, it was still very difficult to completely eradicate an organization, and could only suppress it over certain trivial matters. Similarly, the Moon City Guild also viewed the Blood Sword Guild as an enemy. No, Lin Chen had actually gotten into conflict with the Blood Sword Guild. With such a fierce person around, the Blood Sword Guild was considered to have kicked the bucket, and Xiong Haotian was naturally happy to provide information to Lin Chen. I see. Lin Chen nodded slightly, then you can say it now, what will they do next? When Xiong Haotian saw Lin Chen looking interested, he smiled and said mysteriously, Mr. Lin, have you heard of the Spirit of the Storm? Storm Spirit? It's that hideout spirit beast that produces storm crystals every day? Lin Chan's eyes lit up. Among the hideouts, not only can they accommodate NPCs, buildings, and professionals, but they can also breed spirit beasts and even start farms for cultivation. Likewise, spirit animals will produce many precious resources and even equipment and so on. The spirit beast of the storm spirit was a pure thunder elemental creature, and as long as it absorbed enough heat, it could produce precious materials such as the storm crystal every day. Of course, it wasn't because of the storm crystal that Lin Chen was so excited. Rather, it's because of the unique effect of the storm spirit. All buildings in the area are 100% more effective. That is, if the storm spirit was placed in the molten fire hideout, then the effect of the void extraction tower within the hideout, which yielded 50 chaos stones per day, would be directly doubled to 100 per day. That number, already, is quite impressive. Not to mention that in the future, if there were a few more buildings, then the more useful this spirit of the storm would be. However, even if his heart was moved, Lin Chen still had to ask first. Storm spirit, what's the relationship with the Bloodsword Guild? Lin Chen asked directly. Chapter 114, Assassinating Li Kuan. In Jin Yu's hand, there is an egg of a storm spirit, and as long as enough storm crystals are fed to it, it will hatch out. And he sent his men to occupy the Thunder Ruins just to get enough crystals. This news, probed by my eyes, has no need to doubt its authenticity. In addition, after the storm spirit is born, it will need to absorb enough thunder elemental breath, so Jin Yu will definitely choose to incubate the egg in the Thunder Ruins in the future. Mr. Lin could have just waited for the rabbits and caught them all in one go. Shom Haoyan slowly said, telling everything. Good. I'll step in if necessary. However, this will require your intelligence, and when the right time comes, you will just notify me in advance. Lin Chen said softly, and after leaving his contact information, he left the place. River City. A square. The crowd was huge. Countless women looked on excitedly, and the shadowy figure on top of that stage let out an earth-shattering shout. Ah! Brother Quinn, we love you. Brother Li Kuan, you are my god. Brother! Look at me here, look at me. Today is the first stop of Dragon Country's popular star Li Kuan's national tour, the city of Jianghe. His original concert venue, however, was at Jianghe University. But the school authorities rejected it outright, without giving the slightest face. Li gone? A star? What's this? Stars that can fend off ferocious beasts and pass through the abyss? What? No. Then roll. Jianghe University was not some pheasant university that could let a clown enter it and cause trouble. Even a few days ago, some of Li Kuan's female fans were directly warned by the school and severely punished for hanging Li Kuan's banners and for their loud and boisterous behavior in the school. Above the stage, Li Kuan twisted his fine dog-like body and shook wildly to the music. Off-stage, a group of fans grew more and more frantic. I love you guys. It was only after a dance that Li Kuan said with a smile. The fans wailed, some even shed tears directly, very moved. However, when Li Kuan looked at the faces of these people, he let out a cold laugh in his heart. A bunch of cuties. Really think I like you guys? The only thing I like is the credits in your pockets. Never mind, for the money, for you cuties. A smile won't hurt. But that Jianghe University, it's really abominable. How dare you turn me down for a concert in their school? The thought of being rejected by a university when he was a big national star made Li Kuan feel humiliated. Strength? Humph, popularity is strength. I may have thin arms and legs, but that's what women like. This kind of strength, isn't it much stronger than you guys venturing into the abyss? Li Kuan thought smugly. What he doesn't know is that a stealthy presence quietly appeared at the back of the stage. This person was none other than Lin Chen. Stealth. Really works. It was so easy to just slip in, so easy. A smile spread across Lin Chen's mouth. His stealth technique, after the all skill levels plus 2 effect of the Heart of Omnipotence, was raised to level 3, and the stealth effect went up by a large margin. This, coupled with the near silent flight of the deadwing mantis, was what allowed it to sneak quietly into the background. However, Lin Chen wasn't in a hurry to make a move, but instead hid in a hiding place, coldly looking at Li Kuan, who was singing and dancing rap. Li Kuan is cautious, carrying a perfect level defense equipment that can counteract one attack damage. If I don't get it with one blow, the guards will rush over, and then it will be protected and even less able to strike. Must wait for an opportunity to strike a blow. Lin Chen's eyes burned as he carefully stared at Li Kuan's break. Suddenly, Lin Chen's afterglow caught sight of someone. Lin Qingxue. One could only see Lin Qingxue, standing at the very front from the stage, her face filled with excitement and touched colors. Brother Li Kuan. Li Kuan's brother. Woohoo, finally I see you. Brother Li Kuan, I love you so much. Lin Qingxue was quite frantic and couldn't stop shouting. Brother. How long had it been since he himself had heard Lin Qingxue call out to his brother? I didn't realize that she never shouted at herself, but she was shouting so frantically at a complete stranger. That's ironic. Lin Chen sneered. Just then. Next, I'm going to casually invite a fan to come up to the stage and interact with me. I don't know who wants this opportunity. Li Kuan suddenly said, smiling very charmingly. Me. I'll do it. Brother Li Kuan, pick me. Off stage, the fans went wild. To actually be able to interact with Li Kuan's brother, this is a rare opportunity in hundreds of years. Let's see. Just you, this beautiful young lady. Li Kuan took a look and pointed at a fan and said. The direction of his finger was none other than Lin Qingxue. Ha? Me? Lin Qingxue froze for a moment, then became ecstatic. Immediately, Lin Qingxue rolled and crawled directly onto the stage and stood beside Li Kuan with a sweet face. In his heart, he was both excited and a little intimidated. After all, this was the idol she had longed for, and to actually get up close and personal? That's too much happiness. Would you like to sing and dance with me? Li Kuan smiled at Lin Qingxue. I'm willing. Lin Qingxue replied without hesitation. Yes, please take my hand. Li Kuan revealed a trained feminine smile, the very same smile that made countless women go crazy for him. Who knows? Lin Qingxue had just stretched out her hand, wanting to hold Li Kuan's hand, when a layer of shield was stirred up, protecting Li Kuan in it. Li Kuan froze for a moment, then shook his head. Don't worry, this is a piece of equipment on me, I'll just take it off. After all, I don't get defensive about fans. With that, Li Kuan took off one of the undershirts he was wearing, and took it off. He wouldn't think that anyone would assassinate him. Especially with so many people. It's a good way to say that and brush up on your good feelings. Fittingly, the move, once again, won fans a frenzy. Brother Li Gon is too spoiled for his fans. Worthy of being Li Kuan's brother, treating his fans like family, woo-hoo-hoo. Was hoping it was me up there being held by the hand. And at the same time, Lin Chen, who was hiding in the shadows, also looked happy. The time has come. Do it. The moment Li Kuan unloaded the transcendent equipment, a strand of black flame popped out of Lin Chen's hand and went straight for Li Kuan's neck. Soulfire flying dagger. Lin Qingxue's face was filled with a happy smile and she just wanted to hold her idol's hand. Who knew that just then? Phew. A soft thud. In front of him, Li Kuan's head, like a watermelon, fell straight to the ground. A headless body, too, followed suit and fell straight down. There was dead silence in the room. Chapter 115, Beast Tide, Free Experience Pack. Above the square, an eerie silence fell. Including many people in front of the television, watching the live broadcast of this scene, all of them were staring at the scene above the stage with wide eyes. The scene just now seemed to be vivid in my mind. A black flying dagger flashed by, and Li Kuan's head, directly slipping from his shoulders, fell to the ground. Ah! It was a long time before someone let out a scream. The entire square instantly turned into a boiling sea. Countless fans were horrified, questioning, and struggling to accept the scene unfolding before them. In their hearts, their brother Li Kuan, who was like a god, was actually killed directly. And it's also the most visually stunning way to die, like decapitation. For them, it's no different than the sky falling. Brother Li Kuan, dead? Who did it? Who did it? I can't take it. What the hell is going on? Countless fans cried and were more upset than the death of their own parents. And the stage. Lin Qingxue's entire body was frozen. Ryoga reacted with a startled cry. Brother Li Kuan. Died? He was beheaded? Who the hell did this? Ah! Lin Qingxue's eyes went black and she almost fainted. The scene before her was a huge shock to her. Li Kuan, who has always been regarded as a spiritual support, actually died just like that. And dying in front of her eyes. And in the meantime, You have killed profession, Li Kuan, add 1 to your sin value. It worked. Hearing a prompt from his ears, Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. At last, the great revenge was avenged. The heart was so much freer. What movies and TV shows say about emptiness, forgiveness, generosity, and so on, Lin Chen can't experience any of it. Offend yourself and forgive him? One is no saintly mother. Offend me, then I'll send you straight to hell. Coming. As Lin Chen looked around, he could see many guards hurrying over from behind the stage. And began to search in all directions. Time to withdraw. Lin Chen sneered, and with a thought he activated the stealth technique, his figure disappearing into the air. Strutting into the chaotic crowd, Lin Chen sank into a void walk for as long as the stealth technique lasted, and burrowed into an alleyway. Then, walking down another alley, in a few flashes, the person had arrived a few blocks away from the plaza. Now, no matter what the hustle and bustle or confusion, it was none of his business. Zhanghai University. Unlike the chaos of the outside world, Zhanghai University was tranquil. After all, no one but a few extremes are interested in a sissy fine dog. How about going home, or brushing up on the abyss? Walking down the road, Lin Chen pondered. It was as if the assassination just now was as easy as drinking a glass of water. If you go home. Unfortunately, Red Carp is still in class and practice, so I can't follow her. If you brush the abyss. Lin Chen sighed, for me, the school abyss, the experience is too low. It's a real monkey wrench to get an upgrade. The Insect Lord gave Lin Chen unrivaled battle power. But at the same time, the experience needed to upgrade was dozens of times that of other professionals. This number, when you get to the higher levels, is even more exaggerated. As such, the abysses in the school that are no more than level 10 or 20 may be copies for others that require a careful challenge and are rewarding to pass. But for Lin Chen, gains like mosquito legs. Just then, your hideout is under attack. Current defense, 99.99%. There are currently no defense or attack spells that can be activated. Lin Chen was shocked in his heart. Molten Fire hideout, under attack? Come on, go home. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Chen ran towards the nearest teleportation spell formation. The hideout is open to attack. And, it can even be ransacked. When the defense spells in various facilities were completely opened, everything inside would be exposed for the taking. Previous. There was just one organization called the Assailants Guild that was infamous for going around attacking other people's hideouts, often looting other people's resources, hideout buildings, spirit beasts, and so on. Later on, it was the officials who came down and sent 2 inspectors to smash the entire guild and behead all the core characters. That's what put the matter to rest. Teleporting back to the Molten Fire hideout will cost Chaos Stones X137, do you confirm? Confirmed. Lin Chen didn't hesitate in the slightest. The body flashed. Opening his eyes again, the scene in front of him had changed to the middle of a hideout flowing with lava. Come out. With a low gulp, Black Dick's form appeared in the middle of the hideout. Boss, it's so hot in here, you don't want to roast me and eat me, do you? Black Dick chattered excitedly as soon as he appeared. Shut up. Lin Chen spat out 2 words and directly flipped onto Black Dick's back, then flew towards the top of the volcano. It was only once he flew over the volcano and looked around that Lin Chen frowned as realization dawned in his heart. So it wasn't the other professionals who attacked, but the beast tide that attacked. After each hideout was built, it would be attacked by a wave of beasts, in addition to guarding against attacks from other professionals. Beast tide is a group of beasts formed by all kinds of beasts, not only low-level beasts such as Bloodtooth Pig, etc., but also all kinds of high-level beasts. Every once in a while, the hideout would be attacked by a wave of beasts. The higher the level, the larger the scale, and the more resident population hides, the larger the beast tide will be, and there will be more high-level ferocious beasts. And that's exactly why many labor unions, individuals, would gather their hideouts in one piece, creating urban gathering places. After forming a gathering place, there will be no separate and scattered waves of beasts. Instead, every once in a while, a ferocious beast attacks the city. Of course, amidst the ferocious beasts attacking the city, the quantity and quality of the beast tide naturally climbed higher and higher. However, all the people united down to resist. Overall, it was still a little less difficult than resisting the beast tide alone. Lin Chen didn't want to expose his molten flame hideout too early, so he would need to fight the beast tide alone. However, it's really a pillow for a sleepy head, it's actually a beast tide. Lin Chen, however, looked somewhat excited as he looked at the ferocious beasts that were fighting to attack the door of the hideout. With this wave of beasts, I should be able to rise to level 12. 4 others. Beast Tide was an existence that gave them an incomparable headache. Almost every hideout possessor was thinking all the time about how to deal with the next wave of Beast Tide peacefully. But for Lin Chen, a tidal wave of beasts is a free experience pack. Chapter 116, Meeting the Beast Wave. The size of the Beast Tide is around 3,000. The scale isn't large, but nearly 30% of them are second order or higher monsters, and their levels are generally above level 10 as well. Yes. Lin Chen looked at the monster's figure with a happy expression on his face. Then, flipping his hand, he took out a double experience stone out and used it without hesitation. Immediately afterward, a hand waved. Shoo shoo shoo. An army of bugs, whose numbers were in no way inferior to the Beast Tide, surfaced in the surroundings. Kill. With a command, the insect race army frantically ran towards the ferocious beasts in front of them. In an instant, the molten fire fortress turned into a bloody battlefield. Fireballs and ice spikes flew all over the sky. The scene was a complete one-sided massacre. On the surface, knifeworms and brainworms, these first-order worms, were at most equivalent to the strength of a level 2-4 professional, and should have been completely crushed in the face of ferocious beasts that were generally level 10 or higher. But actually, Lin Chen, the Yi Bug Lord, was essentially a summoner as well, so huge amounts of spiritual energy could boost the 3D attributes of a large number of heavy bug units, allowing low-level bugs such as the knife bugs to already possess 3-dimensional attributes that were no less than those of a level 5 ferocious beast. And low-ranked insect races such as the knifeworms, although their overall strength was not as good as that of the fierce beasts. But it was a natural killing machine, more flexible and intelligent than most of the ferocious beasts that only had instincts, and even knew how to cooperate. Add to that the absolute crushing of numbers. There is also fire support from air units such as flying winged bees. There was even a massacre of mutant bugs like the Deathwing Mantis and the Molten Fireflyers. The battlefield was a complete one-sided slaughter. Most of the ferocious beasts that couldn't even do a 1-for-1 with the blade worms were killed by the stinging worms' short spikes or the brain worms' fireballs. Either that, or they were slashed by the Deathwing Mantis and Molten Fire Flying Worm as if they were vegetables. Your summon has killed the Iron-Armed Ape, gaining Experience X 4000 double experience. Your summoned object, Blade Worm, die. Your summon has slain the Green Fire Viper, gaining Experience X 3600 double experience. Your summon has killed the Mechanical Golem Beast, gaining Experience X 8000 double experience. Your summoned object, Blade Worm, die. For a moment, the beeps are incessant. Lin Chen couldn't help but grin as he stood on Black Dick's back and watched his experience bar slowly growing. Yes. It's too good to be able to collect experience while sitting. And it looks like a lot of equipment was dropped. Lin Chen didn't care at all about the losses of the swarm. After killing these ferocious beasts, the energy points obtained from recycling them were much more than the sword bugs he had lost. A sure thing. Just then, Lin Chen, who was watching the battle from the sky, suddenly noticed something. At the edge of the Beast Tide, a huge, blood-colored beast rushed over in Lin Chen's direction, emitting an earth-shattering roar as it did so. The Beast Tide boss has finally appeared, Lin Chen said in his heart. In the Beast Tide, bosses would appear just like in the Abyss, and their types were completely randomized, making them very difficult to deal with. Holy cow, boss, what a big tiger, is that what all the tigers on your blue planet look like? Black Dick flapped his wings in some surprise. This isn't a creature, it's a puppet. Lin Chen looked at the giant tiger and said in a deep voice. Golem, in general, refers to all mechanical creatures. Compared to normal ferocious beasts or professionals, puppets had a very difficult characteristic to deal with. That is, no debuffs. Whether it's freezing, burning, bleeding or dazing. None of it worked for the puppet creatures that had no soul, nor flesh and blood. Coupled with the puppet creatures, the blood was generally ridiculously thick, several times that of an average equivalent ferocious beast. As a result, many professionals shied away from puppet creatures. Lin Chen threw over a scrying technique, and instantly the monster's information appeared before his eyes. Name, Wine Tiger Puppet Beast. Rank, 15 4th Order. Life, 54,875. Strength, 33.4. Agility, 29.7. Spirit, 17.4. Skills, Pounce, Hammer, Silent Strike, Aura of the Wind God, Windblade, Storm Strike, Gust of Wind, Reorganization. Description, a powerful golem beast, powered by an infusion of terrifying wind elements. A 4th rank level 15 boss? Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. Not bad, that's a lot of blood. It'll give me a good fight for a while. Come on. With a low shout, Lin Chen slapped the black dick underneath him and flew towards the wind tiger puppet beast. Roar! When the wind tiger puppet beast saw that Lin Chen actually dared to fly towards him, he roared angrily, his body immediately swirled with layer after layer of green energy, and when he opened his huge mouth, dense wind blades poured out. Hey, boss, let me do it. When Black Dick saw these wind blades, instead of dodging them, he excitedly flew over with a direct lift of his wings. With his mouth open, a mouthful of grayish-white undead dragon's breath spewed out, instantly dissolving the wind blade in front of him cleanly. Ha, dare to fiddle with the wind element in front of this Dharma Lord of all Dharma? Don't you know that I was a sky dragon in my lifetime? Black Dick smiled proudly, a smug look appearing on a bony face. When the wind tiger puppet beast saw its own attack, which was actually cracked so easily, it couldn't help but be a little infuriated, and after roaring angrily, it actually chose to pounce over directly. The wind tiger puppet beast itself was a wind attribute puppet, extremely fast, and in an instant, it arrived in front of Black Dick and raised its huge tiger claws, so it directly slapped over. Still want to sneak attack? Black Dick wasn't willing to show weakness either, extending his bone claws and slapping them up. Boo! The 2 claws exploded as they made contact. The wind tiger puppet beast took 2 steps back before stabilizing itself. Heidick, on the other hand, continuously retreated back a dozen meters before he was able to stabilize himself, with some shock in his eyes. I'll go, this puppet power is actually so terrifying? Even if I'm not good at power, at my peak, a single breath would blow something like you into dregs. Black Dick was a little exasperated and could only vent his displeasure. Although it was an epic level mount, after all, it was just a mount, and its battle power was weaker than that of a normal summon. Plus, its level is now only 10. Comparatively speaking, it would naturally be weaker than the wind tiger puppet beast. I'll do it, just keep an eye on it. Lin Chen patted Black Dick underneath him. Boss, hit this big guy hard. Black Dick flapped his wings excitedly. Go! With a wave of his hand, Lin Chen called out to the deadwing mantis and pointed forward. Hiss! The deadwing mantis flew towards the wind tiger puppet beast at a rapid pace, while acid sprayed out of its mouth, instantly causing the latter's body to be corroded with a hole as big as the mouth of a bull. It was followed by a swing of the sharp blade. Under the effect of Soul Blade, the tail behind the wind tiger puppet beast broke off directly. Chapter 117, Successful Defense, Returning to the Gathering Place. Although the wind tiger puppet beast didn't feel any pain, the lack of its tail behind it caused it to be violently startled, instantly bursting into a rage and pouncing madly towards the deadwing mantis. However, even in terms of strength, it was slightly inferior, not to mention the agility that the deadwing mantis was so proud of. Phew! With a single retreat, the deadwing mantis caused the wind tiger puppet beast's attack to fall short, and even spat out a mouthful of acid with its backhand, landing on the latter's face and causing another large hole in its appearance. The wind tiger puppet beast was even more furious, and the beast and the insect frantically fought. Look at the battlefield below. Black Dick couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. I'll go. Boss, your little bug is too powerful. It seems to be stronger than even me. Lin Chen was instantly speechless. Please don't add the word small when you say bug in the future, okay? It's easy to create misunderstandings. Boss, you understand what I mean is good. Black Dick hemmed and hawed and scratched his head. Boss, when will you also give me a little evolution? Don't have to be too much, evolve a 7 or 8 times on the line. It is estimated to be able to recover 1 or 2% of my previous strength. 7 or 8 times? Lin Chen was so angry that he kicked Black Dick in the head. Do you know how many energy points it takes to evolve 7 or 8 times? You can't even defeat a golem. Nice try. If you don't give it, what? Is the point of playing the dragon? Black Dick felt very aggrieved and could only grumble in dissatisfaction. Despite the words. However, in his heart, Lin Chen was pondering. That said, although Black Dick is nominally my mount, it's also essentially a summon. Can I strengthen it as well? Though the mind guessed so. However, Lin Chen could only sigh and put his thoughts aside for the time being. Because he was now stretched to the limit in terms of energy points. Wait until the battle is over. redirecting his eyes to the battle before him. At this moment, the Deadwing Mantis had already gained the absolute upper hand, flying around the Wind Tiger puppet beast like a light falcon, dodging attacks while counterattacking as if it was a playful game. Under the effect of Soul Blade, 50% ignoring defense. With a flick of the sharp blade arm on the body of the Wind Tiger puppet beast, the Deadwing Mantis was able to easily tear a large gash in its exterior made of metal. In just a few strokes, the surface of the Wind Tiger puppet beast, already in tatters, could only let out a sad and helpless roar. Eventually. But 10 minutes. The Wind Tiger puppet beast then fell to the ground. Your summon has killed the Wind Tiger puppet beast, gaining experience x 120,000 double experience. You've risen to level 12 and gained 1 extra free attribute point. Spirit of Greed unleashed. Get an extra item. Spirit of Greed activated, item quality upgraded. Your skill, Soulfire, has risen to level 3. You have successfully defended against the Beast Tide, and the hideout gains a gain effect. The professional who is in it gains a 10% life recovery speed bonus. It actually gained a gain effect. Lin Chen nodded slightly in thought. Hides that have successfully fought off a wave of beasts after it has passed have a small chance of gaining a gain enchantment. The first time he fended off a beast hide, he was actually able to gain a gain, so he had to say that his luck was indeed good. Nothing but 10% life recovery speed bonus. That effect doesn't do much good in a hideout. Lin Chen let out a bitter smile. Gain comes out the first time, but it's an effect that does nothing. I really don't know if I'm lucky or not anymore. Forget it, let's clean up the battlefield first. Lin Chen's mind moved as he looked at the perimeter of the molten fire fortress. At the moment, there were corpses of ferocious beasts all over the place, as well as equipment that emitted various colors of light. Come. With a command, the insect army dragged the corpses and equipment to Lin Chen's perimeter, allowing him to pick them up at will. Deer bone necklace? Excellent quality equipment, 2 average. Rare. Average, recycle it. The transcendent equipment. Has average attributes, but it can stay. Ugh, this is good, it could fetch a good price. These. Lin Chen counted the equipment on the ground. It took a long time for the inventory to be completed. This Beast Tide. In total, it brought Lin Chen 24,147 energy points of income, as well as 3,043 pieces of excellent quality equipment, 957 pieces of rare quality equipment, 14 pieces of transcendent quality equipment, and 1 piece of perfect quality equipment. There is no common level equipment. Because under the influence of the Spirit of Greed, all items are 100% raised by 1 quality. In other words, all of the original ordinary equipment had now directly turned into excellent quality equipment. Its value, moreover, has multiplied several times. Yes. Lin Chen grinned. Just 1 beast tide, the profit it brought to itself was a bit stronger than brushing the abyss for a month. I really wish there were a few more beast tides. Lin Chen sighed heartily. If this statement was known by others, they would be so angry that they would spit out blood. Everyone else expects that the fewer and smaller the beast tides, the better, or even better, no beast tides at all. And Lin Chen. And yet, I hope to come back a few more times. This is treating the beast tide that everyone is afraid of as a gift of experience and resources? Good, time to go back to school. Lin Chen couldn't help but say in his heart as he looked at the scenery around him, which had settled down. But just then. Just at that moment, a message was transmitted onto Lin Chen's communicator. Pick it up. It's a reminder message. Order all students in the northern part of Jianghe City to immediately go round up the roaming ferocious beasts in the neighborhood to protect the safety of the city. Zhanghai University School Department. Sporadic ferocious beasts have appeared, approaching the gathering place? Lin Chen's mind moved. At the Blue Star. The martial arts culture prevailed. Therefore, the University of Professionals can also be seen as half of a stability maintenance organization that would be responsible for maintaining the surrounding environment and protecting the general public. These little things are left to some students. Both maintain stability and equally motivate students and exercise their abilities. We're going back to River City anyway, so we might as well go directly to the northern region. According to common sense, after clearing the outer ferocious beasts, the school will give rewards, so it's a waste not to take them. Making up his mind, Lin Chen stroked the teleportation spell. Teleportation to River City. Public teleportation spell. Northern region. costs Chaos Stones X 137, do you confirm? Confirmed. In the next second, the scenery around Lin Chen changed once again. It came straight into the crowded downtown area of River City. This teleportation spell formation was established directly on the perimeter of the pedestrian street for ease of use. Lin Chen's move to teleport over didn't attract anyone's attention. After all, this kind of thing happens hundreds of times a day, and everyone is so used to it that they turn a blind eye to it. Chapter 118, Cleanup Mission, Freshman Number 1 Platinum Star. Entering the city, Lin Chen didn't hesitate at all and headed towards the north. As soon as he left the city, he saw many students from Jianghai University and the neighboring schools, who were gathered at the entrance of the city, all of them looking eager to try. The person at the head of the group was a man dressed in white and holding a long sword, looking exceptionally handsome with an extraordinary temperament. As soon as he saw this person, Lin Chen muttered and whispered 3 words under his breath, Platinum Star. Platinum Star. It is the Jianghai University, special enrollment students. This Platinum Star. Prest didn't take the test, didn't even make a move. But it is considered to be the freshman of Jianghai University, deservedly the first freshman. Not for any other reason. Just because. Platinum Star is an epic quality profession, Sword Soul. Epic career. What is this concept? It was important to realize that even epic equipment, for the vast majority of people, was something they had heard of, but could not see. And even more valuable than the gear are the career templates. It's even more rare. It was precisely because of this that Jianghai University had spent huge amounts of resources to recruit him. And, without even having an examination, he directly ranked Platinum Star, within 5,000, even crushing many of the older students. And the vast majority of people have no problem with that. Above the blue star, strength is honored. Occupation, on the other hand, can be a rough indication of a person's strength. Squeezed down by an epic career owner. No injustice. Senior brother by, I've heard that in the fringe area this time, a sporadic wave of beasts has suddenly appeared, and it's definitely not something that can be accomplished by a single person if they are to be eliminated. As I see it, let senior brother command this operation. A fat man said very flatteringly to Bai Jinxing. Eldest brother was the honorific title for the first person for freshmen in Jianghai University. This fat man opened his mouth to be a senior brother, and in a few words, he brought Bai Jinxing to a high position, so it seems that he is well versed in the way of patting a horse. Bai Jinxing nodded indifferently. This action is also considered the school's test for us. Without the teacher's leadership, it's only right that I take charge. So be it. Bai Jinxing looked around, and after counting the number of people here, he said in a cold voice, there are a total of 27 people here. Everyone will explore towards the surroundings in squads of 3. After encountering the ferocious beasts, if the number of them is small, they will be eliminated. How about notifying the others for backup if there are a lot of them? The fat man's face was delighted at his words, worthy of being senior brother by, he arranged the perfect plan in a couple of clicks. Good, we'll do as you said. Who knew that just then? Wait. In the corner, a man spoke out, I didn't say that I would be subject to unified dispatching, so before you discuss your plans, exclude me. The crowd froze and couldn't help but look at the person who spoke, all of them somewhat annoyed and sneering. Who's so ungrateful? Senior brother Bai has spoken, and someone actually dares to have an opinion? Isn't this a death wish? This person seems to be Lin Chen. Lin Chen? It really seems to be Lin Chen. Who is Lin Chen? You don't even know about this? It's that Lin Chen who defeated the older students with a single move, scored first in the examination, and is even rumored to have an ambiguous relationship with teacher Flower Dancing Sparrow. It's him. Is he Lin Chen? Doesn't look like much. A group of people looked at Lin Chen and murmured. Seeing this, the fat man said angrily to Lin Chen, you guy is too arrogant. I admit that you do have some strength, otherwise you wouldn't have become number 1 in the examination. But don't forget, this is senior brother Bai's order. Do you want to defy senior brother Bai? Bai Jinxing also looked at Lin Chen, and there was more than a hint of unhappiness in his eyes, but it flashed by without showing it. I'm just informing you guys, there's no such thing as disobeying or not disobeying. Lin Chen said indifferently. After saying that, Lin Chen actually turned around directly and walked alone in the direction of the depths of the edge zone amidst the shocked eyes of the crowd. Looking at Lin Chen's distant back, the crowd was completely dumbfounded. Where did he get the courage? He wants to go it alone? Oh, ignorance. This kind of sporadic beast riot, although the scale is not comparable to a beast tide, it's not something that a solo professional can handle either. This person is too arrogant. After all, he is a summoner and took the first place in the examination. It's normal to be proud. So what if it's a summoner? It's just the most ordinary necromancer, and it's not worth mentioning in front of Senior White's epic level profession. The crowd nodded in agreement. Summoner is powerful, yes. But even the strongest summoner has a ceiling. A normal quality summoner is no better than, say, an epic level other profession. It's an absolute disparity. Senior brother by. You see, Fatty looked at by jinxing. No harm done, let him go. By jinxing forced down the anger in his heart and intentionally put on a generous look, but I won't restrict other people's personal freedom. Since he wants to go, I won't stop him. It's just that he can't collect the rewards awarded by the school for this operation, huh? A hint of smugness and smoothness flashed in by jinxing's eyes. In accordance with school regulations, the team that clears the highest number of monsters in this kind of cleanup operation is the one that gets the school's reward. This is also a strategy to motivate students and encourage them to compete with each other. That's right, that Lin Chen is probably going to work for nothing. Fatty echoed. I just don't believe that he alone can still rob so many of us. In the meantime, after entering the depths of the edge zone, Lin Chen immediately summoned the Deathwing Mantis and rode it. The reason why he didn't summon Black Dick was because although Black Dick was faster, he was too big, and when he incited his wings, it was estimated that his figure could be noticed for hundreds of meters around. In this environment, the near-silent flight of the Deadwing Mantis had an absolute advantage. On the back of the Deadwing Mantis, Lin Chen looked down. Groups of ferocious beasts, being passed by below. None of these ferocious beasts were Lin Chen's targets. Because among the school's intelligence, the characteristics of that group of suddenly rioting ferocious beasts were clearly stated, a group of undead. These ferocious beasts down there were clearly not undead. Suddenly, Lin Chen looked to one side, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Found it. Only to see a bunch of undead creatures, who were fighting with a group of ferocious beasts on top of a clearing in the woods not far away. Lin Chen took a closer look and was a little surprised. This was because these undead creatures were not low-ranked skeleton warriors, skeleton archers, or the like. Instead, they were more advanced undead such as skeleton wizards, headless horsemen, and so on. Chapter 119, Shadowtooth Mountain Range. The number, too, was more than Lin Chen had imagined, roughly 40 to 50 of them. What's the situation? So many undead have actually appeared in this place. Lin Chen was a little surprised in his heart. Around the fringe area, the ferocious beasts should be mostly of the type of wild beasts and such. This isn't the land of the underworld, so how could there be so many undead? Never mind, let's clean it up first. Lin Chen shook his head, then softly ordered, go. With a wave of its wings, the Deathwing Mantis flew towards the undead like a god of death, slashing them one by one and decimating them all like chopping vegetables. After pocketing all the loot, Lin Chen hoofed it and flew in another direction, carefully searching for traces of undead creatures. In the meantime, one of my team of summons was wiped out, and finally, someone took the bait. Inside a cave, a figure over 3 meters tall and covered in black robes laughed, his voice gloomy as if it had emerged from the middle of the ground. A closer look will be surprised to find that this person's exposed parts are not wrapped in flesh and blood, but a piece of cold white bone. Okay, come on all. The more people that come the better, I need your souls to help me get out of the seal. By then, your entire city will be destroyed by me. The moment. Another place. 100 Flame Prairie Chop. A low drink. In an instant, a flaming sword chi was sent out, directly chopping the two headless knights in front of them into two halves. With a terrifying might, the surrounding people couldn't help but have their eyes light up in admiration. Worthy of being senior brother by killing two monsters in just one move, so cool. It's so powerful. Worthy of being an epic level profession, sword soul. If it's me, I guess I'll have to fight for half a day, right? Too ruthless. With this sword coming down, I don't think I can even carry it, right? Hearing the admiration and bragging of those around him, By jinxing couldn't help but let a hint of smugness flash through his eyes, but he quickly coughed lightly and said in a pretense of modesty, "It's nothing, this strike is nothing more than my ordinary level." These words caused even more exclamations and praises from the people around them. After some bragging, Platinum Star said, "Let's just move forward, we've just cleared out a few undead creatures now, and we don't know how many are coming next." Saying that, he led a group of people to explore inside the forest. Suddenly, someone shouted out, "Senior White, there seems to be something here." Platinum Star walked towards the man. Who knows, before he could take 2 steps out, he saw a sudden gust of wind coming. In an instant, in front of Platinum Star, a huge spatial portal stood up, so fast that everyone was dumbstruck. "It's an abyssal portal." Platinum Star's eyes lit up as she said, "I didn't realize that we were lucky enough to activate an abyss." The abyss is everywhere and can appear anywhere. There are even professionals that specialize in finding new abysses as a career. The crowd was astonished and looked at the profound portal. A moment later, the portal's information was displayed in front of everyone. Abyss, Shadowtooth Mountains. Rank, 120. Type of abyss, multiplayer abyss shared map accessible to all. See the message of this portal. The crowd couldn't help but be a little surprised. You know, this is a fringe area. According to reason, there shouldn't be, in this place, an abyss of such a high level. But the portal in front of him was not going to lie. "Senior brother Bai, what should we do?" The crowd turned their attention to Platinum Star. "Now, he's the only one who can make it." "I see," I said. "Why large swaths of undead suddenly appeared here? It turns out that a new abyss was born." Platinum Star nodded. Generally speaking, the abyss affects its surroundings from time to time, causing them to change drastically. For example, 100 miles around the Thundering Ruins, abyss were as barren and grassless as if they had been struck by lightning. It wasn't uncommon for so many undead creatures to roam around this Shadowtooth mountain range. "It seems that this has to be reported to the school beforehand," Bai Jinxing said in a deep voice. But then he spread a smile. "But let us pass once first." Looking at the inquiring eyes cast over by the people around him, White Venus smiled and explained, "As you all know, the person who kills a multiplayer copy boss for the first time will, in the future in this copy, receive a double experience bonus, as well as a 100% drop bonus. Anyway, the way I see it, the undead around here are pretty much cleared out, so why not take this gain before we tell the others?" After such a reminder, those around him, too, nodded in recognition. Senior White Brother is right. That's right, if there are too many people, it'll be too intense, and the monsters won't be able to grab them by then. Indeed. The fat man who loved to flatter came over and said with a fawning face, "Although with Senior Brother by strength, competing with others is a sure win, but there's no need to bring about this trouble." Seeing everyone agree, White Venus' eyes showed a color of satisfaction, but a wisp of contempt, hidden in the bottom of the eyes. The heart is even sneered. "Humph, the first time to kill a multiplayer copy of the boss of the, indeed there is a gain effect, right? But only the first person to kill the boss gets it, not everyone on the team. This seems to be a sophomore course, right? It's normal for this group of freshmen to not know it since they haven't taken it." Harbor these thoughts, White Venus led a group of people and directly entered the abyss. In the meantime, on Lin Chen's side, he also suffered the exact same experience. As he killed a wave of undead creatures, a portal rose up out of the ground, startling him. "An abyss will appear here? Why does something feel wrong?" Lin Chen always felt like something was wrong. But after thinking about it for a while, there didn't seem to be any reason why he couldn't go in and have a look around. After thinking about it, Lin Chen still reached out and touched the teleportation stone, entering the abyss. A wave of vertigo hit. Opening his eyes again, he was surrounded by a barren landscape. It's a mountain range. Being in a position halfway up the mountain itself. Above the top of the mountain, a tall temple towers over it, and at a glance, it is known to be the location of the boss. And at the foot of the mountain, many undead could be clearly seen wandering aimlessly. Just froze. Ga ga ga. A skeleton spotted Lin Chen's form and attacked towards him. Seek death. Lin Chen snorted coldly, his hand lifted, a black flame surfaced on top of his palm, and with a gentle wave, it was like a bullet, easily shattering the skeleton into a puddle of powder. However, it was also because of this move by Lin Chen. Roar. Hissing. Ga. The undead that had originally wandered around the foot of the mountain, aimlessly, were like sharks smelling blood, frantically attacking towards Lin Chen. Chapter 120, Undead Monarch Becelius. "I'll go, that's okay?" Lin Chen was instantly speechless. But he didn't panic and let out a soft cry under his breath, "Come." Instantly, densely packed insects surfaced in the perimeter and attacked towards the boundless army of undead. though the undead army was, in numbers, several times that of the bugs. However, in terms of quality, the undead are more than a notch behind. Even the most basic knife bugs could easily cut through the bones of a skeleton warrior and exterminate it. The higher-ranked insect clans such as the molten fire-flying insects and the deathwing mantis were even slaughtering like nobody's business. The undead army that was like a tidal wave, under the defense of the insect race, was unexpectedly completely unable to approach within 100 meters around Lin Chen's side. Wait, how come these undead are like endless? After 10 minutes, Lin Chen couldn't help but be a little surprised as he looked at the surrounding undead whose numbers hadn't decreased in the slightest. In these short 10 minutes, Lin Chen had already killed tens of thousands of undead. But the number of undead around them didn't look like it had decreased at all. Even, as time passed, the composition of the undead army changed from the most basic skeleton warriors to higher-ranked undead such as the Annunciation Banshee, Skeleton Sorcerer, and Abomination. If it was an ordinary professional, they would have already despaired at this moment, and might have directly withdrawn from the abyss. However, for Lin Chen, but it was heavenly. These undead, although they don't drop equipment, give experience. Experience isn't great, but it's better than quantity. If I use the double experience stone, I guess it will only take 3 or 4 days for me to upgrade. Lin Chen had excitement in his eyes. Lin Chen was quite distressed about how to upgrade. With a normal abyss, even if he swiped it 100 times, his experience bar wouldn't budge a bit. And in the reality of the wilderness, there were not that many ferocious beasts for him to brush up his experience. And now, before Lin Chen's eyes, but there was an experience pack that could be refreshed indefinitely, which naturally made him feel excited beyond measure. Well, use it first. With a flip of Lin Chen's hand, a double experience stone appeared in the palm of his hand, and then transformed into a white light that drilled into Lin Chen's body. Immediately afterward, Lin Chen took out the barbecue grill, recliner, coke, and lamb skewers from his backpack and started barbecuing. Eating barbecue while your experience dawdled, the taste was simply amazing. And in the meantime, the other side of the mountains. A group of about 20 people were in the middle of the mountain range, struggling against the surrounding undead that were like a tidal wave. "Senior brother, bye, we can't hold out much longer." In the team, Fatty shouted out, his face looking unusually pained, "These undead, it seems like there's no end to them, should we retreat?" Many of the people in the group nodded in agreement at the words. Just 2 hours ago, their group entered the Shadowtooth mountain range. Originally, he had thought of walking straight to the peak of the mountain in the middle of that shrine and challenging the boss. Who knew that before he could just take a few steps, the army of undead pounced on him like a tidal wave. There was no choice but to resist. At first, it was just some low-ranked undead that they could still cheekily kill with their hands. But as time passed, the undead that appeared became stronger and stronger, and resisting them became more and more strenuous. By now, it had gotten to the point where they were feeling a little alarmed. Damn! This group of trash actually can't even resist these undead, what a meal! Looking at the faces of the surrounding group of people, with their bitter expressions, Bai Jingxing couldn't help but curse angrily in his heart. However, while White Venus said so in his heart, on the surface, he had a resolute expression. "Gentlemen, hold on for a little while longer, I don't believe that this place can brush out an infinite number of undead. I have a feeling that soon the undead will stop refreshing, and when that happens you'll all be credited, I won't treat you poorly." These words of painting a big cake, but let a group of inexperienced freshmen blood boiling up. "Yes. Senior brother Bai, since you say so, we'll fight to the end in blood." "That's right. Willing to serve Senior brother Bai." "Yeah, with Senior brother Bai here, we'll definitely be able to make it through." Fatty and the others, revitalized, hacked towards the undead around them. Who knows, just then, buzz. Between them their perimeter was suddenly wrapped in a gray force. Next, this squad was suddenly teleported straight away. Opening his eyes again, Platinum Star was surprised to find that their surroundings had completely changed. From a mountain range surrounded by an army of undead, it turned into the middle of a grand shrine. "This is the boss room?" Platinum Star froze and looked around, a little surprised. "So that's how it is, we don't have to go into the middle of the boss room, we just need to hold on for a while. It's true that Senior Brother Bai's judgment was correct." Fatty froze for a moment when he saw this environment, then he fawned and flattered by Jinxing again. This statement immediately drew many people to agree. Senior Brother Bai really anticipates things like a god. Sure enough, persistence is victory. Senior Brother Bai is awesome, worthy of being the #1 freshman. Ha, this is great. Listening to these people's boasting, Bai Jingxing couldn't help but show a hint of smugness, and after dryly coughing, he said, but it's just the most basic judgment. The difficulty of an abyss is tied to the level, and the monsters can't be endless, leaving us with no chance of passing the level at all. Therefore, as long as the resistance goes on, there will definitely be a change of heart, and it's just as I suspected. Who knows, the words have not yet fallen. Only a cold laugh came from above that huge throne in the divine hall. Do you really think that this is an abyss as you call it? Surprised beyond belief, the crowd looked towards the source of the sound. Only a huge figure dressed in black robes was seen sitting on top of the throne. His face was devoid of any flesh and blood, only pure bone, and a grayish-white flame burned in the sockets of his two empty eyes. And on top of its palm, holding a huge scepter, above the scepter burning, but the blood-red flames, demonic incomparable. This is the boss? The crowd was instantly on guard, and turned their scrutinizing gazes towards the huge figure. It was the first time they had seen such a type of boss, and the very first time they opened their mouths, they said words like abyss and human. Everyone be careful, there's something wrong with this boss. Platinum Star couldn't help but frown as he threw a scrying spell over it and alertly shouted to the crowd. Generally speaking, as long as a scrying spell was thrown over it, information about the monster could be observed. But this time. Name, Undead Lord Basilius Docnai. Rank? Life? Power? Agility? Spirit? Skill? Description: the consciousness of the sealed remnants of the divine soul materialized, which is a complete disaster for mortals. All question marks? Platinum Star couldn't help but be shocked. Chapter 121, Platinum Star's Strength? Fraudulent Fangs. Normally, the scrying technique could obtain information about all monsters. There is only one situation where a question mark like this would occur. That's when the monster's level and class exceeds the scryer's by too much. For example, there was no way for a level 1 professional to probe a level 50 boss even if they threw out a scrying spell. As a matter of fact, this will only happen with monsters that are over level 10 or higher. But isn't this a level 20 abyss? I'm also a level 12 professional, so this shouldn't be happening. What the hell is going on here? Platinum Star was puzzled. Humans, do not question, you will be my key to unlock the key that binds me to the seal. It's your honor. Basilius spoke up. The tone of his voice was full of indifference, as well as unquestionable. Immediately, Basilius flicked the scepter in his hand. Rumble. Outside, the undead, which stretched out like a tidal wave, directly rushed into the temple and launched a frantic attack on the squad. These undead, in number, were several times more than the undead it had encountered in the mountain range before. For a moment, the squad rushed to the defense, slaying the undead around them. But they had long been exhausted, and even their blue bars were almost empty. How could there be any strength left to be able to deal with an endless army of undead? The guys in the squad are suffering. Ah! Oh no, senior brother Bai, let's retreat, we really can't hold out this time. It's over, I'm running out of mana. Everyone inside the squad was shouting, their faces in pain. Hold on, when I second this boss, these undead will retreat on their own. White Venus roared as he said, while a sword she slashed out, directly dispersing tens of meters of undead around him. This move made all of the squad's morale rise. Worthy of being senior brother Bai. With senior brother Bai here, there's no way we can lose. Isn't it just a boss? What's the point of being able to summon undead? Brother Bai can kill him in seconds with one sword. That's right, go Senior White. Next. White Venus took off a few meters into the air and swept towards the direction of Basilius, a layer of white macro light swirling on his figure, and an incomparably sharp sword aura emanating from the top of his longsword. This move. It was the natural skill of the Platinum Star epic rank profession, Sword Soul, and his most powerful killing move, Sword Destruction Technique Destruction. Destructive sword art destruction, lock onto a target, fly away at a very fast speed, unstoppable during the period, inflicts 30% of the target's maximum life value plus physical damage corrected by strength and agility attributes. This skill is absolutely bludgeoning, inflicting 300% bludgeoning damage. It's safe to say, Platinum Star rarely makes this move. But as long as this move was made, even bosses would be killed in seconds straight away. This was the terrifying strength of an epic level profession. After all, it's percentage damage. If you are sure to hit hard, the 30% of max life damage will become 90% of max life damage. The sword light was like a rainbow, stabbing straight at Basilius. However, Basilius watched this coldly, but made no move. Even in his eyes, there was a flash of contempt and mockery. Pointless resistance. Basilius reached out gently. In an instant, that terrifying sword she stopped directly before Basilius' seemingly fragile bone hand. Followed by a gentle squeeze. Boom! The long sword that stabbed at him directly exploded. As for Platinum Star, he flew out backwards, like a sparrow with broken wings, and was ruthlessly dropped on top of the wall of the temple. Full. Basilius was even sitting on top of his throne, not moving a muscle. A mocking smile actually appeared on a bony face. What? Upon seeing this scene, everyone else in the squad was shocked. They really didn't expect that Bai Jingxing, who they regarded as a god, would actually be directly defeated by a single move. On many people's faces, a look of despair appeared. Even Bai Jingxing was defeated by a single move, let alone them. No way. Even if it's a level 20 boss, it's impossible to eat my skills and remain unharmed. You're not a level 20 Abyssal boss, who the hell are you? Platinum Star stood up, her face pale. The originally neat white shirt was also filthy at this moment, looking unusually wretched. Human, it's too late for you to realize that at this time. Basilius sneered. But it doesn't matter if you know or not. You are about to be transformed into my keys. The words fell. Beside him, the endless undead attacked even more ferociously. Even Platinum Star was desperate at this moment. He could resist for a certain amount of time now though. But what about a few hours later? You'll die of exhaustion yourself. Does that mean I'm going to die here today? Bai Jingxing only felt suffocated. He himself, an epic-level profession owner, was actually going to die in this place? It's not too ridiculous. Who knows, just then. Another human broke in? It looks as if you're all together, in that case, all come together to die. Basilius said softly to himself. With a wave of his hand, a gray light flashed, only to see a silhouette, floating in front of the crowd. This person was none other than Lin Chen. I've been transported into the temple? Here, there's someone else? Lin Chen was holding a lamb skewer in his mouth, looking around with some hesitation and a dumbfounded look on his face. A moment ago he was eating a barbecue and singing and was sprinkling cumin inside his lamb kebabs. Who knew that the next second he was suddenly transported to this place? However, Lin Chen looked around the room, at the White Venus and the others who were struggling to resist, and then above the throne, as well as quickly analyzing the situation. Platinum Star? The fact that they're here means the portal isn't open in just one place. No wonder, I always felt something was wrong. This isn't an abyss, but an abyss forged by some boss using fraudulent fangs. Lin Chen quickly analyzed in his mind. In his memory. In his last life, there was once a level 80, 7th order boss in Rice. It utilized the camouflage effect of the fraudulent fangs to trick hundreds of thousands of me professionals into a forged abyss, followed by annihilation in one fell swoop. This tragedy has shocked the world. At the same time, it also made the effect of the fraudulent fangs prop deeply engraved in the minds of all Blue Star professionals. Fraudulent fangs, upon use, gain permission to build a one-time abyss, which collapses after the Abyssal Lord is slain. So that's how it is, Lin Chen sneered. With that, the gaze was directed to the figure of Basilius above the throne. Human. Your soul is strong, why is that? Suddenly, Basilius looked at Lin Chen and spoke. The tone of his voice was a bit disconcerting. Chapter 122, You're my beloved family and friends, you'll have to add money to it. Basilius was puzzled. But more than that, it was shock. To know. Its essence was a fragment of a sealed divine soul. Although this deity is not really God. But for mortals, it was also an existence too powerful to look up to. And Lin Chen in front of him. He merely looked at it. And yet there was a kind of, from the soul, fear and awe. It was as if a ray of candlelight had glimpsed the blazing sun, without even the courage to compare. What the hell is going on here? Strongly suppressing the uneasiness in his heart, Basilius asked, Human. Your soul is powerful, why is that? My soul is strong? Lin Chen frowned, then sneered, Want to know? Give me the scepter in your hand and I'll tell you. Human, you're looking for death. Basilius snorted coldly, then pointed at Lin Chen's figure. Kill and attack this human. I can summon an endless supply of undead to attack you. I'd like to see how long you can keep your mouth shut. Lin Chen couldn't help but be overjoyed at his words. Okay, it's a deal. Endless undead attacking themselves? In Lin Chen's ears, it's the equivalent of someone sending themselves experience. Come out. A low gulp. An army of insects surfaced around them, firmly surrounding Lin Chen. Followed by a lunge towards the undead around the setup. The scene became unusually anxious. Only 100 meters around Lin Chen were cleared out as a no-man's land, and there was no way for any undead to even come close to the slightest bit. While Lin Chen was in the middle of it, he took out a recliner from his backpack and comfortably laid down on it. Before he did, he took out a bottle of Coke, took a big gulp, and burped. Unfortunately, it's not ice cold. The surrounding freshman and platinum star nearly spat out a mouthful of blood when they saw the scene. They were fighting off the undead here and were getting desperate. Who knew that Lin Chen was the one lying on the chair, not having to do anything, and even complaining that the Coke wasn't ice cold? It's definitely showing off, isn't it? The group looked at Lin Chen's cozy appearance as he was sipping a Coke, as well as the surrounding killing machine like insect clans, with unrivaled shock in their eyes. They really didn't expect that even Platinum Star couldn't do anything at all about the handful of undead hordes. In Lin Chen's case, it was something that could be easily resisted without even moving his hands. Could it be that Lin Chen was even more powerful than Platinum Star? The crowd was a little afraid to imagine it. Bai Jingxing looked at Lin Chen, his thoughts in his heart unusually complex. He had originally thought that Lin Chen had been teleported here and was just waiting to die just like them. Unexpectedly, the gap between the two sides was like a world of difference. Could it be that Lin Chen is better than me? No, it can't be. He's just better at group attacks, yes. I'm an epic level profession, I don't know how much more powerful I am than him. Think about it. Platinum Star's heart balanced a bit. Lin Chen, we're classmates, save us. Suddenly, the fat man in the squat opened his mouth and begged for help towards Lin Chen. As they fought, they called out for help to Lin Chen. Now they are in a state that can be described by the words stretched to the limit. It's estimated that in another half hour, they'll be absolutely dead. Lin Chen leisurely looked at them and revealed a small smile. Saving you guys? Yes, no problem at all. Upon hearing this, Fatty and the others revealed smiles, their faces flushed with excitement. Great. False alarm. With Lin Chen here, we can probably go back alive, right? Who knows? They hadn't even been happy for half a minute when Lin Chen once again spoke leisurely. Save you can. But for money. 10,000 points per person, thanks for the counteroffer. First come, first served, boy and girl. Lin Chen said with a smile. 10,000 points for one person? Upon hearing this, the fatty almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Lin Chen, you're too black, aren't you? 10,000 points, where am I going to find you 10,000 points? You're a money grabber. Lin Chen laughed, robbing money? Where is robbing money faster than me making money? 10,000 points you can't pull out at once, you can installment. It's the interest rate, but I will charge a very high O. Besides, it's not like I'm forcing you guys, you could have chosen to have someone else save it. Lin Chen said, once again taking a sip of Coke with a treacherous look. In installments? Let someone else save it? As Fatty's group listened, they almost spat out a mouthful of blood. The group was speechless. This is pure and simple adultery. Lin Chen, we're classmates, are you just going to look at your classmates and prefer to see them die? Suddenly, a girl dressed innocently said, with some exasperation in her tone. Lin Chen smiled. Morally abduct me? Unbeknownst to me, I am crushingly unethical. Oh right, we're classmates. Lin Chen slapped his head, as if remembering something dead, and came to a realization. The girl's eyes immediately lit up, thinking that Lin Chen had changed his mind. Who knows the next second? Lin Chen agreed very much and said seriously. We're classmates, we're Aang's beloved friends and brothers. Gotta add money. The girl froze. The group froze. And extra money? That's too dark. Now the price has been changed, 15,000 points per person, who does not bargain? Of course, you can do it in installments, just 30% interest, it doesn't have to be too high. After all, I'm a man with a notoriously kind heart. Lin Chen said smilingly. While saying this, Lin Chen put the somewhat cold lamb skewer to his mouth and took a hard bite with a look of enjoyment. The freshmen were completely dumbfounded. You looked at me and I looked at you, all shocked at Lin Chen's black heart. But they don't dare to complain out of their mouths anymore. Because if they complained anymore, Lin Chen, the treacherous merchant, would probably raise the price again. Okay, isn't it just 15,000 points? I'll work hard, but the big deal is to delay graduation. Finally, one person gritted his teeth and walked towards Lin Chen. As soon as you walk into the enclosure. Lin Chen then pulled out a contract and had the man sign it. After confirming that there were no mistakes, Lin Chen nodded, "Not bad, you can stay here now, I'll keep you safe." The man finally breathed a sigh of relief and sat down on the ground and began to meditate, recovering his mana and life points. Seeing this, many people also loosened up, and one by one, they walked towards Lin Chen. Forget it, 15,000 is 15,000. That's right. Better than losing your life, right? The big deal is just to economize in the future. There's no fear of being burned when you've left the green hills behind. Less than 10 minutes. The original team of freshmen then all arrived in Lin Chen's encirclement. Though there was a slight hint of suffocation and anger on each face. But more than that, it was a celebration of the aftermath. Now, there was only one figure left on the field, still struggling to hold on. That would be Platinum Star. Lin Chen smiled and said to Bai Jinxing, "Senior brother Bai, still continuing to hold on? I think it would be better to come and rest here with me, don't you mind being tired?" Chapter 123, Adding Money. End of the month begging for votes. Lin Chen spoke while eating the fragrant and bubbling oil lamb skewers. The expression on his face was so relaxed and happy. Looking at Bai Jinxing in anger, he almost cursed. "I'm suffering here, and you kids are actually eating barbecue. And ask me a question on purpose? That's gloating." However, despite how angry Bai Jinxing was, he could only hold back his anger and said to Lin Chen, "Senior Lin Chen, although I still have some strength left, I had to take a break in your circle in order to kill the boss to pass the level." "How does it look?" Lin Chen was instantly happy. This Platinum Star. Obviously are almost at the end of the road, have to find some face for themselves, saying that, in order to kill the boss had to take a break, can be said to be the face of the dead live to suffer. However, Lin Chen didn't bother to dismantle him, and just said with a smile, "That's no problem, except that senior brother Bai knows that we charge a fee here, right?" Bai Jinxing was relieved when he sniffed, "Of course I know, isn't it just 15,000 points, Wait. Lin Chen directly waved his hand, "Who said 15,000? 15,000, that's the price for these average freshmen. Senior White, you're the number one freshman, an epic level professional. To you, how humiliating would it be to be worth the same as these ordinary professionals?" Lin Chen hemmed and hawed, directly extending 2 fingers. 200,000. 200,000 points, I'll make sure that Senior White, comfortably, won't be attacked by the undead, how's that? Words. Bai Jinxing directly rounded his eyes, 200,000? Didn't everyone else have 15,000 points? Why did it become 200,000 when it came to me? Hoping that one's own hallowed Platinum Star would have to pay more than 10 times more points than others to get on Lin Chen's boat? This is too much of a pitfall. He. I've said it all, Senior Brother Bai, how can your status be compared to these ordinary students? 200,000 points is already the price I've given for the sake of being mutual classmates. You know, it's hard for me to protect so many people. It's even harder to protect an epic level professional. Lin Chen intentionally sighed and said in a very helpless manner, with a hint of sadness and hardship appearing on his face. It was as if this decision was not his intention, but only forced by circumstances. This operation directly gave Bai Jinxing a dry eye. This Lin Chen. Gotcha. Really? Platinum Star was so angry that she couldn't even speak. Gritting his teeth, Bai Jinxing gasped a few rough breaths before turning to Lin Chen and saying, 200,000 is 200,000, let me in first. Lin Chen instantly smiled with his eyebrows, good, Senior White Brother is an honored guest, come. With that, he let the swarm open a gap, and Platinum Star scurried in at once. 200,000 points, how is Senior Brother Bai going to pay for it? Lin Chen said with a smile. Here is a 200,000 point card. Platinum Star threw over a card without any good humor. Lin Chen nodded his head in satisfaction after a little checking. It's really not bad, Senior Brother Bai is really rich, 200,000 points can be pulled out of his hand, worthy of being the number one freshman. Original. Freshman number one is a title that Platinum Star is pleased to hear once. However, coming from Lin Chen's mouth, it made Bai Jinxing feel an inexplicable sense of irony. The first one? The first man was beaten by an endless stream of undead. Can only snail behind Lin Chen's summons? Bai Jingxing coldly glanced at Lin Chen, who was lying on the chair, and snorted coldly, then sat down cross-legged and began to meditate to recover his life and mana values. Around them, an army of bugs, thousands in size, was struggling against the attacks of the almost endless undead, holding them back hard to 100 meters. During this time, many units of bladeworms and stingworms would die to the undead's charge. But then, more bugs were born in the void to join the defense. Tisk, TSK, TSK. Nice. The corpses of the undead can also be converted into energy points, although it's a bit low compared to the ferocious beasts, it's still enough to replenish the consumption of the bugs. That means I can stay in this place right now and brush up on my levels for as long as I want. Lin Chen couldn't help but grin as he checked the consumption of energy points. These undead, though, don't explode equipment. But the bone dregs and rotting flesh left behind after their deaths are recycled into energy points. And after these energy points are converted into bugs, they can make up for the consumption of the bugs on the battlefield. There's even some left over. That is to say, as long as Lin Chen was willing, he could even stay in this place forever to practice leveling. The feeling of this experience bar growing is too good. Lin Chen couldn't help but nod his head as he watched his experience bar slowly grow. As an insect lord, the experience he needed to upgrade was too staggering, and there was no way for an ordinary abyss to fulfill his needs. Only this kind of bug-like means could allow him to upgrade as if he were a normal professional. Human, what the hell are you? How could you actually resist the undead's attack? The moment. Above the throne, Basilius spoke, with a 10,000% in his tone. As he understands it. Among humans, unless one was in existence with a level of over 40 or more, they would be able to walk through the endless undead unharmed and in one piece without being affected in the slightest. And the abyss that he had crafted utilizing fraudulent fangs, the cap level was clearly level 20 to be correct. The human kid in front of him was only at level 12. Yet, how is it that he is now swimming with ease, and even has the leisure to eat his food? What the hell is going on here? Can't you see? I'm practicing with you. Lin Chen rolled his eyes. Don't you call yourself a divine soul consciousness? How can you not even see this kind of thing? Human, are you trying to anger me? Basilius' tone instantly chilled. Human, you deserve to die for daring to ruin my good deed. But for the sake of your strong soul, I forgive you. Hand over all the humans around you and leave this place. That way, I can keep my hands off you. Listening to the cold voice of Basilius, Lin Chen laughed out loud. I guessed correctly, you seem to only have one means of summoning unlimited undead, correct? If you knew any other skills, you'd have gone after us long ago, wouldn't you? Basilius froze for a moment, then his voice shook with anger. How did you know that, mortal? I don't know, I was just making a random guess, and looking at your reaction, it seems like I guessed right. Lin Chen sneered. Basilius was even more furious. Mortal, how dare you swindle me? Lin Chen and Basilius spoke. And next to them, Bai Jingxing and the others were looking dumbfounded. Lin Chen actually tricked a boss? Chapter 124, Fooling a Boss? They were all dumbfounded. Never seen anyone like that before. The average professional, when they see a boss, basically just each other. But Lin Chen. Not only do they use people as machines to brush up their experience, it was also possible to get words out of someone's abyssal boss's mouth. This Lin Chen, he was too ruthless. I've seen not 1,000 but 800 of your kind of self-proclaimed gods. It's impossible to give birth to real gods on top of the blue planet. It's just you pseudo-gods pretending to be gods, humph. Lin Chen snorted coldly and said with great disdain. Mortal, how dare you, actually slandering a true god? Basilius sniffed and roared angrily towards Lin Chen. Do you know that those who slander a true god will have their bodies shattered, and not even their souls may rest in peace? Lin Chen snapped his nose in disdain. If you have the guts, walk down and get me killed. You Basilius shuddered, suddenly silent. Because what Lin Chen said was true in every way. In the middle of this abyss, he used fraudulent fangs to give himself a skill, undead plane portal, that allowed him to summon a near infinite number of undead creatures. But, other than that, it doesn't have any other skills left. Even that, leaving the throne is not an option. Because that's the rule of fraudulent fangs. Human, you can take these guys and leave, but remember, this isn't over, I'll find you. Basilius snorted coldly and said indifferently. Leave? At those words, Lin Chen smiled. When did I say that I was leaving? It's so painful to practice here, why should I leave? This place, however, was one of the few places where Lin Chen could quickly level up. Go? It's not that easy. Basilius froze. Human, do you want to stay here? There's this idea. Lin Chen hemmed and hawed and said with some regret, too bad I didn't have my tent with me, or else it really would have been perfect, tsk. Human, you're looking for death. Basilius said angrily, pointing towards Lin Chen, I just don't believe that these summons of yours are as truly endless as the undead. With that said, the undead surrounded them once again like a tidal wave. But Lin Chen, while buttoning his nose, didn't take these things to heart in the slightest, and even flipped out a book and read it, with a very laid-back look. After a moment, rubbing his stomach, Lin Chen muttered to himself, so hungry again so soon, better eat something first. Said, took out a hot pot, do a good job of the bottom of the pot, will take out a plate of mutton, fat beef, tripe and other food, devouring eat that called a mouthful of oil, forehead sweating. The aroma of the hot pot immediately caught the attention of the surrounding freshmen. Mind you, they hadn't eaten in hours either. On their bodies, they usually didn't carry food, after all, something as important as a backpack compartment was reserved for equipment or consumables, so how could they bring food or even a hot pot? But now. The aroma of the hot pot immediately made the mouths of the new students drool, and each one of them looked greedily at Lin Chen as he ate with his mouth full of oil and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Goodoo. Lin Chen student, can you let me have some of this hot pot too? Don't worry, I'll pay. Finally, someone couldn't help it and walked up to Lin Chen. I'm really sorry, I only brought the hot pot thing for one person, so I can't sell it. Lin Chen said as he licked the soup around his mouth. The group sighed at once. However, the next sentence did make their eyes light up. However, I do have a lot of lamb kebabs here, I wonder if you want them? Saying that, Lin Chen did a magic trick and took out a big bag of lamb skewers from his backpack. Lamb kebabs? Good. I love barbecue. I want. How did it sell? I'm starving. The crowd came together in surprise. Not bad, it seems everyone's enthusiasm is high. Lin Chen hemmed and hawed, but lamb kebabs are expensive, you guys have to be mentally prepared. What's so expensive about lamb skewers? Don't worry about it, I'm going to buy 100 skewers. Fatty patted his stomach and said with a smile. On the outside. A skewer of lamb costs, at most, around 5 credits. They're all professionals, there's no shortage of credits. Hey! 100 points for a skewer of lamb. Lin Chen hemmed and hawed and spoke directly. Hearing this, the group of people were dumbfounded. 100 points for a skewer of lamb? This is a money grab. Lin Chen, you're too dark, aren't you? This is total robbery. This is shameless. Lin Chen, how could you? The freshmen were grumbling. Too expensive? You guys cannot buy it, it's not like I'm forcing you. Lin Chen said with a smile, before he put a chopstick of fatty beef in his mouth, and while eating it, he also lit the charcoal fire of the grill and put the lamb skewers on it to roast. Immediately, a fresh and fatty smell spread throughout the entire divine hall. Whatever, 100 points is 100 points, give me 10 skewers first. Finally, looking at Lin Chen's enjoyment, the hungry fat man still couldn't help himself and shouted with his mouth open. Alright, 10 skewers of lamb, 1,000 points in total. Lin Chen sprinkled cumin onto a handful of lamb skewers and handed it to the fatty with a smile. Here are the points. Fatty also handed over a card, on which was 1,000 points. Then, impatiently, he took a bite on top of the lamb skewer. Yummy. It smells so good, why didn't I notice before that lamb kebabs are so good? It smells so good. 3 times, the fat man will be 10 skewers of lamb kebabs to solve clean, and even uninterested shivering sign, it seems to have not eaten enough, a look of food and taste. It was so good, if only we had 30 or 40 more skewers to eat. Seeing the fat man eat. Finally, the others couldn't help themselves and walked towards Lin Chen. I want 10 skewers too. Forget it, I want 20 skewers. Give me 5 skewers first, I have a small appetite. Less than 10 minutes. A big handful of lamb kebabs, all sold out. A bunch of lamb kebabs and you harvested 12,000 points? Ha, this is too profitable. Lin Chen counted the points cards in his hand and couldn't help but laugh out loud. A mere lamb skewer would be exchanged for some credits at most in the outside world. Who would have thought that it could be exchanged for points, and it's a whopping 12,000 of them? Sure enough, it's the monopoly that's profiteering. Just when Lin Chen was happy. Damn human, what do you think this place is? Above the throne, Basilius burst into a rage and roared at Lin Chen. This place is modeled after the temple in his memory. Sacred to him. But this group of humans, they actually ate barbecue and hot pot here? This is sacrilege.